Upon traversing into the realm of cultivation, Chu Xingchen awakened a disciple recruitment system, unveiling the attributes of his apprentices. Thus began the creation of an inconspicuous sect, yet within its confines resided exceptional talents. At Shirley Slope, before a dilapidated mountain deity temple, a girl with long black hair tied with a red ribbon gazed at the crumbling structure, her expression a mixture of hesitation and wonder. "Master, is this truly the entrance to our world's premier immortal sect?" Turning to his newly recruited disciple, the young man clad in tattered robes, Chu Xingchen, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "It is not the height of the mountain that grants it fame, but the presence of immortals." He added, "You are still young. Do not be too easily swayed." The girl, dressed in a pink flowing skirt, suddenly appeared enlightened. "I understand, Master. Is it possible that within lies a hidden world?" She recalled tales from the Qi Mountain Chronicles, where a mere broken door led to resplendent treasures within. Li Yingling, her eyes sparkling with excitement, eagerly pushed open the rickety door, her heart brimming with anticipation. Yet, what greeted her was a shattered statue, remnants of cobwebs hanging from the rafters, and a makeshift altar repurposed as a desk, unevenly propped up with a stone. Beside it, a crude stone stove supported a small iron pot. The scene struck her as a forsaken shrine, reminiscent of a beggar's abode. Chu Xingchen, entering the temple with an air of indifference, remarked, "In the future, refrain from indulging in the tales spun by common folk. They distort the truth." He continued, "Do not worry. I shall dismantle part of the statue for your bedding. This temple is spacious enough for your comfort." Li Yingling, momentarily taken aback, timidly questioned, "Master, is this what cultivation truly entails?" With unwavering conviction, Chu Xingchen asserted, "Indeed, this is the essence of cultivation. But aren't other sects resplendent, with towering palaces floating upon majestic peaks?" She inquired, "Have you seen this with your own eyes, or was it merely hearsay? Is it not clear that these are mere stories? In this age, cultivation is no longer defined by such grandeur. What matters is the mastery of the path to immortality," he emphasized. "What do those mundane beings know of true cultivation or the simplicity of the great Tao?" Li Yingling, feeling dejected, murmured, "But this is rather simplistic. Enough of this chatter. Will you cultivate or not?" "I shall cultivate." Chu Xingchen settled onto a wooden plank, a slight smile gracing his features as he urged, "Then hasten to bow and pay your respects to your master." Reluctantly, Li Yingling knelt and struck her forehead against the ground with a resounding thud, exclaiming, "Master, I humbly bow before you, disciple Li Yingling." Newbie task completed. Recruit 1 disciple. Reward granted, flawless golden Dan. Detection of Li Yingling. Single attribute water spiritual root textbook distributed supreme, tying true mysterious water, heart sutra items have been issued to the inventory. A wave of exhilaration washed over Chu Xingchen. After 3 long years, he had finally recruited a disciple whose qualifications met the system's stringent criteria. The requirement was absurd. Only those with the potential for ascension could be considered. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, even coveted by the grand sections. As a mere foundation-building cultivator, where could he possibly find such a remarkable apprentice? 3 years had been spent traversing the Xuanwu kingdom, barely surviving, and he had finally secured his first apprentice. Glancing at Li Yingling through the system panel, he noted her attributes. Elder disciple, Li Yingling cultivation level, none gold attribute, cultivation genius purple attribute, great luck blue attribute, beauty. While the girl seemed to view herself as a shield against an unwanted marriage, her attributes were undeniably promising. The choice to reside in this dilapidated temple was, in part, to avoid unwanted attention. The area surrounding Shirley Slope was desolate, and securing a refuge here had taken considerable effort over 3 days. Finally, the novice task was complete. With the completion of the task, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, elevating his cultivation. A golden Dan began to coalesce within his dantian. As a single-root spiritual genius, Li Yingling was acutely aware of fluctuations in spiritual energy, yet she had yet to embark on her cultivation journey. She sensed Chu Xingchen's aura ascend dramatically. "Master, what is happening?" Chu Xingchen casually replied, "The joy of acquiring you as a beloved disciple has inadvertently released a bit of my restrained power." "All right, you may rise now." Li Yingling, realizing the gravity of the situation, stood up, puzzled. "But what of the other disciples? As the foremost sect in the Xuanwu kingdom, surely you have many others." "Currently, you are my sole disciple." Taken aback, Li Yingling exclaimed, "What? Master you?" Chu Xingchen maintained his composure, declaring, "I follow the path of excellence, accepting only those destined to be my disciples. I never settle for mediocrity. Can this sect truly be called the foremost in the Xuanwu kingdom? Can't I, as your master, dominate the Xuanwu kingdom single-handedly?" Alas, it seemed her mother's warnings were true. Handsome men often spun tales. Li Yingling, though initially skeptical, recognized Chu Xingchen's willingness to stand against the powerful families for her. Master, please do not deceive me. Chu Xingchen retrieved an ancient, yellowed tome from his inventory, the Supreme Tine True Mysterious Water Heart Sutra. The cover was worn, and the title was barely legible, yet 3 characters remained clear. He tossed the book to Li Yingling. Study this. Once you do, you will understand whether your master speaks the truth. Her heart swelled with anticipation, believing it to be a manuscript of unparalleled cultivation techniques. Yet upon closer inspection, she gasped, Water Heart Sutra? Casting a dubious glance at Chu Xingchen, she questioned, what kind of supreme cultivation technique is named so? The cover's faded state led her to wonder if its contents were equally disarrayed. Is this something you salvaged from a roadside stall? I hope it doesn't lead to misfortune in practice. Holding the tattered book, she timidly suggested, Master, might we consider exchanging it for another? Chapter 2. Has this Water Heart Sutra been revised 17 times? Li Yingling's unreasonable demand was naturally rebutted by Chu Xingchen. The cultivation methods provided by the system are perfectly suited for achieving immortality, particularly tailored to align with one's spiritual roots. Such teachings are rare, even among grand sects. Li Yingling should count herself fortunate to be able to practice them, yet she dares to be picky. Primarily, there are no other cultivation methods available for this girl to practice. Nightfall. Li Yingling lay on the cold wooden planks, devoid of the soft pillows from home, making it exceedingly difficult for her to find sleep. Although she was clothed, the absence of a blanket over her abdomen left her feeling utterly uncomfortable. Li Yingling softly called out, Master. Chu Xingchen's irritable voice responded, What are you doing awake at this hour? The draft at the Broken Temple is making me cold. She replied. Chu Xingchen yawned. Get up and walk around a bit. You won't feel cold after that. Li Yingling weakly countered. But won't I just feel cold again after lying down? With a hint of exasperation, Chu Xingchen said, I told you. That sutra is called the Supreme Tine True Mysterious Water Heart Sutra. Practice it boldly, and you will no longer feel cold once you reach the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement. Li Yingling silently glanced at the scripture lying beside her. Master, your words are truly hard to believe. Fine. If I must perish, so be it. I chose this master, and I shall persevere through tears. With clenched teeth, Li Yingling rose, took the Water Heart Sutra, and approached the fire, opening the first page to read the first line. This is the exclusive secret art of the true water spirit sovereign. Wow. A true immortal's technique? Li Yingling's mood lifted as she glanced at the second line. This is the true water inscribed by the wrathful tide sovereign. I have revised it. The effects are more potent, so rest assured in your practice. Wow. A kind revision from a mighty being? Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction and turned her gaze to the 3rd line. This is the overturning sea sovereign. Both of the above are worthless. What nonsense have they written? Misleading the next generation. I have amended it. Li Yingling quickly scanned the first page. Good heavens. The entire page began with this is the sovereign's statement, berating the inadequacies of the previous authors. According to the first page's claims, this Water Heart Sutra had been revised by at least 17 great beings. This indicated that it had undergone 17 versions of cultivation methods. Trembling, Li Yingling turned to the next page. Please, let there be no further revisions. This is the Northern Sea Emperor. For heaven's sake, do not revise it again. Incompetent and prone to scribbling. I nearly lost my way in cultivation. This version, amended by me, is the final edition. Safe for practice, no poison. And let me reiterate, do not revise it again. She glanced at the next segment. Thankfully, no further modifications were evident. However, thick strokes of ink obscured the original text entirely. On this entire page, the only line that remained visible read, Water, the spiritual source of heaven and earth. Very well, a line of meaningless drivel. She decisively turned to the next page. The entire sheet was blackened, yet in red ink, something was written, though much of that was also obscured. The colorful inks rendered the entire page a deep shade of black. Then, a layer of white paint was forcefully applied. These powerful beings are remarkably tenacious. The vibrant hues of the characters left Li Yingling's eyes dazzled. She lifted her gaze towards Chu Xingchen, who lay upon the wooden plank, and weakly inquired, Master, have I succumbed to madness? Is there still time for you to save me? Chu Xingchen propped himself up, gazing at Li Yingling, who squatted by the fire, cradling the Water Sutra in her hands, and sighed, Do not worry. Simply focus on your cultivation. You will not fall into madness. How could I, your master, let that happen? Master, is this truly not something you scavenged from the roadside? Li Yingling asked. Did you not see? Do you truly believe such a profound technique could be found by the roadside? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling lowered her head to take a glance. Indeed, far too much was spent on this counterfeit ink money. Weakly, she said, Master, I am truly cultivating. Please protect me. Rising from the wooden plank, Chu Xingchen approached Li Yingling and nodded. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Once you cultivate, you will comprehend the true power of this water sutra. Master, you have called it the water sutra. Li Yingling protested. But what can be done? With a steely resolve, Li Yingling persevered through the altered version of the water sutra, which bore little resemblance to the original text. Subsequently, she commenced her cultivation according to the sutra. The moment she began, she felt an extraordinary shift. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swiftly coalesced, rushing towards her. Following the sutra, she absorbed the spiritual energy, channeling it through her meridians. A natural sensation spread throughout her being. Then, Chu Xingchen watched in astonishment as Li Yingling rapidly broke through to the first level of qi refinement. Soon after, her energy solidified, and she abruptly ascended to the second level of qi refinement. This prodigy is indeed formidable. How enviable it is to be accompanied by such a talented individual. Disciple, Li Yingling has reached the second level of qi refinement, returning 100 of cultivation. Chu Xingchen's eyes brightened. Such a fortuitous occurrence. A gentle wave of ethereal energy entered his body. Chu Xingchen hastily tried to sense this energy, but could discern little. After all, it was merely the second level of qi refinement, and as someone at the golden core stage, he was far too advanced. No matter. At least he need not worry about being surpassed by this girl. He would always remain a golden core level ahead of her. In the middle of the night, after observing Li Yingling for a while and finding no significant issues, he lay back down on the wooden plank, stifling a yawn, and resolved to continue sleeping. After all, it was a technique produced by the system, so it should be reliable. It seemed that Li Yingling had developed an addiction to cultivation, progressing from night until dawn. Sunlight streamed through the broken door, illuminating the temple. Master, Master. Chu Xingchen groggily opened his eyes to find Li Yingling's large, adoring eyes fixed upon him. What is it? He asked, puzzled. With excitement, Li Yingling exclaimed, I have reached the 5th level of qi refinement. In just one night, I have attained the 5th level. That water sutra is truly a top-tier celestial technique. Chu Xingchen yawned, turned over to continue his slumber, but still offered a perfunctory compliment. Well done. He glanced at Chu Xingchen, who was preparing to fall back into a deep sleep. Li Yingling quickly interjected, Master, I have not yet established my foundation and cannot fast. I have gone an entire day without food, and in this desolate wilderness, there is nothing to eat. Do you have any solutions? Chu Xingchen sighed, feeling helpless. Did you not just say this is a remote area? Go outside and catch some wild chickens. You are already at the 5th level of qi refining. Surely you can manage to catch at least one wild chicken? Li Yingling was taken aback by his words. This was not how it was when she came to Apprentice. How had her master changed so swiftly upon her arrival? She certainly had no skill in catching wild chickens, but seeing Chu Xingchen lying motionless on the wooden planks, she thought, perhaps this is the essence of cultivating immortality, akin to that book on the Water Sutra. After comforting herself, she picked up a nearby wooden stick and stepped out of the temple, determined to hunt a wild chicken. As she exited, Chu Xingchen's voice called out from behind. Remember to leave 2 drumsticks for your master. The newly inducted 5th level qi refiner, Li Yingling, nearly stumbled in surprise. Chapter 3. Rest assured, my apprentice, I shall guard you. By the time Li Yingling returned to the dilapidated temple from the depths of the mountains, she was a sight to behold, covered in dirt and grime. With her pink flowing gown caked in mud and traces of earth on her face, she had traded her wooden stick for a wild rabbit. Her original target had indeed been a wild chicken, but they perched high in the trees, elusive and difficult to catch. Thus, she had settled for a pitiful rabbit. Feeling a pang of guilt, the rabbit was undeniably adorable, yet her hunger was more pressing than its cuteness. Pushing open the door of the crumbling temple, Li Yingling's gaze fell upon her master, who was preparing hot water. Chu Xingchen looked at her, his expression a mixture of amusement and pity, and sighed. I sent you out to hunt, yet you appear to have been the one hunted? Li Yingling nearly retorted in frustration, but recalled how formidable the Water Sutra truly was. Perhaps her master was indeed an extraordinary figure. Perhaps he was simply testing her resolve? She could only meekly respond, it wasn't that easy to catch anything. Chu Xingchen approached her, taking the rabbit from her hands and inspecting it by pinching its ears. It's too thin. Next time, aim for a fatter one. They roast better. Noticing her crestfallen expression, he added confidently, there's no need for that face. Once I show you a trick or two, you'll be motivated for your next hunt. Li Yingling displayed a look of skepticism, and then watched in astonishment as Chu Xingchen produced a dagger, skillfully demonstrating how to prepare the cute rabbit. Summoning a stream of water with his elemental technique, he washed it clean. As for the benefits of traversing the Xuanwu kingdom, one would naturally find an abundance of spices and seasonings, all carefully stored within his spatial ring. With no air circulation within the ring, the preservation was remarkably effective. He retrieved garlic and green onions, preparing to concoct a dish of spicy rabbit head. One side would be braised, the other suffused with garlic aroma. Before long, 3 exquisite dishes made from the rabbit were presented on the table, a feast for the senses. Chu Xingchen pushed a plate of rabbit head in front of Li Yingling, saying, "This is your first hunt. You shall have the finest rabbit head." Watching the once adorable rabbit transformed into a fragrant delicacy was a sight to behold. Tears of frustration streamed from her lips. Yet, when it came to the rabbit's head, Li Yingling instinctively hesitated. After all, as a young girl endowed with compassion, consuming rabbit meat was already a considerable limit for her. How could she possibly bring herself to eat its head? However, this reluctance swiftly crumbled as the tantalizing flavors of the spicy dish enveloped her senses. Before she realized it, the once ordinary rabbit meat had vanished from her sight. Subsequently, she deeply felt the truth in her master's words. This rabbit was far too lean and scarcely satisfying. Her gaze inevitably shifted towards her personal threshold, the spicy rabbit head. Li Yingling's conflicted expression did not escape Chu Xingchen's keen observation. Seizing the moment, Chu Xingchen inquired nonchalantly, "Are you truly not going to eat? If you don't, I shall indulge." Li Yingling felt a pang of shame for her lack of resolve. Eating rabbit was one thing, but gnawing on its head? How infuriating. It was all her master's fault. Yet, it was undeniably delicious. Ever since Li Yingling had savored Chu Xingchen's culinary skills, her enthusiasm for training in the wild had significantly surged. Furthermore, the exhilaration derived from her cultivation progress kept her awake at night, spurring her to train diligently. Chu Xingchen wished to supervise her as a master should, but opportunities were scarce. Everything appeared to be going smoothly. This disciple seemed relatively easy to manage. Nonetheless, the living conditions of the dilapidated temple were unbearable for someone of Li Yingling's noble background. She meticulously tended to the temple, sweeping away cobwebs and repairing the drafty door. She even dismantled the last 2 wooden planks from the altar to create a separate sleeping space for herself. Chu Xingchen had no objections, as he understood the perspective of a sheltered young lady. However, should he take on another disciple in the future, they might have to contend with sleeping in a pile of straw. 2 weeks later, under the cover of night, Li Yingling leaned beside the campfire, savoring a roasted chicken leg with a blissful expression. Yet, she spoke with a hint of despondency. "Master, I've been stuck at the 9th level of chi refinement for quite some time." Chu Xingchen sprinkled seasoning on the roasted chicken and replied, "Just practice more, and you'll advance." Li Yingling cleared her throat and continued, "Master, in the stories I've read, when characters face bottlenecks in their cultivation, they often have miraculous elixirs or spiritual herbs to aid their breakthroughs. As the foremost sect of the Xuanwu kingdom, and you being the most esteemed cultivator, surely you possess some fine elixirs?" Chu Xingchen lifted his gaze to meet Li Yingling's eager expression. In essence, her words implored him to quickly produce some magical pills. Amusingly, he pondered where he might procure such elixirs. After all, he was still in the foundation establishment stage himself. How could one expect a master at that level to provide any miraculous elixirs? However, he realized there might still be a way. Glancing at the night sky, he considered that the Xuanwu kingdom was a remote area, far from the abundant resources of the central continent. In this secluded place, attaining golden core cultivation was already regarded as being akin to an ancestor. Now, as an immaculate golden core cultivator, there were actions he had previously deemed impossible that might now be within reach. Resolutely, Chu Xingchen declared, "Hurry and finish your meal. Once you're done, I shall take you to our sect's medicinal fields to gather some spiritual herbs for you." Li Yingling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Does our sect truly possess a medicinal field? I have scoured this desolate wilderness and found no trace of it." Chu Xingchen retorted with mild irritation, "In this forsaken place devoid of spiritual veins, do you think spiritual herbs grow like mere radishes, simply requiring a hole in the ground to flourish?" At that moment, Li Yingling paid little heed to the notion of radishes. She was elated to discover that her sect harbored more than just a dilapidated temple. There was indeed a spiritual field. With this realization, her spirits soared, and she felt her sect was not as impoverished as she had once believed. Hope ignited within her that a breakthrough in her foundation building might be within reach. The roasted chicken leg in her hand seemed even more delectable, and disregarding any semblance of decorum, she swiftly devoured it entirely. "Master, I'm full, let us depart." Chu Xingchen, somewhat speechless, noted her unmasked eagerness for his elixirs. Yet, it was prudent to leave promptly, as the timing was just right. With a sigh, he replied, "Let us go." As the night deepened and the winds howled, the master and disciple ventured southeast from the crumbling temple. An hour later, while traversing the rugged mountain path, Li Yingling could no longer contain her curiosity. "Master, isn't this spiritual field exceedingly remote? Such is the nature of spiritual veins. We are nearly there," he assured her. After another half hour, Li Yingling finally beheld the spiritual field that Chu Xingchen had mentioned. To her surprise, the spiritual herbs truly were extraordinary, illuminated by the moonlight. They shimmered with a radiant glow that danced in harmony with the night. The protective measures around the field were quite impressive, as a faint yellow barrier encircled the modest expanse of spiritual herbs. Li Yingling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked towards Chu Xingchen, but her enthusiasm waned upon witnessing his actions. He cautiously utilized his own spiritual energy to discreetly dissolve a large opening in the barrier. After surveying the surroundings, he handed her a burlap sack. I will keep watch. You go in and take what you desire. It's our spiritual field, so no need for hesitation. Overwhelmed with disbelief, Li Yingling felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Master, are you truly setting me up for this? She protested, clutching the burlap sack that had been thrust into her hands. At this moment, she was no fool. She recognized that this was the medicinal field of another sect. As a well-bred noblewoman, the idea of theft was a significant moral quandary for her. She intended to voice her concerns, but was startled into silence by Chu Xingchen's gesture to hush her. He whispered urgently, "Lower your voice. We must not disturb the good brothers sleeping within. Quickly, take what you see." With the sack in hand, the allure of the spiritual herbs, and her master's urging, she felt the pressure mounting. With a resolute determination, she carefully slipped through the opening. Hadn't the tales always proclaimed that the world of cultivation was fraught with deception? Her ascension would inevitably mean that others could not ascend. Thus, she steeled herself. This was the way of cultivation, entering the spiritual field. The anxious Li Yingling disregarded all else and seized the nearest spiritual herb, uprooting it without hesitation. Regardless of the potential effects or the techniques employed, everything was hastily stuffed into a bag. As time passed, a sense of exhilaration began to swell within, prompting a fervent search for the most luminescent herbs. These peculiar plants resembled candles, serving the dual purpose of illumination when taken home. Finally, Li Yingling filled the entire bag to the brim, brimming with anticipation as she prepared to return. It was then that Chu Xingchen stood in astonishment. This small spiritual field was hardly expansive, being merely a modest sect. After all, he dared not provoke any major sects at his current level. The brazen disregard exhibited here was astounding, nearly depleting a quarter of the herbs. As Li Yingling joyfully emerged, perhaps too caught up in her excitement, she failed to temper her steps, inadvertently rousing the drowsy disciples tending to the medicinal fields. They groggily opened their eyes to the shocking sight of a substantial portion of the herbs missing, especially several essential ones that had been uprooted completely, roots and all. Which foolhardy thief has the audacity to steal the crucial herbs for revival? One disciple bellowed, frantically ringing the alarm bell. Thief! Someone come quickly! There's a thief! Li Yingling's heart raced to a frenetic pace. Chu Xingchen reacted swiftly, grasping her hand, and immediately using Earth Escape to flee. In her hazy state, Li Yingling could faintly hear the exclamations of despair over the stolen herbs that had taken so long to gather. Chu Xingchen's Earth Escape was a skill honed for rapid retreats, and with diligent practice, his speed was remarkable. Upon emerging once more, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. Chu Xingchen deftly set up misleading trails for any potential pursuers before leading Li Yingling in the opposite direction. This sequence of actions was repeated at least 8 times before they cautiously returned to the dilapidated temple. Taking the bag from the still-shaken Li Yingling, Chu Xingchen began to categorize the spiritual plants within. After identifying 2 herbs, a frown creased his brow. Why has she only brought back items meant to bolster vitality? Li Yingling, still reeling from the experience, asked, "Master, do you think we'll get caught?" Chu Xingchen, maintaining an air of calmness, replied, "No. I've already prepared for such eventualities. We are secure." Reflecting on Chu Xingchen's practiced movements and his swift earth escape, it was clear he was no novice. Curiously, Li Yingling inquired, "Master, do you often engage in such activities?" "Not frequently. It was merely a necessity during my earlier, less powerful days when traveling through Xuanwu Kingdom, where trouble was easily attracted. I practiced it out of convenience." "Then, Master, your cultivation must be quite formidable now. Why still flee? What other choice is there? Should I eliminate anyone who stands in my way?" While sorting through the spiritual plants, Chu Xingchen remarked, "There's no need to overthink it. That sect had a minor grievance with me previously. Today's extraction of a few herbs serves as a form of settlement." Intrigued, Li Yingling responded, "What was the nature of the grievance?" With a sigh, Chu Xingchen recounted, "The sect leader had a partner, fair in appearance but lacking in virtue. Yet the leader was infatuated. Eventually, the partner, drawn to my unparalleled aura, made several unsuccessful attempts to seduce me, only to be discovered by the leader. I explained to the sect leader that I was not the only one seduced. His eldest disciple was also entangled with a partner. However, upon hearing this, his fury intensified, and I found myself pursued by that old dog for 3 days and nights. Upon hearing my tale, Li Yingling couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Xingchen cast a glance, but refrained from commenting, instead methodically categorizing the spiritual plants. He then selected a few suitable herbs, removed their roots, and tossed them directly into a nearby pot. The remaining spiritual plants, which were not immediately needed, were set aside and placed into a spatial ring. With a flicker of fire, water was added, and the boiling commenced. The novice package provided by the system contained basic alchemy and forging techniques. Unfortunately, one required a Dan furnace, while the other needed a fire furnace. However, upon closer examination, it was discovered that forging indeed required a furnace. But alchemy could be performed without one. A pot could suffice, albeit with inferior results. Additionally, the appearance would not match that of a genuine Dan furnace. Calming my breath and sharpening my focus, I commenced the alchemy. To my surprise, after reaching the golden core stage, my control over spiritual energy became remarkably adept. The essence within the herbs was swiftly extracted, transforming the water into a vibrant green hue. Subsequently, I intensified the heat to concentrate the liquid, preserving its medicinal efficacy. A pot of water was reduced to a droplet the size of a Dan pill. Carefully, I encased this droplet in spiritual energy and turned to Li Yingling, saying, "Open wide, my good disciple." Li Yingling stared in disbelief. Wasn't alchemy supposed to yield solid Dan pills? Why was her own concoction in liquid form? Moreover, the green liquid resembled poison more than anything else. How am I supposed to swallow this? She timidly inquired. Were it not for the poor effects and side effects of consuming the spiritual grass directly, I wouldn't bother concocting this for you, I replied, somewhat annoyed. Hurry, open your mouth, consume it, and then get back to your cultivation. Reluctantly, Li Yingling opened her mouth and swallowed the green liquid Dan. As the liquid burst forth in her mouth, the bitter taste contorted her expression, nearly prompting her to retch. However, the effects were indeed remarkable. She felt the spiritual energy within her begin to surge. Without delay, Li Yingling returned to her bed, sat cross-legged, and commenced her cultivation. After observing Li Yingling for a moment and discerning no issues, I returned to my own bed. I then opened the system interface to review my novice tasks. There were two in total. One required recruiting a qualified disciple, and the other necessitated that the disciple reach the foundation establishment stage. Upon Li Yingling's advancement, the second novice task would also be completed, rewarding a divine ability. Moreover, this would unlock formal tasks. Tears welled in my eyes. Which novice task would take over 3 years to complete? Chapter 5. In this life, reclaim everything. It was proven that using an iron pot for alchemy yielded surprisingly good results. Li Yingling began to absorb spiritual power like a whale swallowing water, preparing for her breakthrough into foundation establishment. I hastily retrieved several spiritual stones from my spatial ring and arranged them into a simple gathering array to ensure ample spiritual energy during her breakthrough. That volume on the Water Sutra had also been perused by me, though it indeed appeared somewhat convoluted. Yet, true to the craftsmanship of the emperor, the heart method is meticulously crafted according to the principles of a perfect foundation. After all, how can one ascend to immortality if the foundation is unstable? Only with a full reservoir of primordial essence and a clear divine platform can one effortlessly establish a solid base. As a superior celestial seedling, although the pace of cultivation is rapid, the foundation remains firmly entrenched. Being the first disciple taken in by Chu Xingchen, it is inconceivable that he would neglect such responsibility. Observing Li Ying's aura gradually receding inward, Chu Xingchen understood that this time it was secure. Half an hour later, the system's notification chimed in. Eldest disciple Li Ying has successfully broken through the foundation establishment stage. Rewards dispensed. Divine ability. 3,000 weak water sword. Formal task issued. Recruit 2 qualified disciples. Reward. Gathering spirit formation. Formal task 2. Recruit 3 qualified disciples. Reward. True martial hall. The main quest was within expectations. However, finding suitable disciples is no easy feat. Chu Xingchen could not help but sigh softly. Upon completing his meditation, Li Ying opened his eyes, brimming with joy and ready to speak, only to find Chu Xingchen staring blankly in his direction, followed by a deep sigh. Was he perhaps mistaken in his cultivation? Li Ying hurriedly scanned his internal condition, yet found everything to be perfectly normal. What could be amiss? Was his method of foundation establishment incorrect? After careful scrutiny multiple times, he found no issues whatsoever. This was indeed the gravest of concerns. Li Ying timidly inquired, "Master, am I doomed?" Coming back to reality, Chu Xingchen shot a bewildered glance at Li Ying. "What nonsensical words are you uttering?" He retrieved the divine ability from the system space and tossed it to Li Ying. "This is a divine ability, the last resort for cultivators. Practice it diligently." As Li Ying received the flying divine ability, he glanced at the cover, pristine and tidy. with the elegant inscription of the 3,000-week water sword. Carefully, he opened it, discovering it was unlike the several modified versions he had imagined. This tome was immaculate, with the characters written in a graceful and appealing manner. It resembled a wild chicken's divine ability procured from a roadside stall. However, this was merely a fleeting thought for Liang, who had already experienced the trials of the water scripture. As long as he had not rendered himself incapable, practicing anything now was a testament to his unconditional trust in his master. Joyfully perusing this divine sword technique, he soon felt that he was lacking something to fully grasp its essence. Liang queried, "Master, do you have a sword?" The inquiry carried an unintended edge. Nonetheless, Chu Xingchen comprehended Liang's intent. He glanced at Liang and promptly detached a small piece from his wooden bed, swiftly crafting it into a wooden sword with his spiritual energy, tossing it to Liang. "Practice with it. If it breaks, I will make you a new one." There are plenty of trees at the entrance. Over the course of more than half a month, Liang adapted to his master's style, quietly picking up the rudimentary wooden sword that had been discarded. He then retreated to his own wooden bed, seemingly indifferent to the joy of having broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Chu Xingchen sighed again silently, pondering where to find such celestial seedlings. The betrayals of the deep-seated enmities of the past. In this lifetime, I shall exact a blood debt with blood. Li Xingtian maintained a calm and composed demeanor, though his straw sandals had long since worn thin, stained with blood. In his previous life, he possessed ordinary talents and joined the Qingfeng sect, enduring countless humiliations. After a long struggle, he finally acquired a treasured artifact and surged from the southern Zhan continent all the way to the vast middle continent. Even in a land where geniuses congregated, he could be considered a prodigy. Alas, in his youth and naivety, he fell prey to a vile enchantress of the demonic sect, leaving him with nothing. Even the nascent soul he had cultivated was drained by that wicked woman. Most infuriating of all, that demoness never even allowed him the slightest touch. Truly despicable. Given the chance of rebirth, this time he vowed to renounce all attachments to women. Li Xingtian's destination was a mountain shrine nestled within the Tenli Slope woods. Within that shrine lay a stone containing a millennium's worth of bone jade. By absorbing and melding with it, and conquering the inner demons, he could undergo a profound transformation, evolving into a heavenly demonic body. The reason for the existence of the mountain shrine in this desolate area, void of human presence for miles, was that a powerful being had left this opportunity for a fated individual in future generations. In his past life, he was indeed that fated one. In this life, he was determined to arrive even quicker. He was still that destined individual. Truly, fate is ineffable. Li Xingtian traversed a familiar steep slope, his spirits rising further. For beyond this incline lay the sacred mountain shrine. With excitement, he lifted his gaze. He beheld the shrine, but it was not merely the shrine that caught his eye. He also noticed a stunningly beautiful young female cultivator clad in a flowing pink gown. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her face akin to a blossoming peach. Wielding a wooden sword as she practiced her swordsmanship with remarkable grace, the aura of spiritual power swirling around her was nothing short of breathtaking. Any ordinary person who beheld her would surely exclaim she was a celestial being. Yet Li Xingtian felt differently. Damn it, a woman, he cursed inwardly. However, he did not rush forward. It was evident that the girl was a cultivator, already treading the path of immortality. Currently, he was merely a lowly practitioner at the second level of chi refinement. It was prudent to observe first. Upon closer inspection, he discerned something intriguing. This young lady was not practicing ordinary sword techniques, but rather a divine power, an exceptional sword technique that aligned perfectly with her essence. Divine powers. How many cultivators yearn for such a gift throughout their lives? In the Middle Continent, only those who mastered divine powers could be hailed as prodigies. Li Xingtian possessed a divine power as well, yet its effectiveness paled in comparison to the techniques he practiced. Nonetheless, within the same realm, as long as his opponent lacked a divine power, he could easily dominate. What made Li Xingtian even more envious was that this girl, despite her apparent cultivation being at the foundation establishment stage, wielded a divine power that was compatible with her, even with his rebirth and the memories of his past life. He dared not dream of such a fantasy, which esteemed sect in the Middle Continent had sent forth their core disciples to wander. Surely, there must be elders from the sect accompanying her for protection. A sudden shock coursed through Li Xingtian. His movements could very well have been detected. He quickly and cautiously slid down the hillside. Indeed, it is essential to seize the opportune moment. Arriving too early can lead to misfortune. Silently chastising himself, Li Xingtian decided it was best to depart. Yet, as he turned, a wooden sword suddenly pressed against his throat. The young girl practicing her swordplay wore an impassive expression, her voice icy as she inquired, "Who sent you?" Is it the minister of the Xuanwu kingdom? Or has the Taiqing sect discovered our whereabouts? Chapter 6. The protagonist archetype. Faced with the sword at his throat, Li Xingtian promptly yielded. After all, in his previous life within the sect, he had often chosen to back down. Raising his hands high, he declared, I am not affiliated with those individuals you mentioned. Li Yingling's gaze sharpened, her voice cold as she pressed. Then what brings you here? Li Xingtian's thoughts raced as he sought an excuse to deflect her scrutiny. Just then, a voice floated from the direction of the temple. Surely, our sect has gained considerable renown, and this young talent must be here to join us, right? Turning his head, Li Xingtian noticed a dashing young man in tattered robes leaning against the doorframe, a smile gracing his face as he observed him. Li Yingling, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Master, I believe that is rather unlikely. If she were unaware of her sect's true nature, it would be sheer folly. While her master's cultivation might be commendable, it likely could not dominate the Xuanwu kingdom, and the legitimacy of his status was questionable, leaving one to wonder where such extraordinary techniques originated. To claim they were renowned enough to attract followers was merely fanciful daydreaming. Chu Xingchen approached leisurely, his gaze appraising the young man before him. Short hair, somewhat gaunt, and despite the sword's threat, his eyes betrayed no hint of panic. A glance at the system revealed, target, Li Xingtian, cultivation level, Qi refinement second layer, golden trait, reborn, purple trait, decisive in combat, blue trait, loyal and righteous. Conditions for accepting disciples met. The system had just indicated the presence of someone nearby who met the criteria for discipleship. With a sweep of his consciousness, he realized that Li Yingling had apprehended this individual. Observing the youth before him, Chu Xingchen was intrigued. A reborn individual, clearly a protagonist archetype, especially the loyalty trait. He was undoubtedly the sect leader's treasured disciple, though regrettably, he was male. It was rare to encounter a willing disciple, and he felt compelled to recruit him. Li Xingtian, feeling the penetrating gaze of Chu Xingchen, was somewhat unsettled. He never anticipated that instead of a guardian, his master had personally come. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously inquired, May I ask, esteemed elder, the name of your sect? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling gazed at Chu Xingchen, her eyes filled with curiosity, for she too was in the dark. Whenever she had inquired, her master would skillfully evade the question. This query had troubled not only Li Yingling for some time, but also Chu Xingchen, who, as someone grappling with naming difficulties, had longed for a name that encapsulated both depth and elegance. Now, perceiving the puzzled look in Li Xingtian's eyes, Chu Xingchen realized he must speak, lest this prospective disciple slip away. He turned his gaze towards the heavens. Subsequently, Chu Xingchen spoke leisurely. The name of the sect is the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The Heavenly Tao Alliance? Li Xingtian's pupils constricted in disbelief. How audacious to claim the name of the Heavenly Tao. It seemed that his previous perspective had been rather narrow. He had long heard of the many hidden immortal sects in Zhongzhou, and it appeared that these two individuals were indeed from one of those elusive sections. Li Xingtian quickly clasped his fists and said, I am merely passing through and have no intention of intruding. Chu Xingchen promptly interrupted Li Xingtian, narrowing his eyes as if he had sensed something. You carry the scent of causality. Is that time? At these words, Li Xingtian's heart raced, and he dared not look into Chu Xingchen's eyes any longer. This person could perceive the causality of time. What level of cultivation was this? Was it transformation or tribulation? To encounter such a formidable figure in this remote corner of southern Jiangbu continent? Could it be that he too had come for the bone jade? Yet, in his past life, he had acquired the bone jade, indicating that this senior had not found it. Why was he still contemplating the bone jade at this moment? This individual had already discerned that his temporal causality was amiss. Did he know that he was a reborn individual? Would this great figure capture him for research? As Li Xingtian's mind spiraled with chaotic thoughts, someone else was racking their brain to devise a way to placate the reincarnated individual before him. After a moment, Chu Xingchen spoke in a contemplative tone, Young man, bearing great causality can be a double-edged sword. Li Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the senior was hinting at something, and quickly inquired, What do you mean? Senior? Feigning profundity, Chu Xingchen replied, Time is a torrent, a grand momentum, a law. To swim against the current is either to be shattered to pieces or to achieve great renown. Taking a deep breath, Li Xingtian appeared to grasp Chu Xingchen's insinuation and resolutely declared, Regardless of whether I am shattered or renowned, I have understood what I must do in this life. Nodding in satisfaction, Chu Xingchen displayed a look that conveyed his endorsement of the young man's spirit and remarked, Cultivating immortality is, after all, an act of defiance against the heavens. A hint of conflict flickered across Chu Xingchen's face before he sighed and said, Very well, it seems fate has intertwined our paths. Would you be willing to join my sect? Li Xingtian was momentarily stunned, Gazing at Chu Xingchen in disbelief, his words caught in his throat. Chu Xingchen discerned his apprehension. It was merely fear of being ensnared in a trap. Given that Li Xingtian was a reincarnated being and currently only at the second level of qi refinement, it was evident that the treasures within this dilapidated temple held immense significance for him. What could that treasure be? It was clearly the pivotal opportunity for Li Xingtian. A chance to turn his fate around. As if he could see through Li Xingtian's thoughts, Chu Xingchen scoffed. You underestimate the world too much. The treasured items you regard as paramount are merely trifles in our eyes. Go forth and seize your opportunity. Li Xingtian felt as if his innermost secrets had been laid bare, his astonishment evident as he regarded Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen maintained an air of superiority, saying, It is a pity that your vision is too narrow. You fail to recognize what truly constitutes a fortuitous encounter. Li Xingtian wrestled with his inner turmoil, but ultimately clasped his fists and replied, I am grateful for your magnanimity, Senior. But I am unaccustomed to the constraints of a sect, and I hope for your understanding. Chu Xingchen silently shook his head, turning away to avoid further gazing at him. Let him go, said Li Yingling, though unaware of what the master was feigning or the cryptic conversation they were engaged in. Nevertheless, when the moment called for it, Li Yingling would not hesitate to show respect to her master. She retracted the wooden sword in her hand and respectfully inclined her body towards Chu Xingchen, saying, Yes, master. Simultaneously, in a manner unseen by Li Xingtian, she discreetly winked at Chu Xingchen, indicating her obedience. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. Li Xingtian once again bowed in gratitude, and then climbed back up the small slope, daring not to glance back as he stepped into the temple. At that moment, the temple bore the marks of habitation, markedly different from when Li Xingtian first arrived. Even the wooden boards beneath the deity's pedestal had been thoroughly dismantled. A thrill ran through Li Xingtian as he rushed to the deity's base to touch the floor, only to find the small stone from his memory had vanished. What could have happened? Did a senior take it? Yet, with such an air of nonchalance and profound cultivation, he had no need to deceive himself about his own abilities. Being merely at the second level of qi refinement, where could that item have gone? The item you seek has been repurposed to prop up a table. Came Chu Xingchen's voice again from behind. Li Xingtian did not turn to look, but followed Chu Xingchen's guidance and glanced at the corner of the table. The Millennium Bone Jade he had longed for was indeed being used as a table support. Chapter 7. Cease. Although he saw it, Li Xingtian did not immediately reach for it. Instead, he turned once more to bow in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Senior. Chu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively, his expression tranquil. Li Xingtian slowly rose and approached the long-desired Millennium Bone Jade. Lifting the table corner, he grasped the stone-like jade in his hand, feeling a great weight lift from his heart. After once again expressing his gratitude to Chu Xingchen, he hurriedly exited the dilapidated temple with the jade in hand. Observing Li Xingtian's departure, Li Yingling then stepped into the temple, her tone somewhat peculiar as she remarked, Master, you let him go just like that? It was unusual for a master who showed no inclination to move for lack of benefit to be so generous this time. Hearing Li Yingling's words, Chu Xingchen quickly abandoned his high-handed demeanor, saying, You should practice at home first. I have matters to attend to. Li Yingling exhibited an expression that suggested this was indeed how her master should act. Yet before Chu Xingchen departed, she curiously inquired, Master, is our sect truly called the Heavenly Path Alliance? After all, not everything her master said might be the truth. He could also be deceiving that foolish lad. Yes, was all Chu Xingchen replied before vanishing in a flash of rainbow light. Li Yingling pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. With a surge of spiritual energy, her wooden sword flew back to her, which she deftly caught with her other hand. I should practice first, she mused. I am nearly at the threshold with this 3,000-week water sword. Li Yingling had always been regarded as a prodigy, but this time, she found herself exasperated while grappling with this challenging technique. It has been a full 5 days. Yet, I find myself merely lingering on the threshold of entry. It is no wonder my master is eager to accept new disciples. My innate talent must appear rather insufficient in his eyes. Li Yingling let out a sigh, resolving to exert greater effort. With unwavering determination, he directed his gaze towards the nearest town. The process of refining this Millennium Bone Jade demands a tranquil and secure environment, requiring a full day to complete. Returning to the previous sect, where weakness is deemed folly, is out of the question, especially since I had stealthily slipped away. I can only assume I have already been marked as a fugitive by the sect. I shall establish a modest inn in the nearby town and, with a generous payment, ensure that the attendants do not disturb me. Once I have successfully refined the Millennium Bone Jade, I will hasten towards the central continent, where further opportunities await. However, one matter continues to weigh heavily on my mind. The words of that esteemed elder still echo within me. Have I truly missed my genuine chance? Sighing again, I reflect on how deeply disappointed I was by the previous sect. In my past life, I had achieved the title of a prodigy in the central continent without relying on any sect. Surely, I can do so again in this life. Why should I cling to a so-called sect? With my resolve firmly established, I cast aside all distractions. If I am to act, I shall do so without regret. A day later, after traversing mountains and rivers, I finally arrived at my destination, a considerable town. Upon reaching the inn, I did not rush to the second-floor guest room to refine the Millennium Bone Jade. Instead, I ordered a feast. After all, I am merely at the second level of chi refinement and had consumed all my provisions during the arduous journey. I was quite famished, a sensation I had not experienced in a long time. A light smile graced my lips, bringing forth a sense of vivid reality. However, that smile quickly faded. I encountered disciples from the Qingfeng sect prior to my arrival. On the second floor, several outer disciples clad in white and teal garments descended the stairs. Noticing them from the corner of my eye, I hastily lowered my head to avoid detection, cursing my misfortune silently. Alas, the more one fears something, the more it seems to manifest. One of the Qingfeng disciples scanned the first floor and caught sight of me with my head bowed. A flicker of recognition crossed his face, and he promptly tugged at his senior brother's sleeve. Seeing the puzzled look from his senior, the disciple urgently gestured for him to glance in my direction. Following his gaze, the senior's eyes narrowed as he approached my table with 4 other disciples in tow. He boldly sat down beside me, his sharp gaze fixed upon me. "You, aren't you the Li Yingling on the wanted list?" Realizing I could no longer hide, I abruptly lifted my head and met the gaze of the 5 individuals before me. None had reached the foundation establishment stage. I assessed 3 at the 3rd level of chi refinement, 1 at the 4th, and the leading senior brother at the 5th level. Although I am only at the 2nd level of chi refinement, the extraordinary techniques retained in my mind from my past life are more than sufficient to outmatch these fledgling practitioners before me. Eliminate them before fleeing, otherwise, relentless pursuit may render escape impossible. Strike first for satisfaction, delay, and face punishment. Li Xingchen chose to take the initiative, seizing a pair of chopsticks beside him, unleashing a sudden surge of spiritual energy. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. Thus, he aimed to subdue the senior brother leading the team. However, the senior brother had anticipated Li Xingtian's abrupt assault. As the chopsticks flew towards him, he merely smirked, unleashing his formidable cultivation at the 5th level of chi refinement. How could a mere 2nd-level chi refinement waste comprehend the realm of the 5th level? The chopsticks clashed fiercely with his palm, yet the outcome astonished all witnesses. The chopsticks pierced through the senior brother's palm, their feeble spiritual energy possessing remarkable penetrative power. Without restraint, Li Xingtian continued his attack towards the senior brother's head. Just as victory seemed within reach, a sharp and fierce aura of golden core energy suddenly erupted. A casual strike shattered the 2nd-floor room. An immense force akin to a raging dragon surged towards Li Xingtian. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he turned to see an elderly man with white hair gazing silently at him. Li Xingtian recognized him as the 2nd elder of the Qingfeng sect, a formidable presence at the mid-golden core stage. Panic surged through him. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the massive energy transformed into a crimson dragon, crashing into Li Xingtian. He felt as though his very organs were shattered by the blow, and he coughed up blood. The 2nd elder rose slightly, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. "You have betrayed the sect and attacked its disciples. According to the rules of Qingfeng sect, you shall face your reckoning." Li Xingtian found himself bereft of any chance to resist. His meager spiritual energy had long been scattered, and his meridians were severely injured. He recalled the words of the elder. The flow of time is an immutable force. Defying the course of one's past actions is to swim against the current. He had become overly complacent, forgetting that disrupting the causal order could alter the trajectory of all events. Perhaps the elder had forewarned him that tampering with history would exact a toll. That offer to take him as a disciple might have merely been a means to save his own life. After all, a being capable of perceiving the flow of time could certainly foresee his current predicament. Li Xingtian felt no regret, merely an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. "Please, spare me for the sake of the next generation." A familiar voice reached his ears, and he turned to see Chu Xingchen with a look of regret, delicately sipping from a cup of tea. Chapter 8. Is it not normal operation? The 2nd elder on the 2nd floor swiftly directed his gaze towards Chu Xingchen. Sensing no discernible cultivation from this remarkably handsome young man, his expression finally shifted. Who might this esteemed friend be? Chu Xingchen slightly shook his head, picking up a nearby pair of chopsticks and extending them forward. A mysterious sword aura surged from the chopsticks, coiling and dancing like a small white dragon entwined with spiritual energy. Was this a divine ability? The 2nd elder suppressed his astonishment, inhaling deeply as his demeanor swiftly softened. He clasped his hands and said, "This individual is a traitor of our Qingfeng sect, having harmed our disciples. My friend, both in reason and sentiment, you ought not to impede me." Chu Xingchen sighed and replied, "My friend, I do not wish to impose my might upon you. However, this person has a certain connection with me. Could you spare his life? I am willing to offer compensation." The second elder pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. To let him go would diminish the reputation of our Qingfeng sect in the eyes of the world. "Spare me?" Li Xingtian, collapsing onto the ground, erupted into laughter. "Since I joined your Qingfeng sect as an outer disciple, have you ever regarded me as a disciple? For 3 years, I toiled in the spirit mines, and of the 17 disciples recruited from my village, I am the only one left alive. Your notion of sparing me amounts to forbidding me from mining, only to cast me into the wilds where even the inner disciples dare not tread to harvest spirit plants." The second elder's heart skipped a beat as he interjected with an angry shout, "Traitor! How dare you slander our Qingfeng sect?" Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, then smirked. "So, I am indeed in the right. How could someone so loyal and principled as Li Xingtian betray the sect?" He turned his attention to the elderly man on the second floor. Surveying the system's attribute panel, Shangguan Hong, cultivation, mid-golden core, blue attribute, deeply scheming, white attribute, reasonable aptitude, black attribute, aging, black attribute, haunted by demons. Upon seeing these attributes, Chu Xingchen's confidence surged. It appeared he was dealing with a sickly opponent. With martial prowess and moral high ground on his side, was he not invincible? With a cold sneer, Chu Xingchen declared, "I once thought Qingfeng sect was a prestigious sect of righteous cultivation. It seems, however, to be nothing more than a parasite draining others' lifeblood. How could the Tiandao alliance of Zhongzhou condescend to associate with you? Now, you old dog, either scurry back with your tail between your legs, or today I shall twist your head off and kick it like a ball." As he spoke, the sword energy coiling around his chopsticks roared to life, swiftly expanding and glaring menacingly at the second elder, poised as if ready to attack at any moment. At this juncture, the remaining patrons of the tavern had long since vanished, leaving only the disciples of Qingfeng's sect huddled by, observing the standoff. The second elder, however, dared not strike. He could not discern the true cultivation of the seemingly youthful man before him, indicating that the individual was at least at the mid-golden core stage. Even if the young man were merely a novice at the early golden core stage, the display of divine abilities suggested he would be a formidable opponent. Moreover, the term Zhongzhou resonated like thunder in the southern Zhangzhou. What sect could withstand the might of one that could establish itself in Zhongzhou? Although he suspected the young man might be bluffing, who would dare to wager on such a risk? Maintaining his composure, the second elder contemplated how to articulate his next words without losing face. Just then, a fawning voice emerged from outside. "Two friends, please, do not fight." Chu Xingchen's spiritual sense swept over, revealing a middle-aged man clad in the attire of the demon suppression division of the Xuanwu kingdom, possessing cultivation at the mid-foundation establishment stage. The middle-aged man remarked, "Esteemed seniors, what compels one to resort to violence when matters can be amicably discussed? Moreover, we find ourselves in a mere mortal town. Should a conflict arise, it is not just the number of mortals who may perish that is concerning, but also the unjust burden of causality that would weigh upon you both. Would you not agree?" The second elder felt a wave of relief wash over him and gently stroked his beard, responding, "Since this esteemed director has spoken, my sect, the Qingfeng sect, shall grant you this favor." Chu Xingchen slowly retracted his chopsticks. Although it would be effortless to eliminate him, it would undoubtedly lead to complications down the line, especially since they were within the territory of the Xuanwu kingdom. It would be unwise to offend the authorities for the sake of this elderly man. Furthermore, given his advanced age and the demons that plagued him, it was likely he would not last long upon returning home. Chu Xingchen would have to remain in the Xuanwu kingdom for a while longer. He chose not to elaborate, merely raising his hand to seize the incapacitated Li Xingtian and transforming into a radiant streak of light as he departed. The second elder also exhaled a sigh of relief and, after expressing his gratitude to the director of the Demon Suppression Bureau, descended from the building. His sharp gaze fell upon the fifth-level Qi refinement disciple whose hand still bore the chopsticks, and he silently extended his hand to extract them. The disciple winced in pain, but dared not react overly. Casting a sidelong glance at the inept outer sect disciple, the second elder instructed, "You lot should return to the sect." The 5 outer sect disciples promptly replied, "Yes." The second elder's gaze lingered on the direction in which Chu Xingchen had departed. Lost in contemplation, Chu Xingchen, meanwhile, continued to employ strategies to befuddle his adversaries. After traversing several locations, he leisurely guided Li Xingtian toward the dilapidated temple. Enduring the pain, Li Xingtian expressed, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely rescue. Chu Xingchen replied, "You should first express your gratitude to my esteemed apprentice." Li Xingtian looked utterly perplexed. However, Chu Xingchen did not elaborate. The truth was that it was largely due to his apprentice's prowess that he had been able to reveal his divine abilities at a critical moment. Truly, his talented disciple, marked by the golden genius attribute, had remarkably grasped the divine art in such a short span of days. Moreover, she had mastered it at the most opportune time, allowing him to receive a corresponding reward from the system, thus enabling him to master the art himself. Otherwise, Chu Xingchen feared he might not have easily deterred the elder from the Qingfeng sect. A generous reward awaited her upon their return. Today's chicken leg feast would be entirely hers. As a golden core true man, it took little time for Chu Xingchen to bring Li Xingtian back to the dilapidated temple. At that moment, Li Yingling was skillfully manipulating a wooden sword, with several streams of water morphing into a dragon coiling around it, seemingly enjoying herself immensely. However, upon noticing the arrival of the two, she quickly retrieved the sword and rushed outside to greet her master. As the two descended, before Chu Xingchen could utter a word, Li Yingling glanced at the severely injured Li Xingtian and, with a slightly conflicted expression, remarked, "Master," even if they did not acquiesce. There was no need to bring someone back in such a grievously wounded state. Chu Xingchen replied with exasperation, "You truly understand my style, do you? Make sure to handle such matters properly next time." Li Yingling's expression grew increasingly troubled, and she timidly responded, "Master, I lack experience in such matters, and if I fail, you must not blame me." Li Xingtian quickly interjected, "I am not the one injured by that, senior. Please do not misunderstand." Chu Xingchen supported Li Xingtian as they entered the dilapidated temple, glancing at Li Yingling with a hint of irritation. "This girl is quite quirky and enjoys deceiving others. She is merely toying with you." Li Yingling chuckled and followed Chu Xingchen into the temple. Chapter 9. You are undeserving. Chu Xingchen gently placed Li Xingtian on his wooden bed. Using his own spiritual energy, he swiftly assessed Li Xingtian's current condition, and a frown creased his brow. Indeed, Li Xingtian's situation was far from optimistic. The elder of the Qingfeng sect was a golden core cultivator. Even if he had held back, Li Xingtian, being in the qi refinement stage, could not withstand such a blow. At this moment, his internal organs were severely damaged, and particularly his meridians had suffered a strong impact, leaving them riddled with injuries. However, observing Li Xingtian's expression revealed no signs of pain. Truly a resilient individual, worthy of being a reincarnator. Yet, relying solely on self-recovery in such a condition would be quite challenging. He would require meticulously crafted healing elixirs. "You are quite resilient, young man," Chu Xingchen praised, then turned his gaze toward Li Yingling. "Disciple, prepare the cauldron for alchemy." Li Yingling's eyes sparkled. Although she had a strong aversion to consuming her master's elixirs, it did not deter her enthusiasm for watching others partake. With excitement, she promptly replied, "All right, master," and cheerfully approached the cauldron to start the fire and boil water. Chu Xingchen rummaged through the remaining spiritual herbs to see if any could be used for healing. Fortunately, within his spatial ring, he found several herbs suitable for concocting a restorative potion. "Let us prepare a batch for my future disciple," he thought, envisioning the gratitude and reverence that would follow after consumption. After simply trimming the roots of the herbs, he began the alchemical process with a straightforward approach. As several vibrant green plants were added to the clear water, it gradually transformed into a murky green hue, with a pungent herbal aroma wafting through the air. Yet, Li Yingling showed no signs of discomfort. In fact, she appeared quite pleased as she observed the potion's progress. After all, it was not intended for her consumption. When the water in the cauldron was reduced by half, Chu Xingchen added the final ingredient, the blue moonflower. As the strikingly blue petals were introduced, dark green bubbles began to rise from the mixture. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, then intensified the heat to concentrate the potion, wrapping the final extracted healing essence in spiritual energy. Li Yingling gazed at the droplet of potion, even more vibrant than herself, feeling a wave of relief. She now believed her master had not been teasing her, but rather, this was simply the nature of alchemy. Indeed, her master had been correct. The tales of mortals were not to be trusted. One must experience cultivation firsthand to truly understand. At this moment, Li Xingtian, enduring the pain, propped himself up and caught sight of the deep green droplet shrouded in spiritual energy, appearing quite unappealing. A troubling thought emerged. Could this possibly be meant for consumption? Chu Xingchen maneuvered the potion to Li Xingtian's lips, smiling. "Open your mouth. My alchemical skills are quite commendable. Swallowing this will ensure your safety." Faced with pain, the resolute Li Xingtian finally changed his expression. What lay before him was merely a viscous green liquid, hardly resembling a medicinal elixir. He had never heard of anyone concocting potions in such a manner. A true man can confront bloodshed and agony, but cannot bear the sight of a broom sullied with filth. He was torn, resisting, on the verge of speech yet silenced. Were it not for the individual before him who had saved his life, Li Xingtian would undoubtedly have resisted and forcefully administered the oddly scented potion to the other. However, witnessing the senior's earnest demeanor, he could not bring himself to refuse. He shut his eyes, donning a visage of brave resignation, and opened his mouth. After all, what was a life worth if not for reprisal? Indeed, the potion's flavor was as dreadful as its appearance. A fetid scent coupled with an astonishing bitterness erupted from his tongue, reaching deep into his soul. Li Xingtian's expression grew increasingly grotesque. Yet, to his astonishment, as the intense rejection and burning sensation surged through his esophagus, he began to feel the potion's restorative properties gently nourishing his veins and mending his internal organs. The physical pain receded abruptly. Nevertheless, Li Xingtian felt even more discomfort after consuming the potion. His mouth was engulfed in bitterness. The journey down his esophagus to his stomach was fraught with intense rejection of the liquid. Chu Xingchen understood that this concoction was likely not palatable. He cleared his throat lightly and reassured. After all, good medicine is often bitter. Bear with it, and it will pass. As the first subject, Li Yingling empathized, stating, "Master, this is not something one can merely endure." Chu Xingchen turned, casting a lingering glance at his eldest disciple. Sensing his master's gaze, Li Yingling quickly reassured himself. The taste is actually quite tolerable. There's no need for endurance. Chu Xingchen, not one to dwell on trifles, acknowledged the smoothness of their journey, largely thanks to this diligent disciple. After confirming that Li Xingtian was relatively stable, he began to inquire of Li Yingling. "I see you have made considerable progress. How do you feel about your newfound abilities?" Contemplating the arduous days he had spent merely scratching the surface, Li Yingling assumed his master would respond with mockery, leaving him unable to retort. He unconsciously twisted a strand of his dark hair, his beautiful face slightly flushed, and shyly remarked, "It is indeed impressive, though somewhat challenging." Chu Xingchen was taken aback. "You have only practiced for a few days, and you consider this difficult? Truly, you are a prodigy, displaying your brilliance before your master." Clearing his throat, he adopted a tone of authority. "Ahem. Diligent practice is all that is required." "Yes, master." As the night enveloped the temple, by the campfire, Chu Xingchen allocated the roasted rabbit head to the day's greatest contributor, Li Yingling, and half of the rabbit to Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian, now recovering, was able to sit up. The potion, while unpleasant in taste, proved to be remarkably effective. He felt that its healing properties surpassed those of typical medicinal pills. Gazing at the half-rabbit, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, he cast another glance at Li Yingling, who was joyfully gnawing on the rabbit head. It must be said that the sight of a beautiful fairy nibbling on a rabbit's head is indeed quite striking. Li Xingtian remained motionless, gazing at the steaming half-rabbit before him. It wasn't that he wasn't hungry, but he felt no justification for consuming this particular rabbit. "Go ahead," Chu Xingchen remarked softly, observing Li Xingtian's silence. "This rabbit is not bound by any contract." Li Xingtian understood the implication behind Chu Xingchen's words, yet at that moment, his thoughts were far from such matters. He hastily clarified, "No, it's just that I have yet to repay the life-saving grace of my senior." Chu Xingchen, smilingly nodding in response to Li Xingtian's fervent explanation, was simultaneously signaling frantically beneath the table to Li Yingling. "My dear disciple, come quickly to assist." Li Yingling, happily gnawing on the rabbit's head, caught sight of Chu Xingchen's gestures out of the corner of her eye and instantly grasped her master's intent. Self-styled as her master's loyal companion, Li Yingling would never undermine her master's authority at a critical moment. She set down the rabbit head and replied coldly, "Enough with the explanations. You are currently destitute. Not only was your life saved by my master, but even the opportunities you rely on were granted to you by him. You seem to believe that our esteemed Tao alliance would deceive you, but ask yourself, do you truly deserve it? My master's willingness to offer you this chance is a privilege, and while I cannot fathom what my master sees in you, I personally believe that with your qualifications, you are unworthy of joining our Tao alliance." Chapter 10, Senior Sister, Are We Evil Cultivators? Li Yingling's frigid expression accompanied her ruthless words. Li Xingtian silently turned to glance at her. Had her plate not been adorned with a half-eaten rabbit head, he might have felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Nevertheless, Li Xingtian continued to explain, "It is not that I fail to recognize a good opportunity, but rather I have many matters to attend to and cannot remain within the sect for long. Otherwise, I would have accepted my senior's offer. I understand that my senior does not see anything in me. He merely wishes to save my life by taking me as his disciple." Listening to Li Xingtian's sincere explanation, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, most sects prefer to bind their disciples. As he spoke, Chu Xingchen's tone shifted. Yet our Tao alliance is different. As long as one is devoted to the sect, they may wander the world, even to the ends of the earth. Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian glanced at the delectable rabbit before him and, without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks. He was not oblivious to the underlying message from his senior. Perhaps being a disciple was indeed a genuine opportunity after his rebirth. If the sect proved to be unsatisfactory, he could always seek another chance to escape. As he took his first bite, he was astonished. This rabbit was undoubtedly the most exquisite he had ever tasted. The more expensive the rabbit, the more delightful it seemed. And Li Xingtian felt as if he were selling himself with each bite. With a smile, he praised, "Master, I must say, your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Successful apprenticeship, second disciple, Li Xingtian, bestowed technique. Hunyuan demon bone body refinement method. Please utilize in conjunction with the heavenly demon body. Task 1 completed. Reward, gathering spirit array. All rewards have been placed in the system backpack. Observing the system's summary page. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. Eat heartily if you enjoy it. Li Xingtian humbly replied, "Yes, master." Li Yingling, noticing the newfound humility of Li Xingtian, cleared her throat and adjusted her posture, encouragingly saying, "As the second disciple of master, you must strive diligently." Recognizing Li Yingling's intentions, Li Xingtian promptly clasped his hands and replied, "Understood, I will certainly not disappoint senior sister." A satisfied smile graced Li Yingling's face. "The new junior brother is quite perceptive. I shall look after him. After all, he nearly lost his life after just one day out. Perhaps he is not the brightest disciple. I wonder what master saw in him. But then again, perhaps this sect is truly in need of members." However, as it was Li Yingling's first time being a senior sister, she felt a surge of excitement within. Her gaze drifted towards master, who should be smiling with relaxation at this moment, right? Yet the reality was starkly different. A hint of worry clouded master's expression. What could be the cause of this? Not only did Li Yingling observe this scene, but Li Xingtian also took note. Li Yingling cautiously called out, "Master?" Hearing the call, Chu Xingchen closed the system panel in front of him and turned to Li Yingling. "What is it? Master, are you all right? What could be wrong with me? If all is well, you seemed rather uncontent just now." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen realized his earlier expression had been noticed and quickly replied, "Oh, I was merely pondering over your junior brother's cultivation technique." Li Xingtian interjected eagerly, "Master, there is no need. I have my own cultivation method." Chu Xingchen said no more and simply extracted the Hunyuan demon bone body refinement method from the system. A book with a blood-red cover appeared in Chu Xingchen's hand, which he directly handed to Li Xingtian, reassuring him, "It's fine. Take a look at this technique first. If it doesn't suit you, you may pursue your own." Upon hearing there was no obligation, Li Xingtian felt a sense of relief as he accepted the book, which faintly exuded a scent of blood. After passing the book to Li Xingtian, Chu Xingchen quietly returned to his wooden board and lay down. The two disciples exchanged puzzled glances towards their master, then silently looked at each other. Li Xingtian raised an eyebrow, signaling a question. "What is wrong with master?" Li Yingling understood the unspoken inquiry, but merely smiled before resuming her nibbling on a rabbit head. "If I knew what was troubling master, I wouldn't have asked about his unusual expression. This second junior brother lacks insight." Li Xingtian, somewhat perplexed, said nothing further and lowered his gaze to the dark crimson-covered book in his hand. The title on the cover was inscribed with an imposing vigor, imbued with a hint of murderous intent. Curiously, he touched the cover, only to find it was made of ordinary paper. Is it a rubbing? However, how could the copy possess such a sanguinary scent? Without further contemplation, Li Xingtian proceeded to turn to the first page. Subsequently, he was struck with a jolt, swiftly scanning through the text with remarkable speed before flipping to the second page. The more he read, the more his heart raced with trepidation. Upon witnessing the astonishment in his eyes, Li Yingling, adopting the demeanor of an experienced individual, reassured him, "Junior brother, it's entirely normal for cultivation techniques to undergo numerous revisions, and some characters may appear faint. Rest assured and practice boldly." Li Xingtian silently raised his gaze to meet Li Yingling's eyes before glancing back at Chu Xingchen, who lay upon the wooden bed. In disbelief, he lowered his voice, "Sister, are we, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, practitioners of the dark arts?" Furrowing her brow, Li Yingling retorted, "Dark arts? What nonsense are you spouting? We practice orthodox techniques. How could there be anything sinister?" In response to her words, Li Xingtian quietly handed the tome entitled The Primordial Demonic Bone Body Refinement Technique to Li Yingling, taking the cultivation manual. She curiously opened the first page. The script was clear and robust, indicative of a master calligrapher, and it was exceptionally neat. What could be amiss with this book? At first glance, It appeared far superior to her own. With such questions lingering, she continued to read, soon finding herself gripped with fear. After flipping through several pages, she promptly returned the book to Li Xingchen. What the hell? Which sex cultivation technique is this gruesome? Sister. Cough, cough, I'm feeling tired. I shall retire for the night. You should find a place to rest, Li Yingling declared, hastily abandoning her half-eaten rabbit head to approach her bed. Pushing aside the wooden partition that obstructed her view, and stepping inside before closing it once more. Chu Xingchen, also a Golden Core practitioner, overheard their conversation. That book is not a dark arts manual. Li Xingchen glanced down at the content discussing the foundational cultivation phase, which stated that one must first slay 1,000 blood offerings and dismantle limbs to refine the bones. Master, is your definition of dark arts somewhat lenient? Blood offerings do not necessarily imply human sacrifices. We could simply gather a few unawakened beasts from the forest at Shirley-Pu. Upon hearing this, Li Xingchen looked once more at the tome in his hands. If what his master stated held true, then this could indeed serve as a substitute. The potency and efficacy of this technique were far superior to that of the one he practiced in his previous life. Moreover, it was exceptionally compatible with his newly fused celestial demonic physique after merging with the Millennium Bone Jade. Li Xingchen was not one to dwell on uncertainties. Anyway, during the Qi refinement stage, one had to utilize blood offerings for cultivation. Once he had refined the Millennium Bone Jade, he would experiment with this technique. And if anything seemed amiss, he could simply abandon it. His worries dissipated. Yet, Chu Xingchen's concerns remained unresolved. The previous frown he wore had its reasons. The system's reward of the spirit gathering array was merely a blueprint, not something that could be placed anywhere at will, without consuming materials or requiring labor. It was not a structure that could be erected instantaneously. This spirit gathering array was simply a blueprint. Not only did he need to prepare the required materials and spirit stones himself, but he also had to undertake the construction personally. The blueprint's utility lay solely in its meticulous guidance on how to build it. Wasn't this a cruel joke? Where was he to find the funds and spirit stones to construct such a thing? The true martial hall should not merely exist on paper. It must be constructed by our own hands, should it not? Chapter 11. Mediocre Aptitude. Li Xingchen in the early morning. Chu Xingchen meticulously compared the system's blueprints and surveyed the area, subsequently inserting a small twig as a marker. While one cannot conjure materials from thin air, the advantage of these blueprints lies in their reusable nature. After all, the construction must be undertaken personally. If they were merely one-time use items, it would be exceedingly disappointing. This suggests that perhaps a spirit gathering array could be erected at Shirley Slope. Although this location does not serve as a convergence point for spiritual energy, lacking a spiritual vein, it does possess some essence, albeit inferior to that found in areas abundant with spiritual veins. In simpler terms, it is not an optimal place for cultivating immortality. Under similar conditions, the effects of cultivation are undoubtedly superior in areas where spiritual energy converges. Thus, it is customary for renowned immortal sects to establish their domains atop mountains rich in spiritual veins. During Li Yingling's previous cultivation, Chu Xingchen would hastily construct a rudimentary formation using spirit stones to facilitate her practice. While this was manageable for one individual, with the addition of Li Xingchen, such extravagant behavior must cease. Merely supporting Li Yingling's cultivation has nearly depleted his resources. With the inclusion of Li Xingchen, it is evident that the spirit stone reserves would be insufficient if this practice were to continue. A sustainable approach is essential. Constructing a spirit gathering array is indeed necessary, as it would greatly assist in future disciple recruitment. Although the materials currently at hand are inadequate to complete the array, preliminary groundwork can still be initiated. Chu Xingchen again identified the boundaries and planted another twig. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind surged from afar, stirring up clouds of dust that scattered in all directions. Chu Xingchen waved his hand irritably to dispel the wind and quickly stepped forward. His gaze fell upon Li Yingling, who was diligently wielding a wooden sword to strike the ground with fervor. Now at the foundation establishment stage, her protective spiritual energy posed no issue, thus preventing dirt from soiling her garments. At this moment, she focused intently, repeatedly unleashing her powers against the earth. Another fierce wave of sword energy collided with the ground, producing a thunderous sound accompanied by intense vibrations. Chu Xingchen hastily raised his hand to halt her. Wait. Hearing her master's call, Li Yingling paused, her expression puzzled as she turned to him. Master, what is it? Is this truly how one digs a pit? Chu Xingchen queried, somewhat exasperated. Li Yingling, perplexed, responded, how else would one dig? With a hint of annoyance, Chu Xingchen replied, once the array's foundation is laid, the surrounding earth must be backfilled. If you continue to create chaos, what will you use for backfilling? Your little head? Upon hearing her master's words, Li Yingling cast a silent glance at the scattered dirt around them. Yet, feeling slightly aggrieved, she protested, "But if I don't dig like this, it will take far too long." Chu Xingchen reassured her, "I am not asking you to finish in a single day. Just take some time to dig after your training. Once your junior brother has refined that troublesome stone, you can dig together. There is no need to rush. I will prepare something delicious for you later." Li Yingling lifted her gaze to meet Chu Xingchen's gentle expression, nodding softly, "I understand." With that, she resumed her task, controlling the wooden sword to continue digging, and subsequently stacked the excavated earth neatly. Without further ado, Li Yingling was indeed obedient when it mattered. After observing for a moment and finding no issues, Chu Xingchen departed, continuing to mark the other array points. The speed at which he set the points on the map was remarkably swift. In no time, he had completed the setup of all positions. Subsequently, Chu Xingchen stealthily returned to the dilapidated temple. At that moment, Li Xingtian was seated in meditation, with the Millennium Bone Jade hovering above his head, continuously pouring forth energy to cleanse Li Xingtian's foundation. After scrutinizing his second disciple and confirming that all was well, he gently returned to his wooden plank. As for the materials lacking for the spirit-gathering formation, they were not particularly precious items. As long as one possessed spirit stones, they could be acquired. Despite his impoverished state, Chu Xingchen had some ideas. Naturally, the source of this inspiration was his second disciple, who was refining the bone jade. As a reincarnator, he must have some knowledge of profitable ventures. Or perhaps he had not yet unearthed the tombs of powerful cultivators. Though grave robbing was unethical, it was a quick way to amass wealth. The belongings left behind by such mighty figures would likely suffice to construct the formation. Furthermore, in the cultivation world, these tombs were uniformly referred to as secret realms. Typically, elders would lead a large group of disciples to excavate them. Reflecting on this, Chu Xingchen found that his moral standards aligned with those prevalent in the cultivation community. After all, the dream of the Heavenly Path Alliance was to become a reputable sect. Chu Xingchen leisurely reclined back on his wooden board, now waiting for Li Xingtian to finish refining so he could inquire if any good opportunities existed. At noon, Li Xingtian had yet to complete his task. Li Yingling returned first, panting heavily, nearly depleted of her spiritual energy. Her gaze fell upon the two individuals in the temple, especially upon her master, who lay leisurely on the wooden plank. Li Yingling queried, puzzled, "Master, why am I the only one digging? Are you not joining me?" Chu Xingchen sat up and looked at Li Yingling, whose cheeks were puffed up, appearing somewhat upset. Clearing his throat, he replied nonchalantly, "Do you think your master is being lazy? Isn't that the case?" Li Yingling retorted, "You said yourself that after marking, you would dig with me." Faced with his disciple's accusation, Chu Xingchen swiftly diverted the conversation. "What are you saying? Is it wrong to contribute to the sect? Do you understand the sacrifices your master makes for your future?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingling hesitated, realizing she was standing on morally shaky ground. Nevertheless, she knew how to handle her master's current state. With a look of grievance, her alluring eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her beautiful face conveying her plight as she lamented, "If you choose not to dig, then so be it. After all, can I refuse what you have arranged for me? I was not angry before, just surprised that you would deceive Yingling. I did not expect you to think of me in such a light. Goodness." Chu Xingchen watched his eldest disciple's theatrical performance with a hint of exasperation. However, in an instant, Chu Xingchen pointed towards Li Xingtian, who was meditating and absorbing the bone jade, and said, "I am merely concerned that your junior brother might encounter difficulties while absorbing the bone jade. So I came to check on him. After all, it has taken him quite some time to refine a single bone jade. And given his talent is far inferior to yours, it is only natural for me to worry. Unlike my eldest disciple, who is both capable and intelligent, which greatly reassures me." However, Li Yingling's reaction was unexpected. Her expression suddenly turned aloof, her tone shifting from previous grievance to one of icy resolve as she coldly replied, "Master, there is no need for further words. Since my junior brother has entered our sect and possesses the lowest cultivation, it is only proper to extend him more guidance." Chu Xingchen, sensing that Li Xingtian had awakened behind him, said irritably, "While I can still tolerate this, you should quickly go hunt for me. As you command." Li Yingling responded promptly with a bow, then hastily departed from the dilapidated temple. "I apologize, master, for my inadequate cultivation and talent. I trouble you greatly." Li Xingtian's voice, tinged with remorse, floated from behind. Chu Xingchen cleared his throat, not turning around to face his disciple, and said, "As long as you understand, you must put in more effort." Chapter 12. Not theft, but revenge. At this moment, Li Xingtian had successfully refined the Millennium Bone Jade. Feeling the smooth flow of his meridians once more, he let out a heavy sigh. It seemed somewhat perplexing. How could this rebirth feel less seamless than his previous life? As for his senior sister's words, he paid them no mind. Did he not know his own capabilities? This was not to say that his newly acquired master was lacking. Having weathered many storms and encountered a multitude of individuals, he could sense that his master genuinely cared for him, particularly the cultivation technique, of such a caliber that it could incite great waves even in the central continent. He slowly stood up and stretched, only to catch the eager gaze of his master. Feeling a twinge of unease, Li Xingtian asked, "Master, what is it?" Chu Xingchen first extended his spiritual sense, confirming that Li Yingling was no longer nearby. It was not that he couldn't let her hear, but if that girl discovered Li Xingtian was a reborn individual, who knows what kind of trouble she might stir up. For now, stability was paramount. A faint smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he spoke eagerly. "Disciple, you must have had quite a few extraordinary encounters in your past life, correct?" "Indeed, there were some," Li Xingtian replied. "Are there any secret realms or rare treasures nearby?" Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian sighed in relief. These were merely minor issues. The secret realms nearby have long been cleared out by the various sections. As for extraordinary encounters, he pondered for a moment before shaking his head. True opportunities await only upon reaching the central continent, for that is where all spiritual veins converge. "Is there truly not a single place where I could earn some spirit stones?" Chu Xingchen inquired. "Master, do you lack spirit stones?" he added, revealing nothing. Chu Xingchen answered decisively. "I plan to construct a spirit gathering array and need some spirit stones to purchase materials." Li Xingtian contemplated for a moment and responded, "If you trust me, we could procure a considerable amount of spirit stones from the Qingfeng Sect's mine. I have excavated spiritual stones there for 3 years, and I am well aware of how the mine operates, with only one golden core cultivator stationed inside. If the master is confident, there may indeed be profit to be gained." Chu Xingchen did not hastily agree, instead casting a glance at Li Xingtian. Sensing his master's gaze, Li Xingtian clasped his hands and said, "I harbor no intention of seeking revenge for myself." However, Chu Xingchen shook his head and replied, "Remember, we are not here for the spiritual stones, but to avenge you, and to bring justice for the many who have suffered at the hands of the Qingfeng sect." His expression was grave, and his tone serious as he continued, "As a disciple of the Heavenly Path Alliance, your perspective cannot be so narrow." Li Xingtian looked at his master in bewilderment, momentarily lost in thought, unsure whether his master sought both wealth and reputation or merely desired a legitimate reason for their actions. Regardless of the motivation, it seemed clear that his master had no doubts about him. Li Xingtian unconsciously smiled and responded, "Yes, master. Please tell me where the mine is located. I shall go and scout it out." Picking up a half-burned piece of wood from the ground, Li Xingtian began to sketch a map on the floor. He indicated that from the North Creek mountain range, one should head north, bypass a small stream, and then proceed west, suggesting that the mine was likely nearby. His depiction was satisfactory, and he marked several prominent landmarks. "Excellent. Time is of the essence. I shall investigate the situation. You and your senior sister should focus on your cultivation at home." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. He then produced 2 teleportation talismans and handed them to Li Xingtian, saying, "These are 1,000-mile teleportation talismans. If you encounter any problems, do not heed your senior sister's advice. Simply take her and run. Remember to use both. There is no need for greed. I have marked the locations on them, and I will sense the teleportation point myself. I will come to find you. The 10-mile slope is desolate and devoid of human presence. It is unlikely anyone would come here. After all, the spiritual energy is thin, and there are no spiritual herbs or plants to seek. Ordinary mortals would not come here for leisure. If anyone were to arrive, it would likely be to cause trouble." Following the direction indicated by Li Xingtian, even he would require a day's journey. The round trip would take 2 days. Previously, Minister Wang was merely a mortal and could hardly summon powerful beings to search for Li Yingling's location. However, given the enmity with the Qingfeng sect, it is wise to prepare for contingencies to avoid returning only to find 2 corpses hanging at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. Especially concerning is that elder, who is already plagued by inner demons. Who knows how twisted he has become now? Li Xingtian did not hesitate and decisively accepted the teleportation talismans, assuring, "Master's instructions will be etched in my heart." After all, the person before him was a reincarnated being, having weathered many storms, and surely could handle matters with care. However, still feeling a tinge of unease, Chu Xingchen handed Li Xingtian an amulet that he had pinned to his waist. This amulet could withstand attacks from golden core cultivators, and in dire situations, it could be used to teleport away. When Chu Xingchen was still at the foundation establishment stage, he had often relied on this amulet to turn peril into safety. Now that he had reached the golden core stage, the amulet's efficacy had diminished for him, making it more prudent to entrust it to Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian accepted it without demur. Chu Xingchen reiterated, "There is little more to say. Your senior sister is still quite young. It is imperative that you take good care of her. Moreover, remember, under no circumstances should you abandon her." I will remember this. Li Xingtian replied earnestly. Chu Xingchen nodded and then made his way outside. Given Li Xingtian's strong sense of loyalty, he was unlikely to falter. After all, he owed him a debt of life. Feeling somewhat reassured, Chu Xingchen utilized Earth Escape to depart, prioritizing a prompt return. Watching his master leave, Li Xingtian inhaled deeply, casting his gaze upon the talisman in his hand. It had only been a few days since he had met his master, yet the trust bestowed upon him was profound. His master showed no fear in allowing him to possess such items alone. While a talisman capable of withstanding the attacks of golden core cultivators may not be exceedingly rare in the Central Plains, it was indeed uncommon here. As for whether his master hailed from a sect in the Central Plains or the extent of his cultivation, Li Xingtian found himself indifferent. He had always been clear about his affections and aversions. For him, cultivation was merely a means to attain clarity of thought. The trust he felt from his master sufficed for him. Taking a deep breath, he tucked the talisman into his robe and retrieved the Hunyuan magic bone body refining technique that his master had given him. Initially, he harbored some reservations, but decided to delve into it now. Settling into a meditative posture, Li Xingtian resolutely began to practice this technique. Remarkably, he sensed a significant difference. He could feel his innate Dao physique being fully activated, a feat he had been unable to achieve in his previous life. This particular cultivation method seemed to align perfectly with him. His master's gift was indeed a treasure. Engrossed in his practice, he lost track of time. When he finally opened his eyes, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and his senior sister had returned, seated by the fire. Li Yingling, noticing that Li Xingtian had concluded his training, inquired, "Where's master? Where has he gone?" Li Xingtian did not conceal the truth, but replied earnestly. "Master has gone to investigate the situation at the Qingfeng Sect's mine, and is expected to return in 2 days." Upon receiving the answer, Li Yingling appeared somewhat despondent. Yet she refrained from further questioning, instead picking up a wild chicken they had caught earlier that day. "Junior brother, you have yet to establish your foundation and cannot fast. You must be hungry, right?" "A bit," he admitted. "Then please cook this wild chicken." Li Xingtian, who had little knowledge of cooking, initially intended to refuse but recalled his master's instructions to care for the young girl. With a sigh, he accepted the chicken and began to prepare it. Half an hour later, "Junior brother, what have you cooked? Are you attempting to poison your senior sister?" Chapter 13. The first day of Master S' departure. Today marked the first day since Master had left the dilapidated temple. Li Xingtian slowly opened his eyes and rose from a makeshift wooden bed crafted from several planks. The main hall was nearly filled with the belongings of his master and senior sister, along with a large iron pot suitable for both cooking and alchemy. There was no longer sufficient space to accommodate another bed, forcing Li Xingtian to sleep in the area behind the statue. However, his senior sister had plans to construct a small wooden house outside the temple, as she was the only female present, and it was only natural to respect the distinctions between the genders. This matter has received the master's approval, and the senior sister began construction several days ago, making commendable progress. This means that I will no longer have to sleep in the inner chamber behind the statue. The reason I find that place undesirable is due to a gaping hole, through which mosquitoes frequently invade at night, along with various unknown insects that bite. At this moment, I, Li Xingtian, have yet to establish my foundation and cannot summon spiritual energy for protection. The incessant onslaught of mosquitoes is utterly vexing. Therefore, I fully support my senior sister's endeavor to build a small hut and have even assisted her significantly. It is estimated that in another 2 or 3 days, the small hut will be completed. Upon seeing the gruesome remains of the chicken yesterday, my senior sister refrained from eating any. However, she insisted that I finish it. I naturally understand this request, as she had caught the chicken and I had cooked it in such a manner. It is only fitting that I consume it. Initially, I presumed that the chicken, due to its tragic demise, would be exceedingly unpalatable. To my surprise, it tasted rather acceptable. Perhaps it was due to having endured the coarse and potent healing elixirs from the master, but I found this particular chicken slightly gamey, a tad bland, and somewhat tough. Nevertheless, the overall flavor was quite agreeable, certainly within the realm of edibility. My senior sister, however, was less than pleased, referring to the pot of chicken as the bathwater of a dead chicken. Yet, since she has established her foundation and can abstain from food, I need not worry about her going hungry. After all, I have promised the master to look after her, and I am not one to break my word. Despite how peculiar it may seem for a junior disciple to care for a senior sister, outside the dilapidated temple, waves of intense spiritual energy surged. I stepped out, my gaze falling upon Li Yingling not far away. At that moment, she wielded a wooden sword, skillfully manipulating her powers to strike a large tree. With precise force, the tree succumbed to the momentum of her sword energy and toppled. I must admit, my senior sister's ambition is commendable. While constructing the hut, she is simultaneously honing her abilities. It is evident that she has made remarkable progress. Her innate talent could certainly be regarded as exceptional even in the Central Plains. When we first met, it was clear that she had yet to fully grasp her powers. Yet, in such a short time, she has begun to wield them with confidence. With such aptitude, one must wonder why the master hails from the Central Plains and appears so impoverished. Could it be that he, like myself, fled from a certain sect in the Central Plains? However, I dismissed such thoughts, for at this moment, the Heavenly Tao Alliance is beginning to resemble the sect I had envisioned. Although, currently, it comprises only 3 members, the master and the 2 disciples. My senior sister, having felled the tree, seemed to sense my presence and turned to face me, her gaze meeting mine. Despite my general mistrust of women, I managed to muster a somewhat strained smile for the junior sister entrusted to my care by the master. On the first day since the master's departure, Li Yingling rose early, her goal for the day being to gather and arrange the materials for the construction of the small hut. After all, living under the same roof as 2 men is something she, coming from a prestigious family background, finds difficult to accept. Even with wooden partitions, occasional emergencies might be manageable. But residing together every day is certainly out of the question. The master readily acquiesced to the conditions. To be honest, during my time with him, I seldom perceived the youthful and handsome visage before me as that of my master. Instead, he resembled a dear friend, rarely adopting a demeanor befitting an elder. On occasions when I was upset, he would even concede his faults to me. It is indeed difficult for Li Yingling, hailing from a scholarly family, to fathom an elder acknowledging his mistakes. The masters depicted in the novels I have read are invariably portrayed as formidable figures, unwavering in their authority, stern and humorless, wielding absolute control over their disciples. They typically issue commands without divulging the reasoning behind them. In contrast, my own master sometimes appears as a child yet to grow up. Whenever I face dilemmas, he encourages me to reflect deeply and arrive at my own conclusions. The same holds true for the Water Sutra. I did not immediately engage in its practice, yet my master never expressed dissatisfaction. Furthermore, I perceive a certain laziness in him, for although his cultivation level remains a mystery, he has never disclosed it to me. Nevertheless, as a foundational practitioner, I can forego sleep for a month, relying on nightly cultivation to restore ample energy. My master must undoubtedly be far superior to me. However, perhaps due to the influence of my master, I have adopted his less admirable habit of indulging in aimless slumber each night. Yet, the term aimless is one I have personally defined. My master refers to sleep as a means of nurturing the spirit, and he possesses his own peculiar rationale. While this reasoning does not persuade me, I have inadvertently begun to emulate his sleep patterns. Perhaps it is the sight of my master in deep slumber while I toil in cultivation that stirs a sense of imbalance within me. A flurry of thoughts raced through my mind. With a decisive strike, I felled the tree before me, and I have recently begun to master my powers with increasing finesse. Sensing a gaze upon me, I turned to find my rather simple-minded junior disciple. Although I do not comprehend my master's reasons for accepting him, I hold great respect for his decisions. However, when this junior disciple displayed a somewhat vacant smile, I found myself yearning to suggest to my master the implementation of a simple intelligence assessment for future recruits. Observing Li Xingtian's dazed grin, I inquired, "Junior, are you hungry?" "No, not hungry," he replied, slightly embarrassed. Upon receiving his answer, I furrowed my brow. In my previous life, I was renowned as a talented woman, and I had never interacted with those of diminished intellect. I was uncertain how to engage properly with a junior whose intelligence seemed lacking, particularly since he had been cultivating for several days, yet still lingered around the 4th layer of chi refinement. His innate talent appeared mediocre, and his diligence in cultivation seemed lacking as well. As his senior sister, with the master absent, it was my duty to encourage him diligently. "Junior, how is your internal injury? Have you recovered?" "Almost fully," he replied. "Very well. Since the master is not here, today I shall ensure you cultivate earnestly." Li Yingling gently patted the fallen tree beside him, meticulously manipulating it with his spiritual energy to transform it into wooden planks. This endeavor significantly enhanced his control over his spiritual power. Li Xingtian, somewhat exasperated, thought to himself that if it was merely manual labor, why use control as an excuse? Once more, he recalled his master's admonition to take good care of his senior sister. Yes, his senior sister. Upon receiving Li Xingtian's response, Li Yingling did not linger, swiftly transforming into a streak of rainbow light and departing. Li Xingtian was aware that the cultivation technique he practiced required a fair amount of blood essence from mystical beasts. As a disciple at the chi refinement stage, he naturally could not gather such a quantity of mystical beast blood. Thus, as a senior sister, it was only right that she assist her junior brother. He would construct a house for her, and in return, she would procure some blood essence for him. It was a fair trade. "However, master, please return soon. The meals prepared by my junior brother are truly inedible. He even savors the water used for bathing the chicken. Chapter 14. Wait, Great Immortal. The spirit stone mine of Qingfeng Sect is nestled within a secluded mountain. The scenery remains quite pleasant, surrounded by verdant hills and clear waters, with numerous mystical beasts possessing nascent intelligence roaming the woods. It is unclear whether the simple illusion array surrounding the mine was established to prevent miners from fleeing or to guard against beastly incursions. This array would make it exceedingly difficult for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage to escape its confines. According to Li Xingtian, most of the miners here are of extremely poor aptitude. The Qingfeng sect has recruited individuals from various remote villages and impoverished regions. Firstly, such individuals are unlikely to possess substantial backgrounds, thus avoiding the ire of formidable opponents. Secondly, in these remote areas, even if they cannot return home, their absence will not raise suspicion. As long as they possess some degree of spiritual root, even if it is flawed, they are accepted. With the aid of medicinal baths that forcibly burn their potential, they are pushed to the second or third level of qi refinement and then cast into the mine until death. Therefore, the Qingfeng sect is essentially clad in the guise of a righteous sect while engaging in nefarious practices. After all, how could such activities escape the notice of the sect's master and other high-ranking officials? Chu Xingchen cautiously circumvented the areas patrolled by the miners at the main entrance. Climbing up the side of a cliff, he concealed his presence as he slowly observed the situation in the mine below. Several simple wooden structures were haphazardly arranged without any discernible plan, yet atop the highest point stood an exquisite building, where disciples dressed in the garb of Qingfeng sect could be seen. There were few in number, 2 men and 1 woman. Without the aid of spiritual perception, it was impossible to ascertain their cultivation levels, but these disciples of Qingfeng sect were likely at the foundation establishment stage. Once a cultivator reaches this stage, they can easily manipulate spiritual energy to conceal it within their bodies, rendering it undetectable. Without using spiritual perception, even the golden core stage is indistinguishable to the naked eye. At this moment, during the day, the mining was in full swing, with frequent loud noises echoing from within the mine. Occasionally, ragged qi refinement cultivators could be seen transporting rough spirit stones using simple carts. Indeed, the cultivation levels of these miners were not high, with detection results indicating they were at the second or third level of qi refinement. Observing them haul cart after cart of rough spirit stones to a processing shed, several qi refinement cultivators wielding large hammers were diligently striking the stones, separating the ore from the spirit stones. The disciple of the Qingfeng sect leaned against the railing with a teasing expression, observing the group of miners below. Chu Xingchen's gaze swiftly swept across the scene, locking onto a large building resembling a warehouse, which curiously lacked any guards. According to Li Xingtian, it was likely that a golden core cultivator resided within. A direct assault would be unwise, for this location probably possessed means of communication with the sect. One could either strive for a swift victory or resort to cunning tactics. However, the purpose of this visit was merely to ascertain the situation without any intent to act. Chu Xingchen retrieved paper and pen from his spatial ring, quickly sketching a rough outline of the route and the building's layout. He planned to return and discuss the specifics with Li Xingtian. After completing the sketch and storing it back in his spatial ring, he intended to depart when suddenly, someone stepped into the range of his vigilant awareness. A long sword materialized in Chu Xingchen's hand as his consciousness scanned the newcomer, only to discover that the entity that had entered his awareness was merely an unremarkable mortal devoid of any cultivation. What was happening? Chu Xingchen concealed his aura and cautiously approached the direction of the newcomer. Soon, he beheld the individual who had intruded upon his consciousness, a small, emaciated girl clad in tattered hemp garments, her body caked in dirt, and her long, dry hair a tangled mess. Her face was grimy, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. Chu Xingchen observed her apparent confusion and slight panic as she glanced around, struggling to navigate in a specific direction, only to unwittingly circle back to her original position. Was she trapped in a maze? Had she wandered in by mistake? Or was there something more to it? Opting to utilize the system, Chu Xingchen examined her attribute panel. Ning Qianqian, cultivation level, none, blue trait. Unyielding, blue trait. Loyal, white trait. Clever, does not meet the requirements for apprenticeship. It appeared that there were disciples of the Qingfeng sect patrolling nearby, suggesting that the frail girl before him was not part of their group. She was likely someone who had fled from the mines, just as Li Xingtian had been deceived by the Qingfeng sect to toil there. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xingchen decided to lead her away first. Hoping to extract some useful information, he donned a mask to conceal his identity and reached out to lift the small girl, swiftly employing Earth Escape to depart. Great Immortal, celestial being, Ning Qianqian cried. Bound to a tree, tears streaming down her face. I truly am just lost. As she spoke, she furtively glanced at her captor, who wore a fearsome mask and regarded her with icy eyes. Indeed, something was amiss with the Qingfeng sect. Her father had undoubtedly been deceived by those celestial beings of the sect. Chu Xingchen regarded Ning Qianqian with exasperation. He would not have bound her to the tree had she been more compliant. Her antics, spitting, throwing tantrums, and feigning madness, were tiresome. Had he not pierced through her ruse, she would likely still be pretending to be dazed. With a hint of annoyance, Chu Xingchen said, "Stop crying. I am not from the Qingfeng sect." Ning Qianqian continued to wail, "Great Immortal, I know nothing of the Qingfeng sect. I am truly a lost soul." Chu Xingchen refrained from further conversation and instead produced a large flatbread from his spatial ring, which he promptly stuffed into her mouth, much to her horror. "Look at you. As thin as a willow branch. How long has it been since you last ate?" Fearing that the flatbread might contain some mystical essence, Ning Qianqian quickly shook her head in refusal. However, as the soft crumbs of the bread entered her mouth, her hunger, having lingered for days, compelled her to abandon her resistance. She ravenously devoured the flatbread without reservation. After all, considering her current predicament, it seemed unlikely she could escape the immortal before her. If she were to perish, she might as well do so with a full stomach. "Father, the egg is useless. I couldn't save you, and now I might die first." Observing Ning Qianqian voraciously consuming the flatbread, Chu Xingchen silently reeled in the rope and presented her with a water flask. At that moment, Ning Qianqian appeared to abandon all restraint, caring little for anything else as she eagerly drank. The large flatbread, accompanied by the water, soon vanished. Afterward, she gazed longingly at him. Chu Xingchen sighed, "You haven't eaten in so long. You cannot indulge too much at once." Yet his words were met with skepticism from Ning Qianqian, who regarded him with a look that suggested even an immortal could be stingy with a single flatbread. Nonetheless, Chu Xingchen offered no further explanation but continued to inquire, "What brings you here? Are you one of the escaped miners?" Ning Qianqian cast a timid glance at the masked man before responding meekly, I am truly lost." Chu Xingchen scrutinized her closely for a moment, then chose not to press further. Instead, he retrieved some silver coins and another piece of flatbread from his spatial ring, handing them to her as he indicated a direction. "If you are unwilling to share, I shall not pry. Simply head straight in that direction. There is a small town nearby. It is perilous here, so do not linger." Ning Qianqian stared in astonishment at the items thrust into her arms, then looked up to see Chu Xingchen turning away without another word. Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Great Immortal, wait." Chapter 15. Father has been deceived. At the sound of Ning Qianqian's call, Chu Xingchen paused, slightly turning his head to meet her conflicted gaze. Though she had managed to stop him, her wariness remained evident. A careful approach was necessary to elicit the truth from her. "What is it?" he inquired calmly as he turned to face her. Ning Qianqian's expression revealed her inner turmoil, and she hesitantly asked, "Great Immortal, which sect do you belong to?" Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen replied, "The Central Continent, the Wanfafa Immortal Sect." He felt no shame in fabricating this lie. After all, the young girl before him had never spoken a single truth to him either. Deception was a mutual affair, especially since he was still unaware of the girl's true background, and the name of the Tiandao Alliance was so imposing that he feared it might frighten her. Ning Qianqian's face lit up with admiration upon hearing the name. Yet, as a mere mortal who had never set foot in the realm of cultivation, she had no comprehension of what the Central Continent truly entailed. This world, while described as boundless, is indeed vast beyond measure. Even the smallest of nations boast territories that stretch for thousands of miles. The Southern Zhan continent has become a significant realm in its own right. And although the Qingfeng sect resides in a remote area, it is renowned far and wide. As for the convergence of spiritual veins in the Southern Zhan continent, it is a place teeming with numerous sections. To those familiar with the region, the Central Continent feels as distant as another realm altogether. Were it not for her father's instruction to seek out the Qingfeng sect, Ning Qianqian, hailing from a humble farming family, would likely remain oblivious to its name. Ning Qianqian's inquiry was merely a subtle attempt to convey to the masked man before her that she was not as uninformed as she appeared. She wished to avoid being deceived, though she knew such efforts might be in vain. Nonetheless, it was better than doing nothing at all. However, she had heard from her father that the Central Continent was a legendary land of cultivation. Moreover, the name Wanfafa Xianmen evoked an impression of grandeur and strength. Listening to the name of Qingfeng sect, it became evident who was superior and who was inferior. Furthermore, Wanfafa Xianmen sounded distinctly like a prestigious sect. Yet, she had heard that dealing with such esteemed establishments required one to first master the art of feigning hardship. Only by eliciting sympathy from these great beings would they feel inclined to extend a helping hand, much like a beggar on the street. Although Ning Qianqian was reluctant to engage in such behavior, as her father had said it would tarnish their family's reputation, she pondered whether her father would choose to preserve their dignity or save her life. Ultimately, she would certainly choose life for herself, given her current circumstances. Relying solely on her own capabilities would not suffice to rescue her father, leaving her no choice but to take a gamble. Having steeled herself over the past few days, tears suddenly streamed down Ning Qianqian's face as she recalled the expressions of the beggars she had encountered, adjusting her approach accordingly. With a hint of tragic resolve, she spoke, "Great One, do you know of the Qingfeng sect?" As she choked on her words, Ning Qianqian let out a heart-wrenching wail. However, witnessing her emotional display, the face behind the mask of Chu Xingchen twitched involuntarily, for Ning Qianqian's expression had contorted into a dramatic semblance of anguish, at times resembling a theatrical performance. Her tears and snot mingled on her dirt-streaked face. Perhaps she thought this would evoke pity? Did she not realize her acting skills were lacking? Who could cry in such an exaggerated manner? Nevertheless, since Ning Qianqian had chosen this route, he felt compelled to play along, suppressing his urge to critique. Chu Xingchen took a deep breath, his tone a mixture of shock and confusion. What has happened to them? With a mournful cry, Ning Qianqian began to spill her story. My father and I live in Ninjiatan. My mother passed away early due to poor health, and it has been solely my father who has worked tirelessly to raise me. This year, our village suffered a calamity, leaving us unable to eat even once a day. It was during this time that the people from the Qingfeng sect arrived, deceiving my father into pursuing immortality. They claimed that by cultivating, one could have everything one desires. My father, naive as he is, believed their words to be true. He only asked them for food for me before leaving with them. Father has abandoned me like this, and many brothers have been deceived alongside me. Chu Xingchen gazed at the dirty and emaciated Ning Qianqian before him and let out a faint sigh. This father is not foolish. Perhaps he merely wishes to leave a glimmer of hope for his daughter. But how do you know they are deceivers? Upon hearing the question, Ning Qianqian hastily retrieved a tightly wrapped bundle from her tattered, hole-ridden clothing. Her trembling hands swiftly unwrapped the cloth. Inside was not a precious item, but a handful of dried yellow earth. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly at the sight of the yellow soil. Ning Qianqian, with her shaking hands, cradled the yellow earth, her expression revealing genuine sorrow. Shortly after that group of immortals departed, all the food they left turned to dust. Ant next door and Nyozi ate the white buns given by the immortals, and soon after, they were suffocated by this yellow earth. Many people have perished in the village. Father has been deceived, and so have my brothers. They cannot cultivate immortality. The Qingfeng sect are not virtuous beings. They too will perish. I am left with only my father. He may abandon me, but I cannot forsake him. I must show this to my father. He will believe me. Chu Xingchen remained silent, merely extending his hand to pinch the yellow earth before him, which still retained a trace of lingering spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, the Qingfeng sect even withheld the life-saving food. Faced with Ning Qianqian's hopeful gaze, Chu Xingchen felt a sense of helplessness. At this moment, it would not be overly difficult to slip away after acquiring some spirit stones from the mine. However, rescuing someone with the support of the Jindan real person and the Qingfeng sect would prove to be no easy task. It was likely that he would be unable to protect a mortal. Nevertheless, nothing is absolute, and acting recklessly would only lead to failure. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen looked earnestly at the frail little girl before him. The girl's feet were devoid of proper shoes, bound only by a few vines. The vines bore dried, dark red stains. Ning Qianqian, who had endured the elements, appeared grimy, her slender frame so fragile it seemed it could topple with the slightest breeze. The mountains were rugged and treacherous, with numerous cliffs, and one could only wonder what arduous journey the little girl had traversed to arrive here. How long she had been lost in confusion, and what dangers she had faced amidst the wild beasts roaming the area. Looking at Ning Qianqian, Chu Xingchen spoke earnestly. Rescuing your father cannot be rushed. I must return and devise a plan first. Will you come with me now? After all, Chu Xingchen still required spirit stones, and with a well-thought-out plan, he should be able to rescue Ning Qianqian's father as well. Ning Qianqian hesitated slightly at his words. Wishing to remain in hopes of finding her father again, even though she knew the chances were slim, she did not want to miss such a faint possibility. Can I wait for you here? Before she could finish, Chu Xingchen interjected. You are not foolish. You should understand that staying here may not be beneficial for your father. Ning Qianqian fell into a brief silence, then nodded slightly, her tone pleading as she asked, if you no longer wish to save my father, could you at least bring me back here? Unlike the great immortal, my journey is fraught with difficulty. Chu Xingchen cast a downward glance at Ning Qianqian. At that moment, she seemed to shed all pretenses. Only her eyes, filled with an endless plea, remained. Chapter 16. Even amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, one remains a noble sect. Chu Xingchen carried Ning Qianqian as they traversed the earth in a frenzied escape. At that moment, he paid no heed to conserving his spiritual energy, driven solely by the desire to return to the dilapidated temple as swiftly as possible. However, carrying an utterly untrained mortal inevitably slowed his pace. Particularly, Ning Qianqian's resistance to the golden core level earth escape technique was quite weak, necessitating frequent pauses for rest. After all, her own constitution was frail, malnourished, and emaciated. After a day of relentless travel, they were but a single earth escape distance from the temple. At this moment, Ning Qianqian leaned against a large tree, nibbling on a flatbread. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen stood nearby, eyes closed in vigilance, his consciousness extended outward. Once she finished the last morsel of her bread, Ning Qianqian took a couple of shallow sips of water. During their earlier rest, she had posed numerous questions about Chu Xingchen's intentions, where he was headed, and whom he sought. Chu Xingchen, displaying considerable patience, answered without reservation, clarifying that he was in search of his disciple to discuss a plan. As they traveled, Ning Qianqian often inquired about the world of cultivation. Although her understanding was still rudimentary, she attempted to visualize concepts based on her limited comprehension. Observing Chu Xingchen with his eyes closed, she finished the last crumbs of her bread and incredulously asked, "Great Immortal, is Qingfeng sect truly a noble sect in your world? According to the reputation of nearby sects, it seems so." Chu Xingchen did not open his eyes, explaining that they also accepted commissions from the government to exorcise demons, and they concealed their wrongdoings quite well. He had not heard of any misdeeds before. Ning Qianqian grasped these principles, for she was not foolish, merely lacking in experience. Yet, hearing such a response reminded her of her father's departing figure, leaving her somewhat dispirited. She raised her gaze and inquired, "What about your sect, Great Immortal? Do they engage in such activities as well?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen could not help but lift his eyes, retorting with irritation. If they were to engage in such acts, they would not have shown mercy by taking you away. Throughout their journey, despite Ning Qianqian's relentless inquiries, Chu Xingchen remained patient. Once he successfully rescued her father, he presumed he would never see this girl again. Ning Qianqian, upon receiving his answer, nodded in acknowledgement. For the truth was indeed as he stated. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of unease resided within her. In truth, Ning Qianqian was not overly talkative. She simply sought to alleviate her anxiety through conversation. Chu Xingchen, keenly perceptive, recognized her discomfort, particularly given her youthful appearance and stature. It was entirely natural for her to feel anxious about matters beyond her comprehension, as in her world, immortals belonged to a realm entirely separate from her own. Chu Xingchen initiated the conversation, stating, "Our sect is known for its integrity. We conduct our affairs in a manner that is both honorable and just, refraining from actions that would incite public outrage. In the realm of cultivation, we are regarded as the leaders of the righteous path." He continued, "After all, boasting is not a crime, especially when it comes to someone like Ning Qianqian, who is not well versed in our ways and cannot discern the truth from falsehood. Regardless of whether her sentiments are genuine, her expression is undeniably supportive and filled with admiration. So, esteemed master, your disciples must surely be paragons of virtue as well?" Chu Xingchen nodded without hesitation, pride evident in his voice as he proclaimed, "My eldest disciple is a prodigy in cultivation, known for his kindness and concern for his fellow disciples, as well as for his deep respect for his masters. As for my second disciple, he has traversed the tumult of the mortal world, yet remains steadfast in his principles. He is a loyal and trustworthy apprentice, equally respectful of his teachers. All of them practice the righteous path, adhering strictly to the principles of integrity and honor, never straying into dubious practices. Our sect can only be described as one of utmost righteousness." Ning Qianqian offered a few more polite remarks, engaging in light conversation before they took a moment to rest. The two then resumed their journey homeward. After approximately half an hour of earth burrowing, they were nearing the vicinity of the dilapidated temple. However, Chu Xingchen did not return directly. Instead, he brought Ning Qianqian back to the surface nearby. A strong stench of blood wafted from the direction of the temple, causing a grim expression to settle upon Chu Xingchen's face. Could it be that they had encountered trouble? Yet, the teleportation talisman had not activated, suggesting that such a strong odor of blood must be the aftermath of a fierce battle rather than a swift defeat. Ning Qianqian, lacking cultivation, could not sense the bloody aura ahead, but she cautiously glanced at Chu Xingchen, understanding that silence was prudent in this moment. Chu Xingchen's consciousness swiftly reached out towards the temple, soon identifying two familiar presences within, both very much alive and animated. What could be the source of this bloody scent? Had these two disciples once again concocted some mischief? Li Xingtian was a person who had been reborn. How could he still be fooling around with Li Yingling? Chu Xingchen reassured her, "Fear not, My two disciples are merely being a bit mischievous. Ning Qianqian nodded in acknowledgement. The remainder of their journey was short, and rather than continue burrowing through the earth, Chu Xingchen chose to harness his spiritual energy to take to the skies with Ning Qianqian. Experiencing flight for the first time, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, she quickly acclimated to the sensation of free flight, gaining confidence as she became more adept. A gentle smile graced her face, a rare display of joy, as the innate human desire for freedom surged forth, alleviating much of the pressure she had been harboring within. Yet, upon catching sight of the temple and noticing that the esteemed master was heading straight for it, her smile faded entirely. The dilapidated structure appeared neglected and ominous, shrouded in a chilling aura. However, the mere presence of such an aura was not enough to instill fear in Ning Qianqian. What truly instilled fear in Ning Qianqian was the multitude of flesh and bone strewn about the entrance of the decrepit temple, nearly carpeting the threshold. A row of eerie skeletal remains was intermingled with the still-tinged crimson flesh, while several unidentified animal heads lay carelessly discarded nearby. The assortment was diverse, featuring bears, tigers, and wolves, alongside an abundance of rabbit and wild chicken heads, forming a grotesque mound. The scene was utterly chilling. The pungent scent of blood wafted into Ning Qianqian's nostrils with the breeze, causing her stomach to churn and a wave of nausea to wash over her. Even more terrifying, a dark red energy flickered intermittently within the temple, casting an ominous glow that suggested a malevolent beast was lurking, preying on the unwary for its dark ascension. Ning Qianqian swallowed hard and timidly inquired, "Great Master, do you intend to vanquish these evil creatures?" After all, this was the only plausible explanation for the Master's reckless venture into such a perilous place. However, Chu Xingchen's response nearly made Ning Qianqian faint. "Huh? Vanquishing evil? We have arrived." Chapter 17. A detailed plan is essential. What nonsense about righteous sections? Which virtuous leader resides in a place littered with bones? The stench of blood had yet to dissipate. Ning Qianqian felt utterly deceived. Not a single one of these cultivators was virtuous. Their words were all lies. It's over. She was destined to be captured by the nefarious sect for their dark practices. Chu Xingchen, too, was preoccupied with his own frustrations, disregarding the pallor of the young woman beside him. Just moments ago, they had been surrounded by lush green mountains and clear air, and now returning home felt like entering a den of demons. At the temple's entrance, after setting down the silent Ning Qianqian, Chu Xingchen bellowed, "What are you two little rascals doing?" Within the temple, Li Yingling was the first to burst forth, her face alight with excitement as she rushed to embrace her master. "Master, you have finally returned." Before Chu Xingchen could question her, Li Xingtian emerged, drenched in blood, his eyes ablaze with an unsettling ferocity, dragging an old tiger head behind him. Upon seeing Chu Xingchen, his first words echoed a similar sentiment, tinged with a hint of lament. "Master, you have finally returned." Pushing Li Yingling aside, Chu Xingchen pointed at the gruesome display of animal heads and demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" Li Yingling, understanding the source of her master's ire, quickly deflected blame. "This is all due to my junior brother's cultivation." Ning Qianqian, trembling with trepidation, yet holding on to a flicker of hope, felt her heart sink upon hearing this. Though unfamiliar with the world of cultivation, she couldn't fathom that a reputable sect would resort to such sanguinary practices. Turning her gaze toward the grotesque display, she feared that her own head might soon join the ghastly collection. Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted sternly to Li Xingtian, who grasped the tiger's head, his expression demanding an explanation. Faced with his master's penetrating stare, Li Xingtian hesitated, casting a glance at his senior sister. Aware that the burden of responsibility rested heavily on her, as she had captured most of the animals responsible for this dreadful situation. In the beginning, Li Xingtian initially intended to find a remote location to dig a pit and bury the remains. This notion indeed appeared somewhat horrifying, and the stench was quite unbearable. However, his senior sister deemed it too troublesome, suggesting that it would be more convenient to bury them all together once the accumulation was substantial. Yet, Li Xingtian felt that her small abode was sheltered from the wind, allowing her to remain oblivious to the foul odor of blood during the night, which led her to propose such a plan. Nevertheless, this was merely a trivial matter, Li Xingtian acquiesced. Becoming engrossed in his cultivation over the past days and failing to notice the considerable pile of corpses that had amassed outside. Upon stepping out and witnessing the scene, it was no wonder his master was incensed. Yet, as his senior sister had indicated, the root of these circumstances was indeed a consequence of his own practice. Thus, Li Xingtian could only bow his head in contrition. "Apologies, master. I have become somewhat too absorbed in my cultivation lately. I shall attend to this immediately." Li Yingling cast a glance at Li Xingtian, who was now addressing the remains, and her attention shifted to the frail Ning Qianqian, who stood beside their master. She appeared both thin and small, her complexion pale, and her delicate hands trembled incessantly. It seemed she was even more fragile than the second junior brother. Master, is she your new disciple? No, this is the work of Qingfeng's sect, Chu Xingchen sighed. Then gestured for Ning Qianqian to follow him into the dilapidated temple. Faced with the invitation, Ning Qianqian dared not comply, timidly responding, I can just stand at the entrance. At that moment, recognizing her pallid visage, Chu Xingchen comprehended that the gruesome scene had frightened her. He hastily reassured her. Fear not. We are indeed a righteous sect, not practitioners of evil. My second disciple merely needed to solidify his foundation before advancing in his cultivation. And thus he utilized the blood of beasts. Upon hearing this, Ning Qianqian's gaze returned to the pile of heads, and indeed, there were none. Allowing her tension to ease slightly, as she followed Chu Xingchen into the temple. Inside the dilapidated temple, it was surprisingly tidy, devoid of the hellish imagery Ning Qianqian had envisioned. The floor was clean, with no accumulation of heads or bloody scenes. Only 2 small wooden beds, simple and neat. There were 2 iron pots, one large and one small. The larger pot contained a simmering pool of crimson blood, while the smaller pot remained spotless. Li Yingling entered shortly after. Since the commencement of their training in that peculiar technique, Li Yingling and Li Xingtian had nearly hunted every animal in their vicinity. After all, the Tenli slope was not a convergence point for spiritual veins, lacking extraordinary or spiritual beasts, leaving them to rely on the most ordinary animals for their cultivation. The efficiency was rather low, necessitating a sheer quantity. Master, how fares the situation over there? Li Yingling inquired, pouring a cup of water from the kettle on the nearby table and offering it to her master. Chu Xingchen shook his head slightly. The situation is manageable, though the Qingfeng sect has indeed overstepped their bounds. How so? Li Yingling asked, puzzled. Chu Xingchen briefly outlined Ning Qianqian's circumstances and recounted his observations from the mining site. After absorbing the entire narrative, Li Yingling nodded calmly. As a noblewoman of a prominent family, she had heard numerous tales of such ruthless deeds that devoured their victims without leaving a trace. Indeed, her own family had likely partaken in similar acts. However, this does not signify that Li Yingling condones such matters. More often than not, she finds herself powerless. As an illegitimate child, Li Yingling's position within her own family is scarcely superior to that of a servant. Otherwise, her father would not have arranged for her to marry a fool. She cast a sympathetic glance at the silent and downcast Ning Qianqian and reassured her. We will do our utmost to assist you, so do not worry. Ning Qianqian nodded quietly, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Li Yingling and replied, Thank you, sister. Chu Xingchen remained taciturn, signaling with his eyes for Li Yingling to comfort Ning Qianqian, as it seemed that women might empathize more readily in such matters. Upon exiting the dilapidated temple, Chu Xingchen spotted Li Xingtian dealing with the transportation of beast carcasses. Without uttering a word, he approached to lend a hand. In truth, the bones were not particularly numerous. The larger size of the animals gave the impression of abundance. Chu Xingchen slightly raised his hand, conjuring a flame that reduced the bones to ashes. He then waved his hand, dispersing the ashes into the distance. Once the task was complete, Chu Xingchen said nothing further, merely producing a rudimentary topographical map of the mining site and handing it to Li Xingtian. Is it exceedingly difficult to rescue someone from the mine? Li Xingtian scanned the map and responded, If the master possesses the cultivation of the transformation stage, it would be no challenge at all. Chu Xingchen fell into contemplative silence. Li Xingtian cleared his throat, adding, If one has the golden elixir stage, a swift resolution is feasible. As for me, I can only draw upon the abilities of the flawless golden elixir level. After neatly rolling up the map, Li Xingtian refrained from further inquiries, and, without hesitation, stated earnestly, As long as the plan is meticulously detailed, it should not be particularly difficult. Chapter 18. Who truly holds fortune within the dilapidated temple, Li Xingtian diligently practiced, adhering to his own strategy, aiming for a swift breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. According to the system's indication, Li Xingtian's cultivation currently stood at the 8th level of qi refinement. He estimated that he would require another 2 days to advance. Meanwhile, Li Yingling and Ning Qianqian enjoyed chicken soup, for at this moment, even if Li Yingling resorted to desperate measures, she could not expect significant improvement akin to that of the qi refinement stage. Previously, she had been a prodigy in cultivation, not a reincarnated powerhouse. As for Ning Qianqian, she did not even meet the qualifications for apprenticeship, suggesting her aptitude was rather lacking. Her efforts were futile, and consuming more chicken soup was a more practical approach. Presently, her cultivation was at the mid-level of the flawless golden elixir, and once Li Xingtian achieved foundation establishment, she should ascend to the late golden elixir stage. Thus, within the sect, it was Li Xingtian who maximized his efforts. Once he reached foundation establishment, the sect's strength would experience a qualitative leap. Furthermore, Chu Xingchen had gathered some intelligence regarding the Qingfeng sect, noting that there was a supreme elder with cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Even if he caused a disturbance, this elder might not intervene. However, after spending a few years in this world, Chu Xingchen understood the importance of preparing for the worst, refraining from harboring overly optimistic expectations for his plans. As misfortune often unfolds, he specifically reminded Li Xingtian to make arrangements based on the worst-case scenario. And even if they could not rescue anyone, they must ensure a composed retreat for themselves and their companions. After all, saving others was merely a side quest. Chu Xingchen was not benevolent enough to risk his disciple's life for a stranger. However, speaking of misfortune, Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted to Li Yingling, who was sipping chicken soup. His eldest disciple possessed the attribute of great fortune, yet after spending considerable time with her, he had not perceived any semblance of good luck, nor had he witnessed her stumbling upon ancient treasures while meandering about. Even the simplest task of hunting a wild chicken seemed to end in disaster. Could it be that his own misfortune counterbalanced her luck? Noticing her master's scrutinizing gaze, Li Yingling set down her bowl and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yingling, how do you perceive your luck? Chu Xingchen inquired with a smile. Li Yingling tilted her head slightly, pondering. It's all right, I suppose. Since they had no pressing matters at hand, it was time to ascertain the true measure of her all right luck. Chu Xingchen retrieved 2 dice cups from his spatial ring. When it comes to luck, nothing is more direct than this game. He handed one of the cups to Li Yingling. Shall we play? A game of chance. I don't think there are any penalties for losing, right? Li Yingling shook the cup cautiously, her curiosity piqued. He extracted a half-burnt stick from the fire and waved the charred end. If you lose, you'll have to draw a line. Li Yingling's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Being still in her youthful stage, she found such activities immensely appealing, yet she prudently checked both cups and dice to ensure her master would not cheat. The competition between master and disciple commenced swiftly. Li Yingling vigorously shook the dice cup while murmuring incantations under her breath before forcefully slamming the cup onto the dining table. Her gaze was sharp and determined, as if victory was assured. Chu Xingchen maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet internally, he was brimming with caution. He truly had not cheated. After carefully shaking his cup, they both unveiled their results simultaneously. Li Yingling rolled 3 dice. 6, 6, 5. Chu Xingchen, however, rolled 6, 6, 6. Master, did you cheat using your spiritual energy? Li Yingling exclaimed in disbelief at the astonishing result. I did not cheat, Chu Xingchen replied, equally astonished. How could Li Yingling, with her attribute of great fortune, lose to him in a game of dice? Yet, her skeptical gaze lingered, prompting him to add, then let Ning Qianqian assist me in shaking the dice. Ning Qianqian, who had been enjoying her soup, set her bowl down and cautiously glanced at the dice cup. I don't know how to play. Li Yingling promptly handed the cup to Ning Qianqian, daring not to let her master try again. Just give it a casual shake. After receiving a nod of approval from Chu Xingchen, Ning Qianqian shook the cup lightly and placed it on the table. Li Yingling's confidence soared. As long as her master did not cheat, her luck ought to ensure that his face would be painted entirely black. What transpired earlier was merely a humble address of self-deprecation. Since childhood, I have never encountered defeat in games that flirt with fortune. During my formative years, I relied on small games in the courtyard, accumulating quite a sum of silver coins for myself. Those of noble birth in the courtyard would divert their paths upon seeing me. At this moment, Li Yingling brimmed with confidence and proclaimed, the previous round does not count. The real game begins now. Approximately 10 minutes later, with a countenance as dark as coal, Li Yingling sat in a chair, seemingly lost in contemplation of life. For a full 10 minutes, she had not won a single round, even when she rolled 3 sixes with great effort. Ning Qianqian could effortlessly match that with a mere shake. Initially, she suspected her master might have cheated with the dice cup, but even after a change, there was no alteration in her fortunes. This was the first time she had lost so miserably, and judging by her master's expression, it appeared he had not cheated either. Several branches, intended for drawing faces, lay discarded on the ground, carelessly tossed aside by Chu Xingchen. He bore no marks upon his face and regarded Li Yingling with a puzzled expression. Could it be that Li Yingling's reputed luck was a mere fabrication? How could she have lost every single round? Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted toward Ning Qianqian. Her attributes did not include any luck enhancement. Perhaps his good fortune overshadowed Li Yingling's? However, recalling the misfortunes he faced upon arriving in this world, Chu Xingchen quickly dismissed such thoughts. Back then, even a sip of cool water seemed to bring misfortune. This good luck must be triggered under different circumstances, he mused. With her face still darkened by frustration, Li Yingling rose and cast a forlorn glance at her master. It wasn't that she couldn't bear to lose. Rather, it was the vexation of defeat that troubled her. Master, I shall retire to my room for the night. Over the past few days, Li Yingling had nearly completed the setup of her small abode, located in a sheltered spot behind the dilapidated temple, quite close to it. Chu Xingchen waved his hand in farewell to Li Yingling. Ning Qianqian, still holding the dice cup, cautiously inquired, Master, did you truly cheat? I did not, Chu Xingchen replied, casting a glance her way before gesturing toward the bed where Li Yingling had originally lain. Which bed will you sleep in tonight? The partitioned wooden board had yet to be moved. The bed where Li Xingtian had slept previously was presumably Li Yingling's. After all, Li Xingtian required additional practice, so it would be best for him to refrain from sleeping there for now. Surely, as the master, he could not occupy the back bed, could he? Ning Qianqian remained silent, placing the dice cup back on the table before obediently returning to the designated bed behind the partition. After collecting his belongings, Chu Xingchen lay back on his own bed, closing his eyes to rest. Chapter 19. The pills may not necessarily be for us. It must be said that the enhancement of Li Xingtian's physique after refining the Millennium Bone Jade was truly remarkable. Coupled with his cultivation method that was increasingly compatible with him, Li Xingtian's progress in the qi refining stage of cultivation had become comparable to that of Li Yingling, who possessed the attributes of a cultivation prodigy. After several days of intensified practice, Li Xingtian was finally on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, he was seated in a meditative posture. Before him lay a refined morsel of blood food, appearing as a viscous, dark red mass. Once the foundational cultivation method was mastered, there would be no need for such tedious endeavors to capture blood food. The focus would shift to refining one's own flesh and blood. Thus, while this cultivation method may seem cumbersome, it is merely the qi refinement stage that poses some difficulty. Chu Xingchen reluctantly extracted all the remaining spirit stones from his spatial ring and constructed a simple spirit gathering array for Li Xingtian, ensuring a sufficient supply of spiritual energy for a smooth breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. This was indeed all the spirit stones he could muster, leaving him feeling thoroughly drained by his apprentice. It was hard to believe that there could be any sect in the world poorer than his own. Inside the dilapidated temple, Li Yingling was boiling water by a small stove, her expression somewhat peculiar, as if she were anticipating something. Ning Qianqian had also donned Li Yingling's attire, a light blue patterned skirt, which, although slightly oversized, was a far cry from the filthy, tattered hemp garments she had worn before. Li Yingling, who harbored a touch of cleanliness obsession, had given Ning Qianqian a thorough bath. The sounds of rushing water had filled the small room from morning until noon, occasionally punctuated by Ning Qianqian's cries of distress, indicating that Li Yingling had been rather vigorous in her efforts. The results were remarkable, at the very least. Ning Qianqian no longer resembled a refugee. Adorned in this outfit, she bore a striking resemblance to a child from the slums dressed in royal attire. However, wearing this ensemble was an unfamiliar experience for Ning Qianqian, who was now cautiously adjusting her somewhat baggy sleeves to prevent them from touching the dirty floor, despite Li Yingling's repeated assurances that it was of no consequence. Meanwhile, Li Xingtian, on the verge of a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, appeared less than pleased, his expression grave as he regarded Li Yingling and the pot of water that was beginning to boil. Drawing a deep breath, he turned to Chu Xingchen and spoke earnestly. Master, I assure you, I am capable even without consuming those pills. Bitter medicine is often the most effective. As Chu Xingchen placed the last spirit stone in position, a radiant glow emanated from the array of stones. Rest assured, I am aware that the taste of my elixirs may not be to your liking. However, this time, I have researched the right flavoring agents to make the pills extraordinarily palatable. Are you certain you are referring to elixirs, and not the remnants of a chicken leg devoured by senior sister? From his spatial ring, Chu Xingchen procured the remaining legitimate spiritual herbs, barely sufficient to concoct a single batch. While you may doubt my alchemical skills, you cannot question my culinary prowess, dear disciple. Recalling his master's culinary feats, Li Xingtian found some solace in those words and directed an expectant gaze towards his master, hoping he would deliver on his promise. As he spoke, Li Xingtian observed his master's familiar alchemical techniques. As the green liquid began to bubble, he felt his face flush with a similar hue. What transformation could this possibly yield? However, as the elixir neared completion, Chu Xingchen swiftly retrieved honey and pre-cooked flour from his spatial ring, mixing in some peculiar seasonings. After combining the flour with honey, he carefully infused the mixture into the potion, allowing it to absorb. Soon, the scant potion was wholly absorbed by the flour, and a peculiar green pill materialized in Chu Xingchen's hand. He picked up the pill and shook it gently, discovering it to be quite solid, devoid of any crumbling sensation. Excellent. This marks a new advancement in pill refinement. Now, one can concoct flawless pills using a mere pot. With a sense of pride, Chu Xingchen handed the unappealing green pill to Li Xingtian, saying, "Here, give it a taste." Gazing at the pill before him, Li Xingtian couldn't help but think that although its solid form made it somewhat more palatable, the verdant hue hardly resembled a legitimate medicinal pill. Instead, it appeared more like a lethal poison. With a silent sigh, he dismissed the trivial concern of whether it was indeed poisonous, focusing instead on whether it would be so distasteful as to be intolerable. Encouraged by his master's gaze, Li Xingtian steeled himself and decisively swallowed the pill. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught his senior sister's scrutinizing gaze. As for the flavor upon entry, Li Xingtian exclaimed, "Damn it. Indeed. Alchemy and culinary arts have nothing in common, especially with the addition of flour, that abominable ingredient." Perhaps it was the honey that caused the flour to stick in his throat, coupled with the horrific taste of the medicinal liquid, or rather, the intense repulsion emanating from his body. It was a torment far worse than simply swallowing the liquid, akin to torture. Struggling, Li Xingtian rasped, "Water. Master, I need water." Ning Qianqian swiftly handed him a cup, and he gulped down a few sips, washing down the sticky dough that had lodged in his throat. After catching his breath, Li Xingtian refrained from further comments. Despite the terrifying flavor, the medicinal effect took hold rapidly, propelling him into a state of cultivation, drawing in the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. It seemed that this experimental concoction was not particularly effective. Perhaps the taste was insufficient to mask its true nature? Chu Xingchen pondered for a moment before turning to the visibly relieved Li Yingling. She hastily shook her head, saying, "Master, in the future, let my junior brother try such fine creations first. You are his senior sister." Chu Xingchen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Li Yingling, with a look of grievance, remarked, "Master, if you wish for me to perish, you could just say so." Li Xingtian's breakthrough proceeded relatively smoothly. As the spirit stones ceased their dazzling glow and the sun began to set, the spiritual energy that had previously radiated from him condensed firmly within. With a slight opening of his eyes, he restrained his aura, his gaze gleaming with vitality. The breakthrough was remarkably seamless, encountering almost no obstacles. The efficacy of his master's pill was commendable, perfectly complementing his cultivation technique. Compared to his previous life as foundation establishment, this experience was far more fluid, aptly described as a natural progression. Noticing Li Xingtian's awakening while grilling meat for his beloved disciple, Chu Xingchen inquired, "How do you feel?" Li Xingtian nodded, "Very well. I refer to the pill I concocted. It is indeed commendable, but master, if possible, please refrain from further refining." His expression sincere, he added, "If one must continue, I believe it would serve well as a means of coercion rather than being consumed by me or my senior sister." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's eyes lit up, and raising her skewer, she chimed in agreement, "Indeed, I believe my junior brother speaks wisely." With unwavering resolve, Chu Xingchen's large hand swiftly descended upon Li Yingling's small head. Although he had already achieved the foundation building stage and could now abstain from food, Li Xingtian still approached and picked up a skewer to eat. His gaze flickered towards Ning Qianqian before he declared, "Master, the plan can commence." Chapter 20. Something is amiss with this mind. In the vicinity of the Qingfeng sect's spiritual mine, the master and disciple remained quietly concealed. Li Yingling cautiously lifted her head to observe the situation below. Her attention fixated on her second junior brother, expressing her concerns. "Master, isn't it a bit too risky for second junior brother to act like this? In theory, you are in greater peril." At these words, Li Yingling cast a puzzled glance at her master. Chu Xingchen's assertion was grounded in reason. Li Xingtian still possessed talismans capable of withstanding attacks from the Golden Core stage, in addition to 2 teleportation talismans. If trouble were to arise, the one who could flee the fastest would undoubtedly be Li Xingtian. Thus, in terms of danger, it was Li Yingling who was marginally more at risk. At that moment, Li Xingtian was disguised as a miner, seamlessly blending into the mine. As he had surmised, the core disciples of the Qingfeng sect would hardly take the time to scrutinize whether there were more or fewer ants among the miners. Having mined for several years, Li Xingtian was well acquainted with the surroundings, and his disguise was convincingly executed. Currently, he was pushing a cart, his eyes scanning everyone who passed by in search of Ning Qianqian's father. In the dilapidated temple, Chu Xingchen had sketched a portrait of Ning Qianqian's father based on her description, achieving a level of realism that earned Ning Qianqian's approval. Therefore, as long as her father was still alive within the mine, there would be no chance of encountering a stranger. Chu Xingchen felt a slight easing of tension. It seemed the backup plan would not be necessary for the time being. Now, they simply awaited Li Xingtian's signal. Without any cultivation, Ning Qianqian's presence was more of a distraction, as she would require attention, making her stay in the dilapidated temple the most prudent choice. Consequently, Only the three of them participated in this operation. Li Xingtian would serve as an observer, meticulously surveying the mine while seeking out Ning Qianqian's father. Chu Xingchen would act as the assailant, planning to directly strike the spiritual stone warehouse guarded by the golden core, thereby drawing everyone's attention to facilitate the retreat of his disciple. Li Yingling would act as the backup, ready to step in should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Furthermore, if everything proceeded smoothly, Li Xingtian had devised a final plan to shatter the accursed mine and liberate all those trapped within. Although Chu Xingchen harbored reservations about this plan, believing that releasing all these individuals might not be prudent, since the Qingfeng sect would inevitably pursue their whereabouts and interrogate them, Li Xingtian argued that remaining there was tantamount to certain death, and attempting to escape was the only path to survival. He merely sought to provide those individuals a chance to flee, especially as those unwilling to escape could simply choose not to. In response to Li Xingtian's proposal, Chu Xingchen suggested a more direct approach. Once their strength was sufficient, they should directly obliterate the Qingfeng sect. Li Xingtian did not oppose his master's resolution, though he hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement, perhaps harboring doubts about the reliability of his own plan. In summary, all plans must await the announcement from Li Xingtian before any actions can commence, allowing for decisions to be made based on the prevailing circumstances. It is uncertain whether even Ning Qianqian's father can be located. Undoubtedly, the prospect of hauling this dilapidated cart to the spirit stone mine is loathsome for Li Xingtian, particularly the route, which, despite enduring the erosion of years, has traversed far more perilous realms than this. As he steps forth once more, his heart remains restless. At this moment, a singular thought occupies Li Xingtian's mind. In his previous life, after attaining his nascent soul, he should have eradicated the Qingfeng sect without delay. The trauma inflicted upon him by this accursed mine rivals that of the wretched demonic cultivator. Lowering his gaze, Li Xingtian swiftly scanned the miners transporting and breaking stones outside, yet he did not discern Ning Qianqian's father among them. It is highly probable that he toils within the mine and must seek an opportunity to infiltrate. Li Xingtian cast a subtle glance, discreetly signaling his master. After a brief pause, a sharp sword cry resonated from a distance. The three Qingfeng sect disciples engaged in casual conversation abruptly turned towards the source of the sound. Two swiftly rose to race towards the direction of the sword's cry, while the remaining disciple rang the enormous bell situated at the center of the mine. The clamorous tolling rapidly echoed throughout the area. Many miners halted their tasks, their numbed expressions betraying a flicker of alarm. They could not fathom the cause of the commotion, but it was unlikely to herald good tidings. The cacophony swiftly reverberated through the valley, igniting a stir among the crowd, which instinctively began to gather. Li Xingtian decisively merged into the throng. Shortly, two Qingfeng sect disciples came rushing from afar. They had been on guard at the periphery, and upon the ringing of the bell, they hastened towards this location, vigilantly surveying their surroundings to quell the agitated crowd. Simultaneously, another disciple from within the mine dashed out, followed by numerous miners. His keen gaze swept across the panicked assembly, and he urgently commanded, "Everyone, take your positions according to your shifts." With this authoritative call, the previously restless crowd quickly settled down, seeking their designated places. Li Xingtian's eyes scanned the exiting miners, and he soon spotted Ning Qianqian's father. At this moment, he appeared gaunt beyond recognition. Had it not been for his cultivation and qi refinement, he might have already succumbed. Nevertheless, he was still alive. Li Xingtian then slightly turned his gaze towards the storage area, awaiting the appearance of the golden core cultivator within, who would be the pivotal figure determining the extent of their plans. After a quarter of an hour, the two Qingfeng sect disciples returned from their reconnaissance. Having resolved the alarm, Li Xingtian swiftly blended into the miner crowd and, under the guidance of the Qingfeng sect disciples, began moving towards the mine. However, the anticipated golden core cultivator failed to materialize. "I will now return to the sect to report to the sect leader and elders. Remain vigilant," declared an elder disciple of the Qingfeng sect, presiding over the situation. "We are at a critical juncture. We must ensure the normal operation of the mine at all costs, so everyone must remain attentive." The remaining disciples of the Qingfeng sect hurriedly clasped their hands in respect, exclaiming, "Yes, senior brother." Having successfully infiltrated the crowd of miners, Li Xingtian gradually followed the main group and swiftly approached Ning Qianqian's father. Without a sound, he discreetly slipped the so-called token that Ning Qianqian had been carrying into the hands of her father, Ning Kuan. In the dimly lit mine, Ning Kuan's gaze locked onto Li Xingtian, his grip tightening around the coarse fabric he held. Li Xingtian did not look at him, merely uttering softly, "Qianqian." Ning Kuan's eyes lit up momentarily, but then his expression shifted dramatically as he anxiously inquired, Before he could finish, Li Xingtian interrupted, his eyes sweeping over him. No matter what, stay close to me. What are you all doing? Hurry up. The supervising disciple from the Qingfeng sect hastily shouted. You won't even get to sleep if you fail to meet the deadline. Li Xingtian disregarded Ning Kuan and quickly picked up a discarded pickaxe, moving forward. After walking a few steps, he reached a corner. At the bend, a faint yellow candlelight flickered ominously. As he gazed at the flame, a jolt of alarm surged through him, sending a chill down his spine. An unsettling sensation washed over him. Why did this mind feel so off? He had never encountered such a scenario in his previous life, while mining. Gripping the long-distance teleportation talisman handed to him by his master, he cautiously followed the crowd around the corner. What greeted his eyes was not the anticipated mining tunnel, but a scene of grotesque terror. Chapter 21. Transformed into blood offerings. Before him lay not a narrow vein awaiting extraction, but an expansive ritual site. Several eerie heads dangled from the highest altar, while 6 figures clad in voluminous black robes sat cross-legged at each cardinal point, absorbing the sanguine energy from the surrounding blood pools. The altar, stained with blood, bore witness to the countless lives lost there. Surrounding the altar was a vast artificial blood pool, facing 4 extraordinarily peculiar statues, each bearing a distinct expression, yet exuding a sinister glare towards the central altar. Within the blood pool, corpses were strewn about, both beasts and humans, withered yet emanating a dark red energy. A narrow path, barely wide enough for 2, led directly to the center of the altar and extended across it to the opposite side. His pupils widened in shock as he surveyed the crowd. Noticing that everyone seemed entirely unperturbed, they appeared to still believe they were in the cramped confines of a mine, pressing deeper into the depths. Was this a widespread illusion? Could those in the Foundation establishment stage be immune to such sorcery, or was there something that enabled him to withstand this environment? Suppressing his growing unease, Li Xingtian chose to continue following the crowd for the time being, determined to uncover what the Qingfeng sect was truly engaged in and to comprehend the nature of the presence behind him. The plan he had formed might very well be upended upon witnessing this scene. Was the essence of the Qingfeng sect truly that of a sinister cult? With his head lowered, he carefully followed the crowd, gradually walking past the central altar. As one traverses the altar and delves deeper within, one encounters a typical mining site where every individual wields their extraction tools, poised for labor. At first glance, this indeed appears to be a legitimate mine. However, the true nature of the sacrificial rituals remains an enigma. This perplexity crystallized in Li Xingtian's mind the moment the first miner, armed with a pickaxe, commenced his excavation. With each strike, a faint, dark red energy wafted gently from the miner's crown, flowing towards the blood pool. All miners exhibited this same phenomenon, as wisps of dark red energy gradually coalesced, representing a force not to be underestimated. Li Xingtian's gaze fixated on one particular miner, and he suddenly realized that this dark red energy seemed to be extracted from the very roots of their spiritual essence. It was not merely the miner's flesh and vital energy that were being consumed, their foundational spiritual roots were also being eroded. No wonder the miners appeared so emaciated. Toiling daily while being drained of their vitality, how could they not be skeletal? This was a quintessentially sinister technique of malevolent cultivation, unprecedented and encompassing such an extensive array of formations. Li Xingtian hesitated to engage in mining himself, for it became apparent that the blood energy provided was contingent upon one's spiritual roots and cultivation level. Should he commence excavation, risking the depletion of his own cultivation and spiritual roots, he would inevitably stand out amidst this crowd, far more than mere wisps of dark red energy could convey. He needed to devise a means to escape and alert his master. As for Ning Qianqian's father, according to his master's instructions, the paramount principle in uncertain circumstances was to safeguard oneself. He could only wish for the man's safety. Li Xingtian could discern that the 6 figures in black robes possessed cultivation levels akin to the foundational stage. If the necklace he was given proved reliable, breaking free might indeed be a prudent course of action, especially as he felt a strong sense of confidence. On the day Li Xingtian successfully established his foundation, his master had bestowed upon him a particularly harmonious tome of divine abilities, one of exceptional quality, seemingly prepared long in advance, awaiting his foundational success. This revelation led Li Xingtian, who fancied himself as having unraveled some of his master's mysteries, to find his master even more inscrutable. Yet, these matters were not of primary concern to the benefactor of his life, as long as his master had not genuinely wronged him. Unlike the Qingfeng sect, Li Xingtian would remain in the sect to repay his debt of gratitude. Over time, this small sect, consisting of merely 3 individuals, had imbued him with an overwhelming warmth. Though the senior sister exhibited a playful demeanor, she treated her junior with the affection of family. It was true that she captured beasts for him to cultivate, and she consistently encouraged him to refine his skills. Even if her glances occasionally bore an air of disdain, her actions were genuinely heartfelt. As for his master, while sometimes appearing frivolous and immature, he possessed an extraordinarily unique charm that rendered him somewhat out of place in this world of cultivation, yet remarkably persuasive. This was aside from the dubious alchemical techniques he had seemingly learned from some obscure source. Regarding oneself, there is truly little to articulate. From the moment of our meeting, I relinquished the opportunities that were already within my grasp. Subsequently, rather than claiming to have contributed, it would be more accurate to say that my master has been selflessly devoted. Initially, out of a sense of indebtedness for saving my life, I found it difficult to oppose the goodwill of my benefactor. However, as time passed, and after much interaction, I, Li Xingchen, felt an earnest willingness to join this small familial sect. From the cultivation of techniques to the mastery of divine powers, I naturally regarded all of this as a treasure beyond measure. Yet, the high caliber of these divine abilities signifies their considerable difficulty to master. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary comprehension akin to that of my senior sister. Nevertheless, by merely borrowing some of their might and combining it with the divine powers from my past life, my combat prowess should still prove formidable. I do not believe that the 6 figures clad in black robes before me possess similar divine abilities. After scanning my surroundings to ensure safety, I adhered to my usual approach: strike first to reap the rewards, for those who act later shall suffer. With a sudden grip on my pickaxe, I pivoted and advanced towards the sacrificial altar. A disciple of the Qingfeng sect, stationed as a guard, immediately noticed me and barked, "What are you doing?" A flicker of trepidation crossed my face as I slowly approached the reprimanding disciple, stammering, I need to use the restroom. The work schedule is pressing. You must continue working even if it's inconvenient. Return." Once I was at a sufficient distance, I erupted into action, appearing before the Qingfeng disciple in an instant, my inner spiritual energy surging forth. The divine technique from my previous life, the 9 heavens, Xianluo blade, combined with the rudimentary study of the divine technique, the 9 nether blade of slaying immortals, allowed for a simple yet effective replication. The pickaxe in my hand transformed into a formidable blade, dark red energy radiating with overwhelming power as it swung towards the disciple's head. The disciple, caught unawares, could not react, especially against the rapidity of a divine technique. He felt as though his entire being was immobilized, his soul shaken by the overwhelming aura. With a face of terror, he met his demise at my hands with a single strike. As I delivered the blow, I inwardly cursed. Damn it, the energy expenditure is substantial. I felt as though nearly half of my spiritual energy had been depleted by that single attack. I had not anticipated that merely borrowing a hint of might and trajectory would lead to such a staggering consumption when engaging in actual combat. Nonetheless, the effectiveness was undeniably potent. To my surprise, as I summoned my inner energy, I also sensed the presence of energy from the pool nearby. Before I could further attune to this sensation, the 6 black-robed figures abruptly rose, their forms directed towards me. One of them, with a raspy voice that was difficult to discern, bellowed, "Which reckless brat has come here to stir trouble? Are you still in the foundational stage? Today, you shall become our blood food. Let us teach you the true essence of cultivation." Chapter 22. Who is the true evil cultivator? Master, has the second junior brother been inside for too long? Li Yingling cast a worried glance at Chu Xingchen. Ever since Li Xingchen signaled and infiltrated the mine, there had been no further news. "Let us wait a little longer," Chu Xingchen replied, a slight furrow in his brow. With the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman in his possession, Li Xingchen should not encounter any issues, even if he were to face overwhelming odds. Perhaps the circumstances are not as they seem. It is possible that Li Xingchen has been transported away. Receiving this insight, Li Yingling let out a profound sigh, ultimately choosing to heed her master's advice and bide her time. However, mere minutes later, a violent explosion reverberated through the cavern, followed by a surge of malevolent spiritual energy erupting from within. There was no need for Li Yingling to speak further. The prediction of a golden core elder emerging from the spirit stone repository, a middle-aged man, was proving accurate. Regardless of the situation inside, she knew she must first intercept the elder. With resolute determination, Chu Xingchen retrieved a spiritual sword from his spatial ring. Before advancing, he handed Li Yingling a teleportation talisman, instructing her to use it decisively in case of danger and to find a place to hide until her master could locate her. "What is this?" Li Yingling inquired, gazing at the talisman adorned with golden patterns. "A random teleportation talisman. Infuse it with spiritual energy to activate it. Do not let curiosity compel you to use it recklessly." Chu Xingchen donned a mask, adding, "Above all, remain calm and prioritize your safety." "What should I do now?" she asked, Follow the plan laid out by Li Xingtian. Attempt to assist him while ensuring your own safety. If you encounter someone you cannot defeat, do not hesitate to flee. Li Xingtian possesses a similar talisman. Do not worry about him. With that, Li Yingling watched as Chu Xingchen's figure vanished in an instant, transforming into a streak of radiant light. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most formidable technique, an introductory spell known as the 3,000 Weak Water Sword. Tendrils of sword energy coalesced into a dragon-like form, enveloping the blade. Chu Xingchen aimed it at the elder returning to the mine, executing a swift strike. An introductory spell is still a spell, and with Chu Xingchen's consummate mastery of evasion techniques, he initiated a surprise attack. The elder, anxious to provide support, understood that the plan had reached a critical juncture. This was a pivotal moment for the Qingfeng sect. He could not afford any missteps and had already shattered an urgent jade talisman, knowing that a brief delay would summon other elders to his aid. Yet, the formation and rituals within the chamber must not falter. His heart raced with urgency. As Chu Xingchen's sudden assault unfolded, the elder, realizing the imminent threat, turned just in time to find he had no opportunity to counter. He could only draw upon the reserves of his golden core to erect a barrier. Yet, it seemed even that would not suffice. The sword strike cleaved through time and space, and in an instant, the aura of death accompanied the overwhelming sword intent. The elder's gaze fell upon the sword wielder, clad in tattered garments and a menacing mask, his eyes betraying no emotion. With no means to evade, the elder forced his head to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, he could not escape entirely. The long sword pierced his heart, and a torrent of spiritual energy, mingled with the ferocity of the sword's essence, wreaked havoc within him. In a single strike, half of his body, along with his heart, was obliterated into a mist of blood. Yet, the elder seized this moment to escape the range of the attack, retreating hastily. Chu Xingchen did not pursue, but instead halted, his gaze fixed intently on the elder. A golden core is not the same as a nascent soul. Having had his heart shattered, he should not be able to survive. The elder appeared to be largely unscathed, albeit with a hint of malevolence. First, let me consult the system about the entries. Mo Chun, cultivation, mid-gold core, blue entry, acquired demonic body, white entry, tough skin and thick flesh, white entry, cunning, black entry, heart demon invasion, an acquired demonic body. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that there were deeper secrets within the Qingfeng sect. The elder remained standing, a trace of relief evident on his face, as a surge of dark red spiritual energy erupted from within him, rapidly engulfing the unsuspecting miners at the second and third levels of qi refinement. He swiftly absorbed them as sustenance, converting their essence into energy, and rapidly restoring the half of his body that had been obliterated by a single blow. That strike had shattered the protective barrier of his gold core, and that technique, akin to divine craftsmanship, was undoubtedly a supernatural ability. The disparity between cultivators possessing supernatural powers and those lacking them was immense. Particularly, this individual's cultivation level was likely superior to his own at this moment. The priority was to buy time, awaiting reinforcements from other elders within the sect. Mo Chun hastily interjected, "Friend, is there a misunderstanding? This is the mining site of the Qingfeng sect." Chu Xingchen replied with an unwavering calmness. The mining site of a demonic sect, acting on behalf of heaven, is an obligation one cannot shirk. Hearing the response, Mo Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to exchange a few words was sufficient to delay time. This fool, regardless of how advanced his gold core stage was, or how proficient he was in supernatural skills, would not stand a chance against the imminent arrival of the sect's nascent soul ancestors. Mo Chun quickly clasped his hands in respect, stating, "My Qingfeng sect is a righteous cultivation sect recognized by the Southern Danzhou Immortal Alliance. How could it be deemed a demonic sect?" Seeing Mo Chun bow, Chu Xingchen felt a surge of elation. Indeed, villains often perish through excessive chatter. What kind of mind would think he could continue to engage in dialogue? If one cannot sever the body, then let it be the mind. Yet, as Chu Xingchen opened his mouth to speak, his sword did not falter. His form darted forward as if in an instant, arriving before Mo Chun, the sword energy coiling around the sword body like flowing water. Without hesitation, he brought the sword down towards Mo Chun's head. However, unexpectedly, the strike missed its target. Mo Chun suddenly unleashed a dark red mist, enveloping the surroundings. The energy that Chu Xingchen had previously locked onto vanished, or rather, it had transformed into that cloud of blood mist. Chu Xingchen quickly erected a barrier of spiritual energy to isolate the blood mist, as he was uncertain of its true nature. At this moment, he could no longer afford to consider the consumption of spiritual energy. The spirit sword in his hand erupted with radiant light, and threads of energy surged from the sword, cascading into the blood mist, swiftly severing all connections to it. You are the true demonic cultivator, are you not? A sneak attack. Mo Chen's furious voice pierced through the blood mist. Had he not maintained his defenses, that last strike might have indeed severed his head. My heart is illuminated. What more is there to say? Chu Xingchen responded succinctly, as the threads of spiritual energy surged forth like a deluge, beginning to erode all the blood mist. Mo Chen recognized that he could no longer sustain the state of the blood mist, lest he succumb to a slow demise, and hastily solidified his form once more. At this moment, the crimson gaze of Mo Chen was fixed intently on Chu Xingchen, who had been bullying him solely because he lacked any supernatural abilities. Chu Xingchen's expression remained calm. After all, he was in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, while his opponent was merely in the mid-stage, possessing supernatural powers. If he couldn't achieve an overwhelming victory, he would be deemed worthless. He summoned the spiritual sword in his hand, its ethereal glow swiftly coalescing into the blade, intending to resolve the confrontation within 2 moves. However, a sudden upheaval erupted from the mine behind him. Several bloodied figures emerged, shattering all structures in their path, crashing into the surrounding stone walls of the mine. Unable to suppress his concern, Chu Xingchen turned to glance back. He witnessed those grotesque figures emerging, enveloped by the overwhelming demonic flame of Li Xingtian, whose dark crimson aura was steeped in bloodlust. An unknown, sinister blood seemed to be under the control of Li Xingtian, swirling around him in tandem with the spiritual energy. Had he succumbed to madness? Why did it appear so ominous? As Li Xingtian exited the mine, he spotted his master and shouted in a frenzied yet reverential tone, "Master." Mo Chen was equally dumbfounded, staring at Li Xingtian. This individual was unfamiliar to him, and the master he referred to was certainly not him. It must be that masked person who claimed to be the illuminated heart. No, among all present, your disciple is the most wicked. How can you dare to call yourself illuminated heart? Mo Chen, filled with indignation, pointed at Li Xingtian and exclaimed, "You are the true heretic." Chapter 23. The clarity of thought in response to the elder's furious rebuke. Chu Xingchen unleashed an even more formidable supernatural ability. A torrent of sword intent surged forth like a cascading waterfall, rushing towards the elder with the ferocity of a tsunami. The situation of his second disciple appeared dire. He could discern that there was no semblance of safety in sight, and time was decidedly not on his side. After all, his disciple was still in the foundation establishment stage. Even with a life-saving teleportation talisman, it was far from a guaranteed escape. Swift resolution was the only prudent strategy. Mo Chen felt an overwhelming dread, sensing that all his vital energy was being locked in place. Faced with that menacing sword strike, he felt as though a death omen was flashing above him. "Master, wait. Spare him a life." Li Xingtian suddenly called out from the mine's entrance. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xingchen relented, retracting his power just in time. The sword's trajectory slightly shifted, sparing the elder's terrified head from decapitation. Seeing his master hold back, Li Xingtian breathed a sigh of relief, then dashed forward, his blood-colored spiritual energy surging as he pressed down on the elder's head. Although Chu Xingchen's strike did not claim the elder's life, the force was substantial enough for the elder to endure it reluctantly. Though he was not on the brink of death, he was severely injured, and as Li Xingtian charged towards him, Elder Mo Chen found himself too weak to even lift a hand in defense. He could only allow Li Xingtian to assertively grip his head. To his astonishment, the elder discovered that his own blood vitality was being voraciously siphoned by that youthful Foundation Establishment cultivator. Foundation Establishment absorbing Golden Core? Such an occurrence was unheard of, albeit attributed to his own grave injuries. However, Elder Machen distinctly sensed that it was, in fact, a suppression stemming from the cultivation technique. This young man practiced a form of wickedness more sinister than his own progenitor. It was a bizarre and nefarious essence that even the darkest practitioners would find alluring. Chu Xingchen gazed upon his disciple, who was absorbing the elder's blood essence with an air reminiscent of a malevolent practitioner. Both of them were enveloped in a dark crimson aura, prompting Chu Xingchen to furrow his brow and inquire, "What is happening?" Li Xingtian could only slightly turn his head towards his master and explain, "There exists a wicked ritual array here. They have been consuming the blood essence of the miners to cultivate their dark arts." Chu Xingchen tightened his grip on his long sword. Glaring at Li Xingtian with irritation, "I am asking about you. What is your situation?" Li Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze to see his own vigorous aura surging within him, leading to a sudden realization, "I am fine. It seems that your technique can interact with those blood pools." However, as he spoke, a hint of unease crossed his features. After all, He had never heard of any righteous sect's cultivation method being able to interact with the arrays of dark practitioners. Moreover, his own technique now seemed to hold a priority even over those wicked arts. Would he, henceforth, emerge from battle like a harbinger of death and destruction? Yet time was of the essence, and there was no room for further inquiries. Chu Xingchen quickly responded, "As long as you are unharmed, that is sufficient. The reinforcements from the opposite side are likely on their way. What is the situation?" Li Xingtian swiftly felt his internal energy replenishing rapidly, his cultivation level rising alongside the flow of his technique. He promptly replied, "I just saw Senior Sister entering the mine. I have dispatched all the foundation-building cultivators inside. Senior Sister should be safe. Master, you should retrieve what you need from the storeroom and withdraw immediately. I will handle this individual." Chu Xingchen nodded slightly, and then hastened towards the storeroom. The remaining foundation-building disciples of the Qingfeng sect had already fled when their elder was felled by a single strike. At this moment, no one stood in the way of Chu Xingchen as he forcefully kicked open the storeroom door. What met his eyes momentarily stunned him. The quantity of spirit stones within the storeroom was considerable, yet an array was present, utilizing the blood essence seeping from the mine to nourish these spirit stones. The stones before him were no longer the usual pale blue, radiating a gentle glow of spiritual energy. Instead, they were a faint red, exuding a stench of blood. Wouldn't these spirit stones, if taken out, lead to accusations of becoming a dark practitioner? What folly possessed these people to debase such precious stones? Nevertheless, there was no time for such musings. Adopting a mindset of having come this far, Chu Xingchen hastily collected all the spirit stones in sight into his spatial ring. The ring's capacity soon brimmed to the point of overflow, leaving only a few trivial stones. After casually pocketing 2 more stones, he refrained from further greed. Upon exiting, he found that Li Xingtian had already dealt with Elder Machen. At that moment, Elder Machen resembled a desiccated corpse, mere skin stretched over bones. Chu Xingchen observed that Li Xingtian had advanced to the mid-foundation stage, matching the progress of Li Yingling. Now, Li Xingtian was preparing for his initial plan. Prepare the simplest teleportation array, simple to the extent that its destination remains uncertain and the range of teleportation is indeterminate. Chu Xingchen tossed several blood-red spirit stones to Li Xingtian from his spatial ring to provide the array with the necessary spiritual energy. At that moment, Li Yingling emerged from the mine, dragging a person behind her. She wore a ghostly mask and held Ning Qianshan's father, Ning Kuan, in her grasp. As Li Yingling stepped out, a number of miners followed closely behind her from the depths of the mine. You all have seen it. Remaining here is tantamount to certain death, merely a question of time, Li Xingtian proclaimed, continuing his actions as he inscribed the teleportation array. The distance this array can transport you, and to where, is utterly uncertain. It is highly likely that you may still be captured by the disciples of the Qingfeng sect. You may choose to stay. I do not compel you. But this opportunity is singular. Reflect carefully. Those willing, step into the circle. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated clearly in the ears of the miners. The miners gazed at the scene before them, their expressions revealing confusion. However, among them were the astute who recognized the gravity of their situation. The recent battle within the mine had unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, shattering illusions and revealing the gruesome reality of blood-soaked waters and the vital essence being extracted from their own bodies. It became abundantly clear that toiling here would ultimately lead to their very marrow being drained by the Qingfeng disciples. One miner, unable to contain his emotions, exclaimed, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I am forever in your debt." Li Xingtian remained silent, his focus unwavering as he completed the final strokes of the array. Placing the spirit stones at its foundation, the array suddenly burst forth with radiant light. Taking a deep breath, Li Xingtian replied, "There is no need to thank me. It is simply an opportunity. Do not stand idly by." For reasons unknown, upon seeing those people, Li Xingtian was reminded of his childhood friends from his village, brothers who had shared his trousers. One had perished here. A self-deprecating smile crept onto his face as he pondered why he felt compelled to save them. Yet, is not the essence of cultivating immortality to achieve clarity of thought? If one wishes to act, then let them do so, whether for personal solace or in remembrance of a fallen brother. Ultimately, it was a desire born from within. He then cast a glance towards his master, who merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chapter 24. A long-term strategy in the mine. Even though the disciples of the Qingfeng sect hurried as best they could, they were still a step behind. When a group of Golden Core elders, led by Shangwan Hong, arrived, the mine was nearly deserted. The 5 Golden Core elders hovered above the site, their spiritual senses rapidly expanding to scan the area. It became evident that Li Xingtian's assertion regarding the instability of the teleportation array was indeed accurate. The elders' divine senses detected that several miners remained within their range. One elder quickly spoke up, "There are still miners who have not escaped. You pursue them. I will search here," Shang Wanhong replied, his brow furrowed and voice calm. It was understood by the other elders that for Shang Wanhong, this was his only chance to break through to the nascent soul stage, though he appeared tranquil. His heart was likely ablaze with fury. He was the last person to wish for trouble in this place. And entrusting it to Shang Wanhong at this moment might indeed be the wisest choice. As Shang Wanhong descended, the first sight that greeted him upon stepping onto the mining grounds was the withered figure of Elder Mo Chun, drained of life essence. He cautiously extended his hand, meticulously assessing the elder's condition. It did not take long for Shang Wanhong to arrive at a swift conclusion. Elder Mo Chun had been completely drained by someone while still alive. His blood vitality siphoned away without any means of resistance. Only a practitioner at least at the late Golden Core stage could achieve such a feat. What a disgrace. Shang Wanhong suppressed the rage boiling within him, refraining from reducing the lifeless body to ashes. After all, he was relying on his sect at this moment, and could not afford to make matters excessively messy. Taking a deep breath, he ventured deeper into the mine with a flicker of hope, wishing for the internal situation to be stable, and that the formations crafted over many years remained intact, along with the lingering blood vitality in the blood pool. Those were his greatest reliance for breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Time was fleeting for him. His innate talent was not particularly remarkable, and he had expended immense effort to ascend to the position of elder in the Qingfeng sect, enduring countless disdain and humiliation along the way. How could he accept being brought to such an end, without needing to step fully into the mine? Shang Wanhong's spiritual sense swept through it, and he realized that everything was lost. Yet, he remained undeterred and stepped inside. The once abundant blood pool had long since dried up, and even the painstakingly crafted formations had been shattered at the edges. Shang Wanhong gazed gloomily at the scene before him, feeling as though he had entered a fleeting dream or illusion. Just a little more, he would settle for even the most inferior nascent soul. Uncertain how long he had stood there, he was roused from his reverie when the other 4 elders returned with 6 captured miners. One elder cast a glance over the sacrificial altar and sighed inwardly before tossing the 6 miners before him. "This is all we could capture." Shang Wanhong's crimson eyes suddenly lifted, resembling a beast poised to devour souls. The miners, unable to withstand the pressure of the Golden Core stage, cringed under his terrifying gaze. "I'll tell you everything." Ignoring their pleas, Shang Wanhong seized one miner and initiated the soul-searching technique. One elder, witnessing this, was about to speak up, but was silenced by a shake of the head from another elder. The soul-searching technique not only inflicted severe damage on the soul of the target, but also imposed a heavy burden on the practitioner. Undeterred by his own condition, Shang Wanhong extracted the souls of all 6 miners. Upon completing the soul search of the final miner, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. A top-tier evil practitioner was capable of manipulating the waters of the blood pool. Wiping the blood from his lips, Shang Wanhong noted, "There's also a masked man and woman. The man possesses at least late Golden Core cultivation and a certain supernatural ability." The techniques he employed did not seem characteristic of an evil practitioner, though it's hard to say at Iasen Ta Ruse. He took out his brush and swiftly sketched the only face that had emerged in the miner's memories, capturing the visage of the man. In the scene, a middle-aged man with a beard appears, his expression rather wooden. When Li Xingtian infiltrated the mine, he had already taken measures to conceal his identity. Their movements were swift, and their intentions clear. Shang Wanhong added that this visage might not be his true appearance. Late-stage Golden Core, and possessing supernatural abilities? One elder furrowed his brow slightly, stating that the Yuanying ancestor was currently in seclusion, and Qingfeng sect lacked any supernatural prowess. Even if they found them, they might not be able to contend with them. Moreover, they had 3 individuals. If the other 2 were also Golden Cores and possessed supernatural powers, even the 5 of them would find it difficult to prevail. According to your soul-searching, they might merely be malevolent cultivators, likely seeking to gain some advantage rather than engaging in a life-and-death struggle with us. Making a grand show would be counterproductive, especially since we too have our secrets. Shang Wanhong's crimson gaze suddenly turned toward the elder who had spoken. After a prolonged silence, Shang Wanhong slowly replied, "You are correct, but our endeavors must not cease here. The damage to this formation base is not severe, its repair will not be arduous. As for those who feast on blood, we shall capture them fiercely. From this moment forth, the 5 of us elders shall guard this place, summoning disciples from the sect to construct a grand array. Not only must they master supernatural abilities, but they must also ensure that none escape." In response to Shang Wanhong's proposal, the other 4 elders fell silent. Previously, they had engaged in minor schemes, requiring caution to remain hidden, yet they had still been outpaced by other malevolent cultivators. Now, to capture individuals with such fanfare was bound to draw attention. They merely wished to utilize Shang Wanhong's plan to aid their own cultivation, aspiring to ascend to the Yuanying stage. But they did not intend to gamble their lives and reputations here. Unlike Shang Wanhong, who was aging, they at least had the prospect of living longer than he. However, in the face of Shang Wanhong's evident fury, their silence became their most profound form of dissent. Brother Pei, have you perhaps forgotten that I saved your life? Brother Zhao, your spiritual root talent is not as formidable as mine. Do you consider being an elder at the initial stage of Golden Core your ultimate aspiration? On the path of the Great Tao, do you not wish to strive further? Brother Li, my youngest daughter. Shang Wanhong's gaze swept over the four elders, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips. Do you truly believe that halting now will leave you unscathed? Little do you know, the path of cultivation is fraught with life and death struggles. Only by advancing further, when midnight dreams return, can one remain unafraid. Elderly could no longer restrain himself and spoke first. From now on, these matters must be meticulously planned and deliberated upon for the long term. Chapter 25. Time to flee. The future of the mine was now of no concern to the fleeing Chu Xingchen. Traveling day and night, he had returned to the dilapidated temple with his disciples. Hearing the commotion, Ning Qianqian hurriedly emerged from the temple, and upon seeing the four individuals, especially the man carried on Li Xingtian's back, her heart raced. Though Ning Kuan was clad in tattered clothing and appeared much thinner, Ning Qianqian recognized her long-yearned father at first glance. She immediately knelt and bowed her head to Chu Xingchen, unable to contain her tears as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed master, thank you. Li Xingtian gently placed the person he had been carrying in front of Ning Qianqian. At this moment, Ning Kuan lay in a state of unconsciousness, having been deliberately rendered so by Chu Xingchen, who had no time to offer explanations during his escape. Raising his hand, Chu Xingchen cast a spell to awaken Ning Kuan. With a soft cough, Ning Kuan gradually opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being his daughter, her face adorned with tears like delicate pear blossoms. Upon seeing Ning Kuan regain consciousness, Chu Xingchen swiftly interjected, I have no time to entertain your sentimental exchanges. This statement abruptly silenced the myriad words both Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuan wished to express, directing their gaze towards Chu Xingchen. I do not expect any form of gratitude from you. Consider this a good deed on my part, as long as, should you ever fall into the hands of the Qingfeng sect, you do not reveal my involvement. As he spoke, Chu Xingchen retrieved a water flask, provisions, and a handful of scattered silver coins from his spatial ring. You possess the cultivation of the second level of qi refinement. If you head east from here, you will find signs of civilization. These supplies will sustain you on your journey, and use the silver to forge your own path. However, it is wise to travel far for your safety. He continued, let us regard this as a conclusion to my act of rescue. There is no need for further words. Take these items and depart at once. You may converse on the road. Ning Qianqian understood Chu Xingchen's intent. Once the dust settled, the retaliation from the Qingfeng sect would likely follow. Naturally, Chu Xingchen could not watch over her and her father for eternity. Yet Ning Qianqian felt immense gratitude for the rescue of her father. She bowed thrice to Chu Xingchen and then assisted her father, who remained bewildered by the situation, to his feet. Rest assured, benefactor, even if it costs me my life, Ning Qianqian shall never utter a word of this. Chu Xingchen turned his back, offering no reply. A silent dismissal. Father, let us go, Ning Qianqian whispered. We shall speak on the road. At her words, Ning Kuan hesitated briefly before suddenly bowing deeply to Chu Xingchen, then rising to depart alongside Ning Qianqian. As they receded into the distance, Chu Xingchen abruptly turned to his eldest and second disciples. Let us move. We must vacate this place. It is no longer safe. Li Yingling found no surprise in her master's command. In truth, the moment she witnessed her master bringing Ning Qianqian back, she comprehended that once their task was complete, her master would undoubtedly relocate the entire sect. One must concede that a smaller sect had its advantages. With 3 individuals shouldering their burdens, they constituted a sect in itself, capable of traversing to the ends of the earth. She cast a lingering glance at the modest wooden cabin she had just completed and the pit she had excavated for the formation. What a waste, she sighed. Before approaching the cabin to begin packing her belongings, Li Xingtian stood in place, for he had little to gather. He had arrived with scant possessions. Chu Xingchen shot him an exasperated glare. If you have nothing to take, then help me pack. Ensure not a single pot or pan is left behind. I spent a considerable sum acquiring those. Yes, Li Xingtian replied, promptly obeying his master's command and entering the dilapidated temple to gather the cookware. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen swiftly set about leaving misleading traces, having initially taken refuge here to evade the ire of the minister of the Xuanwu kingdom. Currently, the minister of the Xuanwu kingdom need not live in fear, for he is unlikely to summon a nascent soul master. Beneath the nascent soul realm, with the formidable abilities cultivated by Li Yingling and the flawless golden elixir, it would not be an overstatement for Chu Xingchen to declare himself invincible among those of lesser realms. At present, the only threat comes from the Qingfeng sect. One fears that the nascent soul ancestor of Qingfeng might come charging forth. Although Chu Xingchen is confident in his ability to evade the pursuit of the Qingfeng sect's nascent soul, he cannot guarantee the safety of his own disciple with absolute certainty. It is prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances rather than cling to a sense of luck in the face of potential danger. Indeed, when Chu Xingchen decided to undertake this venture, he had already resolved to flee once it was complete. He had long since grown accustomed to the dilapidated temple, which is not only poorly located but also somewhat depleted of spiritual energy. He never intended to establish it as a true sect headquarters. It was merely a temporary refuge. The sparse population made it a suitable hideout, and having a formidable ally like Li Xingtian appear was akin to a stroke of fortune. It would be imprudent to linger and wait for another hapless opportunity to come knocking. Thus, when he brought Ning Qianqian back to the dilapidated temple, he had already harbored such intentions. After all, the information regarding his sect was fabricated. Even if Ning Qianqian were captured, there was no guarantee that Qingfeng would persist in their investigations under the pretense of a threat from the Central State sect. Why not exchange the location of a dilapidated temple for a substantial sum of spirit stones? Li Yingling carried only a small bundle as she approached. Master, where shall we go this time? After fabricating their trail, Chu Xingchen turned to Li Yingling and inquired, where do you wish to go? How about a place with picturesque mountains and clear waters? She suggested. A splendid idea. I shall remember it. Chu Xingchen responded, feigning enthusiasm. Sensing her master's lack of genuine excitement, Li Yingling realized her suggestion had been dismissed. At that moment, Li Xingtian emerged, burdened with a large pack. Master, I have brought all the valuable items. It would be inconvenient to carry any more of the lesser possessions. Since Chu Xingchen's spatial ring was already filled with the sanguine spirit stones, these items must now be borne by his disciples. Therefore, carrying fewer was of little consequence. Chu Xingchen's gaze swept over his disciples, who looked at him with eager anticipation. Unable to suppress a smile, he recalled his previous escapades of fleeing alone. Now, however, his entire sect would accompany him on this journey. Good disciples, let us depart. We are making our escape, he proclaimed. Li Xingtian could hardly conceal his joy, responding, Yes, master. Meanwhile, Li Yingling's face was alight with excitement. We are off. In Yuzhou City, a middle-aged realtor enthusiastically described a property. Young master, this house is splendid. Situated by the Chuanyu River. In a few days, the Lantern Festival will commence, and the lanterns will drift downstream along the river, passing right by here. You will be able to witness the beautiful lanterns flowing by your doorstep. He slightly bent over as he opened the door to a courtyard house. Casting a glance at the three individuals interested in renting, a remarkably handsome gentleman, despite his somewhat worn attire, appeared to be in command, with the two accompanying individuals dutifully following his lead, suggesting he held the highest status among them. Alongside him was an exquisitely beautiful young lady, dressed in a lavish silk gown, carrying a small yellow package, her curious gaze scanning the surroundings. She resembled a noblewoman who had never ventured beyond the confines of her sheltered upbringing. The final companion, while not as striking as the former two, remained taciturn throughout the journey, exuding an air of menace upon first glance. He bore a large package, from which the outlines of pots and pans could be discerned. With a momentous reflection, one could surmise that this was a young master escorting his sister into the world, accompanied by a formidable guard for their safety. Thus, throughout the journey, the servant was exceedingly obsequious, acknowledging that this locale was indeed splendid, with picturesque scenery and a bustling street not far off. It was also a frequent haunt of patrolling constables, ensuring a commendable level of safety, with few drawbacks aside from the high costs. Catering to these esteemed guests meant that the anticipated share of earnings would suffice for a month's worth of toil. Chapter 26. Style. The servant pushed open the grand door. This residence was costly, and regular cleaning by hired women ensured its pristine condition. For little expense, tenants would always find a refreshed abode upon arrival. Should dust and cobwebs accumulate, a reduction in rent would undoubtedly ensue. In these times, with many unable to afford meals, one could easily find individuals willing to undertake such work for a few coppers. The courtyard boasted a small garden, featuring a stone table and benches beneath a tree. The courtyard was impeccably clean, devoid of any fallen leaves or weeds, as we regularly called upon people to maintain the hygiene. The servant bent slightly, gesturing for them to enter and explore. Li Yingling stepped inside first, surveying the surroundings. While it could not compare to the grandeur of her own home, it far surpassed any dilapidated temple. At the very least, it was tidy and well kept, sparing her the need to patch any drafty doors. Approaching the stone table, she gently brushed her hand across its surface, discovering it free of dust. She casually chose to inspect the side room on the right, and upon opening the door, found it equally well organized. However, the bed lacked a mattress and blankets, though a desk and chair were present. Chu Xingchen also entered the courtyard, casting his gaze around before inquiring of his companion, Li Xingtian. What do you think? As long as my master approves, that suffices. Li Xingtian was indifferent about the accommodation, as evidenced by his choice to sleep behind a dilapidated temple. The servant, taken aback by this address, began to reconsider the nature of their relationships. Master, this place is truly delightful, Li Yingling remarked, exiting the side room with an expression of evident satisfaction. The servant quickly praised, of course, inquire throughout the city of Yuzhou, and you will find that both the location and the residence are unparalleled. Observing the pleased demeanor of his disciple, Chu Xingchen decisively produced 20 taels of silver. Let us rent it for 6 months. Complete the paperwork and return it to me at your convenience. The servant's eyes brightened instantaneously, eagerly accepting the silver, before respectfully handing the key to the entrance to Chu Xingchen. Certainly, here is the refined version of your text. Here you go, this is the key. The rental certificate will be delivered to you tonight. After receiving the key, Chu Xingchen observed the servant's prompt departure. Li Xingtian, perceiving that his master had rented these items, decisively carried the belongings inside, placing the pots and pans in their designated spots. Master, what brings you to Yuzhou City? Li Yingling inquired curiously, having anticipated that her master might lead her to a secluded mountain. Her eldest disciple's questions were indeed insightful. Chu Xingchen had compelling reasons for coming to Yuzhou City. That's a good question. I shall explain it to you this evening. For now, let us assess what we need. You should go to the market and procure some essentials, as we might need to stay here for a while. As he spoke, Chu Xingchen untied the silver pouch from his waist and tossed it to Li Yingling. All right, master, Li Yingling exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she caught the pouch. Junior brother, let us hurry to the market. Upon setting down the package, Li Xingtian emerged from the side room, casting a glance at his master first. Chu Xingchen nodded. Go ahead, accompany your sister and buy some necessities. Yes, master, Li Xingtian replied, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Li Yingling energetically led her junior brother out for shopping. Presumably, they would gather many items, as she instructed Li Xingtian to carry the package they had just unloaded. As their footsteps receded, Chu Xingchen closed the main door and discreetly set up a concealment array in several hidden spots. Although the array's effectiveness was limited, it served to alert the caster if anyone entered, allowing a brief glimpse through spiritual perception. Thus, it did not require spirit stones for activation. Chu Xingchen left behind a few strands of his own spiritual energy to ensure he had enough upon his return. After completing these arrangements, Chu Xingchen's figure abruptly vanished in the center of the courtyard. If one were to inquire about the finest establishment in Yuzhou City, it would undoubtedly be the spring full courtyard, where the young women were as vibrant as spring itself. With gentle breezes and fine rain, it embodied elegance and charm in abundance. However, if one sought the epitome of refinement, one must speak of the bamboo jade pavilion. While Spring Full Courtyard offered a wide array of experiences, from lavish to modest, anything easily obtainable could hardly be deemed sophisticated. After all, what could be resolved with money was not a challenge for wealthy young gentlemen. The bamboo jade pavilion, in stark contrast, maintained an air of exclusivity. Even the servants who served tea were beyond reproach. The courtesans responsible for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting within the pavilion were increasingly aloof and proud. Even if one were to lavish 1,000 taels of gold, a simple refusal would greet them, and even a glimpse through the veils was unattainable. Few had witnessed the faces of the courtesans without their veils, yet those who had were quick to describe their beauty as celestial. Moreover, the influence behind the bamboo jade pavilion appeared formidable. No one in Yuzhou City seemed capable of compelling the courtesans to meet those they wished to avoid. Thus, this unattainable pinnacle of elegance became the ultimate pursuit for men. To have seen the visage of a courtesan beneath her veil would grant one the ability to boast throughout the entirety of Yuzhou City. Strictly speaking, Zhu Yuding is actually divided into 2 parts. The first part is where Zhu Yuding receives guests and sings. Beyond Zhu Yuding, the residence of the courtesans is referred to as Bailu. At this moment, Chu Xingchen finds himself in the boudoir of the courtesan Yao Qin within Bailu. This is a remarkably simple chamber, devoid of any superfluous decorations, and not even a trace of rouge or powder can be seen. Seated before a tea table, Chu Xingchen delicately sips the slightly bland tea before him. Opposite him sits a charming young maid with a round face and large almond-shaped eyes, puffing her cheeks in indignation as she gazes at him, who appears quite at ease. The maid is busy brewing tea. Although he claims to be savoring it, in truth. Chu Xingchen merely knows that this tea is expensive, likely beyond his means, and he intends to take advantage of the moment to indulge in a few more sips without cost. TSK. Chu Xingchen finishes the cup in one gulp. Still unable to discern its merits, but certainly capable of offering feedback. It's rather bland. Next time, don't be stingy with the tea. Add more, for it lacks flavor. The maid nearly choked upon hearing this, tempted to hurl the teapot at this shameless individual. Does he not understand how costly this tea truly is? Does he not realize that such a small amount is something their mistress hesitates to drink, having saved it? Just being able to catch a whiff of its aroma is a rare treat. The maid snorted disdainfully, retorting, if you cannot appreciate it, then do not drink it. No rudeness, Xiaoling, a cool female voice called from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling instantly straightened up, hastily rising from her chair to stand obediently to the side. Chu Xingchen lifted his gaze toward the entrance. A tall figure clad in a white gown, her face veiled with white gauze, and her flowing black hair secured by a jade hairpin, appeared. Though her features were obscured, her slightly icy yet beautiful eyes were striking. Even without witnessing her full visage, one could surmise that the enchanting lady before him must be as stunning as a celestial being, cradling a zither in her arms. Her gaze was fixed intently upon Chu Xingchen, seated in the chair. Long time no see, Lady Yaoqin. Chu Xingchen initiated the greeting. Yaoqin did not respond immediately, instead entering the room and placing the zither upon the table. Once seated, she gradually spoke. Indeed, it has been a long time. I thought you had perished. Chu Xingchen, picking up an unused cup nearby, poured tea for Yaoqin and presented it to her. Just as he was about to explain, Yaoqin interjected, I had forgotten, in your words, a calamity like you is destined to endure for a millennium, hence not so easily extinguished. Standing respectfully to the side, Xiaoling could not help but chuckle at this. However, as Yaoqin cast her penetrating gaze, she quickly stifled her laughter. Yaoqin waved her hand, signaling the maid to leave. Xiaoling paused, raising her head to look at her mistress. It was peculiar how her intelligent mistress seemed to fall prey to this young man's tricks. If she left now without offering a warning, who knows what deception might befall her mistress this time. It was strange indeed, despite her mistress's sharp intellect. She appeared to lose her wits in the presence of this young man. Reluctantly, Xiaoling spoke softly. Mississippi Yaoqin, her gaze unwavering, remained silent and merely waved her hand once more. Sighing inwardly, Xiaoling realized that if she continued to test the waters, the young lady would surely become irate. Despite her myriad of frustrations, Xiaoling had no choice but to exit the room. With her departure, the only occupants left were the veiled Yaoqin and Chu Xingchen. Without lifting her eyes, Yaoqin fixed her attention on the guqin before her, delicately adjusting the strings. So what brings you here this time? She inquired. Chu Xingchen sighed, his tone tinged with indignation. Why must you speak so coldly, Miss Yaoqin? It feels as though every time I seek your company, it is solely to impose upon you. Coldly? Yaoqin retorted, her voice icy as she remained focused on her instrument. Who has been calling me Miss Yaoqin since you arrived? This left Chu Xingchen momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in her words. He had indeed approached her only when he needed assistance. Moreover, he had never truly repaid her kindness. In truth, he had benefited from her generosity on numerous occasions without reciprocation. Yaoqin patiently awaited his response, but when silence lingered, she pressed, what? Struggling to find your words? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xingchen recognized the need for a more tactful approach, lest he find himself barred from her presence in the future. He raised his gaze to meet hers. I wish to share my sentiments with you, Miss Yaoqin. Yaoqin paused, her hands firmly pressing the strings, her tone turning even more frigid. What is it that you wish to convey? Faced with her frigid demeanor, Chu Xingchen felt a pang of sorrow. He sighed, I wish to share my feelings with you. True companions are few, and who will listen when the strings are broken? The elegance of the bamboo jade pavilion lies in the fact that wealth alone does not guarantee success. However, possessing literary talent and charm significantly enhances one's chances. And if one is sufficiently handsome, success is almost assured. Relying on his own wit and humor, along with the wisdom gleaned from a previous life, Chu Xingchen casually recited several exquisite verses, confident that he could easily win over the haughty courtesans. At least, Yaoqin seemed to fall into this category, despite the fact that he had yet to even touch her hand. This time, combining his words with her name, he believed he was expressing his sincerity. Chu Xingchen felt assured that Yaoqin would be moved by his efforts. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Instead of a shy response from Yaoqin, Chu Xingchen was met with a fierce wave of sound. She raised her hand, unleashing a powerful sonic wave that sliced through the air, startling him awake. He quickly rubbed his ears in response. Scoundrel! Yaoqin exclaimed, her anger palpable. Do you think that having seen me a few times grants you the right to toy with me? Wait, Where have I acted like a scoundrel? I haven't even touched your hand. This feels unjust. In response, Yao Qin swiftly withdrew her hand from the table, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Xingchen. Consider this a mistake on my part. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen lamented his choice, realizing he should have approached the matter more formally. He retrieved a bloodstone from his spatial ring and placed it upon the table. Yao Qin's gaze immediately fixed on the precious gem. After a brief glance, Yao Qin's gaze suddenly shifted to Chu Xingchen, her consciousness swiftly scanning him, only to find that her spiritual sense could not penetrate his protective aura. Have you reached the golden core stage? Yao Qin furrowed her brows slightly. Chu Xingchen leaned back in his chair and replied, Indeed, did I startle you? Yao Qin was well aware of Chu Xingchen's talents. After all, he was a true prodigy, having consumed so many of her fine teas. He should have understood their effects and recognized her goodwill towards him. This individual treated her exquisite tea as if it were mere well water, failing to grasp its essence despite numerous occasions. His innate aptitude could hardly be deemed exceptional. The last time they met, he had merely reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and now, within a year, he had astonishingly ascended to at least the mid-golden core stage. Yao Qin cast her eyes down at the bloodstone on the table. A troubling thought flickered in her mind. You haven't turned to the dark path, have you? Yao Qin accused. Chu Xingchen quickly retorted, Do not spread rumors. Who in Yuzhou City does not know the righteous reputation of the White Dragon of the Waves? Yao Qin pressed. Then how do you explain your cultivation level in this spirit stone? Chu Xingchen recounted his embellished encounter at the Qingfeng sect's mine and the presence of dark practitioners there. This bloodstone is what I obtained from the Qingfeng sect's mine. He gently tapped the stone in front of him. Upon hearing this, Yao Qin delicately grasped the stone, probing it with her spiritual sense and indeed detecting the malevolent energy contained within. It was an extreme dark practitioner's trick. Yao Qin inquired, So, are you here to seek my help regarding the Qingfeng sect? Chu Xingchen shook his head. Not quite. I merely wish to know if there is a method to purify this stone. Yao Qin regarded him with suspicion. Do you possess many of these spirit stones? Chu Xingchen earnestly replied, Just 2. I simply want to be prepared in case I encounter similar dark practitioners in the future. Yao Qin nodded gently. It will take some time. I cannot guarantee a solution, but you may return to inquire again in a few days. No need. I will be staying in Yuzhou City for a while. Once you have results, just send someone to deliver a letter to this address. Chu Xingchen picked up a brush and pinned down his current address. Yao Qin glanced at the flowing calligraphy and the address within Yuzhou City. This was the first time she could accurately know where to find Chu Xingchen. She extended her hand to take the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. Is there anything else? Chu Xingchen stood and replied, Nothing more. I await your good news. With that, he rose to leave. Wait, be sure to leave behind the words you just spoke. What words? Chu Xingchen. All right, I'll write it down right away. Chapter 28. How did you know this is the wooden fish of a high monk's enlightenment? Upon returning to his own sect's courtyard, Chu Xingchen found that his disciples had not yet returned from shopping. He wondered where his eldest disciple had gone to procure supplies, as it had taken quite a while. However, the pressing matter of the spirit stones had been entrusted to his old acquaintance, Yao Qin, with the most crucial issue now arranged. This was indeed the primary purpose of his visit to Yuzhou City. He believed that the likelihood of a successful resolution was quite high. After all, according to Chu Xingchen's speculation, the entire Zhu Yuding should be linked to a cultivation sect. Upon first encountering Yao Qin, she was already of golden core cultivation. In this remote area, such prowess could easily grant her the title of ancestor, allowing her to enjoy the status of an elder. Yet here, in the Zhu Yuding, she remained engrossed in playing the guqin. This configuration hinted at a high probability of affiliation with the sects of the Central Plains. Thus, Chu Xingchen held a considerable degree of confidence in Yao Qin's ability to resolve the matter at hand. After all, the spirit stones within his spatial ring were entirely of the blood energy variety. If he were to present them as currency, he would undoubtedly be eliminated on the spot by righteous cultivators. Moreover, aside from malevolent cultivators, no one would accept such blood energy spirit stones. Presently, Chu Xingchen appeared quite affluent, yet in reality, he could not produce even a single usable spirit stone. He possessed wealth, but it was of no practical use. Chu Xingchen retracted the small formation he had set up before leaving and entered the main room that his disciple had thoughtfully prepared for him. As he surveyed the room, he noted it was indeed quite tidy, furnished with a table and chairs. Sitting down, he took out a blood energy spirit stone to begin his research. As a golden core cultivator, he deemed himself qualified to delve into this matter. However, the more he studied, the more he realized the true malevolence of this spirit stone. The blood energy exhibited an inclination to merge with the spiritual energy contained within the stone. In a certain sense, this was indeed remarkable. Spirit stones are formed when spiritual energy, densely packed and drawn together by the allure of spiritual veins, coalesces over time. During this process, the spiritual energy gradually stabilizes, rendering it incapable of accommodating anything beyond itself. Once the transformation into a spirit stone is complete, this attribute becomes even more pronounced. Thus, manipulating a spirit stone in such a manner is indeed a skilled endeavor. It is not impossible, but rather exceedingly challenging. The technical level of the blood energy spirit stone before him seemed beyond what could be found in such a remote location. Just as Chu Xingchen was furrowing his brow in contemplation, he heard his eldest disciple's voice calling out to him. Master. Chu Xingchen tucked the spirit stone away and rose to greet the source of the voice. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback. Li Yingling entered with a large pack slung over her back, her face beaming with delight. Following closely behind her was Li Xingtian, burdened by a package that was 2 or 3 times larger than himself. In all honesty, Chu Xingchen felt that this surpassing the realm of mere packaging. Such a massive parcel could scarcely fit through the doorway. As Li Xingtian scanned the surroundings and noticed that no one was paying attention to him, he suddenly hurled the oversized package over the courtyard wall. He then dashed into the courtyard, prepared to catch the parcel he had just tossed. Chu Xingchen raised a hand to gently control the package soaring through the air, guiding it back down to the ground. Observing the large bundle before him, he inquired of Li Yingling, "Have the prices in Yuzhou City become so inexpensive? With that little silver, you managed to acquire such an abundance of goods?" Hearing this, Li Yingling proudly lifted her chin, setting down her burden before raising an eyebrow at her fellow disciple, urging him to share the tale of their glorious conquest. "This isn't what the senior sister bought," Li Xingtian remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "A new vendor has arrived at the street corner, offering ring toss games. And upon successfully landing a ring, one could randomly draw for prizes. The senior sister spent all her money at that stall." Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. Had the extraordinary luck of his disciples finally manifested? Li Yingling proudly extracted a set of pristine, luxurious white attire from the package behind him, proclaiming, "Master, I have specially chosen this for you. Your old outfit is far too tattered." As he spoke, Li Yingling unfurled the garment. Adorned with golden threads at the cuffs and delicate light blue embroidery along the collar, showcasing exquisite patterns. "This is the finest piece from the shop. It is said to automatically adjust to fit and was crafted by a master artisan, capable of repelling dust and dirt." With a smile, Li Yingling neatly folded the ensemble and presented it, along with matching trousers, to Chu Xingchen. Upon receiving the attire, Chu Xingchen touched the fabric and found it remarkably smooth. He smiled and nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, dear disciple." Li Xingtian stood nearby, opening his own large parcel. Inside lay a hodgepodge of items, with little of genuine significance among them. However, he was pleased to find 3 sets of bedding, ensuring he need not sleep on the wooden plank tonight. Chu Xingchen stepped forward, his curiosity piqued as he examined the assortment. Among the items were some familiar cooking utensils, albeit with unique designs, alongside oddly shaped ancient coins, talismans, and a shattered longsword. There were also a rattle drum, a large drum, a sword woven from copper coins, and even a complete set of wooden fish used by monks. Chu Xingchen picked up the wooden fish hammer, scrutinizing it for a moment, but finding nothing particularly remarkable. "Is this a consolation prize?" he questioned. "Master, this wooden fish is extraordinary." Li Yingling approached, eager to explain. According to the shopkeeper, this wooden fish contains the accumulated merits of a high monk before his passing. It is indeed a remarkable treasure. Chu Xingchen, holding the hammer, turned and lightly tapped Li Yingling on the head, retorting with a smirk, "What makes it so remarkable? It doesn't make a sound as resounding as when I strike your head. Clearly, this is merely the vendor's ploy." He was bemused that his esteemed disciple seemed gullible enough to believe such tales. Though the tap did not hurt, Li Yingling felt insulted and pouted, saying, "If you don't believe me, just ask our second disciple. This wooden fish truly contains the merits of the high monk at the moment of his passing." Li Xingtian affirmed, though his expression suggested he was hesitant to elaborate further. Chu Xingchen regarded his second disciple with a perplexed look, questioning how he could be as naive as Li Yingling. "How can you be certain the vendor's claims are true?" he challenged them. "We both witnessed the high monk's passing with our own eyes," Li Xingtian replied, his tone steady, though his demeanor indicated he was also taken aback by the revelation. He had never anticipated such a peculiar occurrence. Chu Xingchen was left speechless, exclaiming, "He passed on right before you?" He was a monk in the qi refining stage of the Su Ku-chan sect. After his senior sister drew the wooden fish, he disregarded her objections and immediately performed the dharma of affinity, achieving enlightenment on the spot. He infused all the merits he had cultivated into the wooden fish, ultimately entrusting his senior sister to utilize it wisely, insisting that she possessed great fortune and would surely make waves in the realm of cultivation in the future. What kind of merchant has such audacity? Take me to see. No need to go. After the master and senior sister finished drawing lots, they packed up everything, grumbling about their misfortune, and hurried towards the outskirts of Yuzhou City. In hindsight, they must have already left the city. Chapter 29. How could one catch a fish without bait? Although there were many items, most seemed utterly impractical for any occasion, especially those pots and bowls. Chu Xingchen dreaded that they might be crafted from the ashes of some eminent monk. He had no inclination to use someone's skull as a dining vessel. Thus, under Chu Xingchen's strict orders, those peculiar-looking utensils were banned from the kitchen. As for the other items, Li Yingling took what she wanted back to her room, discarding the rest into an unoccupied side room. Moreover, concerning the wooden fish of the departed monk, Chu Xingchen was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. He allowed Li Yingling to handle it, for the mere sight of it would make him want to hammer it against her little head. Consequently, despite the abundance of items, only a few were deemed reliable and useful after careful selection. Fortunately, the quilt was not one offered as a sacrifice by a high monk or a master, but merely an ordinary silk quilt. Otherwise, Chu Xingchen might always feel as if someone were pressing down upon him while he slept. After tidying up, the pile of items was mostly relegated to the side room, and there was no need for cleaning. The three soon gathered in Chu Xingchen's bedroom, exchanging glances as they prepared for a sect-wide meeting. Chu Xingchen placed the blood-infused spirit stones from his spatial ring on the table. These stones from the mine had all been tainted by blood energy. Li Xingtian frowned slightly, realizing that the spirit stones he used for teleportation in the mine were of the same kind. Initially, he thought there were only a few, as the master had taken them for immediate use. What was wrong with them? Li Yingling picked up a blood-infused spirit stone and examined it closely. It seemed fine enough. Being somewhat naive in the ways of cultivation, she had only recently begun her journey and relied on her innate talent to slowly elevate her cultivation level, acquiring knowledge primarily through literature. To her, these spirit stones were merely discolored. She could sense that the spiritual energy within remained intact. At worst, they were simply stained a less appealing hue. Chu Xingchen vividly illustrated. Imagine if you pulled this out at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division. If you could emerge unscathed, that would mean those wastrels were indeed living off the soft food. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling instantly understood. So, Master, our purpose in coming to Yuzhou City is to resolve the issue of the spirit stones? Correct. I have already asked someone to assist in resolving it. Chu Xingchen nodded gently. For the time being, focus on your cultivation, and once the spirit stone issue is settled, we shall seek a better place. Li Xingtian nodded in acknowledgement of his understanding. Li Yingling indeed harbored her own little desires. With a pout and a beseeching gaze directed towards her master, she implored, Master, the Lantern Festival in Yuzhou is approaching, yet I have never had the chance to partake in it. Coming from a prestigious family and being a concubine's daughter, she had seldom experienced affection. With her mother suffering from a prolonged illness, Li Yingling often kept her company, leaving little opportunity to venture beyond the confines of their estate, let alone enjoy festive outings. Within the estate, she would merely gaze at the towering walls, listening to the sounds of revelry from beyond. Perhaps only she understood the depth of her longing to witness the vibrant dragon dances outside. If only she could enjoy just a single day of merriment during the Lantern Festival. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, fully aware of his eldest disciple's circumstances. Her childhood had not been particularly joyful, and a day of celebration during the Lantern Festival was hardly a significant matter. Li Yingling was no fool and had never caused trouble for herself. She was considerate and dependable at crucial moments. Thank you, Master, she exclaimed, a radiant smile brightening her face. You are the best master in the world. After receiving such heartfelt praise, the meeting drew to a close. The blood essence spirit stones were not suited for Li Yingling's cultivation, as the essence within them could easily disrupt a cultivator's practice. Those with a higher level of cultivation might manage, but Li Yingling did not belong to that category. Thus, she was encouraged to focus on honing her abilities in order to ascend to greater heights. Li Xingtian, however, could rely on the blood essence spirit stones for his cultivation, as his current method of practice, upon reflection, seemed rather sinister. After all, it was capable of absorbing the blood essence of living beings, which was certainly reminiscent of dark practices. Li Xingtian did not inquire further about the cultivation methods, and Chu Xingchen naturally refrained from elaborating. The techniques provided by the system were beyond his explanation. Regardless, once mastered, the system's methods were devoid of side effects, so he should not end up becoming a malevolent figure. Although the cultivation process might appear somewhat nefarious, the essence itself should not be excessively so, one would hope. Having absorbed the blood essence of a gold core cultivator, Li Xingtian's cultivation had now risen to the mid-foundation stage, matching that of his senior sister. During their waiting period in Yuzhou, he could practice with the blood essence spirit stones, making it likely that surpassing his senior sister would be imminent. As for what Chu Xingchen was doing, That was simply indulging in leisure. After all, his extraordinarily gifted eldest disciple's comprehension of techniques was akin to his own mastery. His diligent second disciple's cultivation efforts equated to his own. Thanks to the system's rewards, a single spirit stone effectively counted as 2 in terms of usage. Should he have used the spirit stones himself, it would have been sheer extravagance. Thus, he set up a shielding formation in Li Xingtian's room to ensure no fluctuations in spiritual energy would attract others' attention, completing all that he could do. Previously, he had to cook to satisfy his disciples' appetites, but now that they were in Yuzhou, he could simply go out to eat whatever he desired. Although he lacked spirit stones, he still possessed a fair amount of silver and gold. This was the true portrayal of Chu Xingchen, a celestial being perpetually short of resources, yet a mortal with considerable wealth. A few days later, the idle Chu Xingchen resolved to engage in a meditative fishing expedition. Since fishing was prohibited within the confines of Yuzhou City, he had to venture beyond its borders. Thus, by the banks of a grand river not far from the city, Chu Xingchen languidly reclined on a chair, rod in hand, leisurely attempting to catch fish. Occasionally, a surge of pure spiritual energy would flow into his body, a reward for his diligent practice in celestial cultivation. This automated approach to spiritual refinement was remarkably effective. Moreover, through this feedback, Chu Xingchen could ascertain the extent of Li Xingtian's idleness that day, akin to a form of remote monitoring. For a disciple who enjoyed idleness, remote apprehension was possible. However, both of his disciples were notably industrious. Among them, Li Xingtian stood out, devoting nearly all of his time to cultivation. Consequently, Chu Xingchen often received rewards from the system. Alas, yet again he faced a fruitless endeavor. As the sun began its descent, Chu Xingchen resolved to reel in his line and return home. Having caught nothing in the past few days, in his previous life, he had seldom fished, and in this world, he had been preoccupied with searching for a disciple, leaving little room for such leisure. Yet, it was inconceivable to return home empty-handed. Just as Chu Xingchen prepared to retrieve his line, intending to deliver a modicum of shock to the uncooperative fish, he suddenly felt a substantial weight at the end of his rod. His eyes brightened, and he vigorously lifted the rod. Finally, he had caught a fish. As the line broke the surface, a colossal figure leapt from the water. Chu Xingchen glanced over, astonished by the size of the creature, only to furrow his brow in disbelief. To his horror, it was not a fish, but rather an enormous corpse. This was undoubtedly Li Yingling's fault. The wooden fish must have been cursed. What nonsense was this so-called merit of the high monk, whose merit allowed one to fish only to haul up a corpse? Upon returning, he would demand that Li Yingling burn that wretched wooden fish. Chapter 30. A calamity. The term large is relative. If it were a fish of such size, it would indeed be deemed large. However, if what was caught was a person, then it was no longer significant. The most unfortunate aspect was that the individual he had reeled in was clad in the attire of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Although it was merely the basic uniform of a constable, any association with the Bureau could not bode well. Chu Xingchen's spiritual sense swept over the person he had inadvertently caught. To his surprise, the man was alive, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement, and not yet fully deceased. Chu Xingchen had initially intended to disregard the situation and kick the body back into the river if the individual were lifeless. However, since the man still clung to life, he could not proceed with such a course of action. Reluctantly, Chu Xingchen took a couple of steps forward, directing his gaze toward the fortunate member of the Demon Suppression Bureau. He was a relatively young man, not unattractive, though he paled in comparison to Chu Xingchen. Perhaps having been submerged for only a short time, his complexion was ashen but not yet swollen. His eyes were tightly shut, yet a dark red energy coursed through his veins. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly. Was he poisoned? Exercising caution, he retrieved a silver needle from his waist, channeling spiritual energy to pierce the energy pathways. After the dark red energy circulated, the needle remained unresponsive. It was not poison. Chu Xingchen felt a slight sense of relief, then directed his consciousness to scan the veins of the young man before him, discovering that the dark red hue was, in fact, a frenzied energy. At that moment, it continued to surge through the young man's body. Without immediate intervention, it was likely he would not survive for long. With a soft sigh, Chu Xingchen retrieved several silver needles and pierced them into the young man's foundational acupoints, sealing his heart meridian to ensure he would not perish from the energy's assault on his heart. As for whether the energy would rupture other veins, that was beyond Chu Xingchen's control. After completing the acupuncture, he deftly manipulated his spiritual energy and gently placed the young man onto his fishing chair without making any physical contact. Grasping one edge of the chair, he carried both the chair and the youth toward the nearby city of Yuzhou. Naturally, there were guards stationed at the city gate. The unusual sight of Chu Xingchen's 2-person chair drew attention, especially since the figure reclining on the chair was clad in the distinctive attire of the Demon Suppression Division. Before Chu Xingchen could reach the entrance, 2 guards rushed over. Their eyes quickly scanned the pale, damp figure of the young man, who had several silver needles embedded in him. Momentarily taken aback, they did not inquire immediately, but swiftly checked for a pulse at the young man's neck. Upon feeling the faint yet steady heartbeat, they exhaled in relief. One guard, evidently experienced in handling such situations, called out towards the city gate. "We have an injured member of the Demon Suppression Division here. Send for a swift horse to summon aid." Before long, a swift horse galloped into the city. It seemed prudent to have the Demon Suppression Division send personnel for treatment rather than rushing the injured individual directly to them. The guard's gaze fell upon the silver needles, and with a softer tone, he expressed gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, brother. Please wait here. The Demon Suppression Division rewards those who help their members." Chu Xingchen sighed, nodding in resignation. While the promise of a reward was likely genuine, he also feared being mistaken for a perpetrator, which could hinder his departure. Saving someone posed its own complications. Noticing Chu Xingchen's cooperation, the 2 guards felt a sense of relief. After all, anyone capable of rescuing a member of the Demon Suppression Division must be among the cultivators, and his willingness to cooperate suggested a serendipitous rescue. Fortunately, aid arrived swiftly, at least faster than a horse could gallop. A figure, also donned in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division, sprinted towards the gate with remarkable speed. Chu Xingchen looked up to see a petite young girl, appearing somewhat youthful, with her hair styled in 2 small braids that bobbed in rhythm with her steps. The little healer, carrying a medical kit, dashed forward with her short legs, likely possessing a cultivation level around the 6th or 7th tier of chi refinement. She quickly zeroed in on Chu Xingchen's position, hurrying over and directing her gaze at the young man, as well as the silver needles sealing his major acupoints. The young healer first checked his pulse, and upon confirming its presence, she observed the turbulent dark red energy swirling within the sealed veins. A faint luminescence shimmered in the palm of the young healer as she extended her hand to touch the tempestuous energy, seeking to discern its true nature. Such a fierce energy. The young healer's voice possessed a childlike softness, yet her intonation leaned toward the dialect of the Sichuan-Chongqing region rather than the accent of Yuzhou City, hinting at her origins from afar. Despite the seriousness in her tone, there was an oddly endearing quality to her demeanor. "Did you apply these silver needles?" she inquired, raising her gaze to meet Chu Xingchen's. Chu Xingchen nodded in affirmation. "Yes, is there a problem?" "None at all, quite the opposite. Without your needles, this child would likely not have endured until now," the young healer remarked. "Are you also a physician? Could you lend a hand?" "I am not a physician, but if it is something simple, I could attempt to assist." "Come now, it's not easy to summon help at this moment, and this child cannot hold on much longer. Those clumsy fellows are utterly inept. Just follow my instructions and act accordingly." Though the current situation was somewhat alleviated by the silver needles, the energy within was relentlessly eroding the meridians, rendering the scenario still perilous. The young healer, though diminutive in stature, exhibited remarkable resolve. Her large apricot eyes fixed intently on Chu Xingchen. "Your spiritual power must be quite formidable. When you withdraw the needles, suppress this energy, and I will channel it away." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. The young healer then retrieved a root of Platycodon grandiflorum from her medical kit, prying open the mouth of the unconscious youth and inserting it directly into his throat. She then picked up a small gourd from her kit, uncorking it to release a waft of medicinal fragrance. "He is unconscious and unable to swallow on his own. My method is quite effective," she explained. With the gourd aimed at the Platycodon, she introduced a small quantity of medicinal liquid, then removed the root, turning her gaze back to Chu Xingchen. "You may now pull out the needles." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded gently, extending his hand, channeling his spiritual energy through the silver needles that had sealed the meridians. He swiftly extracted them. Seizing the moment, the young healer's hand erupted with a radiant white light, and she deftly pressed on acupoints, attempting to guide the ferocious energy outward. However, it soon became apparent to her that something was amiss. From her surface perception, she could only gauge a general sense, but upon direct contact with the menacing aura, she felt an overwhelming surge of blood energy that began to entwine itself with her own spiritual force. As this aura broke through the surface, the familiar scent of blood energy caused Chu Xingchen's brows to furrow in alarm. How could it resemble the blood energy found within the bloodstone almost identically? The young healer felt the blood energy fiercely gnawing at her spiritual essence while rapidly contaminating the surrounding flesh. Her brow furrowed deeply, instinctively exclaiming, "This is bad." Chapter 31. The fisherman who catches more than just fish. This predicament was self-evident, requiring no further elaboration from the young healer. Chu Xingchen recognized that the blood energy was swiftly latching onto her spiritual essence, beginning to coil and attack her. While this energy posed little challenge for Chu Xingchen, it was indeed a formidable adversary for the young healer, who was still in the qi refinement stage. Her expression grew grave, and the delicate hand that had been lightly pressing on the acupoints began to tremble slightly. Seeing that the young healer was struggling, Chu Xingchen reached out, gently grasping her arm and carefully controlling the output of his spiritual energy. In an effort to conceal his cultivation level, he adjusted his spiritual energy output to approximate that of a novice in the foundation establishment stage. Downplaying his abilities often sufficed to avert numerous troubles. With the assistance of Chu Xingchen, the surge of blood energy was ultimately resolved by the young physician. At this moment, beads of sweat had formed on her brow, and her expression bore a hint of relief as she gratefully regarded Chu Xingchen, saying, "Thank you so much. Without you, the situation would have been dire." "There's no need for such gratitude," Chu Xingchen replied, a trace of guilt flickering in his eyes. "However, I fear that the silver needles may not be so easily extracted." The physician cast a discerning glance at Chu Xingchen, initially believing him merely handsome, but now recognizing that his cultivation was quite commendable, suggesting he was at least at the foundation establishment level. In Yuzhou City, such prowess was a pillar of strength. Even the captain of the demon capture squad possessed similar abilities. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on this, for he had indeed saved a life in a critical moment, and the details of the case were not her concern. Her sole focus was to ensure the recovery of the child. Once he awoke, everything would become clear. "Well then," she said, shaking her head, "even if you could manage it, I cannot. It would be too arduous. I shall take him back and treat him at my own pace. Thank you once more. If you have the time, do visit the demon subduing office to collect your reward. Mention my name. I am in Yen." After conveying her instructions, In Yen offered Chu Xingchen a warm smile. "Very well, Miss In Yen," he replied with a slight bow. Upon hearing him address her as Miss, In Yen's smile broadened. It was customary for newcomers to regard her as a mere child, often calling her little sister, but here was someone who recognized her as an equal. "You, young man, possess great potential. Thank you once again." "No need for thanks. As I have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Please, Miss In Yen, carry on with your duties." "Of course, you may depart," she affirmed. After receiving her consent, Chu Xingchen bowed slightly and turned away without hesitation. The chair he had used held little value, so he left it for the demon subduing office, and he couldn't be bothered to transport his fishing rod, which he had simply hidden at the fishing spot. This time, things had gone smoothly without complications. He had managed to garner some goodwill with the demon subduing office. Should trouble arise in the future, it might prove advantageous. It was hardly a loss. "What are you two waiting for? Are you hoping for the child to take his last breath?" In Yen's commanding voice reached his ears as she directed the two guards, setting aside her other qualities. She certainly had a distinct personality. However, Chu Xingchen was not inclined to involve himself further. After all, this child was caught in his net, making their connection somewhat faded. After navigating a few streets, Chu Xingchen arrived at the rented house. He pushed open the door, and in the courtyard, Li Yingling was playfully wielding a small wooden sword, mimicking strikes and slashes with abandon. Chu Xingchen, having gained some understanding of Li Yingling's abilities, quickly discerned that she was secretly contemplating the essence of swordsmanship. This was rather unusual. Typically, she would meander along the river near the entrance before heading to the market to procure some odd trinkets. "Has the master returned?" Li Yingling cast a sideways glance at her master returning, retracting the small wooden sword in her hand. Her gaze scrutinized him, only to discover that her master was devoid of any fish. Had he failed to catch anything today? Chu Xingchen sighed, stating, "While I did not manage to catch any fish today, I did reel in a person." "A person?" Li Yingling inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. "What does it mean to catch a person?" Chu Xingchen succinctly recounted the events of the day, explaining how he had inadvertently fished a person out of the lake. Truly, he was an exceptional master. Even fishing yielded unexpected outcomes. Upon hearing the tale, Li Yingling could not help but laugh heartily, noticing her playful teasing. Chu Xingchen maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, "I believe that wooden fish must have interfered with my efforts. You must swiftly dispose of that wooden fish to alleviate my vexation." "Master," Li Yingling responded with a smile, "didn't you once say that a fisherman could catch anything but fish? In that case, catching a person hardly seems excessive, does it? What does that wooden fish have to do with it?" Chu Xingchen sighed in resignation. "Why is it that you remember my playful remarks so vividly, yet forget the more serious ones?" "Because your jesting is always so delightful," Li Yingling replied, chuckling. She then cleared her throat, lightly blinking her eyes as she asked, "By the way, master, are you free tomorrow?" "What is it? Isn't the Lantern Festival still a few days away?" "Do not worry, I remember. Actually," Li Yingling grasped her master's hand, "there is a small temple fair before the Lantern Festival. I hear it will be quite lively, commencing tomorrow evening. Will you accompany me? You wouldn't want me to go alone, would you? Surely, you would feel guilty. Chu Xingchen's expression remained unchanged. To be honest, I am quite indifferent about it. Master. Li Yingling elongated her tone, playfully coaxing, you are the best master in the world. Since spending ample time with Chu Xingchen, Li Yingling had come to understand her master well. Regardless of the circumstances, whether concerning herself or Li Xingtian, her master always exhibited a natural concern for her disciples. Particularly when it came to reasonable requests, she seldom resisted. Moreover, her master did not put on airs, which made her kindness all the more precious. For Li Yingling, her master's favor undoubtedly ranked first. Chu Xingchen dismissively shook off Li Yingling's hand and conceded, very well, from now on. This sect may very well be entirely under your influence. With her desires fulfilled, a smile illuminated Li Yingling's face as she declared her loyalty. Yingling will always stand by master. Your word is paramount. Chu Xingchen remained unfazed. Their sect consisted of merely 3 members, herself included. And if Li Yingling did not ally with her, she would most certainly side with Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian was undeniably a diligent disciple, proving to be a source of ease and reliability, thus aligning with her. Consequently, even if Li Yingling chose not to stand with her, by the laws of reciprocity, she would still find herself on Chu Xingchen's side. Hence, Li Yingling's proclamation bore little significance. Within the demon suppression department, Anian gazed gravely at the young man caught by Chu Xingchen. This was a predicament, one that truly troubled him. The issue did not lie with the young man, who lay unconscious on the bed. Although the injuries had yet to show signs of improvement, as long as he was alive and had entered the demon suppression division, in Yen was confident he could salvage the situation. Moreover, the young man's condition did not seem particularly troublesome to in Yen. It merely required some effort to remedy it. The real complication lay in the presence of a team leader from the demon suppression division standing beside the young man. Goodness! How could this youth be the younger brother of that fearsome sorceress? Are you suggesting he might have irreparably damaged meridians and become a cripple? In Yen observed the woman clad in the black attire of the demon suppression division. She was tall and slender, with a short blade at her waist. Standing behind her, in Yen could only glimpse her silhouette and the long, flowing black hair that mirrored the icy demeanor of the sorceress. Even from her back, there was an overwhelming sense of pressure. Clearing his throat, in Yen struggled to articulate his thoughts. He hesitated, unsure how to embellish the unfortunate fate that awaited this young man, who was very likely to be rendered incapable. After all, it seemed unlikely that the young man would ever have the opportunity to use both hands to eat again. In Yen extracted a silver needle from the young man's left hand. Even with the needle removed, the meridians were on the verge of collapse. Being able to lift a hand to eat would be considered a testament to in Yen's medical prowess. As for the remaining silver needles still embedded in the major acupoints, even the slightest movement appeared nearly impossible. The blood energy within had begun to stir the meridians, and it was not only his hands and feet that were immobilized. The lower half of his body was also sealed by the silver needles. The young man was clearly new to the demon suppression division, as in Yen had never encountered him before. The sorceress was notoriously cold and had not introduced herself to anyone. If only in Yen had known that he might have also removed the needles from the young man's lower half. It was uncertain what task he had been assigned, but the danger level was certainly not negligible. At the very least, the boy was still alive, was he not? This was the only consolation in Yen could offer to the formidable sorceress. Zhao Wanqing unconsciously brushed her fingers over the short blade at her waist. She did not turn to face in Yen, and his attempt at reassurance seemed to have an adverse effect. Her tone remained frigid as she inquired, "Did you insert these silver needles?" "No, but do not overthink it. Without these needles, this child would have likely breathed his last," and Yen hastily replied. "I have observed. The needles were only recently inserted." Zhao Wanqing nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement with Yen's assessment. She then drew her short blade, delicately prying open the meridians, allowing the blood energy within the young man to surge towards the newly arrived spiritual energy. Zhao Wanqing's expression remained unchanged as she retrieved a talisman from her waist and swiftly affixed it to the blade. Absorbing a portion of the blood energy before stowing the talisman away, she then gently sealed the opening once more. Though not a professional healer, she was not adept at managing the chaotic blood energy in severely damaged meridians. While handling the blood energy itself was not particularly difficult for Zhao Wanqing, doing so without causing further harm to the meridians proved to be exceedingly challenging. She simply required a modicum of blood energy. Casting one last glance at her unconscious brother, Zhao Wanqing swiftly turned to leave, saying, "I trust you will keep an eye on him, Physician in Yen." "It is merely my duty," in Yen replied, gently shaking his head. After Zhao Wanqing exited the medical room, she made her way directly to the archives. Her younger brother had been assigned to the second team, and Zhao Wanqing had not had the opportunity to greet anyone from the demon suppression division. Could it be that someone was seeking revenge against her? She quickly rummaged through her brother's attendance records and soon discovered the file related to his current mission, an investigation into the disappearance of residents from Wangjia village. The team was led by a seasoned member of notable capability whom Zhao Wanqing had heard of before, since her brother had been lured back. The Demon Suppression Division had already dispatched personnel to dredge the river in search of any others who may have fallen in, as well as sent another team swiftly to Wangjia village to locate individuals. The Demon Suppression Division was prompt in their actions. Zhao Wanqing dismissed the notion of revenge. After all, the fate of the veteran member was uncertain, but her brother was at least still alive for the moment. Nevertheless, she recognized that relying solely on the Demon Suppression Division would likely not yield clarity on the matter, even if they managed to uncover the truth. The efficiency of the investigation would probably be lacking. In the case of a beastly disturbance, the Demon Suppression Division would certainly respond with manpower. However, this was evidently a man-made disaster, a malicious attack, which would inevitably slow the investigation. After all, humans are far more cunning than beasts. Furthermore, the Demon Suppression Division was quite busy, and the number of investigators was limited. It was time for her to pursue her own line of inquiry. With the file in hand, Zhao Wanqing swiftly turned and headed out to the street. At Zhu Yuding, Yaoqin was surrounded by a plethora of books. With a dark red bloodstone elevated by a formation array, she held a book delicately in her hands, reading intently while carefully manipulating the array, attempting to reverse the process of the blood energy eroding the stone. However, the stone suddenly erupted in a dark red light, shattering the array she was trying to control. Yaoqin felt a twinge of frustration. How vexing. The maid, Ling, who observed the scene from the side, softly advised, "Miss, perhaps you should take a break. You haven't rested in quite a while, and that scoundrel's matter cannot be that pressing." Yaoqin lifted her slender, fair hand to gently rub her forehead. "All right, I understand. You may leave for now." Ling understood the implication. It was clear that Yaoqin wished to be rid of her presence to continue her research unimpeded. "Miss, please take care of yourself," Yaoqin replied, her tone unchanged. With a reluctant sigh, Ling exited the room. Once the maid left, Yaoqin closed her eyes for a moment to collect her thoughts before resuming the arrangement of the array. It must be said that as Chu Xingchen's cultivation level had risen, the tasks he entrusted to her had grown increasingly challenging. This bloodstone was not a simple issue for Yaoqin to resolve, even with numerous reference materials available within the sect. However, it was a request from him. In this new attempt, Yaoqin was not surprised by her failure. As the array was once again disrupted, the bloodstone fell onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Though she felt a hint of discouragement, progress had at least been made. Nevertheless, after multiple failures, Yaoqin quickly adjusted her mindset and prepared to delve back into her studies when the maid's voice came from outside the door. Miss Zhao wishes to see you." Yaoqin casually replied, "I am not available, and I do not wish to meet." After a brief silence outside the door, the maid's voice echoed again, "Miss. She claims to have urgent matters." Taking a deep breath, Yaoqin tucked the spiritual stone into her sleeve and said, "Let her in." As her words fell, the door creaked open. Yaoqin lifted her gaze and beheld Zhao Wanqing standing at the threshold, her demeanor somewhat despondent, the confidence that once radiated from her features now diminished. "I am rather busy at the moment. Please state your business and be on your way," Yaoqin declared. Zhao Wanqing stepped inside a couple of paces and clasped her hands, saying, "I require your assistance." "I am not free," Yaoqin replied almost instantaneously, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. What did these people think of themselves? Could they not learn to resolve their own issues? Zhao Wanqing appeared unperturbed by Yaoqin's brusque dismissal, producing a talisman sealed with malevolent energy and placing it upon the table. "I need you to investigate the nature of this blood energy. It has attacked personnel from the Demon Suppression Division. In return, I shall not refuse any of your requests in the future." Blood energy? Initially, Yaoqin felt no inclination to engage, intending to let Zhao Wanqing finish her speech and depart. However, upon hearing those words, her gaze instinctively turned toward the talisman on the table. Could it be? After a moment's hesitation, Yaoqin reached out to touch the talisman. As her spiritual energy flowed into it, she was immediately engulfed by the violent essence contained within. Gripping the talisman tightly, her eyes closed in frustration. "I understand. I will inform you once I have results." Zhao Wanqing's face displayed surprise. She hadn't anticipated such a swift agreement from Yaoqin. Prior to arriving, Zhao Wanqing had mentally prepared herself for a cold reception. What puzzled her was Yaoqin's expression, which suggested she was privy to some underlying truths regarding this blood energy. Nevertheless, Zhao Wanqing recognized the formidable sect that backed Yaoqin and held faith in her stance. "Thank you," Zhao Wanqing said with a bow, quickly turning to leave. She had many other matters to attend to. Chapter 33, My Master is Superficial. Yaoqin lowered her gaze to the crumpled talisman in her hand. The violent blood energy it contained was exceedingly aggressive, yet it seemed fundamentally similar to the blood energy spiritual stone gifted to her by Chu Xingchen. The blood energy within the talisman was evidently employed as a weapon, while that within the spiritual stone remained relatively stable. Considering Chu Xingchen's rapid advancement in cultivation, her trust in him had led her to refrain from probing further. The Qingfeng sect was quite distant from Yuzhou City. It would be imprudent for them to risk extending their reach into such proximity. Was this not tantamount to courting disaster? Such an endeavor would serve against their interests. Unless they were, indeed, pursuing Chu Xingchen. Yet, given that he resided within Yuzhou City with such ease, it was clear he possessed the confidence that he had managed the situation deftly, leaving no loose ends. Chu Xingchen was certainly no fool. If he were being shadowed, he would have detected it swiftly. Otherwise, given his past exploits, he should have met his demise long ago. This implied that Chu Xingchen must be concealing something from her, or perhaps he had indeed turned to the path of the dark arts. Yao Qin tightened her grip on the talisman. I shall change my attire and step out for a while. Any matters can wait until my return. The maid hastily inquired, Miss, are you not taking me with you? No, Yao Qin decisively replied as she picked up a garment nearby. The maid, Shaoling, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could only watch her mistress's hurried departure. Once again, Yao Qin lowered her gaze to the note in her hand. It was given to her by Chu Xingchen, indicating his current residence. Confirming the address, she realized that this secluded courtyard was indeed Chu Xingchen's abode. She extended her hand and gently knocked on the door. A voice soon responded, coming. However, it was not Chu Xingchen's voice, but that of a woman. The heavy door swung open, revealing a pure and beautiful young girl, her face initially radiant with a smile, which faltered upon seeing Yao Qin. You must have the wrong door, she remarked. Yao Qin frowned slightly at the young girl before coldly asking, Does Chu Xingchen live here? Li Yingling was taken aback by the striking and frosty demeanor of the woman before her, immediately questioning, Who is this person to speak so boldly of my master? Could she be a former acquaintance, or perhaps an adversary? The pressing concern was how to respond to this inquiry. Did her master truly reside here? It was evident that the woman possessed considerable cultivation, a fact that Li Yingling, still in the foundational stage, could not discern. This name seems somewhat familiar. What business do you have with him? Li Yingling inquired, attempting to be circumspect. I have matters to discuss with him. What matters? Yao Qin's brow furrowed. What does that have to do with you? Does he live here or not? Li Yingling maintained a friendly expression. I cannot recall that name. But my brother has a good memory. He will surely know if Chu Xingchen resides here. Please wait a moment. With that, she hurriedly closed the door. She rushed to knock on her second brother's door. Shortly, Li Xingtian opened it, looking at his senior sister with concern. What is it? What happened? Li Yingling whispered. There is a woman outside looking for master. I'm not sure what she wants. You must find him and tell him a cold, beautiful woman is seeking him. If she is here to cause trouble, give me a signal, and I'll say master does not live here. If she is an acquaintance of Master S, then you must bring him back quickly. Li Xingtian frowned slightly, sensing his sister might be overthinking the situation. However, seeing her earnest expression, he nodded in agreement with her plan, recognizing that caution is seldom misplaced. Li Yingling instructed, Good, you take the back door, and I will keep her occupied. Be careful. Li Xingtian cautioned before swiftly making his way to the back entrance. As for where their master had gone, he had a fair idea. Master always informed his disciples of his whereabouts when he left, making it easier to locate him should any issues arise. Most likely, at this moment, he was enjoying performances at a local establishment. Ever since he had caught a corpse, he decided to adopt a different method to cultivate his mindset. Yet, Li Xingtian could not fathom what mindset could be cultivated from listening to women sing. Li Xingtian cautiously slipped out through the back door. After meticulously observing his surroundings to ensure no one was paying him any heed, he swiftly made his way towards the establishment his master had mentioned. The venue was not far. A few streets were but a stone's throw for a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. In no time, Li Xingtian arrived at the entrance of the establishment. Several scantily dressed women languidly leaned against the doorway, holding pipa and other instruments, softly crooning suggestive lyrics. The very sight of the entrance suggested a lack of propriety. Was there truly no one in Yuzhou City to oversee such indecency? His master was indeed misguided. Such women were nothing but deceitful seducers. Li Xingtian's expression turned cold. He had long seen through the superficial allure of such base temptations. However, entry into this establishment required payment. A young attendant waiting at the entrance quickly approached him. Good sir, here to listen to some tunes? Li Xingtian, lacking the inclination for further conversation, casually slipped some silver into the attendant's hands and entered the establishment. As he surveyed the scene, it became evident that nearly everyone was accompanied by a courtesan, engaged in various lewd activities. Soon, his gaze landed on his master in the far corner. To his surprise, His master was not behaving like the common folk. Instead, he was savoring tea and conversing amiably with a courtesan who cradled a pipa. Li Xingtian thought little of it and hurried over. Chu Xingchen savored his tea, while the courtesan before him gazed at him with admiration. Her voice a soft murmur. "You are truly a man of great talent and profound insight, sir. I am profoundly impressed, regardless of poetry or the sciences." He possessed unique perspectives and exceptional standards, even amidst changing times. The courtesans, like the one outside enticing customers, required no such depth of knowledge. Mere singing and playing an instrument sufficed. Every profession had its hierarchy. She had been groomed as a top performer since childhood, diligently studying poetry and dance, even meticulously observing her every word and action. Her vision and capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Only through understanding could one appreciate. Typically, she encountered only those who sought mere beauty, devoid of intellect, their crude words revealing their avarice. Yet, this gentleman was different. Every gesture and word exuded the grace of a true gentleman, and his looks were exceptionally striking. His eyes seemed to shimmer with stardust, though her profession involved charming patrons. She felt as if she were the one being charmed. Engaging in conversation with this handsome man felt like a gentle spring breeze. In this stark contrast, he appeared as an ethereal being, untainted by the mortal realm. Chu Xingchen gently set down his tea, noticing the courtesan's eyes sparkling with admiration. He realized his allure had not yet waned. Chapter 34. Have the spirit stones been resolved? To thrive in the world of cultivation, one must possess a silver tongue. Previously, lacking in cultivation, he relied on emotional intelligence. Chu Xingchen's smile was as refreshing as spring air. "You flatter me. Our conversation has only served to highlight your own refined demeanor." As the young woman contemplated engaging in further conversation, Chu Xingchen abruptly turned around, his gaze fixed on Li Xingtian, who was approaching. Startled, Chu Xingchen rose swiftly. His disciple was typically engrossed in the pursuit of immortality. If there were no pressing matters, he would not venture out. It was evident that something was amiss. Li Xingtian advanced a few steps, casting a fleeting glance at the woman in the brothel before softly addressing his master. "Sister," said a cold, yet strikingly beautiful lady, inquired whether you reside here. "I wonder if she might be an enemy of yours." A cold beauty? Chu Xingchen's eyes brightened instantly. It was undoubtedly Yao Qin come to seek him. He had not anticipated her initiative, thinking she would send her maid, a Ling, to fetch him. With a sigh of relief, Chu Xingchen responded, "It is nothing. She is an acquaintance of mine. Let us return together." The young woman in the brothel, observing Chu Xingchen's intention to depart without a second glance, felt an urgent pang in her heart. Such a celestial being was rare to encounter. Unable to suppress her feelings, she called out, "Young master, I am Wan Yun. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Chu Xingchen paused momentarily, turning his gaze toward her with an expression that hinted at reluctance, yet he ultimately sighed. "We are all wanderers in this vast world. Why must we have previously met?" With that, he turned resolutely and departed. For Chu Xingchen, this encounter was merely an opportunity to hone his long-neglected eloquence. It seemed he still possessed the same charm as in years past. "Do not linger, my dear. I am but a legend now." Wan Yun stood there, entranced, cradling her pipa, softly murmuring, "Why must we have previously met?" Unbeknownst to both, a young man clad in white, who had been listening intently to their exchange from the side, was captivated. Upon hearing those final words, his eyes sparkled as he watched Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian depart. A broad smile broke across his face as he suppressed his delight, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." Chu Xingchen soon returned to the rented courtyard with Li Xingtian. However, upon reaching the entrance, they overheard Li Yingling's slightly sycophantic tone. "Sister, how could I possibly deceive you?" Followed by Yao Qin's skeptical voice. "From the moment you started speaking at the door, I sensed you were lying." Upon entering, Chu Xingchen beheld Yao Qin seated on a stone chair, while his eldest disciple was cheerfully pouring her tea. As they stepped in, both Li Yingling and Yao Qin turned their gazes toward them. Li Yingling sighed in relief upon seeing her master, grateful that the visitor was not there seeking vengeance. Upon noticing Chu Xingchen, Yao Qin sprang to her feet and swiftly approached him, grasping his hand. Her consciousness surged toward Chu Xingchen's being. Bewildered, he observed Yao Qin as his golden core instinctively resisted the incursion of her external consciousness. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Yao Qin's expression grew frigid as she bluntly replied, "Let me see. Is that appropriate? There are so many people present. Then your entrusted matter ends here." Faced with her unwavering resolve, Chu Xingchen relented, allowing Yao Qin's consciousness to penetrate his being. Li Yingling was also taken aback, gazing at the scene before him in bewilderment. What was happening? Li Xingtian silently observed for a moment, inwardly dismissing it as a trivial matter of romantic entanglement. His master was indeed commendable, yet it was a pity that he had yet to see through this layer of complexity. as Chu Xingchen released the protective barrier of his golden core. Yaoqin's consciousness seamlessly entered. Subsequently, Yaoqin was left in a state of astonishment. The spiritual energy circulating within was exceptionally pure, of high quality and remarkable steadiness. The rapid flow of spiritual energy indicated that such a golden core could only be of the highest caliber. Furthermore, the level of spiritual power was at least that of the late golden core stage, was it not? However, Yaoqin carefully observed and, after confirming the absence of any ominous aura from talismans and spiritual stones, she breathed a sigh of relief and loosened her grip. At the very least, it was clear that Chu Xingchen had not turned to the path of demonic cultivation. This was a fundamental issue. Chu Xingchen curiously inquired, "Why is today so peculiar?" Yaoqin produced the talisman that Zhao Wanqing had given her and directly handed it to Chu Xingchen. "Examine this talisman. The ominous aura is virtually identical to the blood aura of the spiritual stone you provided me." Taking the talisman, Chu Xingchen lightly activated it, and the ominous aura surged forth. "But is this blood aura not from the demon subjugation department?" "How do you know?" Yaoqin questioned, her brows furrowing in suspicion. "The individual ensnared by the demon subjugation department was someone I fished out from the Yuzhou River outside the city. I essentially saved his life," Chu Xingchen remarked, feeling that no matter the world, it resembled a vast, chaotic stage. How was it possible to fish someone out, only to reel in someone from his own side? "You fished him out." Yaoqin expressed disbelief. Chu Xingchen sighed and briefly explained how he had caught that fortunate soul and aided the nearly doomed young man, saving him from death. Yaoqin remained silent, while Li Yingling, who had been listening intently, was the first to speak. "Master, next time you go fishing, please take me along." Li Yingling had initially thought that his master merely caught someone without much ado. He had not anticipated such an intriguing story behind it. He had previously assumed that fishing was simply about holding a rod and waiting idly for a catch. Yet, this unfolding tale was far more engaging than wandering aimlessly on the streets. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen shot an irritated glance at his eldest disciple. In response to that glare, Li Yingling could only manage an awkward smile. "Master, are these two your disciples?" Yaoqin inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Chu Xingchen shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. "Indeed, two tattered cotton jackets." "Master," Li Yingling pouted in dissatisfaction. While it was acceptable to refer to Li Xingtian as a tattered cotton jacket, given his taciturn nature and apparent indifference towards his master, Li Yingling believed he was quite the opposite. Most of the time, he was very obedient to his master's instructions and would even proactively assist with tasks within his capabilities. What did he mean by a tattered cotton jacket? He was undoubtedly a magnificent, splendid, 18-layered down jacket. Chu Xingchen reached out to gently ruffle Li Yingling's head in a gesture of consolation, then turned to Yaoqin and said, "You did not come merely to question my actions, did you? Has the issue with the blood aura spiritual stone been resolved?" Upon hearing his words, Yaoqin was momentarily taken aback. Her previously cold demeanor softened, and her gaze inadvertently drifted to the side. Upon observing Yaoqin's expression, Chu Xingchen understood that the matter had indeed not been resolved. Chapter 35. Staying over since we are here, let us dine before departing. Chu Xingchen refrained from elaborating further. If she was willing to assist, he felt grateful, surely better than floundering about with spirit stones. Those stones could occupy the precious space within his ring. Before Yaoqin could instinctively decline, she halted abruptly. For what followed exceeded her expectations. "I shall cook today," Chu Xingchen declared, then paused, glancing at Yaoqin. "Not necessary." Yaoqin quickly amended her response. "Just don't prepare too much." Although she had reached the golden core stage and had long since stopped consuming food except for the tea provided by her sect, the prospect of Chu Xingchen cooking was undeniably enticing. A man of eloquence and noble demeanor preparing a meal for her was quite appealing. To Yaoqin, Chu Xingchen possessed an undeniable charm. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Very well, but the kitchen is rather bare. Yingling, take your junior brother and procure some ingredients you enjoy." "Of course, master," Li Yingling readily replied, reminiscing about the last time he had savored a dish prepared by his master. This time, he planned to buy 2 rabbits for a spicy rabbit dish. Acquiring the ingredients granted him the right to dictate the culinary creations, a task he relished. As Chu Xingchen watched his 2 ragged apprentices head out for groceries, he turned back and gestured to the tea Li Yingling had brewed. "Shall we enjoy some tea in the meantime?" Yaoqin readily agreed. "Yes." Chu Xingchen picked up a new cup from the side and poured tea for Yaoqin. "How have you been lately? You seem somewhat weary. Do not overexert yourself." Yaoqin was taken aback by his observation and quickly bowed her head. Indeed, she had not rested much recently, engrossed in her research on the blood essence spirit stones. Could it be that her appearance had grown somewhat haggard? It seemed Chu Xingchen had discerned her thoughts, as he continued. "However, you appear to have lost some of that icy demeanor. You seem more approachable now. I once thought you were averse to others. I still remember the first time I visited Chu Xingchen to hear you play. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you, he reminisced. Yao-Qin sipped the tea gently. While it was not of the finest quality, it felt exceptionally smooth upon her palate. Do you think Chu Xingchen is a place for casual gatherings? Few can match the couplets displayed at the entrance. To gain entry and listen to a piece in the hall is already quite an honor. Chu Xingchen agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed. I spent half a month deciphering the couplets before I could glimpse your silhouette through the gauzy window. Suddenly reflecting, Yao-Qin's expression remained unchanged. I initially thought you were an aspiring talent, but after our conversation, I realized you were merely an unlearned ruffian. Intrigued, Chu Xingchen questioned, then why did you agree to see me again? I simply happened to find that ruffians were not entirely intolerable, Yao-Qin replied, gazing down at her teacup, where a leaf of tea gracefully spun at its center. Yao-Qin raised her head once more, her gaze fixed upon Chu Xingchen as she inquired. I observe that the aura within you is both pure and formidable, at least at the mid to late stage of the golden core level. A year ago, you were merely at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. You have not turned to the path of evil cultivation, so how have you advanced so swiftly? Were you deceiving me before? It is quite audacious to question another's rapid progress in cultivation, for it may stem from great fortune or the culmination of diligent practice. The former could invite prying eyes, while the latter risks exposing one's shortcomings. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, it is an unspoken rule to refrain from inquiring about another's sudden advancements. Chu Xingchen sighed softly. Let us consider it a stroke of fortune. I cannot precisely explain it. In any case, a year ago, you indeed possessed only the strength of the foundation establishment pinnacle. Yao-Qin did not press further, merely nodding lightly. The primary inquiries had been sufficiently addressed. Chu Xingchen engaged Yao-Qin in casual conversation about the past year, sharing tales of his misadventures. By the time Li Yingling returned with the groceries, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Chu Xingchen then asked Li Yingling to entertain Yao-Qin for a moment while he took the ingredients into the kitchen. Li Yingling had procured a substantial array of groceries, many of which were her favorites. Chu Xingchen selected a few items and prepared several dishes. In this world, the pursuit of culinary excellence has never been particularly high. After all, once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can subsist without food, and those in power are predominantly cultivators. Consequently, the standards for cuisine are rather modest, which allows Chu Xingchen's culinary skills to shine brilliantly in this realm. Ultimately, it sufficed to impress Yao-Qin. Indeed, upon witnessing her astonished expression after tasting the sweet and sour pork, Chu Xingchen knew his culinary prowess was sufficient to captivate her. Yao-Qin, who typically exhibited refined eating habits, found herself taken aback by Li Yingling's almost voracious appetite as she devoured her food with unrestrained enthusiasm. Li Yingling, in the presence of her master, had never been one to hold back her feelings. Moreover, she seemed to sense that Yao-Qin harbored a particular interest in her master. Unable to resist, her elegant demeanor remained intact, yet the speed at which she picked up her food had noticeably increased. Coupled with Yao-Qin's habit of savoring each bite, her cheeks occasionally puffed out like a hamster's as she chewed, creating a delightful contrast to her typically icy demeanor. Li Xingtian had modest expectations regarding culinary indulgence, as he was known to be able to consume even the most unpalatable dishes with a straight face, according to Li Yingling. Thus, his involvement in the meal was merely a backdrop, occasionally taking a bite or two for the sake of participation. Chu Xingchen, on the other hand, would occasionally vie for some of the dishes with his prized disciple, observing Li Yingling's reluctant expression, yet she invariably yielded to him. Overall, the meal was enjoyed in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Yao-Qin's greatest concern did not materialize. The youthful figure before her remained as charming as when they first met. Unscathed by the tumultuous malice of the cultivation world, still radiating his unique brilliance in his own way. It is well known that solitary cultivators face the greatest hardships. When I first encountered him, he appeared quite disheveled. However, he has always maintained his principles, which is indeed a rare quality. Yet, it seems he can no longer be considered a solitary cultivator. He has now ascended to the position of sect leader, possessing late-stage golden core cultivation, which is sufficient to establish a sect in this modest locale. Moreover, his sect is rather small, consisting of merely 3 members, including himself as the leader. It is a sect where the leader competes with his own eldest disciple for meals. Though diminutive, it exudes a certain warmth. After the meal, Yao-Qin did not linger and bid farewell to Chu Xingchen, for the night had fallen, and to stay longer would necessitate an overnight visit. Upon returning to her chamber, Yao-Qin was greeted by the slightly anxious voice of her maid. Miss, you have finally returned. Yao-Qin removed her outer garments, replying, what could possibly happen to me in a place like Yuzhou City? Xiaoling pouted slightly, thinking, what could I be worried about? Of course, I'm concerned you might be deceived by that scoundrel. However, Xiaoling refrained from voicing her thoughts and instead brought up another matter. Miss Zhao has come again. She has been waiting for you downstairs for nearly 2 hours. Chapter 36. The most easily persuaded golden core. Yao Qin frowned slightly upon hearing this. Did I not inform her that I would notify her once there was news? It seemed Zhao had some vital information and appeared to be gravely injured upon her arrival. Gravely injured? Yao Qin turned her gaze towards her maid Xiaoling, and after a long pause, she sighed and said, "Let her in." "Yes, miss," the maid replied. Standing to head for the door, Yao Qin resumed her seat and poured herself a cup of tea. She had some acquaintance with Zhao Wanqing. They had shared tea and met on several occasions. After a while, there was a knock at the door, and upon Yao Qin's consent, it was slowly opened. Before her stood Zhao Wanqing, covered in blood, bearing several severe knife wounds that almost cut to the bone, her attire from the Demon Suppression Division in tatters. She appeared utterly exhausted, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Yao Qin was aware of Zhao Wanqing's cultivation level, which was mid-stage foundation establishment, making her quite formidable in Yuzhou City. Yet, how could she sustain such injuries in the brief time it took to dine? This level of injury was indeed significant for someone at the foundation establishment stage, and it certainly did not align with her usual demeanor. Yao Qin took a sip of tea, the flavor that once pleased her now seeming to lack something. "What on earth happened to you? I do not recall you being one to risk your life for official matters." Zhao Wanqing's expression revealed some inner conflict, but she spoke truthfully. "It is my younger brother who is gravely injured." Her younger brother? No wonder Zhao Wanqing was so distressed. Yao Qin lifted her gaze to Zhao Wanqing, her tone steady. "Then what brings you to seek me now? The talisman matter cannot be resolved so swiftly." Zhao Wanqing's previously haughty demeanor diminished. Her head bowed as she quietly stated, "I need someone to assist me, preferably someone of golden core cultivation." To make such a request in Yuzhou City was indeed excessive, considering that even the head of the Demon Suppression Division held only golden core cultivation. In this region, having golden core cultivation would suffice to secure a position as an elder within a sect, who would come to the Demon Suppression Division to investigate. Especially with a foundation establishment cultivator, when I ventured out for inquiries in the afternoon, I encountered a group of nefarious cultivators. Although they were merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, their power was significantly amplified through blood energy, allowing their spells to reach at least the mid-foundation level. With the director now assigned to a mission in Yuzhou's main river, it would be exceedingly difficult to rely on a golden core practitioner to overpower the situation. Zhao Wanqing, lowering her gaze, reflected on how she had never once asked anyone for help since her maturity. Even now, under duress, it was challenging to voice her request. After all, the perpetrator possessed considerable strength, making it unfeasible for her to order the Qi refining officers to gather intelligence, as that would undoubtedly be a perilous task. As for the other Foundation establishment squad leaders, each bore their own pressing responsibilities, and everyone was preoccupied, especially given the high danger associated with this mission. Even squad leaders were not exempt from this predicament. However, if they did not act swiftly, once the criminals fled Yuzhou City, their chances of investigation would be akin to casting a stone into the abyss. This was not mere anxiety. It was a truth born from Zhao Wanqing's years of experience in handling cases. Still, she was prepared for the possibility of being turned down by Yao Qin. This request, after all, could indeed be deemed excessive. Yet, aside from Zhu Yuding, Zhao Wanqing found herself at a loss for another golden core practitioner to solicit. It would be absurd to seek out the elderly Zhao family ancestor, who was preoccupied with his own affairs. Zhao Wanqing approached the matter with the intent to do her utmost. After all, attempting something was better than inaction. Yao Qin attentively listened to Zhao Wanqing's plea and had to admit that her timing was fortuitous. Had she not accepted Chu Xingchen's commission, she would likely have had to refuse Zhao Wanqing's request. After all, Yao Qin's visit to Yuzhou City was merely for a sect training. With elders from her sect overseeing her actions, the timing was indeed quite serendipitous. Yao Qin inquired, "How much spirit stone can you offer?" Zhao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, but she pondered earnestly and replied, "I can muster a maximum of 300 spirit stones." The ability to provide spirit stones sufficed, after all. Chu Xingchen had been impoverished from the start, and with sufficient payment, it should be possible to engage the best golden core practitioner in Yuzhou City. Moreover, he was at the late stage of golden core. One could only wonder at the fortuitous encounters that led to such rapid advancement. Yao Qin produced paper and pen, meticulously detailing the situation, allowing Chu Xingchen to decide whether to assist based on the information provided. After all, Chu Xingchen was connected to this matter, and any insights gleaned could potentially assist him with his commission. "Take my letter," Yao Qin said, handing Zhao Wanqing the note bearing Chu Xingchen's address. "Remember, if he declines, you might try offering more spirit stones." Zhao Wanqing promptly extended her hand to accept the note. Yao Qin added, by the way, remember, regardless of whether he agrees or not, you owe me a favor. I understand. Thank you, Zhao Wanqing replied. As night fell over Yuzhou City, Zhao Wanqing first returned to tend to her wounds and change into a clean outfit. After all, she was to meet a golden core practitioner, specifically one associated with Yao Qin. Being from a prominent family, Zhao Wanqing was well versed in the etiquette befitting such an encounter. After all, seeking assistance while drenched in blood is certainly indicative of a dire situation. In the city of Yuzhou, Zhao Wanqing could navigate its streets even with her eyes closed. She was intimately familiar with every alley and thoroughfare. Her gaze was cast downwards, and a deep gash marred her right thigh, causing her excruciating pain with every step. To prevent her trousers from becoming stained with blood, she had wrapped her wound with bandages multiple times. Her arms bore similar injuries. While she possessed the ability to alleviate her pain through spiritual energy, Zhao Wanqing chose not to do so. Zhao Wanqing and Zhao Xingyang were siblings, direct descendants of the Zhao family. Their parents, afflicted by a grievous illness shortly after Zhao Xingyang's birth, passed away not long thereafter. Zhao Wanqing still recalled her mother's frail hand grasping hers in her final moments, her voice barely a whisper. There were too many words for Zhao Wanqing to absorb. Perhaps her own sobs drowned out her mother's voice. Yet, she distinctly remembered her mother's plea for them to take care of one another, for the bond between siblings to remain strong. Zhao Wanqing could not recall how many promises she made to her mother, but she felt she had broken them all. She lifted her gaze to the luminous moon hanging high above. Her interactions with her brother had been infrequent, shortly after their mother's passing. She devoted herself to her training. It was only in recent years, upon returning to fulfill her duties at the Demon Suppression Department, that she rejoined the Zhao family and reconnected with her now-adult brother, with whom she had only exchanged a few letters. Zhao Xingyang, while not particularly gifted, was diligent and possessed a strong sense of integrity. Zhao Wanqing had initially intended to recruit him into her team, but he had declined her offer, opting instead for the second team. Suppressing a tide of emotions, Zhao Wanqing recalled her mother's admonitions echoing in her mind, lamenting her failure as an elder sister. At this moment, apart from seeking vengeance for her brother, she felt utterly powerless. Restoring her brother to his former self, or even to a state of normalcy, seemed an insurmountable challenge. The only thing she could rely on was the dagger at her waist. Zhao Wanqing halted her steps upon reaching the address scribbled on the note. Standing before a firmly shut gate. Chapter 37. Li Xingtian, you must go. The gate remained closed. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she gently knocked on the door. I'm here. A clear female voice responded from within. Zhao Wanqing quickly straightened her posture as the door swung open. It was Li Yingling, who regarded the statuesque beauty before her with a hint of suspicion. Who are you looking for? Hello. May I inquire if Senior Chu Xingchen resides here? Another visitor seeking my master? Li Yingling's gaze scanned Zhao Wanqing, sensing her aura and deducing that her cultivation level was likely similar to her own. Could she be yet another acquaintance of my master? Li Yingling stepped aside, reassured by her own modest cultivation level, and said, Come in, I shall summon my master. Thank you, Zhao Wanqing replied gratefully. Li Yingling gestured towards a stone table and chairs in the courtyard. Please, have a seat while I fetch my master. All right, Zhao Wanqing complied. Taking a seat on the stone bench, Li Yingling approached her master's bedroom and lightly knocked on the door. What are you doing awake at this hour? Came a gruff voice from within. Master, there is a young woman here to see you. Another one? How is it that I am unaware of so many acquaintances in Yuzhou City? Chu Xingchen opened the door, only to find his eldest disciple's gaze directing him towards the stone table nearby. A woman with long black hair and a serene countenance was anxiously looking in his direction. This unfamiliar face, he had never seen her before. What could be causing her anxiety? Could it be that some misdeed from his past had come back to haunt him? Chu Xingchen swiftly scanned her profile with his system. Zhao Wanqing, cultivation, mid-foundation establishment, blue attribute, composed and calm. White attribute, adequate talent. White attribute, slightly cunning. Temporary black attribute, unstable mind. Not meeting disciple recruitment criteria, not too shabby. Even if she had come seeking him, it was not a matter of concern, as long as she wasn't a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhao Wanqing quickly stood upright, her gaze fixed on the young, striking man before her. It was indeed perplexing that someone so youthful could possess the aura of a golden core cultivator. Could he possibly be from Zhongzhou? Zhao Wanqing spoke respectfully. You must be Senior Chu Xingchen, correct? And you are? I am here on behalf of Senior Yao Qin. She entrusted me with this. Zhao Wanqing promptly produced an envelope given to her by Yao Qin, bending slightly as she handed it to Chu Xingchen. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. At least she wasn't here to cause trouble. Yet, what was Yao Qin's intention? Surely, she knew of his aversion to complications. Nonetheless, Having owed her numerous favors, it would be unreasonable not to lend assistance at this juncture. Chu Xingchen descended the steps, approached Zhao Wanqing, and extended his hand to receive the envelope, which he then opened without hesitation. His eyes swiftly scanned the contents, which were clear and concise. The letter states you can provide spirit stones? Chu Xingchen looked up at Zhao Wanqing. Indeed, I can immediately offer 300 spirit stones, Zhao Wanqing replied, continuing. Should you deem that insufficient, I should be able to gather an additional 100 spirit stones in due time. For 100 spirit stones, surely you don't expect me to assist you until the case is resolved? Chu Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly. 3 days. I require only 3 days. And regardless of the circumstances, the spirit stones will be delivered in full. Very well, considering Yaoqing's standing, Chu Xingchen nodded lightly. Do you wish to commence the investigation now? Seeing Chu Xingchen's agreement, Zhao Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. If it is convenient for the senior, then time is of the essence. This was also the reason she had come to visit at such a late hour. The criminals in question were vicious and malevolent cultivators, not mere beasts that slumbered after a meal. If they achieved their goals, they would undoubtedly make a quick exit. Any delay would mean losing the opportunity to apprehend them. After nodding in understanding, Chu Xingchen called out to the side room. Li Xingtian, the disciple, who had been engrossed in his cultivation, opened his eyes upon hearing his master's call and quickly rose to open the door. His gaze swept across the courtyard, tinged with confusion. Master, what is your command? Chu Xingchen enveloped the envelope in spiritual energy and flicked it into Li Xingtian's hands. Yawning, he said, read it for yourself. Tomorrow morning, or perhaps noon, gather at my fishing spot. For tonight, you shall accompany her to investigate. His disciple's cultivation method was more sinister than that of the malevolent cultivators, as he could absorb golden core energy even in the foundation establishment stage, effortlessly outclassing that group of wicked beings. These are merely minor foundational monsters, perfectly suited for Li Xingtian to level up. It is also advantageous to conserve some spirit stones. Moreover, the talisman capable of defending against golden core cultivators remains with Li Xingtian, along with the teleportation talisman. Even if the situation turns unfavorable, a retreat is still possible. Li Xingtian raised his hand to catch the flying letter, swiftly scanning its contents before confirming the crucial information. Understood, master. He then turned to Zhao Wanqing, who stood beside him, and inquired, Miss Zhao, do you have a goal at present? Zhao Wanqing hesitated, initially intending to request the presence of a golden core master. But since the individual agreed to arrive by noon tomorrow, she considered it satisfactory. Furthermore, Li Xingtian's cultivation level was at the foundational stage, and his aura was robust. Likely at the later stages of this level, he certainly surpassed the average team leader, making him sufficient for merely tracking clues. In any case, he was currently the only golden core cultivator Zhao Wanqing could enlist. Reluctantly, she accepted the situation. Zhao Wanqing clasped her hands in respect and stated, Indeed, I have discovered traces of malevolent cultivators near the scene of the incident. We can begin our investigation from there. Li Xingtian nodded in agreement. Lead the way, and we shall proceed. Chu Xingchen, observing the two preparing to depart, cautioned, Xingtian, be careful. If anything arises, remember to use the talismans. Rest assured, master, Li Xingtian replied. Li Yingling watched as the two figures departed, then turned her gaze to Chu Xingchen. Master, she began, but Chu Xingchen, aware of what his eldest disciple wished to convey, interrupted without hesitation, You should sleep. Do not accompany your junior brother. You might hinder them. Li Yingling retorted, What do you mean by hindering my junior brother? I am the elder sister. My cultivation is no less than his. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but smile at her response. While her cultivation was indeed commendable, without his presence to guide her, the inquisitive nature of his eldest disciple might lead to complications during the investigation. It was likely that, instead of Zhao Wanqing directing Li Xingtian, it would be his own eldest disciple attempting to command the proceedings. The obedience of his eldest disciple was contingent upon his presence. When he was absent, as Li Xingtian would put it, she exhibited a strong sense of independence. This was perhaps the only compliment Li Xingtian could muster, which, translated into plain language, meant she would do as she pleased. Nevertheless, Chu Xingchen had considerable experience in managing his eldest disciple. So, do you wish to take a nap and join me tomorrow at noon, or do you intend to accompany them now? Then I shall take a nap, master. Please remember to take me with you tomorrow. Chapter 38. Li Xingtian's investigation journey. The village mentioned in the records was not far from Yuzhou City, certainly within the jurisdiction of the local demon subjugation office. If the two foundational cultivators exerted themselves, they would not take long to arrive. Following behind Zhao Wanqing, Li Xingtian noticed something peculiar about her gait. It appeared she had sustained an injury to her right leg, as she seemed to favor it, resulting in an unnatural landing each time. This also caused Zhao Wanqing's pace to appear slow in Li Xingtian's eyes. Is your right leg injured? Li Xingtian inquired. Zhao Wanqing looked at him in surprise. How did you know? You instinctively adjust your weight when your foot strikes the ground, Li Xingtian explained, then continued. Are you certain you can manage with such an injury? Time was of the essence. Li Xingtian spoke in a calm tone. Is it urgent to the point that you have not even consumed the healing elixir? I have, she replied, but the residual energy from my injuries cannot be purged swiftly, which has resulted in a slow recovery. Could you please pause for a moment? Li Xingtian requested. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing halted her steps, her gaze filled with curiosity directed at him. I possess a method to resolve this matter. Your cooperation would be appreciated. Should we face an ambush? I cannot guarantee your safety, he explained, swiftly scanning their surroundings. He could indeed sense a lingering malevolent energy enveloping Zhao Wanqing. Do you have an excessive number of wounds? He inquired. I apologize for the intrusion. Please bear with me. Li Xingtian also came to a stop, channeling his spiritual energy to envelop several of her injuries tainted by the malevolent force. As his energy made contact with the dark essence, it seemed to yield willingly to his control. With a slight tug, the malignant energy surged forth from Zhao Wanqing's wounds, as if a beloved daughter, raised for 18 years, was effortlessly drawn away by a mischievous spirit. Zhao Wanqing hesitated, intrigued by how Li Xingtian's energy could so easily suppress the dark essence. It's a matter of technique. He understood her unspoken wonder. The reason my master summoned me instead of my senior sister is quite deliberate. Thank you. Zhao Wanqing expressed her gratitude, noting that, regardless of the circumstances, the absence of that entangling energy had significantly alleviated her pain. Li Xingtian nodded gently in acknowledgement. After all, hindering progress with a burdensome companion was, in his eyes, a foolish endeavor. His past experiences taught him to avoid teaming up with the inept. Presently, he regarded Zhao Wanqing as somewhat naive. If she failed to demonstrate her capabilities in the upcoming investigation, he would contemplate assuming command, proceeding according to his own methods. This is where I detected the traces of the ritual formation. Zhao Wanqing indicated a seemingly barren patch of ground. They are swift in their movements. We must act quickly. Li Xingtian's gaze swept over the area. If Zhao Wanqing's assertions were accurate, the earth had indeed been meticulously cleansed of any useful traces. Zhao Wanqing kicked at the prior focal point of the formation, discovering no energy fluctuations. Their audacity must indicate they have reached a critical juncture or are reacting to some unforeseen circumstance, prompting such reckless behavior. Therefore, we must anticipate their next target. Li Xingtian nodded slightly, signaling his agreement with Zhao Wanqing's strategy. It appeared she was not merely acting impulsively. Having a plan and direction was essential, and it seemed she had identified a subsequent destination to pursue. Zhao Wanqing intended to head north from their current location, with the southern side of Yuzhou City adjacent to water and the northern side bordered by mountains. She surmised that since the town's demon-subduing office had uncovered the nefarious cult's sacrificial rituals, they would no longer act so brazenly. They were merely rogue practitioners, not intent on self-destruction. It was highly probable that their targets would be concealed within the secluded villages nestled in the mountains. The hidden village was difficult to investigate, and with mountains and trees surrounding it, even if the Demon Suppression Division were to discover it, the inhabitants could easily disperse and flee, making capture a challenging endeavor. Under the cover of night, Zhao Wanqing and Li Xingtian sprinted towards the nearest northern village. Prior to setting off, Zhao Wanqing had already examined the topographical map of the area. After approximately half an hour, they were nearing the village Zhao Wanqing had mentioned. Wait, Li Xingtian suddenly halted, a frown creasing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. Zhao Wanqing immediately stopped. What is it? We entered a maze, Li Xingtian replied, his gaze sweeping through the dense woods. We must have circled this spot at least 3 times. Zhao Wanqing was taken aback. 3 circles? She had sensed nothing of the sort. Exiting this maze is not difficult, but we have likely revealed our presence. Li Xingtian's eyes scanned the area and soon detected a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Though reborn with his cultivation reset, Li Xingtian's knowledge and experience remained intact. From the onset of their mission, he had been vigilant of his surroundings. His wariness towards malevolent cultivators was always heightened. For all the wicked practitioners he had encountered shared a common trait, an utter lack of moral boundaries. Proceeding cautiously, Li Xingtian approached the source of the energy fluctuation. Zhao Wanqing quickly followed in his footsteps and soon observed him parting the underbrush to retrieve a small stone from the ground. After examining it closely, he carefully returned it to its original position. It's a stone bead maze. Follow me. Zhao Wanqing complied, trailing closely behind as Li Xingtian made a series of left and right turns, seemingly in circles, until they eventually found their way out. Upon emerging, Zhao Wanqing was rendered speechless. Before her lay a village that had been utterly decimated. All the houses had been reduced to ashes, and the scent of blood wafted through the cold night air. In the trees at the village entrance, headless corpses hung like grotesque ornaments. Li Xingtian glanced down at the residual traces of the formation on the ground, which had been left untouched. How could they dare? Zhao Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. Abducting individuals from the village for sacrifices to malevolent cultivators was a vastly different concept than slaughtering an entire village. The rituals of the wicked merely sought to refine blood essence and souls for their own enhancement. Yet, both blood essence and souls were best derived from adult males. The elderly, women, and children could hardly provide sufficient blood essence and might even taint it. Thus, even the most depraved malevolent cultivators would not commit such self-defeating acts. Moreover, this was an entire village. Not a single elder, woman, or child had been spared. This was nothing short of a massacre. Li Xingtian spoke. They left in haste. Neglecting to dismantle the formation, I will take these remnants to investigate further, while you search the village for any useful information that may have been overlooked. Noticing Zhao Wanqing's distressed expression, he swiftly made arrangements. Chapter 39. If you can't speak, then remain silent. Zhao Wanqing stepped into the heart of the village. The bloodstains on the ground had long since dried, yet the acrid scent of blood still lingered. The burned remnants of homes lay scattered about, reduced to mere ruins. As she walked, traces of the sacrificial ritual's formation were evident on the ground. From the very beginning, this group of malevolent practitioners intended to conduct a blood sacrifice of the entire village. Along the way, there were no corpses in sight, save for the body hanging from the large tree at the village entrance. Clearly, the remains had been relocated to the focal point of the array. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath, suppressing the indescribable emotions within her. It was evident that the most probable location for useful traces left by the sinister practitioners was at the focal point. Her gaze swept around, searching for evidence. Yet her steps hastened towards the center of the village, the area that could most simply encompass the entirety of the settlement. Everything unfolded precisely as Zhao Wanqing had surmised. In the village center, a pile of bones lay strewn about, all that remained of the villagers, drained of life. However, what Zhao Wanqing had not anticipated was that not all of the malevolent practitioners had retreated. Among the bones, a figure clad in a simple black robe lounged carelessly, a dark red blade resting beside him, exuding an aura of boundless bloodlust. The efficiency of the demon suppression office was evidently waning. The man in black spoke in a hoarse voice, his tone laced with dissatisfaction, questioning how two individuals could maintain order among the mortals. Did you do this? Zhao Wanqing inquired icily, simultaneously reaching for the dagger at her waist. I certainly did not. Could it possibly be you, the captain of the demon suppression office? The figure in black sneered dismissively, suddenly grasping the dark blade at his side. Under the moonlight, a flicker of dark red light glimmered. In an instant, the man in black was at Zhao Wanqing's side, the long blade radiating a sinister crimson glow. Zhao Wanqing, quick to react, drew her dagger to parry the attack. A resounding clash of metal echoed through the stillness of the night. Zhao Wanqing felt the force of the strike reverberate through her, her injured arms nearly losing strength. She had to channel her entire reserve of spiritual energy just to withstand it. This man in black was likely at the later stages of Foundation establishment. However, what troubled Zhao Wanqing more was the bloodlust emanating from the malevolent practitioner. At that moment, it surged forth from the blade, rapidly assaulting her spiritual defenses. This compelled Zhao Wanqing to divert her focus, manipulating her energy to fend off the oncoming tide of bloodlust. Should she allow it to breach her defenses now, it would undoubtedly spell her doom. Yet, the black-robed man, having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, suddenly lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick to Zhao Wanqing's abdomen. With no room to evade, she could only gather her spiritual energy to withstand the blow. As the kick struck, she felt her organs shift violently. Unable to maintain her stance, she was sent flying, crashing to the ground with such force that it created a small crater, forcing down the metallic taste of blood in her throat. Zhao Wanqing quickly rolled to her feet and retreated, gripping her dagger tightly. She swiftly unleashed a few waves of blade energy to prevent the man in black from pursuing her relentlessly. However, contrary to her intentions, the man in black darted forward, using the blade to counter her energy, and with a sudden explosion of blood-red power, aimed directly for Zhao Wanqing's head. The man in black seemed to offer a genuine piece of advice. Do not pursue a career in governance in your next life. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Wanqing raised her dagger once more to block the attack. Seeing this, the black-robed man felt a surge of joy within. His bloodlust erupted violently, forcing the weight of his blade downward. This altered the trajectory of the strike that had initially targeted Zhao Wanqing's head, redirecting it towards her waist. Since mastering the manipulation of blood energy, the figure cloaked in black had claimed the lives of numerous foundational cultivators. Zhao Wanqing watched as the blade transformed into a radiant arc suddenly. An ancient iron sword intervened, blocking the luminous strike. In the next moment, she felt a firm tug at the collar of her robe, pulling her out of the blade's lethal range. The iron sword was then shattered by the force of the radiant attack. Li Xingtian observed the destruction of the short sword, realizing that his senior sister had truly put her junior brother in a precarious situation. Turning her gaze back, Zhao Wanqing noticed Li Xingtian's calm demeanor. Out of concern for his companion, he inquired, "Are you all right? Be careful." Zhao Wanqing intended to express her gratitude, but was interrupted by the sight of the black-clad figure raising his weapon for another strike, prompting her to hastily warn him. Li Xingtian slightly lifted his gaze, and the remnants of the shattered sword in his hand suddenly exuded an enigmatic aura. Unfazed by the bloodthirsty blade, he responded with the broken weapon, which appeared to be merely a casual extension of his arm. Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief at Li Xingtian's seemingly reckless act. However, in an unexpected turn of events, it was the cloaked figure who evaded the clash. With a swift motion, the black-robed man retreated several dozen meters, his tone fluctuating. "Are you from Zhongzhou?" That aura was unmistakably a divine ability. Such power can only stem from Zhongzhou, where disciples can cultivate divine techniques during their foundational stage. The black-clad figure found it hard to believe that any other place possessed such formidable prowess. If not for his own cultivation of dark arts and honed instincts, he would have suffered greatly from what seemed to be an ordinary strike. Li Xingtian remained silent, merely refining the spiritual energy within him. Gripping the broken sword, he stepped forward, delivering a strike from several dozen meters away. A dark crimson light flickered as the shattered sword passed through the air. With a thunderous roar, the crimson energy surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. Zhao Wanqing stood in shock as the filament-like crimson light annihilated all obstacles. This was no mere foundational technique. As dust swirled around, Li Xingtian waved his sword lightly, dispersing the debris with an overwhelming pressure. The figure in black had long vanished. He had fled. Li Xingtian did not pursue but turned to the weakened Zhao Wanqing on the ground. "How do you fare?" "I am," Zhao Wanqing began to respond. But the consequences of her internal injuries manifested, and she coughed up a substantial amount of blood. Li Xingtian urged, "We must retreat. There may be other dark cultivators lurking. With your current injuries, I may not be able to protect you." Zhao Wanqing recognized the gravity of her condition and agreed to his plan. "Let us return to the demon suppression division." As she opened her mouth to speak again, another wave of blood escaped her lips. "I will assist you, but please refrain from speaking," Li Xingtian said earnestly. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath and nodded gently. How embarrassing it was. That last strike had been merely a show of strength, yet it had drained half of Li Xingtian's spiritual energy. To guard against further ambushes by dark cultivators, he had no choice but to withdraw slowly with Zhao Wanqing, conserving energy for any unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps it was indeed the terror instilled by Li Xingtian's sword that left her shaken. On the journey back, they encountered no ambush. As they approached Yuzhou City, Li Xingtian chose not to heed Zhao Wanqing's advice to return to the demon suppression division, instead opting to first take her to the courtyard. Standing before the tightly shut door, Li Xingtian grasped the back of Zhao Wanqing's collar and leaped inside. Before he could report to his master, Chu Xingchen opened the door, his gaze immediately locking onto the pallid face of Zhao Wanqing, who was spitting blood. "What has transpired?" Zhao Wanqing, a senior, had once again coughed up blood. Chu Xingchen remarked, "Now I understand the situation." Chapter 40. Seize the opportunity, make the decisive cut. Zhao Wanqing's injuries were indeed quite severe. Merely observing her complexion suggested she had suffered from significant blood loss. On the way back, she had consumed emergency medicinal pills to prevent her condition from worsening. The reason Li Xingtian first brought Zhao Wanqing to the courtyard was deliberate. The formation array was fundamentally identical to that found within the Qingfeng sect's mining site. It was highly likely they shared a common origin. Li Xingtian had sensed this connection upon glimpsing the array in a corner of the village. Thus, he proposed he would carry the array's instruments while Zhao Wanqing investigated for clues. It was prudent to first inform his master to assess any potential threats, considering whether the Qingfeng sect might be involved or if they were being falsely accused, which could lead to the Demon Suppression Division launching an offensive against the Qingfeng sect to eliminate future troubles. However, such a step required meticulous planning to avoid implicating their own sect during the investigation. In Li Xingtian's heart, neither Zhao Wanqing's commission nor the investigation by the Demon Suppression Division held as much significance as the small sect comprising just the three of them. The commotion in the courtyard was quite pronounced, and Li Yingling had yet to fall asleep. Hearing the noise, she opened the door, her gaze quickly settling on Zhao Wanqing, whose weak aura and ashen face clearly indicated severe injuries. "You are gravely wounded?" Li Yingling inquired. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic energy within her. It is not a major issue. There are professional healers within the demon suppression division. Li Yingling's tone was earnest, even fearful of Zhao Wanqing's rejection. As she hurriedly stepped forward to grasp her hand. Since you are here, my master's alchemical skills are exceptional, particularly in healing elixirs. It would be a great inconvenience to trouble you, senior. Not at all. My master is currently refining the flavor of his elixirs. You can help by tasting them. Li Yingling said, glancing toward her fellow disciple. What do you think, junior brother? Li Xingchen felt somewhat speechless at her words. Yet it was evident that supporting his senior sister at this moment was not advisable. Should their master concoct some rare elixir next time, she would surely find an excuse to sample it first. Recollecting the flower-like elixir his master had produced, Li Xingchen ultimately acquiesced. Sister is correct. Very well. My master happens to have some new ideas. Chu Xingchen did not refuse, as both of his disciples now regarded his elixirs as if they were poison. Now was the perfect time to prove their worth. Li Yingling continued to hold Zhao Wanqing's hand, directing her fellow disciple, junior brother, go fetch a pot. A pot? Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow, wondering what they could possibly do with a pot. However, she soon saw Chu Xingchen pulling several spirit herbs from his spatial ring. Are we going to refine elixirs on the spot? Li Xingtian retrieved a specialized iron cauldron from the kitchen for alchemical purposes. Zhao Wanqing felt a disquieting thought arise. Was he intending to concoct elixirs in an iron pot? She had never encountered an alchemist using such a vessel, as reality often dictates. Good intentions rarely bear fruit, while ominous thoughts tend to materialize. Zhao Wanqing soon found herself witnessing a peculiar performance of alchemy in the iron pot. A large cauldron of water and spiritual herbs swiftly coalesced into a small dark green orb, exuding the unique essence of nature and a grassy aroma. Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Could an iron pot truly be used for alchemy? Misinterpreting her astonishment, Li Yingling attempted to reassure her, saying, do not be afraid. The real cause for concern lies ahead. What? Zhao Wanqing expressed her confusion. However, this time, Chu Xingchen had indeed given it considerable thought. The bitterness of a taste is a relative matter. If one cannot endure the bitterness, alternative methods could be employed to circumvent the unpleasant flavor. If the bitterness is undetectable, then it ceases to exist, does it not? There are numerous ways to dull the sense of taste, and on this occasion, Chu Xingchen opted for a herbal remedy known for its blood-replenishing properties. Thus, the healing and revitalization became a seamless endeavor. Given Li Xingtian's aversion to flour, Chu Xingchen decided to forego it this time. Done. Let us give it a try, he declared, encasing the verdant orb in spiritual energy and presenting it to Zhao Wanqing. Zhao Wanqing observed the entire alchemical process, recognizing the healing herbs used, all of which were indeed beneficial. Theoretically, the concoction should be consumable. Nevertheless, eyeing the dark green orb before her, Zhao Wanqing steeled herself and swallowed it whole. Initially, a hint of bitterness graced her palate, but it quickly dissipated. However, as the herbal liquid traveled down her throat, it provoked a violent reaction, an indescribable sensation of her body instinctively resisting the potion's harsh grip. From the moment it was swallowed, her body rebelled vehemently. Yet, the elixir seemed to disregard this resistance, forcefully asserting itself within her. Much like a robber brazenly breaking down a door. The efficacy of the potion was undeniable. Zhao Wanqing could distinctly feel her internal organs rejuvenating, even as they resisted the influx of medicinal energy. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a sense of restoration began to emerge. In that moment, comfort and discomfort coexisted, akin to the sensation of one foot being delicately tickled while the other was subjected to an irritating scratch. Relief, yet misdirected. Zhao Wanqing could only contemplate how this potion felt even more uncanny than the group of malevolent cultivators. After observing Zhao Wanqing's peculiar expression, Li Xingtian turned to his senior sister, saying, Sister, please keep an eye on her. I need to discuss something with Master. No problem, Li Yingling promptly replied, fully aware that her junior brother had matters he could not disclose to the Demon Suppression Division. Such cooperation was naturally expected of her. In the room, Li Xingtian spoke to his master. Master, while the connection to the malevolent cultivators may be debatable, it appears their methods share a common origin with those of Qingfeng's sect. He took up a brush and paper from the table, meticulously sketching the formations and mechanisms found within the mines and village. The method of utilizing blood energy differs significantly from that of the Qingfeng sect, which tends to favor a defensive approach, while those wicked practitioners are predominantly offensive. The insidious nature of their blood energy is exceedingly potent, should the individuals from the Qingfeng sect also be under manipulation. It is likely that a formidable force lurks behind the scenes, orchestrating these events. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded gently and inquired, What are your thoughts? To venture into danger is certainly unwise, Li Xingtian replied earnestly. Today, we faced merely a peak foundation establishment evil cultivator, whose methods are rather lackluster. Therefore, I believe the Qingfeng sect is the real prize. If we were to report them. Li Xingtian's words trailed off as he meticulously completed the drawings of 2 ritual formations, marking their distinctions. The Qingfeng sect has also engaged in nefarious deeds. Reporting them could indeed be seen as a noble act. However, the presence of a nascent soul ancestor poses a significant challenge. A large tree attracts the wind, and the demon suppression office in Yuzhou may be reluctant to provoke such misfortune. After all, although the Qingfeng sect has committed wrongdoings, they have done so discreetly and without ostentation. Yet, in light of the mass sacrificial incident in the village, should the Xuanwu kingdom choose to intervene, many sects might be willing to take action. Chu Xingchen turned his gaze towards his second disciple, who was intently focused on the formations he had drawn. Sensing his master's gaze, Li Xingtian looked up and said, "Opportunities must not be missed. When a decision needs to be made, it must be decisive." Chapter 41. The Gray Area. The following morning, within the medical hall of the Demon Suppression Office in Yuzhou City. "What miraculous elixir have you consumed to achieve such remarkable results?" In Yen inquired, lifting the bandages from Zhao Wanqing's hand, revealing that the once grievous wound was now nearly healed. Zhao Wanqing, with a slightly peculiar expression, replied, "I took a concoction prepared by a senior." "Extend your hand. Let me take your pulse," In Yen said, seemingly indifferent to the specifics of the medicine Zhao had ingested, as long as it had not proved fatal. Zhao Wanqing placed her hand on the table. After a prolonged examination, In Yen regarded Zhao Wanqing with a puzzled look and remarked, "Did you not suffer a severe internal injury recently?" Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow and asked, "Is there a problem?" "The pulse is somewhat unusual. It seems to be recovering rather swiftly, likely due to the elixir you consumed." In Yen lifted her small hand and added casually, "Everything appears fine. Your recovery is quite rapid, and there are no signs of poisoning. With some rest, you will soon be back on your feet." "Thank you." Zhao Wanqing began to express her gratitude, but was interrupted by a voice from outside. "Captain Zhao, there is someone named Chu Xingchen at the door seeking you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing quickly rose, expressing her apologies. "I must take my leave." In Yen, observing Zhao Wanqing's hasty departure, called out, "Don't forget to rest for a while. You don't want to return bettered again. After all, it is you who will bear the burden." Regrettably, Zhao Wanqing did not respond to In Yen's reminder. She hurried out of the demon suppression office, spotting Chu Xingchen standing beneath a tree not far away, and quickly made her way over. Chu Xingchen initiated the conversation. "Have you reported the situation in that village to the demon suppression office?" "Yes. I have submitted it and expedited the process," Zhao Wanqing replied. "Expedited? How long will it take?" She added with a wry smile, "Approximately half a month, I suppose." "That is indeed quite urgent. And what about now? Do you intend to continue investigating on your own?" Chu Xingchen gazed at Zhao Wanqing, asserting that even without an investigation, the promised spirit stones must not be diminished. The inquiry, of course, must persist. After all, if one were to wait half a month for the process to unfold, the culprits would have long vanished. Zhao Wanqing, with a hint of confusion in her tone, remarked, "Naturally, we must investigate. But why has the individual who accompanied me yesterday not returned?" "Are you referring to Li Xingtian?" Chu Xingchen replied, his tone peculiar. "Did you intend to hire several individuals for 400 spirit stones?" Zhao Wanqing promptly responded, "No, it is merely that Brother Li is exceptionally formidable." That sword strike was, in her eyes, astonishingly brilliant, manifesting power far beyond that which a foundation-building cultivator should possess. Moreover, throughout the investigation, he had maintained an admirable composure. Chu Xingchen refrained from further probing into the matter, adopting a serious expression as he inquired, "Do you have any targets in mind?" At this, Zhao Wanqing fell silent. The peak foundation-building evil cultivator they encountered yesterday was likely left behind by a certain group of malevolent practitioners to monitor the progress of the Demon Suppression Office's investigation and to adjust their plans accordingly. Furthermore, since that evil cultivator had not been slain by Li Xingtian, it was probable that they had already raised alarm. If they continued with the previous investigative approach, they risked being led in circles by those malevolent practitioners, perpetually missing their mark. The subsequent direction of the investigation would undoubtedly need to pivot to keep pace with that group of evil cultivators. However, this was no simple task, as the clues were already exceedingly tenuous. With a smile, Chu Xingchen suggested, "If you find yourself at a loss, why not accompany me?" Zhao Wanqing, taken aback by his proposal, hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. After all, lacking a lead, it seemed prudent to follow this senior and ascertain whether he possessed any ingenious strategies. Moreover, as Li Xingtian's mentor, this elder was likely to be more astute than his disciple. Seeing Zhao Wanqing's acquiescence, Chu Xingchen turned and strode towards the outskirts of Yuzhou City, cheerfully stating, in truth, solving cases is not necessarily difficult. One must look beyond the surface to discern the essence, eschewing rigid adherence to fixed clues, and instead, allowing one's imagination to flourish. Zhao Wanjing furrowed her brow at his words. While they resonated with wisdom, the exercise of imagination must be grounded in reality, lest it devolve into mere daydreaming. Observing her silent contemplation, Chu Xingchen discerned that she was not particularly swayed by his assertions. Yet, it mattered little. For soon Zhao Wanjing would grasp the meaning of thinking outside the box. The southern bank of the Yuzhou River, which traverses inland and reaches the coast, boasts a thriving network of waterways. Given this geography, smuggling becomes a lucrative endeavor. Ordinary merchants may engage in the illicit trade of salt or hoard grain to inflate prices, while those of a more refined disposition might dabble in antiquities or exquisite foreign artifacts. However, smugglers are not solely common folk. Cultivators too partake in this clandestine trade, as their pursuit of immortality does not involve mere delivery services. The vessels navigating the waters are hardly slow, and many cultivators with meager talents yet great aspirations resort to smuggling herbs, elixirs, or other unsavory items to profit from the price differentials. In this world, everything hinges on supply and demand. Where there is need, there are sellers. To label these individuals as evil cultivators may be an exaggeration, yet they are far from virtuous, existing instead within a morally ambiguous gray area. As an official of Zhao Wanqing's caliber, she naturally pays little heed to the nuances of morality, being unconcerned with the gray areas of right and wrong. After all, if she cannot handle the sinister cultivators and ferocious beasts, how could she possibly spare time to apprehend the most despicable of lowly practitioners? Moreover, these lower-tier cultivators are hardly united. They are fragmented, each safeguarding their own minuscule territory, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. However, what Zhao Wanqing might not realize is that those who can defend their small dominions in such a locale may not necessarily be the most powerful, but they are undoubtedly the most well-informed. Had Zhao Wanqing understood the peculiarities of this territory, she would not be displaying such an expression at this moment. At this juncture, Chu Xingchen and Zhao Wanqing find themselves standing at a remote unloading dock belonging to the Chaobang. Not far away, individuals are busily hauling large cargo boxes from an old freighter. Zhao Wanqing furrows her brow as she observes the dilapidated dock, where several Qi refinement cultivators, armed with worn blades, cast unfriendly glances in her direction. She genuinely fails to comprehend the purpose of her presence here. Does she really expect to apprehend this group of smuggling lowlifes? The dock guard, with a hostile tone, addresses the two. What brings you here? Chu Xingchen gestures for Zhao Wanqing to show her badge as the captain of the Demon Suppression Division. Despite her confusion regarding the purpose of their visit, Zhao Wanqing complies and retrieves her badge from her waist. Without her needing to speak, Chu Xingchen steps forward and declares, "We are from the Demon Suppression Division. Summon your superior for questioning." Upon seeing the badge, the guard's demeanor shifts completely, his previous bravado evaporating as he hurriedly bows and nods. The badge of the Demon Suppression Division holds significant sway here. After all, these individuals lack the audacity of desperate rogue cultivators. They are, at their core, merchants, and thus dare not provoke agents of the Demon Suppression Division. Consequently, they are easily subdued. Before long, a well-dressed cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment rushes over, speaking with great humility. "Sir, our small business has not engaged in any wrongdoing. If you must arrest someone, it should be that scoundrel Wang Ermatzi at the next dock. That rascal is trafficking in people and even engaging in usury, coercing respectable women into unspeakable acts. His misdeeds are truly heinous. If you intend to pursue him, I am more than willing to guide you, esteemed officials." In response to the disgraceful words of the Foundation establishment cultivator, Chu Xingchen does not hesitate to scrutinize his attributes. Target, Guanquan, blue attribute, flexible bottom line, white attribute, slightly cunning, white attribute, ruthless, black attribute, poor talent. Upon seeing the attribute list, Chu Xingchen smiles with satisfaction. A flexible bottom line is precisely the type of talent he seeks. Fortune smiles upon him, and he decides to choose this individual. Chu Xingchen remarks, "It is evident that you possess talent. It cannot be easy to secure a dock for yourself here." Guan Quan, with a genuine smile, replies, "Thanks to the blessings of you esteemed officials, I managed to get by. We have come seeking your assistance with a case," Chu Xingchen says, patting Guan Quan on the shoulder. "You should have some time to spare, correct? Of course, whatever you require. I assure you that everyone at the dock will do their utmost to assist." Guan Quan responds eagerly. "No need for so many. We only require you," Chu Xingchen states. Guan Quan is momentarily taken aback. "Just me alone?" Regarding his recent actions, they are hardly any better than those of Wang Ermatzi, who was just reported. Who in their right mind would dare to follow the captain of the Demon Suppression Division on a case? Could it be that these two are plotting to entrap others under the guise of law enforcement? It is said they are here to assist in an investigation. But could it be that they are merely pursuing their own agenda? Guan Quan, with a troubled expression, attempted to evade the issue, saying, Your Honor, there is strength in numbers. Indeed, Captain, we should gather more people from the Demon Suppression Division. Chu Xingchen initially nodded in agreement, but his demeanor suddenly shifted, and he glared at Guan Quan with a fierce intensity, stating, You had better call in more people. We cannot allow it to be said that our Demon Suppression Division bullies the innocent. The threat was palpable. Faced with Chu Xingchen's menacing gaze, Guan Quan quickly knelt down. He had no choice. These two were clearly looking for trouble, and this dock represented all his savings. He could flee, but the dock could not accompany him. With a pained expression, he pleaded, Your Honor, is there something you wish to investigate that cannot be discussed here? I will cooperate fully. Observing Guan Quan's almost tearful expression, Chu Xingchen decided to delve into the matter at hand, fearing that if the man was frightened away, they would lose their chance. Surely. You must have heard of someone purchasing a significant quantity of ritual foundation stones at a premium recently? Guan Quan was momentarily taken aback, a sense of unease washing over him. As he contemplated how to respond, he caught a glimpse of Chu Xingchen's almost sardonic smile. Taking a deep breath, Guan Quan forced a bitter smile and replied, Yes, a group has indeed bought a large number of ritual foundation stones, without any concern for the inflated prices. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing's eyes lit up. If she didn't understand the implications by now, she would have to be a fool. She hurriedly pressed, Who bought them? What are their names? Guan Quan looked at Zhao Wanqing with a bemused expression, hesitating to speak. How could this naive girl have become a captain? One could easily guess why individuals would pay exorbitant amounts to buy here rather than at a reputable treasure haul. It was likely due to their unsavory reputations, or perhaps because their faces were plastered on wanted posters. Realizing the absurdity of her earlier question, Zhao Wanqing quickly pieced together the critical points. Chu Xingchen, with a serious expression, said, Now, you must surely comprehend what that group intends to do with the foundation stones. Correct? Guan Quan, feeling wronged, replied, That is beyond our knowledge. Chu Xingchen coldly interrupted, Think carefully before you respond. You have only one chance. Understanding the gravity of the situation in light of Chu Xingchen's icy demeanor, Guan Quan realized that failing to divulge something today would not bode well for him. Casting a glance at the numerous subordinates surrounding him, he reluctantly raised both hands high. My lord, I truly do not know. Chu Xingchen directed Zhao Wanqing, Take him away. Zhao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. What good would taking him away do? Were they planning to torture him back at the Demon Suppression Division? By the time they pried the information from him, it would surely be too late. Nevertheless, she obediently escorted Guan Quan out. The subordinates observed as their leader was led away, none daring to intervene. Guan Quan complied without resistance, but he cried out, Your Honor, I truly do not know. Chu Xingchen ignored him and turned to leave, with Zhao Wanqing following closely behind, still restraining the increasingly vocal Guan Quan. After walking some distance, Chu Xingchen suddenly turned a corner. Zhao Wanqing hurriedly led Guan Quan around the corner, only to find that it was a dead end. Chu Xingchen stood beside, observing him intently. Guan Quan ceased his loud outcry and, with a tone of obsequiousness, implored, Sir, would you kindly loosen your grip? Zhao Wanqing cast her gaze towards Chu Xingchen, and upon receiving his nod of assent, she released her hold. Chu Xingchen inquired, Can we speak now? They appeared to be a group of malevolent cultivators, and it was highly likely that the recent blood sacrifice was orchestrated by them. Guan Quan hastily interjected, Sir, I sold only a small portion of that batch, and once I learned of their intentions, I ceased all transactions. Zhao Wanqing observed the previously defiant Guan Ning, now behaving submissively like a sycophant. Chu Xingchen's expression grew slightly impatient. Provide some useful information. They seemed to be preparing to establish a grand ritual, and it was indeed substantial. Guan Quan quickly added, I have news. They procured a Taishian stone to serve as the core of their formation. Chu Xingchen questioned, Who sold it to them? Without hesitation, Guan Quan replied, It was sold by Wang Ermatzi. This time, it was Zhao Wanqing who instinctively reached for her short blade at her waist before Chu Xingchen could pose any further questions. Chu Xingchen, bemused, remarked, What has Wang Ermatzi done to offend you so gravely? No, it was genuinely Wang Ermatzi who sold it. I had originally acquired a piece at great expense, only for that Wang Ermatzi to steal my business. I lost a considerable sum over that stone. Zhao Wanqing fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Guan Quan, with a pleading demeanor, stated, Gentlemen, that is all I know. You lack honesty, Chu Xingchen said, placing a hand on Guan Quan's shoulder. Did you think we merely stumbled upon you by chance? Guess who sent us to find you? At his words, Guan Quan's expression shifted dramatically, and he cautiously inquired, "Wang'ermatzi?" Chu Xingchen swiftly summoned his spirit sword and placed it menacingly against Guan Quan's throat, coldly declaring, "It was your great-grandmother. She visited me in a dream last night and warned that if you dared withhold any information, I would send you to meet her." Facing the blade at his neck, Guan Quan's countenance fell, and he hastily exclaimed, "It truly was Wang'ermatzi who sold it. I only know that the group of malevolent cultivators refers to themselves as the Spirit Evil Sect. I have no knowledge of their specific plans." Chu Xingchen scoffed, unaware. "Yet their people are still present at your dock?" At this, Guan Quan's expression froze, and he suddenly turned to Chu Xingchen, but only discerned a mocking glint in his eyes. Was he truly oblivious, or did he possess information? However, the sword against his throat was undeniably real, its chilling aura piercing his skin. Taking a deep breath, Guan Quan confessed, "They hail from Zhongzhou." Chapter 43. Take action. Zhao Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically. The name Zhongzhou resonated profoundly in the southern region of Danzhou. In truth, this world could be divided into two realms, Zhongzhou and the lands beyond. The fundamental reason lay in the spiritual veins of the heavens and earth originating from Zhongzhou and branching out to other continents. Consequently, the concentration of spiritual energy in this world was most abundant in Zhongzhou, and the foundation of cultivating immortality rested upon spiritual energy. The more one possessed, the greater the potential for high-value spiritual plants and items to flourish. Even those born in Zhongzhou naturally possessed stronger spiritual roots than cultivators from other continents. Zhongzhou exerts an irresistible dominance over the other continents. The sects of Zhongzhou, in their indifference, hardly consider expanding their influence beyond their borders, viewing the other continents with disdain due to their impoverished state, which offers little in terms of profit. Rarely do cultivators from Zhongzhou venture to other lands. Those who do are either unable to thrive in Zhongzhou or have completely surrendered to inertia. Yet, once one embarks on the path of cultivation, who could resist the allure of witnessing the grand vistas and extraordinary talents of the elite? Consequently, the presence of malevolent cultivators from Zhongzhou is particularly formidable. However, any threat posed by these dark practitioners can be reported to the Zhongzhou Immortal Alliance, who will dispatch their own cultivators to address the issue. Yet, all of this demands the most precious resource of Zhao Wanqing, time. Chu Xingchen continued to inquire, "What else is there?" This single query could not escape Chu Xingchen's scrutiny, especially considering Li Xingtian had also mingled in Zhongzhou before his rebirth, reportedly thriving in that environment. At this juncture, I must candidly express my thoughts. And Guan Quan's expression darkened instantaneously as he spoke earnestly. "They surely have procured more than mere goods from us. Ever since the recent rumors of a malevolent blood ritual, I have harbored suspicions. Initially, I believed they would retreat to other territories post-incident, but they have instead intensified their acquisitions. I surmise that their blood sacrifices of mortals are merely a facade. Sacrificing mere mortals cannot possibly satisfy the appetites of those Zhongzhou cultivators. Their true target must be the nearby sects. Only the sacrifice of fellow cultivators can satiate their hunger. If given the choice, Guan Quan would prefer to remain uninvolved, content with selling goods for some spirit stones. However, the nature of this business invariably propels one into perilous situations. Had the Demon Suppression Division not intervened, he likely would have remained silent. The blood sacrifice sects held no direct relevance to him, especially as he stood to gain considerable wealth. Yet, the striking figure before him was not easily deceived. Guan Quan harbored no doubt about the blade at his throat. At this point, rather than returning to placate the malevolent cultivators, he contemplated complete betrayal, eliminating those vile practitioners so thoroughly that they would dare not return, thus alleviating his own burdens. With a fierce expression, Guan Quan declared, "If you truly intend to address this matter, investigate those sects. There may be unexpected rewards." Chu Xingchen slowly retracted his spirit sword, directing his gaze towards Zhao Wanqing, who had attentively listened throughout. Zhao Wanqing's brow furrowed, her hand gripping her dagger, and after a long moment, she spoke, "You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Guan Quan visibly relaxed, then swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, and, under Zhao Wanqing's astonished gaze, inflicted several deep cuts upon himself before turning and dashing towards the docks. Zhao Wanqing watched Guan Quan's retreating figure, her voice laced with confusion. "Is this a ploy of self-harm? Might it be too obvious?" Chu Xingchen chuckled softly, providing clarity. Many matters cannot be elucidated through mere words. Those who are inclined to suspicion will remain so regardless of explanations. What is paramount for him now is his demeanor. Zhao Wanqing cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xingchen, inquiring, "Do you believe his words hold truth? What do you think?" Chu Xingchen replied. Zhao Wanqing bowed her head, her expression heavy, and after a lengthy pause, she finally stated, "He is likely speaking the truth. Are you still planning to continue your investigation?" Chu Xingchen's tone was unruffled. Zhao Wanqing clasped her hands in respect, saying, I shall not trouble you with the matters ahead. I am grateful for your assistance. After all, this concerns Zhongzhou, where the most formidable of those malevolent cultivators possess at least golden core cultivation, compounded by their terrifying blood energy. Offering 400 spirit stones to entice a golden core master into danger is indeed a fanciful notion. Chu Xingchen inquired, Is that so? Do you truly wish to pursue this alone? Zhao Wanqing replied resolutely, Yes. Chu Xingchen jested, You cannot possibly investigate such matters alone, given your lack of acumen. Regardless, you must proceed. He added, Oh dear, you truly are naive, unable to comprehend my words. Zhao Wanqing, perplexed, asked, What do you mean, senior? Increase the reward. Guanquan, drenched in blood, hurried back to his dock, pushing past those who attempted to express concern for him. He dashed toward a small room, forcefully opening the door. Inside, a figure clad in black robes sat calmly in a chair, their voice hoarse. Back so soon? This utterance momentarily stunned Guanquan, but he quickly regained his composure. Urgency lacing his tone, the Demon Suppression Division has discovered our location. I intend to flee to Lianyang City for the time being. You should escape as well. Why the panic? The black-robed figure chuckled lightly. What of the Demon Suppression Division? The nonchalance of the black-robed man left Guanquan utterly bewildered, as if he were the one in control. Guanquan, perplexed by the audacity of this malevolent cultivator, exclaimed, They know you are here. They will surely come for you soon. Even if you are unafraid, should we not retreat first? The black-robed figure tapped the table lightly. Do not rush. Let us wait a while longer. Guanquan, astonished, asked, Wait. For what? To wait for the members of the Demon Suppression Division to arrive, came the calm reply. Feeling that something was amiss, Guanquan perceived the black-robed figure as utterly mad. He quickly declared, What are you thinking? I refuse to accompany your madness. I shall take my leave. You can handle the goods here yourself. As he turned to depart, the black-robed figure grasped Guanquan's shoulder. You shall stay and wait with me. Guanquan's eyes blazed with fury. What exactly are we waiting for? For them to arrive. The black-robed figure stated just as a surge of dark crimson blood energy erupted from his right hand, hurtling toward Guanquan's head. Anticipating the attack, Guanquan swiftly evaded. What good does it do to strike at me? The black-robed figure offered no response, unleashing a terrifying wave of blood energy that reeked of carnage. He surged forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Guanquan's head. Guanquan instinctively raised his hand to block, but the impact was overwhelming. The force of the blow was immense, and the blood energy surged into his veins, wreaking havoc upon his spiritual essence. Guanquan's aptitude was lacking. His foundation had been artificially constructed through the use of medicinal pills, rendering him a subpar cultivator. The black-robed figure, not only bolstered by blood energy, but also at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, was far beyond Guanquan's capabilities. Furthermore, Guanquan had already injured himself during his journey, rendering him even more vulnerable. The black-robed figure glanced sideways, observing that Zhao Wanqing had approached not far away. He then unleashed an even greater torrent of blood energy. As if to ensure she would not miss the spectacle, in her presence, he unleashed a series of brutal punches, relentlessly striking Guanquan's head until it was reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 44, The Performance Not Far Away. Zhao Wanqing witnessed with her own eyes the malevolent figure in a black robe, drenched in blood, mercilessly pounding Guanquan's head into a pulp. The foreboding predictions of her elder had proven to be accurate. Indeed, that group of malevolent cultivators had dispatched someone to the docks, and it was evident that Guanquan harbored secrets yet to be disclosed. In a bid to maintain silence, the sinister cultivator had resorted to murder to eliminate witnesses. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing's retreat was a calculated move, relying on Chu Xingchen's willingness to assist in capturing this potential malefactor. After all, nothing is more convenient than prying open the lips of such a villain. Although she was still some distance away, she served merely as bait to draw attention. At this juncture, her elder, Chu Xingchen, had already circled around. All hope rested upon him. Soon, the elder upon whom Zhao Wanqing had placed her hopes surged forth from the side. The spirit sword in his hand erupted with radiant light. Despite the distance, Zhao Wanqing could distinctly feel the pressure emanating from a cultivator at the golden core stage. That oppressive force indicated at least a late-stage golden core cultivator. Truly formidable, indeed. Chu Xingchen's sword transformed into a streak of rainbow light, striking down upon the black-robed, malevolent cultivator. Boom. The sheer force of that strike was immense. Dust erupted, obscuring Zhao Wanqing's view. Following this, a tumultuous wave of blood energy surged forth. It seemed that within the swirling dust, several exchanges had occurred. The fierce radiance of spiritual energy pierced through the haze. A series of explosive detonations ensued, raising even more violent dust clouds. The clash between these two elite cultivators was such that even the residual waves of spiritual energy were enough to instill fear. The furious aftershocks made it clear to Zhao Wanqing that this was a battle beyond her capacity to influence, as she might not even possess the qualification to partake in it. At this moment, a twinge of concern crept into Zhao Wanqing's heart, due to the obscuration of dust. She was oblivious to who held the advantage. However, this worry did not linger for long. Amidst the dust, the figure of the black-robed malevolent cultivator was the first to retreat, wildly fleeing to the southeast. In swift pursuit, Chu Xingchen, wielding his spirit sword, followed closely behind. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Wanqing could not help but exhale in relief. Chu Xingchen maintained his chase for approximately 15 minutes. Suddenly, the black-robed figure halted, turning back to remove the black hood that concealed his face, revealing a ghastly mask beneath. His raspy voice transformed. "Master, this is far enough." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen also came to a stop. After expanding his consciousness to ensure no one was around, he sighed and sheathed his spirit sword. He then casually sat down on a large stone. Li Xingtian removed the ghastly mask from his face and stepped forward to stand before his master. He inquired, "Did everything go smoothly? Did she harbor any suspicions?" "Smoothly, at least she did not suspect anything," Chu Xingchen replied, glancing at Li Xingtian. "Your acting skills are quite impressive. In the realm of cultivation, having multiple skills is never a burden," Li Xingtian responded with a calm demeanor, then clasped his hands in respect. "Then, master, I shall take my leave to assist my senior sister with the conclusion. There are still arrangements that require finalization, and time is of the essence." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen lightly nodded and rose to his feet. "Very well, but ensure that you maintain a proper balance and do not overstep." "Rest assured," Li Xingtian replied affirmatively. As Chu Xingchen gazed at the departing figure of Li Xingtian, he sighed before making his way to the dock, where Zhao Wanqing was located. This endeavor, initiated with the intention of seeking Zhao Wanqing, was part of a meticulously crafted plan. However, it was not solely aimed at framing the Qingfeng sect. Every clue Zhao Wanqing possessed was, in fact, genuine. The purchase of Tai Xian stones was legitimate, and the existence of the malevolent cultivators from Zhongzhou was indeed true. Even the intention of these dark practitioners to offer sacrifices to their sect was accurate. Since Zhao Wanqing had returned severely injured the previous day, Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian had set out once more to investigate. After all, for one at the late stage of Foundation establishment to have been left to clean up the aftermath, it was highly probable that there were golden core cultivators among that group of dark practitioners. Though his disciple was protected by amulets, allowing her to roam freely under such uncertain circumstances was exceedingly perilous. Moreover, his disciple's suggestion was quite reasonable. It was undoubtedly prudent to first gather information before devising a plan of action. The formations and instruments drawn by Li Xingtian invariably required a substantial amount of foundational stones. Thus, Chu Xingchen had initially fixed his sights on the docks frequented by rogue cultivators. Li Xingtian's cultivation technique allowed him to manipulate blood energy, making it relatively easy to masquerade as a blood energy practitioner. Chu Xingchen would ensure Li Xingtian's safety from the outside. Armed with an identity, they could investigate several docks to ascertain the situation. It was not an arduous task to pinpoint a few names and stage a performance under the guise of their assumed identities. After all, Guanquan's demise was well-deserved. In summary, everything had progressed rather smoothly. Chu Xingchen returned to the Guanquan dock. At this moment, the rogue cultivators scattered like birds and beasts, their minds shattered following Guanquan's demise. Only Zhao Wanqing appeared to be searching the dock for any remaining clues. Chu Xingchen spoke, "I apologize, there were others providing assistance, and I was unable to capture them." Zhao Wanqing, however, did not seem overly disappointed, responding, "As long as you are unharmed, that is sufficient." "Did you uncover any clues?" "There are a few leads," Zhao Wanqing replied, producing a blood-red spirit stone from his waist pouch, which he had found on the corpse. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow upon seeing the spirit stone in Zhao Wanqing's hand and reached out to lightly touch it. This spirit stone was not one arranged by Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian. It belonged to Guanquan. The blood-colored spirit stone bore a resemblance to those found in the Qingfeng sect's mines, but the blood energy contained within was significantly purer. The Qingfeng sect stones were refined from the blood energy of cultivators at the second or third layer of qi refinement, and even so, their blood energy paled in comparison to that of the blood-red stone in Zhao Wanqing's possession. Furrowing his brow, Chu Xingchen remarked, "They have likely succeeded once. A sect has probably been sacrificed. This may be one of Guanquan's hidden secrets. He must have employed the dark practitioner's methods at the Foundation establishment stage, which explains why Li Xingtian gained the other party's trust so swiftly." However, these dark practitioners were remarkably swift and exceedingly greedy, even after completing one sacrifice. They persisted in their endeavors, undeterred by the pressures from the Demon Suppression Division. The situation had drastically changed. This time, the dark practitioners were likely to come with overwhelming force. Zhao Wanqing, gazing at the blood energy spirit stone before him, nodded gravely. We should return to the Demon Suppression Division and dispatch people to investigate the conditions at various smaller sections. Then I shall take my leave for now. Should you require my assistance, you may find me at the courtyard, sighed Chu Xingchen, offering a word of caution: exercise prudence and act within your means. Given the current developments, Chu Xingchen felt the need to recalibrate his plans. Zhao Wanqing clutched the blood spirit stone tightly in her hand, her heart increasingly unsettled as she delved deeper into the matter. What began as an assumption of demonic cultivators attacking the Demon Suppression Bureau had escalated to a horrifying blood sacrifice involving an entire village. Ultimately, it was revealed that their true intention was to conduct a blood ritual on a sect, and they had succeeded at least once. Even the smallest sect possesses a golden core cultivator, and the rapid progression of events far surpassed Zhao Wanqing's capacity to manage. The confrontation between the senior cultivator and the demonic foes was beyond her reach, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In that moment, Zhao Wanqing could only respond softly, "I understand. Please do not worry, esteemed senior." Chapter 45. The Temple Fair in the Courtyard of the Courtyard. Chu Xingchen had not returned long when a visitor arrived, even before Li Xingtian had come back. Li Yingling was also absent from the courtyard, likely still wrapping things up with Li Xingtian. If they were to return, it would be together. "Was this arrangement made by you?" Yao Qin inquired, seated upon a stone chair, sipping the tea brewed by Chu Xingchen. With a blank expression, Chu Xingchen replied, "Which matter do you refer to?" Setting down her teacup, Yao Qin replied earnestly, "The Qingfeng sect." With a sigh, Chu Xingchen responded, "It was initially so, but upon further investigation, I realized that it need not be pursued in earnest. The Qingfeng sect is unlikely to endure for much longer." The moment he saw the blood spirit stone, Chu Xingchen understood. The Qingfeng sect was merely a prime dish on the demonic cultivator's table, albeit one garnished with the formidable presence of a nascent soul elder, necessitating a careful approach from the demonic faction. "Did you see the blood spirit stone that Zhao Wanqing brought back?" Chu Xingchen inquired. "I did." Yao Qin's demeanor turned serious. "We have reported the matter to Zhongzhou, and in approximately half a month, dedicated personnel will come to address it. This situation is exceedingly perilous. For the time being, you should refrain from involvement until the specialists from Zhongzhou have dealt with it." At these words, Chu Xingchen could not help but chuckle softly, choosing not to respond further. Yao Qin, holding her teacup, continued, "I have also advised Zhao Wanqing to cease her actions. Her brother has passed the dangerous phase, and it is merely a matter of time before he awakens." With a sigh, Chu Xingchen seemed to lose interest. "I understand." Yao Qin nodded gently in response, her gaze drifting towards the azure sky. She remained silent, cradling her teacup. Chu Xingchen cast a curious glance at Yao Qin. She was typically one to hasten conversations to a close, yet today she lingered silently, gazing at the heavens. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen suddenly realized, "Are you longing for the meals I prepare?" Turning her gaze towards him, Yao Qin remained silent. Indeed, she felt a slight craving, though it was not her primary reason for visiting. Unconsciously, she began to rotate the teacup in her hands. "Are you free this evening?" Yao Qin asked, leaning on his hand. Chu Xingchen replied, "This evening? I will be available later. I promised my disciple that I would accompany them to the temple fair." "Then there is no issue," Yao Qin concluded. Upon receiving a response, Yao Qin rose, turning to stride towards the door. As she reached the threshold, she glanced back with a hint of concern, advising, "I will pay you for Zhao Wanqing's spirit stones. Do not involve yourself further in this matter." After all, in the past, Chu Xingchen, during his impoverished days, undertook countless perilous endeavors for spirit stones. Should this young man perceive an opportunity for gain, he may very well venture forth again. Initially sullen, Chu Xingchen instantly perked up at her words, barely concealing his delight as he exclaimed, "All right, wealthy sister, I promise not to participate any longer." Yao Qin frowned at his address, retorting, "What do you mean, wealthy sister? That sounds dreadful. Do not call me that." Chu Xingchen defended his stance, saying, "What is so dreadful about it? In our hometown, everyone admires someone like you, beautiful and generous, a wealthy sister. I don't care, I dislike it. Do not call me that." Yao Qin shot him a cold glare, huffed disdainfully, and turned to leave. As Yao Qin departed, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Chu Xingchen gazed down at the cup of tea before him, and then suddenly downed it in one gulp. Although the situation had taken an unexpected turn, it still seemed manageable. "Master, I'm back." The door swung open as Li Yingling burst in, a shovel in hand, her face beaming with joy. "I have successfully completed the task." Following closely behind, Li Xingtian entered, adding, "Master, everything went smoothly." Chu Xingchen enthusiastically applauded. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my beloved disciples. Li Yingling, upon hearing this, proudly lifted her head. After showering them with praise, Chu Xingchen shifted the conversation, stating, however, let us set those matters aside for now. We shall gather for the temple fair tonight. Li Yingling, quick to react, inquired, did something happen? Chu Xingchen shrugged. It seems the situation is indeed significant. Yao Qin advised us not to get involved. Li Yingling sighed. So it was all for naught? But she reassured herself, well, having master accompany us to the fair isn't too bad. Li Xingtian nodded nonchalantly. Chu Xingchen, satisfied, declared, very well. The first group outing of our sect is about to commence. The temple fair could be seen as a prelude to the Lantern Festival. The venue was the largest Buddhist temple in Yuzhou City, the Zen Forest Temple. To be candid, the original Lantern Festival had little to do with the temple. Initially, there were no fairs. The Lantern Festival was simply about writing wishes on lanterns and letting them float down the Yuzhou River, symbolizing the smooth sailing of one's aspirations. The wishes inscribed on the lanterns typically revolved around promotions, wealth, and finding partners, emphasizing simplicity and humility. However, the existence of a temple fair is intertwined with the history of how the Zen Forest Temple ascended to become the foremost Buddhist temple in Yuzhou City. In this world, where the path to immortality is a palpable reality, the beliefs of common mortals, who cannot cultivate, are often cloaked in hope. Moreover, the number of true believers is rather modest. After all, how many cultivators do not espouse the philosophy of taking fate into their own hands? Thus, unlike in Chu Xingchen's previous world, where monks were exempt from taxes, here, after losing the benefits of faith, monks too must pay their dues. Firstly, monks are human. Secondly, they need sustenance, which requires money. Even the crafting of golden statues of the Buddha demands financial resources. Relying solely on the offerings of devotees merely suffices for basic sustenance. To contemplate bestowing a golden statue upon the Buddha or Bodhisattvas is akin to dreaming of nocturnal meetings with the Duke of Zhou. Reality has shown that even the most impoverished monks may abandon their doctrines in pursuit of wealth. The monks of the Zen forest have turned their attention to the bustling Lantern Festival in Yuzhou City. The lanterns, originally intended for making wishes, do not necessarily have to be lanterns. Our Buddha is equally accommodating. Spending money on lanterns is one form of devotion, while lighting a stick of incense is another. Moreover, the cost of incense is considerably less than that of lanterns. Regardless of the realm, the poor are always in abundance. There are those who cannot afford lanterns to make wishes, yet the more affordable incense becomes the alternative. Thus, the Buddha, who teaches the renunciation of greed, began to bless people with prosperity. Furthermore, there are wise individuals among the Zen monks. The Zen Forest Temple deliberately widened the road outside its premises, leasing it to vendors to collect rental fees. As long as they refrain from bringing skewers of roasted meat into the temple, the Buddha adopts a tolerant stance, which indeed attracts numerous merchants. They even employ hunger marketing, holding their events only a few days before the Lantern Festival, ensuring they do not overextend, thereby maintaining their allure. The Zen Forest Temple has thus profited immensely from the Lantern Festival. The golden statue of the Buddha continues to grow ever larger. Chapter 46. A new perspective on career lines. Naturally, organizing the temple fair is not merely about expanding the road for vendors to set up stalls. After all, must they position themselves right at the temple entrance? And must they pay you for that privilege? The organizers of the fair, the Zen Forest Temple, must host activities that attract significant foot traffic. The Water Forest Dharma Assembly on the 15th day features a group of monks chanting scriptures for the deceased. For a fee, one can place their ancestors' memorial tablets in the most prominent positions. Consequently, some in Yuzhou City jest, gold worth millions is spent to elevate the Buddhist head over the ancestral tablets. Wealthy individuals, concerned with appearances, are naturally eager to see their ancestors' tablets held in higher esteem. This, arguably, has become one of the most lucrative ventures for the Zen Forest Temple. Even if it draws annual ridicule from the citizens of Yuzhou City, yet it remains unyielding in its pursuits. On the 16th, the Buddhist martial arts competition, on the 17th, the Grand Lantern Festival, and on the 18th, the Buddhist pilgrimage. In summary, for the sake of festivities, the Zen Forest Temple seems capable of undertaking virtually anything, even parading the Arhat statues around town. The only reason they do not bear the Buddha is simply due to his weight. He is simply too heavy to carry. They even beautify this endeavor by calling it a divine journey to safeguard peace. Despite the Zen Forest Temple's abundance of wealth and fame, such worldly behaviors have drawn the unified disdain of other temples. Today marks the first day of the temple fair, with the Water Forest Dharma Assembly as the featured event. On the fairgrounds, Li Yingling is adorned in a pale yellow embroidered gown, with 2 bags hanging from her waist. one black for copper coins and one silver for small silver ingots. At this moment, she holds a candied hawthorn in her left hand and a small round fan embroidered with white lotus flowers against a blue background in her right, gently fanning herself. Countless gazes are involuntarily drawn to this striking young maiden. Yet, none dare to approach her, largely due to the imposing figure of Li Xingtian trailing behind her. This cold-faced giant, with a mere glare, is enough to intimidate any ill-intentioned individual. As a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, even a single glance from him sends shivers through the hearts of mortals. Li Xingtian donned his black uniform, shouldering a card of candied hawthorn skewers on behalf of his senior sister. Apologies, but these skewers are not for sale. He gently declined a child eager to purchase. Li Yingling turned her head and noticed that the would-be buyer was a girl of 6 or 7, who gracefully waved a fan and said, "It's all right, junior brother. Give her a skewer." The little girl beamed with joy as she accepted the treat, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle and sister." Li Xingtian felt a twinge of exasperation. Why must she call his senior sister and him uncle? Did the age difference seem that vast? Li Yingling, with a satisfied smile, remarked, "Isn't that little girl quite adorable? If only she were mute." "How can you say that?" Li Xingtian replied with a tone of resignation, as he watched the girl happily scamper off to find her parents. Li Yingling nodded approvingly. That remark was quite in line with Master S style, though if it were Master, he would have snatched the skewers back. "You're being rather disparaging of Master," Li Xingtian retorted. Li Yingling pouted, raising her brows slightly to signal him to look aside. Li Xingtian turned his gaze and beheld a striking young man in a white robe, surrounded by a throng of radiant young women. The sounds of flirtatious chatter, though distant, were unmistakable. Where does the young master reside? Surely he is not from Yuzhou, for I have never seen him before. "Young master, I have a recent ailment. Would you take a look?" Li Xingtian shook his head, lamenting, "Didn't you insist that master wear the outfit you gifted him? He warned that he would be besieged by women if he did." "I thought he was exaggerating." Li Yingling frowned. Who could have known those girls would be so shameless and clingy? What was promised as a sect outing has turned into Master S' own social gathering. Li Xingtian withdrew his gaze, suggesting, "Then, senior sister, you might as well bring Master back." "I refuse. Look at how happy he is. He will surely take it out on me later." Li Yingling protested, and then her expression brightened. She spotted Yaoqin gracefully ascending the slope, not far away. Clad in an elegant white dress adorned with lotus patterns, her flowing black hair was pinned with a jade hairpin, and she held a meticulously crafted white fan, painted with fireflies. Her exceptional grace and beauty should have made her the focal point of the fair, yet the bustling crowd seemed oblivious to her presence. Moreover, with each step she took, the throng instinctively parted to make way. Master S' unacknowledged beloved has arrived. Li Yingling thought to herself, suppressing a chuckle. It wasn't he that disciples were neglecting to shield their master. Rather, it was master who had abandoned his disciples first. Li Xingtian's gaze quickly fixed on Yaoqin, and he promptly turned to alert master. "Junior brother," Li Yingling called out to halt him. Li Xingtian turned, a look of confusion on his face as he regarded his senior sister. Li Yingling covered the lower half of her face with her fan, her tone enticing. "You must let master understand that beauty is akin to a double-edged sword." Li Yingling recognized that her junior brother, in his master's words, was rather oblivious to women's charms, despite not knowing what experiences had led him to be so wary. "Every time I observe my master conversing with a woman, a hint of pity for his misdirection in life crosses my mind." Li Xingtian paused momentarily, his expression tangled, before finally coming to a halt. Typically, he would disregard such matters. However, considering it was his senior sister's suggestion, one that seemingly held some merit, he decided to heed her counsel. In any case, if the master truly were to become angered, he might as well use his senior sister as a pretext. With this thought, Li Xingtian halted his steps. Yaoqin's gaze quickly fixed upon the particularly conspicuous figure of Li Xingtian, a robust man carrying a cart laden with candied hawthorns, making him quite noticeable. Casting her eyes aside, she spotted Li Yingling, who was greeting her from a distance. Yaoqin slightly waved her fan in acknowledgement, but soon found it peculiar that Chu Xingchen was not nearby. Li Yingling, seemingly understanding her confusion from afar, pointed in a direction with her fan. Curious, Yaoqin turned her gaze to see the silhouette of a young man clad in white. The figure was remarkably familiar, and with Li Yingling's indication, Yaoqin instantly recognized its owner. How curious, to claim he was accompanying his disciple to the temple fair. And this is how he spends his time? Gripping the handle of her white jade fan tightly, she hastened towards Chu Xingchen. As she drew closer, she could overhear the words exchanged among the women surrounding him. "Indeed, he is a master. What you said is astoundingly accurate. Please examine my cleavage more closely and see how it appears." A voluptuous woman in a dress leaned almost against Chu Xingchen, her hand hovering in an ambiguous manner. leaving one to wonder who was taking advantage of whom. Chu Xingchen glanced down at the woman's palm and chuckled. The true measure of cleavage is not discerned by the hand. And where, pray tell, is it determined? A voice, tinged with coolness and irritation, interjected. Chu Xingchen assumed it was a newcomer and, not paying much attention, jested, guess. The woman in the dress, her cherubic face slightly flushed, playfully covered her cheeks and pouted. Master, you are truly mischievous. Is this how one assesses cleavage? The icy voice, now unmistakably familiar, rang out again with a hint of anger. Chu Xingchen swiftly turned to the source of the sound, only to find Yao Qin staring at him with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes. Chapter 47. The Power of Will upon catching sight of her. Chu Xingchen quickly redirected his attention. First and foremost, one must not panic in the face of adversity, even if Yao Qin's seemingly benign smile held an element of intimidation. In truth, he and Yao Qin had no significant relationship to speak of. She had no grounds to meddle in his affairs. As long as he remained resolute, he was in the right. Most importantly, one must never be a sycophant. It is far better to perish than to grovel. Admitting fault was simply out of the question. Yet, it was evident that Yao Qin did not share this perspective. Taking 2 steps forward, she approached, causing the women surrounding Chu Xingchen to instinctively part ways. Locking her gaze onto him, Yao Qin remarked, "Did you not claim you would accompany your disciple to the temple fair today?" As Yao Qin moved closer to speak, the women around them suddenly noticed the presence of an extraordinarily beautiful woman, who seemed to be an acquaintance of the handsome young man before them. Yet, what did familiarity matter? The lady in the dress beside Chu Xingchen was reluctant to leave, softly stating, "The master said he would teach us palmistry. We are all his disciples." Upon hearing this, Yao Qin's gaze turned icy as she directed her attention towards the woman in the dress. The latter felt a chill run through her body, as if the disparity in their souls had been laid bare. Yao Qin coldly commanded, "Leave." The woman dared not retort, hastily lifting her skirt to push through the crowd and flee. The other women also sensed the gravity of the situation. While the allure of a gentleman was enticing, their lives were paramount. The woman before them was likely a practitioner, and as mere mortals, they dared not provoke those who soared above. Despite their reluctance, they swiftly departed. A circle around Chu Xingchen suddenly felt empty. Yao Qin turned her gaze back to Chu Xingchen, reiterating her question. "Did you not say you would accompany your disciples to the temple fair today?" Chu Xingchen pointed to the ground, saying, "This is the temple fair." He then gestured towards 2 disciples in the distance, remarking without ceremony, "In addition to those 2 disciples over there, am I not enjoying the fair with my disciples?" Yao Qin, observing Chu Xingchen's brazen demeanor, tightened her grip on her jade-handled fan. "What brings you here?" Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly. "I recall you were not fond of such gatherings. Have you come to seek me?" "Bah, who would seek you?" Yao Qin turned away. "Do you think so highly of yourself?" "Of course, I am an old friend." Chu Xingchen waved his sleeve and placed his hands on his hips. "What do you think of my attire?" Yao Qin examined him from head to toe and had to concede that a person's appearance is indeed enhanced by their attire. Compared to the disheveled Chu Xingchen of yore, he now exuded a remarkable aura. "Who purchased this outfit for you?" "Naturally, it was my eldest disciple," he replied. Yao Qin retorted with a smirk. "Humph, in this attire, you almost resemble a person." "Thank you for the compliment," Chu Xingchen responded nonchalantly. Li Yingling approached from a distance, fanning herself with a smile, and called out, "Master." Chu Xingchen shot an annoyed glance at his shabby cotton jacket before turning his gaze to Li Xingtian behind her, questioning why he had not informed him. Li Xingtian innocently gestured with his eyes, indicating that it was his senior sister's doing. Although Yao Qin's tone was frosty, she was not genuinely angry. She understood Chu Xingchen's character. In his shameless words, how could those women enjoy his company without paying, simply based on his looks? Before Yao Qin met Chu Xingchen, she was aware of his frequent visits to establishments of ill repute, where charm and countenance allowed him to indulge without expense. However, she felt a twinge of annoyance. Despite being at the Golden Core stage, he seemed to lack the demeanor befitting such a status. Which Golden Core cultivator would engage in hand-holding with mere mortals, let alone read palms? Yao Qin gently waved her fan, stirring the air. "The Water Forest Dharma Assembly today is worth attending." Li Yingling, naturally familiar with the situation, linked her arm with Yao Qin's and inquired curiously, "Sister Yao Qin, could it be that the Water Forest Dharma Assembly truly holds something of significance?" Chu Xingchen feigned indignation. "What are you calling her sister for? You should address her as Master Yao Qin." Without hesitation, Yao Qin raised her fan and playfully struck Chu Xingchen, giving a cold laugh. "Do you no longer desire spirit stones?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen instantly forgot what he had just said, his tone imbued with innocence as he asked, "Sister Yao Qin, is there any particular significance to today's Water Forest Conference?" At present, Chu Xingchen found himself reduced to mere silver and gold, devoid of any usable spirit stones. Should the blood chi spirit stone prove irreversible, the spirit stone reward that Yao Qin had promised was the only glimmer of hope for the gathering spirit array. In the face of spirit stones, what does pride matter? Master, I implore you, spare your disciples some dignity. Li Yingling sighed. At this rate, I shan't dare to accompany you outdoors in the future. Li Yingling felt that her master's bottom line was far too flexible, especially when it came to matters involving spirit stones. Chu Xingchen retorted with irritation, Good disciple, do not request spirit stones from me in the future. Master, I was wrong. Li Yingling quickly conceded upon hearing this. Li Xingtian silently sighed within, acknowledging that his senior sister had shamelessly learned from their master to perfection. One could only hope that she would not inadvertently expose their sect's secrets when out and about, leaving others to wonder if she was, indeed, a disciple of that shameless sect. Yao Qin observed the two amusingly and felt a tinge of helplessness, realizing that a master produces disciples in like manner. She began to explain. The Water Forest Conference is naturally not merely a gathering. The Chanlin Temple will also utilize this occasion to absorb the willpower of all beings. Upon hearing this, both Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian displayed a lack of enthusiasm, for they had no desire for willpower, even if it were freely offered. In this world, cultivating immortality is the singular and absolute path to greatness. However, the world is vast, and aside from the main road, there are certainly several smaller paths. For instance, the path of martial artists who refine themselves, transforming into warriors of the world. Additionally, there exists the scholarly path of the literati who illuminate the grand way through knowledge. Willpower is but one of these paths, arguably a unique form of spiritual power. Yet, even the most nefarious cultivators regard this power with disdain. Any power obtained without cost bears a price, a truth that is particularly evident in the realm of willpower. Perhaps, willpower does not demand a specific bone structure or spiritual root, allowing for a wider range of absorption, even including the spirits of nature. Most of these wild spirits occasionally awaken their intellect, yet they possess no cultivation methods, only understanding how to breathe in the spiritual essence of the world. Even with exceptional talent, without a means to cultivate, they cannot transcend the foundational stage. Thus, willpower becomes the clearest path among their options. Nevertheless, the cost is exceedingly apparent. Once one's cultivation is elevated through willpower, they become forever bound to it. Should they cease to absorb willpower, their cultivated level will inevitably decline. Moreover, this decline is nearly irreversible. Falling from the golden core stage back to the foundation establishment stage makes it exceedingly difficult to ascend to the golden core level again. Ultimately, reliance on willpower can lead to entrapment within it. Furthermore, ensuring a continuous supply of willpower necessitates fulfilling the wishes of the believers. Who would continue to trust someone who takes without giving back? Thus, it is fundamentally a troublesome and unreliable path. Chapter 48. The most shameless under heaven. Li Yingling possessed considerable cultivation strength, yet her foundational knowledge of immortality was somewhat lacking. It was not that Chu Xingchen neglected this. He had indeed compiled some basic textbooks for her to study independently. However, Li Yingling seemed utterly disinterested in those purely educational texts. After all, those books were merely foundational tutorials, far less captivating than tales of cultivation. Moreover, that tome was exceedingly thick. The classification catalog of monsters alone spanned 4 or 5 pages. Not to mention the rest. After 2 days of perusing it, Li Yingling felt it was of little use, and had long since cast it aside to gather dust. Chu Xingchen did not insist on Li Yingling finishing it. After all, in the realm of cultivation, one would eventually comprehend it through practice. Thus, at that moment, Li Yingling was unaware of the concept of willpower, but noticed the slight disdain on the faces of both her master and junior brother. Anything that could evoke such a reaction from them surely was not of worth. Yet, Yao Qin's visit suggested it was not as simple as it appeared. Observing his disciple's somewhat bewildered expression, Chu Xingchen sighed and offered a casual explanation. You might liken it to counterfeit elixirs. Once you cease to use them, your cultivation will plummet. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling experienced a moment of clarity. Yao Qin shook her head slightly, stating, if that were the case, I wouldn't have come. However, this upcoming Zen conference seems to be an experiment. They appear to have discovered alternative applications for willpower. Chu Xingchen interjected. I speculate they intend to concentrate willpower onto a magical artifact. Li Xingtian contemplated this and proposed his thoughts. Even if willpower can be infused into an artifact, its enhancement is minimal. It would be more beneficial to capture a spiritual beast and nurture it with willpower for guarding purposes. Li Yingling, unconcerned with such details, was merely eager for the spectacle, exclaiming, let us go and see. I've heard this year's contributions are the highest ever. They might even place the spirit tablet atop the Zen master's head. Chu Xingchen was taken aback. What? Is the master truly so shameless? How much has been spent? This time, it was spirit stones. Yao Qin, concealing the lower half of her face with a fan, struggled to hide her amusement, stating that this spirit tablet would indeed be quite large and conspicuous. Li Xingtian was at a loss for words, having never encountered such a brazen spectacle in his previous life. As he mingled with his master, he observed that few around them seemed to possess any sense of decorum. Could it be true that one becomes tainted by their companions? If Chu Xingchen were aware of his second disciple's inward disparagement, he would surely administer a lesson on respecting one's teacher. Ultimately, the spectacle of the Zen master's potential folly proved far more captivating than the actual usage of willpower. Thus, the four reached a consensus and made their way to the Zen temple. Although the streets were crowded, Yao Qin's golden core techniques ensured their passage remained unobstructed. Li Yingling appeared to genuinely relish such lively gatherings, her face alight with joy as she surveyed her surroundings. Along the way, she purchased numerous items that caught her fancy: a small pouch embroidered with lotus flowers, uniquely designed hairpins, and even 4 masks. Li Yingling donned a small fox mask herself, while she procured an adorable little rabbit mask for Yao Qin, a monkey mask for her master, and a pig mask for her junior brother. Yao Qin examined the masks. Though the craftsmanship was not exceptional, they were quite charming at first glance. Without much thought, she graciously wore one on her face. Chu Xingchen, upon seeing the monkey mask, expressed his discontent. "No, the fox is more appealing. I desire the fox." Li Yingling burst into laughter, promptly placing the fox mask back on her face. "No, master. You resemble a monkey. Wear the monkey mask instead." Li Xingtian glanced at the pig mask in his hand before turning to his master, saying, "Master." Chu Xingchen shot a decisive glance at his second disciple's mask and firmly replied, "No, I will not exchange it with you." Li Yingling turned around, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy as she looked at the other three. Her master, with an expression of disdain, donned a monkey mask. Under the master's request, her fellow disciple reluctantly placed the pig mask on his face. Yao Qin's delicate features were obscured by an adorable white rabbit mask, yet her unique, aloof aura remained undiminished. Nevertheless, it was evident that she, too, was quite pleased, watching the two unwillingly don their masks. Observing this scene, Li Yingling found herself inexplicably wanting to shout out. Perhaps it was because she had never attended such a lively temple fair, or perhaps it was the warmth she felt from others within this sect. She called out, "Master!" Chu Xingchen turned to his eldest disciple, who was wearing a fox mask, her voice trembling slightly as she curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Li Yingling laughed heartily, replying, "I have the best master in the world." Chu Xingchen responded in a rather perfunctory manner, all right, your master is also the best in the world." Satisfied with this, Li Yingling turned away. Li Xingtian, feeling a bit helpless, thought to himself, in a sect of just 3, if you two are the best in the world, does that make me somewhat superfluous? Chu Xingchen, not one to neglect her second disciple, patted his shoulder with a mix of disappointment and encouragement, stating, "Originally, you and I were the best in the world, but given your failure to report important information, you have now been promoted to second place." Li Xingtian secretly grumbled in his heart, but still wore a touched expression, saying, "Thank you, master, second place is sufficient." "Very well," she continued, "considering your lack of ambition, you've dropped another position. Now, De Huang ranks above you." Li Yingling, hearing this, curiously inquired, "De Huang? Why does it sound like a dog's name?" Chu Xingchen affirmed, "Indeed, your junior disciple is now ranked behind a dog." Li Xingtian showed no reaction. His master's peculiar way of speaking was nothing new, but she was indeed a soft-hearted person beneath her sharp tongue. However, Yao Qin's gaze, peering from beneath the rabbit mask, was filled with concern. If the dog ranked second and Li Xingtian third, then where did that leave her? Despite her numerous contributions, was she merely assisting a dog? Sensing the imminent crisis, Chu Xingchen quickly declared, "You and I are the best in the world." Yao Qin nodded in satisfaction but remained firm, stating, "You are only the 200th best in my eyes." Hearing her master's clever response, Li Yingling gave a thumbs up. Truly, she thought, her master was exceptional, and there was still much for her to learn. Approaching Chu Xingchen, she whispered with a laugh, "Master, you are shamelessly the best in the world." Chu Xingchen replied softly, "What shamelessness? This is all a matter of scholarly pursuit. She is currently holding all our sect's spiritual stones." Li Yingling nodded in agreement, her laughter ringing like silver bells behind her mask. Rebellious disciple. This is undoubtedly a rebellious disciple. After this amusing interlude involving the masks, the four continued their joyful journey toward the Zen Forest Temple, passing not only vendors, but also numerous performers and storytellers showcasing their skills along the way. Li Yingling gazed curiously at the troupe of performers, particularly captivated by the fire breather, applauding with fervor at the stall. Chu Xingchen found himself somewhat speechless. Although Li Yingling, a cultivator of foundational stage and a singular water root, could manipulate flames through the 5 elemental spells, her fire breathing would undoubtedly surpass that of the performer. Perhaps it was merely the allure of novelty. The Chanlin Temple boasted 8 grand gates, its entrance remarkably expansive. With the assistance of Yaoqin, Chu Xingchen and his companions easily squeezed through the temple doors. Li Yingling lifted her gaze towards the temple's center, her expression one of astonishment, as she seemingly lamented, "Master, I apologize for my premature words. The most shameless in the world must be him." Chapter 49. The Bodhisattva of Chanlin Temple. With merely 2 days remaining until the Water Forest Dharma Assembly, preparations at Chanlin Temple commenced well in advance. As the assembly was scheduled for the night, attended primarily by common folk, the temple needed to adorn itself with lanterns all around. The statue of Guanyin in the temple's heart had to be repositioned, temporarily relocated near the Buddha to engage in a thorough discussion of the sutras. This space was to be granted to the monks, allowing them to earn their sustenance. The world is enamored with beauty, thus, an aesthetically pleasing arrangement is essential to attract visitors. Floral wreaths and arrangements must be perfectly placed to create a stunning first impression. Although the setup bore a slight resemblance to a funeral parlor, it was, in essence, not dissimilar to the rituals of a memorial service. After all, it was ostensibly about delivering blessings, thus not entirely unconventional. The monks of Chanlin Temple approached this task with utmost seriousness, striving to arrange the flowers in an appealing and clever manner, especially concerning the placement of the altar for the wealthy patrons. It was crucial to provide exemplary service, ensuring that the patrons understood their monetary contributions were well spent. After all, those affluent sponsors could hardly comprehend the sutras recited. Even if the sutras were recited beautifully, they would remain oblivious. However, grand spectacles were universally understood. The emphasis must be on elegance, yet not overly refined. It should be vulgar, yet not excessively so. The abbot of Chanlin Temple, an elderly man draped in a bright yellow robe with a beard turning gray, leisurely leaned against a pillar outside the main hall. Beside him stood a young novice monk, his bald head gleaming, clad in a small yellow robe, with thick brows and large eyes that exuded cuteness. Unable to contain himself, the young novice inquired, "Master, have you truly agreed to participate in this year's Water Forest Dharma Assembly?" A monk speaks no falsehood, thus, what is spoken is indeed agreed upon. The abbot turned his head, smiling at the young novice. "I haven't asked you to take the stage. Are you afraid of embarrassment?" The young novice lowered his head, dejectedly responding, "Master, the temple outside has already labeled us greedy for your sake. Is it greed if one seeks for oneself? And if one seeks for others, is it still greed?" The abbot mused, gently ruffling the young novice's head. "If I do not seek for myself, what is there to be greedy about? And if you do not seek for yourself, it is not greed either." "But master, why do you need so much money?" the young novice retorted, displeased. "The Buddha says all 5 aggregates are empty." The abbot, unfazed, replied, "If you are already empty, why concern yourself with the opinions of others? The Buddha may be empty, but I am not. Of course, I care." The young novice countered. The abbot, upon hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter, his joy evident as he affectionately ruffled the little novice's hair. Very well, very well. The Buddha is empty, and I, an old monk, am not a Buddha. Thus I too am half empty, with the other half remaining." The little novice was about to speak again, but was gently halted by the abbot's raised hand. With a cheerful demeanor, the abbot proposed, "Shall we say just for this year?" The novice's expression clearly reflected disbelief. It seemed that such assurances had been given more than once before. The abbot lightly tapped his own head and declared, "A monk does not speak falsehoods." "Then fine," sighed the little novice, "but this time, there must be no more deceit. Too many lies will not lead one to Buddhahood." The abbot chuckled heartily. "This time, you must take the lead in reciting the scriptures." The abbot's sentence trailed off as he mischievously raised an eyebrow, indicating to the little novice what was expected of him. With a mature sigh, the novice turned and walked towards the hall. The abbot watched the little novice's retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he joined his hands in prayer, silently reciting the sutras. Upon entering the main hall of the Buddha, the monks who were busy beautifying the space paused their tasks. They quickly clasped their hands and bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, Uncle Master." The little novice nodded lightly in return and settled himself on the cushion beneath the Buddha, quietly reciting the Heart Sutra, which he had chanted countless times before. Although he was young, he was remarkably astute, or so everyone claimed. He understood that whether the sutras were chanted correctly or not, the onlookers could not grasp their meaning. However, both in life and in the pursuit of Buddhahood, one must adhere to a principle of being true to oneself. As the novice reached the 5th recitation, a commotion erupted from outside the hall. Being the only disciple of the Zen Forest Temple, he possessed an extraordinary talent, allowing him to hear the noise without letting it penetrate his heart. Yet, when a certain monk's voice rang out, "Abbot, someone has sent over the plaque you need for the ceremony. Just look at this. It's utterly outrageous. Let us just break it." The little novice's ears perked up instantly. A monk must not speak falsely. A promise made is a promise kept. The abbot's somewhat troubled voice soon reached the little novice's ears. "Forgive me, O Buddha. My heart is itching with anticipation." The novice paused his recitation and cautiously turned around. Before him stood a conspicuous large plaque, meticulously inscribed in standard script, as if to ensure clarity. What was written upon the plaque was not any spiritual title. Upon seeing the plaque, the little novice was momentarily taken aback, and then he broke his vow. "What the?" The astonished Li Yingling was left speechless. Even the reborn Li Xingchen had never witnessed such a scene and felt that his rebirth had not been in vain. Chu Xingchen laughed uncontrollably. "Ha! Truly worthy of the first temple in Yuzhou City. If you want to be popular, you must first know how to stir things up." Yaoyin, equally incredulous, hastily removed her rabbit mask, suspecting that someone had tampered with it, unwilling to believe that the abbot would truly endorse this plaque. Yet, even without the mask, the scene before her remained unchanged. The venerable abbot Yuan Jing, with a beard as white as snow and already advanced in age, stood prominently in the midst of a floral wreath, holding the plaque high with both hands. The inscription read, "Do not compete with this old monk, Shirtai." Due to the abbot bearing this plaque, the monks of Zen Forest Temple appeared dejected and dispirited today. Many believers surrounding them could hardly contain their amusement, pointing and whispering among themselves. However, the abbot, seated high on the platform, remained composed and indifferent to the jibes and ridicule. This was not the first instance of the Water Forest Dharma Assembly, and everyone was familiar with the routine. It was evident that someone had spent a considerable sum to deliberately embarrass Zen Forest Temple. After all, no one would believe that an abbot, who seemed incapable of raising a spear, would willingly hold up this plaque to tarnish his lifelong reputation. Nevertheless, for the sake of wealth, the temple's reputation had undoubtedly suffered a significant blow. At the very least, the temple's notorious love for money could not be denied. One could also anticipate what sign the renowned abbot would be bearing at next year's Water Forest Dharma Assembly. 2 days prior, a small monk, who had recently broken his vows, approached from afar, squeezed into the crowd, and inquired before Yaoqin and others, "Are you the benefactor, Yaoqin?" Yaoqin shifted her gaze to the monk who was bowing, her magical powers still unbroken at that moment. The little monk exuded no aura, indicating he was indeed an ordinary person. He likely possessed the ability to see through illusions, suggesting he was a disciple of Zen Forest Temple. Proclaiming the nature of their Buddhist lineage, Yuan Kong. Chapter 50. Intuition from a man. The small monk Yuan Kong led 4 individuals into the side hall of Zen Forest Temple. During the temple fair, the main hall was completely open to the outside, but the side hall was off limits to believers, primarily to provide space for esteemed guests. There were no other monks in the room, and Yuan Kong personally brewed tea. After Yaoqin took her seat, she asked, "Are you Yuan Kong of Zen Forest Temple? Have you heard of me?" Yuan Kong replied, puzzled. Yaoqin nodded. "The Buddhist child of Zen Forest Temple has garnered some renown. But why have you yet to cultivate the temple's teachings?" Yuan Kong served tea to the 4 individuals and explained, "The abbot said the time is not yet ripe." Yaoqin gently nodded. After all, he was not her disciple, so her curiosity was merely fleeting. Li Yingling showed no interest in the matter of Buddhist children and quickly inquired, "Little monk, doesn't your abbot feel any discomfort bearing this?" Yuan Kong sighed heavily. "He is the abbot. Naturally, his word is final. If I had any say, the abbot would be in confinement today." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the Buddhist child speaks with wisdom. Moreover, I believe our sect should establish a confinement room specifically for those disobedient disciples." The rebellious disciple Li Yingling opposed. "Master, one cannot speak in such a manner. It is through love and understanding that we should guide our sect." As she spoke, she cast a glance at the second rebellious disciple, Li Xingtian, who promptly feigned interest in his tea, ignoring the signal from his senior sister. "Very well, you can discuss your sect's matters later," Yaoqin said, her gaze shifting towards the doorway. The side hall faced the expansive area in front of the temple, the very spot where the abbot was holding aloft the plaque. This side was also designated as standing room only, allowing the distinguished guests invited by Zen Forest Temple to observe with the clearest view. One must admit, in terms of how they treated their esteemed guests, Zen Forest Temple hardly resembled a temple, but rather an institution catering to superiors. Yaoqin retracted her gaze, standing upright, and inquired, "At what time does the Water Forest Dharma Assembly officially commence today?" "Approximately in half an hour," Yuan Kong replied, having prepared the tea. He rose and, with hands clasped in reverence, added, "Today, I shall lead my junior disciple in reciting scriptures, so I cannot linger. Please, feel free. Yao Qin nodded slightly. Yuan Kong then bowed to each person in the room with hands joined before exiting. Chu Xingchen, having tucked away his playful demeanor, took a sip of tea and remarked, "That monk possesses quite an intriguing essence." Yao Qin, taken aback, responded, "Oh, can you discern that?" Chu Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "When have I ever misjudged a person?" Faced with this assertion, Yao Qin found herself at a loss for a retort, for Chu Xingchen indeed had an uncanny ability to perceive the true nature of individuals. Even upon their first meeting, he had never been mistaken, as if he could read the thoughts of others. Yao Qin lightly waved her jade fan and queried, "Then tell me, what makes that monk so interesting?" "A born monk," Chu Xingchen stated with a serious tone. Li Yingling, initially eager to hear his master's insights, lost interest upon hearing this. Yao Qin, unfazed, redirected her gaze to the door. After all, he was already a monk of the Zen Forest Temple. Such remarks were akin to stating the obvious. Noting the indifference of the two, Chu Xingchen chose not to elaborate further, instead taking another sip of the temple's notably bitter tea. One cannot deny the extreme bitterness of this tea. Naturally, Chu Xingchen utilized the system to examine Yuan Kong's attributes. Target: Yuan Kong, golden attribute; born monk, purple attribute; perception of illusion, blue attribute; wisdom, blue attribute; compassion, black attribute; restricted training, meets disciple recruitment criteria. Yes. Does not meet disciple recruitment criteria. No. Indeed. This little monk Yuan Kong was rather intriguing. Merely the golden attribute alone was of immense value. The other attributes appeared commendable as well, and most astonishingly, the system momentarily glitched, indicating both fulfillment and lack of fulfillment, likely due to the issues surrounding the black attribute of restricted training. Could it be that the system assessed his current self as inadequate to resolve this issue? Restricted training. Zen Forest Temple likely did not prevent this little monk from training. It was more probable that he was simply unable to cultivate it all. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen suddenly spoke. "I believe today's wish power is undoubtedly meant for Yuan Kong's use." Yao Qin cast a sidelong glance and explained, "The monk of the Zen forest is recognized by the central continent. With this identity, he can engage in Zen practices at the Buddhist temples of the region. Would utilizing wish power not be tantamount to sabotaging his future?" Chu Xingchen clicked his tongue and retorted, "That is a superficial perspective, failing to grasp the essence." Yao Qin scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, does the esteemed Chu possess insights unknown to me?" Chu Xingchen then clasped the shoulder of Li Xing Tian beside him and proclaimed, "Men have an infallible intuition." He simultaneously extended his foot to nudge Li Yingling's calf. Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the look his master conveyed, and then, as if struck by a revelation, began to cooperate, stating, "Master, the accurate intuition belongs to women." Chu Xingchen, with a dismissive demeanor, replied, "It seems you two are quite unconvinced. Why not make a wager?" "Yao Qin, sister." Li Yingling grasped the arm of Yao Qin beside her, exclaiming, "My master is far too arrogant. Let us teach him a lesson." After a moment's contemplation, Yao Qin replied, "Very well, what shall we wager? How about spirit stones? If I lose, you shall forego the spirit stones you owe me. However, if you lose, the spirit stones shall double. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yao Qin's gaze shifted with suspicion. She was well aware of Chu Xingchen's nature. He had previously treated a single spirit stone as a precious treasure, reluctant to part with it. How could he now be willing to wager such a significant sum on what appeared to be an exceedingly slim chance of victory? Could it be that he possessed some insider information? Yet, that seemed implausible. The invitation from the Zen Forest Temple had been shrouded in secrecy, extended only to a select few branches of the Central Continent sections. Most of these branches were mere extensions of the Central Continent sects, primarily tasked with gathering intelligence from other regions. After all, higher-level secret realms occasionally appeared in distant continents, and possessing timely information could indeed provide a competitive edge. The main advantage of nurturing these branches was that they required little financial investment. The Zen Forest Temple could also be considered a branch of the Central Continent Buddhist sections. Their successful invitation of several sects was attributed to the allure of their vows. They could not publicize such an invitation only to ultimately witness the demise of their own disciples. That would simply be absurd. Chu Xingchen should surely understand this logic. Yet, why was he so confident? Regardless, it was merely a matter of spirit stones. If witnessing the downfall of the Zen Forest Temple's disciples came to pass, the expenditure would be justified. After all, competition in the Central Continent was far fiercer than in other regions, and the absence of a disciple would be advantageous for other major sects, particularly for Yao Qin's own sect. Yao Qin nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept." Chapter 51. Today, your senior brother teaches you with the resounding chime of the Zen Forest Temple's bell echoing throughout the monastery. This year's Water Forest Dharma assembly commenced officially. In the heart of the temple, Yuan Kong donned a yellow robe and wielded a Vajra pestle, stepping forth from the main hall, followed closely by a cadre of monks. Two white-bearded monks flanked Yuan Kong. On his left, one held a jade purity vase, which was unlikely to be a magical artifact, but rather a ceremonial prop. The monk on his right bore a large umbrella adorned with 8 treasures, edged in gold thread, with 8 colored glass beads cascading from its rim. Yuan Kong, steady in his stride and reciting Buddhist scriptures, was accompanied by the chanting of the monks behind him. The two white-bearded monks, both possessing foundational cultivation, seemed to invoke a peculiar technique as they chanted, swiftly quieting the previously raucous atmosphere. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does the Buddhist sect still engage in such rituals?" Yao Qin scoffed. Why else would the central continent hold such disdain for the Buddhist sect? Observing her senior sister's puzzled expression, Li Xingtian elaborated, "Those two white-bearded monks utilized Buddhist techniques that possess the power to captivate the mind." Li Yingling nodded in realization. The ceremony continued. At this moment, Yuan Kong wore a solemn expression as he approached the prepared meditation cushions. The cushions were arranged directly in front of the spiritual altar, and Yuan Kong took his seat first, raising his gaze to meet that of his senior brother, standing amidst a profusion of flowers and memorial tablets. Adorned with a warm and benevolent smile, he appeared as though he were officiating a funeral. The plaque he held aloft seemed to beckon the venerable monk. Regardless of how many times he had witnessed this scene, Yuan Kong felt as if he might falter. "Abbot, you have brought shame upon the Zen Forest Temple." Taking a deep breath, Yuan Kong resolutely closed his eyes. As he settled into his seat, all the monks fell silent, finding their respective positions to either sit or stand. 2 foundational stage monks took their places on either side of Yuan Kong. All awaited his utterance. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Yuan Kong did not hasten to speak. He first composed himself. After a considerable pause, he finally closed his eyes and proclaimed, "Thus have I heard." As he uttered these words, the other monks immediately followed suit, their voices harmonizing like the tolling of a bell. "Thus have I heard." In the side hall, the Qin player, upon hearing the recitation of the sutra, suddenly stood, her expression shifting like the weather as she gazed at Yuan Kong, who was reciting the scriptures. Noticing her intense reaction, Chu Xingchen swiftly turned to Yuan Kong, yet found nothing amiss, and thus inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter? Is something awry?" Yuan Kong was not reciting a sutra for the deceased, rather, he was invoking a secret Buddhist technique. "You are familiar with the scriptures?" "Of course, I have heard of the Buddhist sutras for the deceased." Upon finishing her words, the Qin player rose and stepped toward the door, her gaze gravely fixed upon Yuan Jing, who stood among the floral tributes. There exist certain methods within Buddhism that bear a resemblance to those of malevolent practitioners. Could it be that this time they are laying an ambush? Are we their target? Do they harbor ulterior motives? As if sensing her gaze, the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple also turned to her, his smile unwavering, as he silently chanted Amitabha. At this moment, several figures emerged from the side hall, joining the Qin player in the corridor, presumably other esteemed guests invited by the Zen Forest Temple. One middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe abruptly spoke. "Does anyone understand what these bald heads intend to do?" A young man in white, holding a scroll, casually speculated, "Perhaps the secret Buddhist technique is merely being recited? Could it be that they plan to eliminate us?" Chu Xingchen also stepped forward, his tone grave. "Fellow practitioners, I have something to convey." A stunning woman draped in a yellow garment glanced over, her eyes lighting up with affection at the sight of Chu Xingchen's remarkable figure as she urged, "Please, speak, esteemed friend." Chu Xingchen offered a courteous gesture with his hands and firmly suggested, "It would be prudent to act first." The Taoist, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. "This sentiment resonates deeply with me." Consequently, the others turned their gazes toward the Taoist, seemingly anticipating his action. Yet, the Taoist could hardly take actual action. Although he harbored disdain for the Buddhist sect, it remained a widely respected and recognized establishment. It would be unreasonable to assault someone merely for misreciting a scripture, would it not? The Qin player sought to alleviate the Taoist's awkwardness. "There is no need for such measures. Let us first observe the situation." The Taoist cleared his throat. "Very well. I shall defer to your judgment and grant the bald heads a modicum of respect." At that moment, Li Xingtian and Li Yingling also emerged from the side hall. Li Xingtian observed for a while before speaking. "It does not seem like a secret technique. It appears to be the Buddhist Heart Sutra." The young scholar in white turned his gaze toward him. "Brother, do you understand this?" Li Xing nodded gently and remarked, "I have had some dealings with the Buddhist sect. If it is indeed a secret technique, with so many individuals joining forces, there should be the manifestation of a lotus from the Buddhist order at this moment." The scholar in white also nodded slightly, saying, "In that case, Let us see what tricks these bald monks have up their sleeves. With that, the scholar turned and returned to his chamber. The Taoist followed closely behind, and the others also made their way back. Only the beautiful woman in the yellow dress cast a tender gaze at Chu Xingchen and asked, "I have fine wine here. Might you join me for a drink, my lord?" Upon hearing this, Yao Qin shot a cold glance at the woman in yellow. "Perhaps next time." The woman replied with a reluctant smile before turning to leave. Yao Qin let out a cold snort and also returned to her room. Chu Xingchen shrugged helplessly and followed in Yao Qin's footsteps. Inside the room, everyone resumed their original seats, awaiting the significant event that would unfold at the Zen Forest Temple. However, it seemed that there was still time to spare. Li Yingling looked curiously at her junior brother and inquired, "What dealings do you have with the Buddhist sect?" Li Xing replied nonchalantly, "The way of weapons and martial arts. Isn't that akin to fighting with monks?" Li Yingling retorted, "Otherwise, should I listen to their recitations?" Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction, as expected of my junior brother. Chu Xingchen ignored his mischievous senior disciple and instead used the system to check the entry for the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple. Target, Yuan Jing, cultivation, late foundation establishment, blue entry, my heart is like his heart, white entry, compassion, white entry, kind heart, black entry, aging, based solely on the entries. The abbot seemed to be a good person, though he likely had little time left. As the scriptures were recited, the voices grew increasingly louder. Suddenly, the abbot in the center shouted, "May the Buddha be compassionate." The two white-bearded monks on either side of Yuan Kong seemed to receive an order, their golden Buddhist light flickering as they reached out to grasp Yuan Kong's arms. The captured Yuan Kong felt a warm current surge through his arms. But after advancing just a little, it dissipated entirely. It was refreshing, yet somehow unsatisfactory. As he continued to recite the scriptures, pondering what to see when he opened his eyes, a familiar hand covered his eyes. This hand, which had caressed Yuan Kong's head countless times, was one he had memorized by its texture and warmth. "Haven't you always wanted to learn the secret technique? Today, your senior brother will teach you." The gentle voice of Yuan Jing whispered in his ear. Chapter 52. The origin of the Zen Forest Temple in the midst of heavy snowfall. The hall of the Zen Forest Temple appeared somewhat dilapidated. The golden palm of the Buddha statue had lost its paint, yet in the frigid winter, the temple could scarcely afford meals, let alone concern itself with the peeling paint of the Buddha. 5-year-old Yuan Kong sat beneath the mat in the hall, sniffling as he flipped through a Buddhist scripture. He had been reading this scripture for half a year, and with his clever little mind, he could recite it fluently by now. Yet, his senior brother, the abbot, continued to sit beside him daily, reciting without pause, leaving Yuan Kong puzzled about the abbot's thoughts. He took a few more breaths, only to find that his small nose could no longer endure it. With a cautious gaze, he surveyed the seemingly half-asleep abbot beside him. Without hesitation, he wiped his runny nose on the sleeve of his arm, reasoning that the garment was not his to wash. Just as he had completed this discreet act, the abbot's voice floated gently through the air, "You will wash your clothes today." Feeling deceived, he pouted and exclaimed, "Brother, you're not asleep?" The abbot, with a serene smile that softened his aged features, replied, "My dear boy, if one has no guilty conscience, why should one be concerned about my state of slumber? You possess your own cultivation, impervious to the vicissitudes of weather." With a hint of grievance, he retorted, "Yet you do not allow me to cultivate. In the depths of winter, I hardly have enough clothes to wear. I am worse off than a dog." Upon hearing this, the abbot seemed to feign deafness, hastily reaching for the wooden fish and gently tapping it. Understanding that he could not win this argument, his brother was shameless when it came to such matters. He chose to abandon the topic. Instead, he resolutely picked up the thick Buddhist scriptures and placed them before the altar, taking measured steps toward the hall's exit. Listening to the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish and the fading footsteps of his companion, the abbot paused in his drumming. Opening his eyes, he gazed at the scripture on the altar, which had been read by the boy for over half a year. It was the Heart Sutra of the Zen Forest Temple, originating from the Central Plains. Without a doubt, the boy was a child of the Buddha. His understanding of Buddhist teachings was instantaneous, and he possessed an innate intelligence. Even at this moment, the abbot acknowledged that he might not be able to out-argue the boy. Most importantly, the visitors from the Central Plains had confirmed that the boy was indeed a natural-born child of the Buddha. Such children were typically treasured, sought after by great Buddhist sects. Yet, he remained at the Zen Forest Temple, without being taken to the Grand Buddha Temple in the Central Plains. The reason was simple. Although he was a natural-born child of the Buddha, he could not cultivate any heart techniques. In fact, he instinctively rejected any energy not inherent to himself, be it from the Buddha or the immortals. No temple in the Central Plains was willing to accept a child of the Buddha who could merely discern scriptures. Reflecting on this brought a faint smile to the abbot's face, as he considered the absurdity of their pursuits. What was the essence of cultivating Buddhism? the heart of the Buddha or the methods of cultivation? Nevertheless, it was better to remain here than to endure hardships elsewhere. If they did not cherish the boy, it was enough that he cherished himself. The Heart Sutra, which the boy had read for 6 months without any reaction, seemed to affirm the judgment of the central plains. The abbot extended his hand toward the scripture, a smile dancing on his lips, and ultimately decided to keep it. After all, the Buddha taught that even mortals could cultivate the freedom of transformation. No need to force it. As he looked outside at the heavy snowfall, he thought that the little one might be disappointed. With a lowered gaze, the abbot turned away and resumed tapping the wooden fish. In the vast emptiness of the hall, only the crisp sound of the wooden fish remained. Yuanjing was unaware of how long he had been tapping the wooden fish when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps and an urgent shout from a monk. "Abbot, our esteemed elder has fainted while washing clothes. You must come quickly." Yuanjing, unfazed, placed the wooden fish aside. This young monk had become increasingly reckless. Surely, after being caught once, he would not dare to feign illness to torment himself again. It was time to give him a good thrashing. Yuanjing calmly replied, "Do not panic. Let us go and see." The abbot's composed demeanor reassured the previously anxious monk. "Please follow me." The monk guided the abbot to a side chamber. Inside, a few monks were using warm towels to wipe down the unconscious Yuan Kong. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuanjing felt a wave of dread wash over him. He quickly stepped forward and grasped Yuan Kong's hand, only to find it cold as ice, devoid of warmth. Staring incredulously at the nearby monk, he queried, "How could he be like this?" The monk, with a perplexed expression, glanced at the abbot and whispered, "I saw the elder washing clothes. I intended to assist him. But he said it was your punishment, abbot." Yuanjing responded, "It matters not now to assign blame. Regardless of any force that enters Yuan Kong's body, it will dissipate automatically. Thus, I can only rely on the most basic pulse diagnosis to assess his condition." After a prolonged examination, Yuanjing could only conclude that the seemingly unconscious and frigid Yuan Kong was, indeed, in perfect health. Were it not for his vows as a monk, he might have indulged in a couple of swigs of fine liquor. With a solemn expression, after a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "You all take care of him. I shall summon assistance." The monks promptly replied, "Yes." Yuanjing rose and swiftly made his way to the main hall, hurriedly stepping onto the offering table, where he retrieved a golden relic from beside the Buddha's right ear and, without hesitation, crushed it. The shattered relic erupted into a brilliant light, and, after silently reciting Amitabha, he returned to the side chamber. Upon pushing open the door, Yuanjing softly addressed the monks inside, "You may all leave. Under any circumstance, do not re-enter." The abbot motioned for them to depart. The monks exchanged glances and, with no choice but to comply, withdrew. Once the monks had exited, Yuanjing closed the door and approached Yuan Kong, taking the warm water and cloth that lay nearby to personally tend to him. Approximately half an hour later, a commanding voice resonated unexpectedly within the room. "You ought to comprehend when the relic should be used." Yuanjing turned to see a lean, muscular middle-aged man, bald and clad in a half-draped robe, a dark golden flame totem emblazoned between his brows. Yuanjing maintained a placid demeanor, paying no heed to the Arhat, who was of nascent soul cultivation. "I understand, but it seems the Arhat does not." The Arhat, unperturbed by Yuanjing's words, responded, "Understanding is the concern of the teaching hall. Have you summoned me for him?" Yuanjing nodded. "I asked for your assistance, Arhat." The Arhat arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. At this moment, the chamber was left in silence, with only Yuanjing and the unconscious Yuan Kong remaining. Chapter 53. If all is predetermined, then what is the purpose of cultivating Buddhism? On that day, the monks of the Zen forest temple waited outside for an extended period. As night descended, the abbot finally emerged from his chamber. A gentle smile graced his face as he signaled to the anxious monks at the door, reassuring them that all was well. Upon witnessing the tranquility on Jing Yuan's countenance, the other monks exhaled in relief. Jing Yuan comforted everyone, stating that they should return. The elder merely needed some time to recuperate from a chill. The monks of Zen Forest Temple believed this was merely a minor episode in their master's journey. After all, the following day, they did see the elder, who, with a runny nose, chastised the abbot for being unreliable. In the past, when faced with such audacious remarks from the elder, the abbot would typically respond with a series of martial arts moves. However, today, he merely observed the elder with an amused smile. This unnerved the elder, prompting him to promptly admit his mistake. While the elder appeared to have returned to normalcy, the abbot seemed to have transformed entirely. Previously, the abbot would only descend the mountain to take on tasks if the monks were on the brink of starvation, as he cherished tranquility and found the noise of funerals to be exceedingly disruptive. As he would often lament, the recitations he had just uttered were drowned out by the cacophony of the Swana. However, ever since the elder fell ill, The abbot frequently descended the mountain to undertake various tasks. He accepted any job that came his way, even taking it upon himself to assist young women with matters of marriage. Furthermore, he actively sought out work, returning home each day exhausted, and would sit alone on the meditation mat before the Buddha in the grand hall, meticulously counting the silver he earned that day, often sighing as he did so. When questioned by fellow monks about what he intended to do with the money, the abbot would chuckle and point towards the dilapidated statue, saying it was time for a restoration. Though he earned a considerable amount, the abbot never seemed to actually spend any of it on refurbishing the statue. Nevertheless, his character within the temple was beyond reproach. Despite the confusion surrounding his actions, no one dared to inquire further. It was not until the abbot began to disregard his principles that curiosity piqued. Initially, the abbot would take on tasks alone, but eventually, he began to bring the elder along, lured by the promise of higher pay. After all, this was the elder, who had become so emaciated that his eyes were sunken, resembling a cadaver more than a living being, leaving one to wonder if he had risen from the grave. Even more perplexing was the fact that the elder, who had long prepared for a retreat, willingly accompanied the abbot daily to take on tasks, undeterred by any adverse weather. The most renowned temple fair at Zen Forest Temple commenced during this time, with activities such as flower purchases for ancestral altars and leasing to vendors all happening concurrently. The abbot indeed profited significantly from the fair, yet, in reality, the earnings were seldom utilized for personal expenses. The larger statue now gracing the main hall was, in fact, crafted from stone and coated with a layer of bronze paint to deceive onlookers. The original bronze statue had been dismantled and sold off piece by piece, resulting in a tidy profit for the abbot. The daily meals did not improve despite the newfound wealth, leading to the inevitable question, where had all the money gone? Over time, some monks could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired of the abbot regarding his actions. The abbot remained silent, resembling a child who had erred, gazing with a sense of injustice through his weathered eyes at the inquiring monks, persistently offering apologies yet uttering nothing. As the esteemed elder also stepped forward to support the abbot, the combined weight of their long-standing prestige quelled all doubts among the monks. Time passed, leading to the present day during the Shui Lin Dharma assembly. Yuan Jing's trembling hand shielded Yuan Kong's eyes, revealing a serene smile on his face. As if finally at ease, he whispered, "All sentient beings suffer. Only then do we have aspirations. Child, you were born a child of the Buddha. Yet you must understand that today it is the sentient beings who guide you towards enlightenment." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong abruptly reached out to grasp the hand that shielded his eyes, yet, at a mere utterance from Yuan Jing, he lowered his hand. "Child, do not fear," Yuan Jing gently reassured. Yuan Kong's gaze drifted to the two venerable white-bearded monks flanking him, who nodded in acknowledgement with soft smiles. Suddenly, the monk to Yuan Kong's left, holding a pure vessel, raised his arm and overturned it. A surge of profound yellow energy cascaded from the vessel towards Yuan Kong. Yao Qin, witnessing this astonishing sight, rose in disbelief. Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the spectacle. Only Li Yingling stood in a daze, perplexed by their reactions. Chu Xingchen exclaimed incredulously, "Is that the power of aspirations? How immense must it be to flow like water from the jade vessel?" Yet, that was not all. The monk on Yuan Kong's right, holding the 8 treasures canopy, positioned the umbrella over Yuan Kong's head and gently shook it, allowing aspiration energy to flow from the 8 colorful glass beads. The 2 streams of aspiration energy swiftly coalesced. Beneath the canopy, the energy materialized into vivid scenes. During a famine, Yuan Jing generously dispensed thousands of taels of silver to procure food for the afflicted before a flood. He devoted all he had to seal a breach and rescue the victims. Yuan Jing and the esteemed elder ventured out daily to save lives and heal the sick. Wielding their pure vessels to collect the scant aspirations they could, they relinquished every coin they earned. All the monks of the Zen Forest Temple trembled as they beheld the unfolding visions of aspiration energy. Yuan Jing softly intoned, "Thus have I heard." The aspiration energy suddenly quivered, rapidly encircling Yuan Jing. The atmosphere fell into silence, until 2 foundational monks, wielding sacred implements, bellowed in unison, "Thus have I heard." The remaining monks, awakening from their reverie, echoed, "Thus have I heard." Yuan Kong, with a trembling voice, began to recite the well-rehearsed sutras. As Yuan Jing continued to chant, the surrounding aspiration energy surged into Yuan Kong's body, shattering the seals that bound his life force within. This overwhelming wave of aspiration energy instantaneously flooded into Yuan Kong, filling him with a profound strength that, despite its gradual dissipation, could not be contained. It pressed in bit by bit, gradually filling Yuan Kong to the brim. Under such consumption, the willpower dissipated rapidly, transforming from a dense fog into a mere haze. Yet, fortunately, the willpower proved sufficient in the end. Yuan Kong suddenly felt the power entering his body would no longer vanish unexpectedly, but rather gradually accumulate. He swiftly absorbed the remaining willpower. Once this was accomplished, Yuan Jing, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, revealed a smile as he released his hand from covering Yuan Kong's eyes. However, at that moment, Yuan Kong was engaged in absorbing the internal energy, remaining motionless. Yuan Jing gazed at him and recalled the words spoken by the Arhood on that day. This seal will last at most 10 years. You cannot save him. It is destiny. In that moment, Yuan Jing had countless retorts for the Arhood, yet he uttered none. Now, it was as if he were speaking to himself, softly voicing a long overdue rebuttal. If everything is predetermined, then what is the purpose of cultivating Buddhism? Chapter 54. Arrived, but not fully. Yao Qin observed the unfolding events with a serious expression, though she did not comprehend the underlying principles. The immense willpower focused on a single individual and the exceptionally low increase in cultivation indicated the presence of some undisclosed secret technique. Was this the other application discovered by the Chanlin Temple? Could it possibly involve some additional enhancement? If so, it was likely that there would be a wave of willpower competition sweeping through the Central Plains. Yet, how could the monks of Chanlin Temple be so generous in revealing such secrets? Was this a technique exclusively employed by the Buddha's offspring, unafraid of others replicating it? Or perhaps it served as a deterrent? What was going on? Li Yingling tugged at Chu Xingchen's sleeve, hurriedly inquiring, "Master, what is happening? Did you not say that willpower was of little use? Why does it seem everyone else understands, yet I remain in the dark?" The good news was that there was indeed a spectacle to witness, and it was happening right before them. The bad news was that this spectacle was perplexing, and she alone could not comprehend it. If no one understood, it would be one thing. However, to be the only one lost in confusion left Li Yingling feeling quite unsettled. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow, hesitating as he replied, "In theory, it is of little utility. However, with such immense willpower entering Yuan Kong's body, he should theoretically experience a significant increase in cultivation. Yet, why does he not seem stronger? It even appears he is still a step away from foundation establishment. Could this be another application of willpower? Refining one's root bones?" Chu Xingchen once again directed the system's scan towards Yuan Kong. Target, Yuan Kong. Cultivation, late-stage Qi training, golden attribute, innate Buddha's child. Purple attribute, breaking the illusion, blue attribute. Wisdom, blue attribute. Compassion, gray attribute. Willpower cultivation, due to cultivation restrictions. Does not meet the disciple recruitment criteria. Upon seeing the system's attributes, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. The black attribute for cultivation prohibition had been replaced with the gray attribute of willpower cultivation. Could it be that all that willpower had merely washed away to reveal this? In the end, it still required willpower cultivation? What had seemed grand turned out to be this. The only plausible explanation was that the cultivation prohibition was likely not a simple barrier to practice. It must entail other side effects that prompted the abbot of Chanlin Temple to act in this manner. This system was troublesome precisely because it failed to provide detailed explanations for the attributes. After finishing the entry, Chu Xingchen sighed and remarked, "It seems to be utterly useless." Yao Qin, without turning around, questioned him, "Are you suggesting that the overwhelming willpower that just surged into one person's body is of no consequence? And yet their cultivation remains at the Qi refinement level?" "Indeed, it appears to be the case," he replied. "If that is so, does this Buddhist disciple still have to cultivate willpower? It's highly likely." Yao Qin laughed in disbelief. "Do you think it is the abbot who is unwell, or you?" Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "That Buddhist disciple is the one who is unwell." Hearing this, Yao Qin turned around, ready to swat him with the fan in her hand. Did he still wish to jest at this moment? However, upon turning, she found his expression devoid of playful mirth. Instead, he bore a serious demeanor. This look indicated that Chu Xingchen was not merely jesting with her, but genuinely held this belief. Yao Qin inquired, "What do you know?" Chu Xingchen shook his head. "Do not rush. Since it is the abbot who summoned us, there must be an explanation." Yao Qin, upon hearing this, suppressed her curiosity for the time being. As her master's remarks seemed to have concluded, Li Yingling hastily asked, "Master, have you finished your discussion? Can you now tell me what the situation is?" She was determined to partake in this revelation. Chu Xingchen sighed, glancing at Li Xingtian, "You should explain it to your senior sister." Li Xingtian nodded gently and began to elucidate the situation to Li Yingling. Both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin turned their attention towards Yuan Jing. At that moment, the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple clasped his hands together and addressed the assembled believers with utmost ease. "Thank you all. This humble temple has no means to repay you. Today, all proceeds from Zen Forest Temple will be donated. Furthermore, this will be the final Zen Temple fair. So I hope all benefactors will enjoy today thoroughly. Upon hearing this, voices from the crowd arose, calling out, Abbot, don't leave. Host it again. We are willing to contribute incense money. The imagery manifested by willpower surrounded those nearby, and they all began to shout in unison. Yuanjing, listening to the numerous pleas for retention, remained silent, bowing once more before turning to proceed towards the side hall, with the presence of warrior monks maintaining order. Those attempting to surge forward were swiftly restrained. 2 white-bearded monks in the foundation establishment stage also turned to ensure peace. As Yuanjing approached, all the invited guests in the side hall rose and moved to the corridor. Greetings to all benefactors, Yuanjing smiled. I appreciate your presence today. A Taoist, with a serious expression, replied, no need for thanks. It has indeed been an eye-opening experience. Moreover, I admire the abbot for all he does for the people. Yuanjing joined his hands together, quickly responding, I dare not take credit. I merely act for the sake of willpower, feeling unworthy of such accolades. Actions speak louder than intentions. The abbot need not be so humble, a young man in white attire remarked. Today, it seems the Buddhist disciple of Zen Forest has taken a momentous step. Congratulations. Yuanjing offered a wry smile. How can it be considered a step to the heavens? It is merely to spare my junior brother's life. Upon hearing this, Yaoqin cast an uneasy glance at the side of Chu Xingchen, wondering if he had once again been correct. He seemed to possess an uncanny sensitivity at these critical moments. Yuanjing continued to elucidate. My junior disciple harbors an unusual affliction, and his days are numbered. This method is his sole opportunity. Henceforth, his cultivation will be inextricably tied to the power of vows. The elegantly dressed woman in yellow furrowed her brow and inquired, You did not summon us merely to witness how the abbot intends to rescue your junior, did you? Today, I implore you all to bear witness. I shall save my junior disciple, an endeavor solely of my own undertaking, entirely unassociated with the Buddhist sects of Zhongzhou. Yuanjing's proclamation momentarily stunned everyone present. However, those invited by Yuanjing were certainly not simpletons. They quickly grasped the implications of his words. Was there a discord within the Buddhist sects of Zhongzhou? Yet, Yuanjing's discourse was not yet concluded. After pausing to allow everyone to absorb his words, he continued, Henceforth, Yuankong is expelled from the Zen Forest Temple, no longer a monk of our order, severing all ties with the temple. The bonds of fate have been exhausted. Following his statement, Yuanjing clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and gracefully turned to depart, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. A Taoist, perplexed, questioned, What does this monk mean? The young man in white cast a contemplative glance at the departing Yuanjing, seemingly piecing together the situation, and with a faint smile, he too turned to leave. As the young man in white exited, the esteemed guests, having witnessed this grand performance, exchanged no further words and began to disperse. For their purpose was not to decide but to report. Soon, only Chu Xingchen and his 3 companions remained in the corridor of the side hall. With the absence of outsiders, Chu Xingchen sighed. To call him a senior brother is more akin to describing him as a father. Yaoqin gently nodded in agreement. Yuanjing's words were exceedingly succinct. Yuankong was rescued by the Zen Forest office of Yuzhou City, with no connection to the Buddhist sects of Zhongzhou, indicating that Yuankong bore no gratitude towards them. However, his expulsion from the Zen Forest Temple signified that he would henceforth have no ties to it. As one of the branches of Zhongzhou, the Zen Forest Temple was naturally under the control of the great Buddhist sects of Zhongzhou. Yet, with the abbot's final words, they could no longer contain Yuankong, who had been cast out. The only chains that could bind Yuankong were deftly unfastened by Yuanjing himself. Though the reasons behind Yuanjing's apprehension regarding the interference of Zhongzhou's Buddhist sects in Yuankong's affairs remained unclear, his compassionate heart for Yuankong was unmistakable. Yuanjing approached Yuankong once more, observing him for a moment before breaking into a smile. Are you pretending to be asleep, even though you are awake? At these words, Yuankong slowly opened his eyes, his tone somber. Why, brother? He had indeed heard the abbot declare his expulsion from the Zen Forest Temple. What reason? Yuanjing reached out, playfully ruffling Yuankong's hair, and cheerfully inquired. This little monk from afar, do you wish to sleep with the old monk today, or return to your little room? Yuankong, surprised, lifted his gaze to the abbot, noting the smile upon his face. In an instant, everything became clear to him. He had been dismissed, yet not entirely so. With a sense of relief, Yuankong chuckled. Who would want to sleep with you, old man? Chapter 55. Are you certain he has fainted? Within the courtyard, Li Yingling sat upon a stone chair, a large and thick tome resting on the stone table before her, as she immersed herself in her studies. Yesterday, apart from the final revelation she grasped, Li Yingling found herself utterly bewildered by the intricate knowledge of the cultivation world. She relied heavily on others for explanations, mostly her own junior disciple, who seemed to possess an astonishing amount of knowledge. How did he come to know so much? Could it be that he was secretly studying while out and about? That insufferable junior, toiling away behind her back. In any case, Li Yingling found the experience quite uncomfortable. She never anticipated that understanding the gossip of the cultivation realm required an adept's insight. It was clear that she needed to catch up, and vigorously so. Just as Chu Xingchen awoke from a restful slumber and opened the door to his room, the first sight to greet him was Li Yingling, fervently engrossed in her studies. He expressed his surprise. "Yingling, are you all right?" After turning the page of her book, she replied confidently, "I am perfectly fine." Chu Xingchen, still incredulous, rubbed his temples and said, "Then it must be I who has the issue. How could I possibly see you buried in books?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingling could no longer hold back, rising to confront her master. "Why do you speak of me as if I were some dullard who shuns reading?" With a chuckle, Chu Xingchen replied, "Whether you love reading is still up for debate, but you must accept the reality of your foolishness." Foolish? Li Yingling had never associated that term with herself since she could remember. In her childhood, she was often praised for her beauty and brilliance. Defiantly, she retorted, "If I am a fool, then there is no such thing as intelligence in this world." Suppressing a smile, Chu Xingchen said, "Very well, oh great genius. I must venture out for a stroll. Would you care to join me?" Great genius? While it sounded flattering, there was an unmistakable undertone of sarcasm when it came from her master. Li Yingling hesitated, feeling slighted, and resolutely returned to her stone seat, declining, "I shall not go. I wish to study. In the future, you all must consult me regarding any matters." Chu Xingchen shrugged, honoring his eldest disciple's wishes. After all, there was no harm in learning more. Where to go today? Should he indulge in free drinks at the tavern, or perhaps go fishing? Never mind. Perhaps it was best to enjoy some music at the tavern to avoid catching anything undesirable. As he pushed open the courtyard door, Chu Xingchen made his way to the tavern. Soon, however, he sensed something was amiss. It was nearing noon, a time when the streets should be bustling with people. Why was it so eerily quiet today? And there were no festivities to speak of? With a sense of curiosity, he arrived at the tavern entrance, and, using facial recognition, gained entry. His confusion deepened as he observed the usually vibrant tavern now sparsely populated, with only a few musicians idly strumming their instruments on the elevated platform due to the lack of patrons. Wang Yun, dressed in a light blue fitted dress and clutching her pipa, hurriedly approached him with an air of melancholy. "Young master, you have finally remembered me." Chu Xingchen inquired, "Why are there so few people on the street and here today? Do you not know what occurred at the Zen Forest Temple last night?" "I am aware. I stood in the side hall and witnessed everything quite clearly." Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's expression brightened. Who wouldn't he know that someone who could observe the temple fair from the side hall was either wealthy or privileged? She realized that the young master before her was not only talented, but also affluent. She began to explain. "The events of last night at the Zen Forest Temple have spread. It turns out that the benevolent benefactor who secretly contributed to the disaster in Yuzhou City or its neighboring areas is none other than the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple." Pausing for a moment, Wang Yun sighed softly, lamenting that now everyone who has free time is flocking to the temple, while she, regrettably, is not free and can only sing alone in this brothel. In a moment of realization, Chu Xingchen feigned ignorance of Wang Yun's implication, as he was merely seeking leisure, not to be entertained. With a faint smile, he remarked, "What can one see in a crowd? Allow me to recount to you what transpired at the Zen Forest Temple yesterday." Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's eyes sparkled with interest, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, gossip is a fundamental trait of human nature. Shortly after Chu Xingchen departed, there was a knock at the door of the courtyard. Li Yingling, who had been studying diligently, sighed softly, stood up, and opened the door. As the door swung open, she was met with the anxious expression of Zhao Wanqing. "Excuse me, is Senior Chu here?" Zhao Wanqing inquired urgently. Li Yingling furrowed her brows and replied, "Master? He just stepped out." Zhao Wanqing pressed on. "Where did he go?" "I have an urgent matter to discuss with him." "Apologies, may I ask what the matter is?" Zhao Wanqing, in a flurry of anxiety, responded, "My brother's condition has suddenly worsened. Senior's alchemical skills are extraordinary, and his medicines are highly effective. I have come to beseech him for help." Extraordinary alchemical skills. Are you certain that term is applicable to my master? Yet, observing Zhao Wanqing's distressed demeanor, Li Yingling, well acquainted with her master, remarked, "He is either fishing outside the city or listening to music at the brothel. I know where he fishes. I will go find him." "And you seek him at the brothel?" Zhao Wanqing expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I appreciate your assistance." With that, she hurried towards the brothel. While Li Yingling made her way outside the city, Zhao Wanqing sprinted with urgency, quickly reaching the entrance of the brothel, where she pushed past the attendant and entered. Her gaze swiftly scanned the hall, and she soon spotted Chu Xingchen narrating a story to Wang Yun. She rushed over. "Senior, this is urgent. May I trouble you to come with me?" 100 spirit stones, Zhao Wangqing interjected hastily. Chu Xingchen immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Let us go." Wang Yun watched in astonishment as the two figures hurriedly departed. Just like that, the story had only reached its most critical juncture. Inside the Demon Suppression Bureau's infirmary, In Yen administered several acupuncture needles to Zhao Xingyang, who had once again fallen into unconsciousness. The situation was dire. The blood energy was embedding itself within the flesh. And once Zhao Xingyang regained consciousness and attempted to regain control over himself, the blood energy would swiftly begin to stir. There was not much blood energy remaining. But Zhao Xingyang's life was running short. Damn it. He had yet to divulge any information and had merely opened his eyes for a moment before spitting blood and losing consciousness again. He had been unconscious for an entire day now, and it was evident that time was running out. Yet Zhao Wangqing suddenly insisted on seeking out the master alchemist. Did she not understand the nature of the potions crafted by the alchemists in Yuzhou City? They were sufficient for treating minor wounds. But now that a life was at stake, how could such trivial pills be of any efficacy? Alas, this unfortunate fellow. Before Anian could fully express her sentiments, two hurried footsteps echoed nearby. She turned to see Zhao Wangqing accompanied by the handsome young man she had encountered at the city gate previously. Before Anian could inquire about the situation, Zhao Wangqing coldly pushed her aside and exclaimed, "Both internal and external injuries. Our only hope now rests with your elixirs, esteemed senior." After a brief acknowledgement to the still bewildered Anian, Chu Xingchen moved towards the empty clay pot set aside for brewing medicine. The clay pot, though simple, did not hinder Chu Xingchen's alchemical endeavors. Swiftly, he ignited the pot, boiling water, and retrieved spiritual herbs from his spatial ring, preparing for the concoction. What followed was a remarkable alchemical process that Anian had never witnessed before. Could elixirs be refined in such a manner? Meanwhile, Li Yingling, who had returned empty-handed from the outskirts of the city, cleverly made her way to the Demon Suppression Division. By the time she arrived, the alchemical process was nearing its conclusion. She stood quietly to the side, refraining from interrupting Chu Xingchen's work. After a while, Chu Xingchen enveloped the freshly concocted emerald droplets in spiritual energy and commanded, "All right, pry open his mouth." Zhao Wangqing hastily complied, forcing open Zhao Xingyang's lips. Chu Xingchen then poured the extracted medicinal liquid directly into his mouth. Considering that the individual consuming the elixir was in a state of unconsciousness, Chu Xingchen wisely opted to forego the herb that would numb the taste. Surely, in such a state, he would not be able to discern the flavor, would he? Just as everyone anxiously watched Zhao Xingyang, anticipating the effects of the medicine, he suddenly contorted his face, as if experiencing an overwhelmingly bitter taste. Observing this, Li Yingling couldn't help but marvel at her master's unparalleled alchemical skills, able to induce such reactions even in those unconscious. As Anian prepared to check Zhao Xingyang's pulse, he abruptly began to tremble violently. The only limb he could move, his left hand, shot up and began to claw at his throat. Chu Xingchen observed this scene, perplexed, and inquired, "Are you certain he is unconscious?" Chapter 56, Success in Spirit Stone Purification. Chu Xingchen's words instantly made Anian doubt her earlier diagnosis. It was difficult to fathom that someone on the brink of death, barely clinging to life, could react so intensely to a single elixir. It seemed as though swallowing this pill was more terrifying than death itself. Zhao Wangqing reacted swiftly, pressing down on her brother's only movable hand. This medicine was their last hope. Even if he were to die today, it must be in pursuit of the elixir. Li Yingling sighed, shaking her head at the spectacle. It appeared her master's alchemical prowess had ascended to new heights. This was not merely about the efficacy of the medicine, but rather its unpleasantness. After all, the man before them might only experience this once, while as a disciple, she would ensure that her master's concoctions would be tasted by her junior first in the future. With his only movable hand restrained, Zhao Xingyang could only tremble in place, his expression one of sheer agony. Anian hurried forward, eager to assess the condition within Zhao Xingyang's body. She subsequently exhaled in relief, as the medicinal concoction proved effective. It was evident that Zhao Xingyang's injuries were gradually improving, and it would not be long before he could return to a state suitable for her treatment. Anian hastily exclaimed, "Hold him down, he is much better now." Chu Xingchen casually raised a hand, channeling a strand of spiritual energy that restrained Zhao Xingyang entirely. "Thank you, senior," Zhao Wangqing said, releasing her grip and revealing her gratitude. Chu Xingchen, however, displayed no joy, merely nodding coldly in acknowledgement. "It is of no consequence." Zhao Wangqing reassured him, "There is no need for concern. After all, good medicine is often bitter." Chu Xingchen interjected, "It is of no consequence. I shall take my leave." He felt fatigued. The lad's reaction had truly embarrassed him. The incident today had even been witnessed by Li Yingling. and he could only imagine that his wayward disciple might bestow upon him the dubious title of desperate alchemist. I apologize for the trouble, senior. The spirit stones will be sent to your residence shortly, Zhao Wanqing said as she accompanied Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling out of the demon suppression division. Anian, observing their departing figures, trotted over to the clay pot where Chu Xingchen had just refined the medicine. With curiosity, she examined the remnants of the spiritual herbs within, meticulously identifying each ingredient. Although these herbs were not particularly expensive, how could the elixir produced through such a method possess potency far superior to that of ordinary concoctions? Perhaps this novel technique was worth her experimentation. Unlike Zhao Wanqing, who had tasted the elixir, Anian assumed that the intense effect was the cause of Zhao Xingyang's vigorous reaction. She extended her small hand, intending to sample the leftover dregs to discern the medicinal properties. Just as she entered the clinic after seeing off Chu Xingchen, Zhao Wanqing spotted Anian's reckless act and immediately shouted, "Stop!" Anian turned her head in confusion, but her fingers had already dipped into the pot. Zhao Wanqing approached with a grave expression, saying, "Do not taste it." "Why not?" Anian replied, perplexed. "I have never encountered such a refining technique. The efficacy seems remarkable." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wanqing realized that the discomfort was not merely bitter, but rather a repulsion that coursed through her entire being. She stated seriously, "This medicine is somewhat sinister." Sinister? Anian, who had never believed in the supernatural, did not hesitate to place her finger in her mouth. She recognized each herb. Convinced none were toxic, how could it be so sinister? Besides, it wouldn't kill her. Soon enough, Anian comprehended the true meaning of sinister. Within the clinic of the Demon Suppression Division, a scream erupted. "Mom! Help! I'm going to die!" On his way back, Chu Xingchen remained unaware that his single act of alchemy could induce such despair in two individuals. At that moment, he was lost in thought, contemplating how to refine the flavor of his concoction. Li Yingling gazed at her master with a gentle expression, her eyes warm. Chu Xingchen, feeling displeased, remarked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's encouragement for you, master." Li Yingling nodded in praise. "Encouragement for what? Was my medicine not effective?" "Of course it was. You did wonderfully." Why did her tone sound identical to how she had teased him earlier? Chu Xingchen shot her a glare. "You rebellious disciple. How dare you speak to your master in such a tone?" Li Yingling could not admit it, his expression serious as he said, "Even my master cannot speak recklessly. How could I dare to speak sarcastically to my master?" Chu Xingchen smoothly seized the opportunity, responding, "In that case, splendid. Given your unwavering trust in me as your master. Congratulations to you, Li Yingling, my esteemed disciple. You shall be the first to taste the elixirs I concoct." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's expression instantly fell. This was a matter of life and death. He hurriedly pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "I was wrong. Master, I was wrong." Chu Xingchen, however, paid no heed to Li Yingling's entreaties. A smile is indeed contagious. This time, it traveled from Li Yingling's face to Chu Xingchen's. Likewise, so does joy. Ignoring his disciple's desperate pleas, Chu Xingchen strode joyfully towards the courtyard. Surely, the world's greatest master would forgive his disciple's thoughtless words, wouldn't he? At the entrance of the courtyard, Li Yingling continued to struggle. This was no laughing matter. If his master were serious, Li Yingling felt his future dimming before him. The master-esque concoctions were truly known only by those who tasted them. After pushing open the grand door, Chu Xingchen remarked with a smile, Guess what?" The response did not come from Li Yingling, but from Yaoyin, who sat upon a stone bench in the courtyard. Turning around in curiosity, Chu Xingchen asked, "What brings you here? Am I unwelcome?" Yaoyin replied, tossing a spirit stone lightly in her hand. Chu Xingchen's eyes brightened instantly. Could it be that she had come specifically to present the spirit stone? "Of course, you are welcome. I merely feared I might not be a gracious host," he said as he promptly seated himself on the stone bench. "Are you here to settle the spirit stone debt?" Yaoyin shook her head, saying, "I still need a bit more time to repay what I owe you." Chu Xingchen glanced at the spirit stone in Yaoyin's hand, questioning, "Are you merely flaunting that spirit stone before me?" Yaoyin retorted, "This is the bloodstone you entrusted to me." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled. If what Yaoyin owed him was compared with the spirit stones in his spatial ring, the disparity was indeed substantial. "You succeeded?" "Indeed," Yaoyin replied proudly. "The events at Chanlin Temple yesterday inspired me, and upon returning, I tried it out, and to my surprise, it truly worked." She held her head high, seemingly awaiting Chu Xingchen's praise. Inspiration from Chanlin Temple? A sudden, ominous thought struck Chu Xingchen. He cautiously inquired, "Could it be that you resolved it using willpower?" Yaoyin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, willpower works remarkably well for this bloodstone. At her words, Chu Xingchen felt as though he had been struck breathless. Was there truly no difference from having resolved nothing at all? Where could he possibly summon enough willpower to purify such a multitude of spirit stones? Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, Chu Xingchen asked once more. How much willpower is consumed to purify a single spirit stone's blood? It's roughly a 50-50 split. However, the willpower consumption is somewhat less, she replied. Chapter 57. Xiaoling Yaoyin awaited praise from Chu Xingchen, but instead, his expression swiftly morphed into one mirroring that of Li Yingling behind him. It seemed that rather than being good news, this revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. Confused, Yaoyin asked, what is wrong? A little accumulation of willpower should suffice. Considering the situation regarding the spirit stones within the ring, if one were to truly purify them entirely using their willpower, then Chu Xingchen would undoubtedly attain the title of an unparalleled benevolent person. However, this is utterly unrealistic. If one must toil to acquire willpower solely for the purpose of purifying spirit stones, it would be no different from working a laborious job. I have already embarked on the path of cultivation, and yet I am reduced to being a mere laborer? Moreover, I would be paying myself with my own funds? Chu Xingchen could only tentatively request, might I trouble you to consider alternatives beyond willpower? Yao Qin immediately grasped the implication, her gaze shifting to Chu Xingchen with suspicion. Do you possess a batch of these blood essence spirit stones? Is your true intention to purify them for your own use? Chu Xingchen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted, yes. Just a few. How many? 2 or 300. If that is the case, I could exchange with you, as my sect might be interested in researching these blood essence spirit stones. Chu Xingchen lowered his head, his expression slightly awkward. 1 or 2,000. Yao Qin was initially taken aback, then sighed. That shouldn't pose a significant challenge. Other sects would likely also be interested in research. Let me see if I can assist you in making some connections. Chu Xingchen still kept his head down, and Yao Qin inhaled deeply, realizing once again the extent of Chu Xingchen's impact on her composure. With a bold face, Chu Xingchen retrieved a blood essence spirit stone from the ring and placed it on the table. Here, Yao Qin, please take another look at this. Yao Qin hesitated, then sighed and picked up the blood essence spirit stone, stating, if we don't use willpower, the process could be quite slow, and success is not guaranteed. You must prepare yourself mentally. Chu Xingchen paused in surprise, not expecting Yao Qin to agree so readily. Yao Qin tossed the purified spirit stone back to Chu Xingchen. I'll return this one to you for now. As he caught the stone, Chu Xingchen looked at Yao Qin, who appeared less angry, her exquisite face reflecting a hint of concern as she regarded the blood essence spirit stone in her hand. Chu Xingchen proposed, will you stay for dinner today? Perhaps another time. Yao Qin gently declined. I have other matters to attend to today. Very well then. We shall arrange another meal when you are free. Yao Qin nodded lightly, then bid farewell to Li Yingling before turning to leave. Once Yao Qin had departed, Chu Xingchen sighed, realizing he owed her yet another favor. However, he dismissed the thought, considering he was already in debt. An abundance of debts does not weigh one down. Upon returning to her room in Juyu Court, Yao Qin was promptly handed a sealed letter by her maid, Xiaoling. Miss, the response you sent to the sect has arrived. Taking the letter, Yao Qin glanced at the light yellow envelope surrounded by magical seals, a unique anti-leakage measure employed by her sect. After confirming that the enchantment had not been tampered with, Yao Qin opened the envelope. Xiaoling, understanding her cue, discreetly exited the room and closed the door behind her. As the enchantment lifted, the characters on the front of the light yellow envelope became visible. To my beloved disciple, Xieling. Yao Qin gently caressed the name Xieling, as if lost in nostalgia, before unfolding the letter. Your correspondence has been received, and regarding the matter of the calamity caused by the heretics in Zhongzhou, the sect has already reported it to the Zhongzhou Immortal Alliance. According to the directive, you are to take full responsibility for handling this matter on behalf of the sect, merely preventing the situation from escalating while awaiting the arrival of our sect members. You are entrusted with commanding this operation at Zhuyuding. Once the task is completed and your penalties are served, you may return to the sect, regardless of past events. Let us set them aside for now. I lament the years you have wasted in that remote place. However, there is no need for concern. I shall ensure that justice is served on your behalf. I only wish for your safety, and I shall await your return in Zhongzhou. Should you encounter peril, remember to use the jade pendant I bestowed upon you. This is a personal message from your master, by Xianling. After reading the letter, Yao Qin infused it with a hint of spiritual energy. As the energy flowed into it, the letter gradually transformed into spiritual light and dissipated into the air. Indeed, it had been quite some time since she last saw her master. After a long pause, Yao Qin sighed softly, Xiaoling. The voice of Xiaoling echoed from outside. What is your command, miss? Effective immediately, Zhuyuding will be closed. Notify all cultivators of Foundation establishment and above to assemble. Xiaoling's voice, tinged with excitement, responded, understood. Listening to the fading footsteps of Xiaoling, Yao Qin retrieved the blood spirit stone that Chu Xingchen had recently given her, examining it closely before quietly putting it away. This matter, which required her response, might have been her first misstep. Without further contemplation, Yaoqin rose, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Her chamber was on the highest 7th floor, with a grand hollow corridor at its center. She walked briskly to the railing and gazed down. 17 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 1 female cultivator of Golden Core stage were standing ready below. Yaoqin commanded, by order of the sect. We will first impede the advance of the evil cultivators while awaiting reinforcements. Form groups of 5 to visit the surrounding villages, should you encounter any evil cultivators. Retreat regardless of the circumstances. The remaining 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators and the Golden Core cultivator will form a separate team. I will liaise with the Demon Suppression Division to eliminate any suspicious sections. Remember, your safety is paramount in all situations. The assembled female cultivators responded in unison, yes. Thank you, Master Ant. In the courtyard, on a stone bench, Li Yingling was deeply engrossed in studying a comprehensive manual on the fundamentals of cultivation. Chu Xingchen reclined in a rocking chair, resting his eyes. At that moment, Li Xingtian was also present in the courtyard, wielding a wooden sword as he practiced the techniques taught by his master. After all, continuous meditation can become rather monotonous. Occasionally changing one's training regimen can help alleviate the tedium. A sudden knock echoed at the door, prompting Li Xingtian to put away his wooden sword and approach to open it. After waiting for a moment, Chu Xingchen noticed that Li Xingtian had not spoken, nor had the visitor, so he stood up and looked toward the door. As expected, the visitor was Yaoqin. However, she had changed into a different outfit. No longer in a dress, but clad in a blue attire reminiscent of a fitted uniform, with her long, dark hair neatly tied back, exuding an air of competence. Holding a long sword, her gaze was sharp as she calmly stated, "It seems you have some free time today? Why the change in attire? Your tone seems transformed as well." Imbued with newfound confidence and pride. Although somewhat perplexed, Chu Xingchen nonetheless responded, "Do you have time? What is the matter? I have assisted you on numerous occasions. Now it is your turn to help me." "What assistance?" "To join me in apprehending that wretched group of evil cultivators." Huh. Chapter 58. Their ultimate trump card is merely the nascent soul. I am not in Yuzhou City. Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin were en route to the Demon Suppression Department, walking side by side along the somewhat desolate street. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen inquired with a hint of confusion. "What prompted your sudden desire to hunt down the evil cultivators?" "They deserve to be punished," Yaoqin succinctly replied. "Is that the truth?" Upon hearing this, Yaoqin calmly turned her gaze toward Chu Xingchen. He responded, "Indeed, they do deserve it." Well then, Yaoqin had indeed not questioned him much when she assisted him. Thus, Chu Xingchen fell silent as they continued their journey. After walking for a while, Yaoqin abruptly spoke. Uttering a seemingly unrelated phrase, "The great rock rises with the wind in a single day." Chu Xingchen turned to look at Yaoqin, who maintained her composure, not even glancing in his direction. After a moment of thought, he replied, "Soaring straight up to 90,000 miles? That was what you said when we first met." Yaoqin tightened her grip on her sword, her gaze fixed firmly ahead. "This verse inspired me at that time. I considered myself the great rock. What about you? Is that even a question?" Chu Xingchen replied confidently, "I am certainly the same." Yaoqin glanced at him. "Then we shall meet again at 90,000 miles. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "That is certainly the case." From that point onward, their conversation dwindled, and upon reaching the entrance of the Demon Suppression Department, they were not obstructed by the guards. After all, they were neither fools nor blind, and they simply stated, "You may enter. Captain Zhao should still be in the infirmary." Using his face recognition, Chu Xingchen successfully led Yaoqin into the Demon Suppression Department. They headed straight for the infirmary, as seeking assistance from acquaintances always proved more convenient. As Chu Xingchen stepped through the infirmary's entrance, he was momentarily taken aback. He beheld the young physician, tears staining his face, licking a large block of ice, with several silver needles still embedded in his skin. Zhao Xingyang had awakened and was currently lying on the bed, while his sister sprinkled sugar into his mouth. With a perplexed expression, Chu Xingchen asked, "What on earth are you doing? What exactly is in your elixir?" In Yan, with the silver needles quivering slightly on his face, replied with indignation, "Why were those spiritual herbs perfectly normal, yet after you refined them, they turned so bizarre?" Chu Xingchen, feeling somewhat offended, retorted, "Bizarre? What I practice is legitimate alchemy. Did you not witness the efficacy? Indeed, it is effective, but why does your medicine provoke such a strong rejection within the body once it enters? It feels as though it is trying to save me while simultaneously urging me to disregard it. I must ask, what is the nature of your medicine? Can you discuss this later? Senior, what is wrong with my brother?" Zhao Wanqing hurriedly inquired. "He claims his mouth is exceptionally bitter." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Xingchen stepped forward to Zhao Xingyang, who appeared eerily serene. as if he had glimpsed the very essence of life and death. His mouth was agape, stuffed with a considerable amount of sugar, yet it appeared to have no effect. However, it seemed unlikely that this was due to bitterness. After observing for a moment, Chu Xingchen remarked, "It is normal. He awoke too early, and the bitter taste has not yet fully dissipated. The last time I consumed the elixir refined by my senior, it did not present such an issue. On that occasion, I had included herbs that could mask your sense of taste." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that there was no problem. Yao Qin furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping across the chaotic scene before her. What on earth was happening? She then addressed the matter at hand. "Zhao Wanqing, before the arrival of individuals from Central State, Bamboo Yuding will collaborate with the Demon Subduing Division to enforce the law and prevent the situation from escalating. I require your intelligence regarding the surrounding sects and their reconnaissance reports." Zhao Wanqing, upon hearing this, set down the bowl of sugar in her hand and turned to Anian, who was still leisurely licking the ice for relief, and entrusted, "Anian, could you please check on him for me?" After Anian nodded in agreement, Zhao Wanqing turned to the others and said, "Please follow me." "Wait." Zhao Xingyang forcefully expelled the sugar from his mouth. "I possess some information." Yao Qin halted her steps and turned to Zhao Xingyang, who seemed to have regained his senses, and asked, "What do you know?" Zhao Xingyang struggled to articulate. "They purchased from the black market dock." Chu Xingchen attempted to add, "They bought Tai Xian stones at the black market dock?" Zhao Xingyang paused, glancing at Chu Xingchen with difficulty, then lightly nodded and continued, "Their true objective." Chu Xingchen interjected, "Is the blood sacrifice of sects, rather than mere mortals?" "How do you know all this?" Zhao Wanqing, slightly exasperated, shook her head. It would be better to remain silent than waste time. She helplessly stated, "Zhao Wanqing, let us go." "Wait." Zhao Xingyang coughed heavily a couple of times and added, "They likely have a final goal called the Immortal Seed." Upon receiving this new information, Yao Qin's interest was piqued. "Immortal Seed? What scheme is that?" "I do not know." Without hesitation, Yao Qin turned and declared, "Zhao Wanqing, let us go." Zhao Wanqing glanced down at her slightly aggrieved brother, sighed resignedly, and followed the two as they walked out. Under Zhao Wanqing's scrutiny, they easily entered the archives room. Zhao Wanqing retrieved the intelligence regarding the sects. Most of those dispatched had yet to return, and currently, there was only this information regarding the sects to reference. As she spoke, she also picked up the reports from two nearby sects that had already provided feedback. These two sects were close to Yuzhou City and had reported that everything was normal. Yao Qin did not pick up the reports from the two sects, but instead seized a thick volume of sect intelligence that detailed the cultivation levels of the elders and the sect leaders, along with their addresses. With a swift scan of her divine sense, Yao Qin concluded, "Indeed, Qingfeng sect is the most suitable, but it is certainly not the only one." Since the emergence of the demonic cultivators, due to the information from Chu Xingchen, Qingfeng sect had become a clear target. Yet, the individuals in the Qingfeng sect's mind remained oblivious to this. Yao Qin's primary objective was naturally Qingfeng sect, but before proceeding, she needed to gather precise intelligence and check for any clues in the nearby vicinity. Zhao Wanqing, upon hearing this, was taken aback. "Qingfeng sect? The Qingfeng sect is quite distant from Yuzhou City." Yao Ying gazed at Zhao Wanqing's perplexed expression and casually responded, "There is intelligence from the central continent." Zhao Wanqing's face displayed a moment of realization. Yao Ying continued, "I have already dispatched personnel from Zuyuding to gather intelligence in the surrounding areas. They will report the collected information to the Demon Suppression Division later. You are too inexperienced. Remain here to receive the information while he and I investigate the Qingfeng sect. The Grand Elder of the Qingfeng sect is at the nascent soul level." Zhao Wanqing quickly cautioned, "Isn't that too dangerous?" Yao Ying's demeanor remained composed. "Their ultimate trump card is merely the nascent soul. I am not." Faced with such assertive words, Zhao Wanqing found herself momentarily at a loss for a response. Chapter 59. Could it be that they specifically came to stir up trouble? Yao Ying's efficiency when serious was remarkable. After a brief exchange, she intended to set off directly to the Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen had no objections, as he was merely accompanying her on the case. Yao Ying had confided in herself that this was merely a preliminary investigation to prevent any irreversible losses before individuals from the central continent arrived. It was crucial to keep matters within a manageable scope. The difficulty of resolving a problem compared to understanding it could be described as worlds apart. The distance from the Qingfeng sect to Yuzhou City is relative. For Foundation establishment cultivators, it is indeed considerable. However, for those at the Golden Core level, it is not far at all, as they can fly without relying on external objects after reaching the Golden Core stage. Chu Xingchen did not possess any artifacts for flight, so when traveling to Yuzhou City, he had to carry his two disciples. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant against potential attacks from the Qingfeng sect. So he chose to accompany his disciples, which slowed their pace somewhat. Nevertheless, Li Yingling was quite joyful throughout the journey. At this moment, the situation had reversed. They could tentatively be considered as seeking trouble. The two traveled swiftly, and it would take no more than half a day to reach the Qingfeng sect. In the air, as they neared the vicinity of the Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen inquired, "Do you intend to visit the sect first, or check that mind?" Yao Ying replied, "There is no need to raise alarms. Let us first observe the situation at the Qingfeng sect. We must discern whether it is the entire sect that is in turmoil, or just a few individuals." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. The mountain gate of the Qingfeng sect is situated at the location of the largest spiritual vein in the area, rich in spiritual energy. It is said that this mountain was originally known as Nyodo Mountain among the locals, as the peaks on either side are exceptionally high, resembling the shape of a bull's horns when viewed from a distance. Following the principle of naming things based on their appearances, the mountain was referred to as Nyodo Mountain for a long time. However, after the founder of the Qingfeng sect, Taoist Qin Yun, established the sect, it was renamed Qingfeng Mountain. After all, one cannot respond to inquiries about the sect's location by saying it is at the Nyodo Mountain Qingfeng sect, regardless of how grand the sect's name may be. Being located at Nyodo Mountain would evoke the impression of a minor sect. Nonetheless, a spiritual mountain with an unclaimed spiritual vein is a rare find. Thus, even if it was Nyodo Mountain, Taoist Qin Yun seized it first and established the sect there. As time passed, and the Qingfeng sect became firmly rooted, the renaming of Nyodo Mountain was deemed a success. Before the mountain gate of the Qingfeng sect, a towering grand archway of white jade stands proudly, adorned with 3 gilded characters that elegantly proclaim Qingfeng sect. Behind this majestic arch, opulent structures rise from the rugged cliffs and steep precipices. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin soar into view, the aura of the golden core realms emanating from them unabated. The disciples guarding the mountain gate quickly notice the 2 golden core realms hovering just outside. Chu Xingchen's gaze sweeps over the entrance of the Qingfeng sect. Before he turns to the guarding disciple and commands, "Zhongzhou, go inform someone in authority to come." The disciple bows hastily and rushes into the mountain gate. Yao Qin, using her thoughts to convey to Chu Xingchen, remarks, "This will be entrusted to you shortly." After all, when it comes to confrontation, Chu Xingchen evidently possesses far superior combat prowess, and in terms of capability, Yao Qin holds him in high regard. Chu Xingchen nods gently in acknowledgement. Before long, a middle-aged golden core realms practitioner clad in black approaches, also soaring through the air. He bows and inquires, "May I ask what brings the 2 esteemed ones here?" Target, Zheng Xiaofeng. Cultivation, early golden core, blue trait. Versatile, white trait. Adequate talent, white trait. Composed, black trait. Short-sighted. Upon scanning the information of the golden core practitioner before him, Chu Xingchen understands why he was chosen to receive them, given his versatile trait. With a calm demeanor, Chu Xingchen replies, "We are here to conduct an investigation and request your cooperation from the Qingfeng sect." Zheng Xiaofeng continues to bow, asking, "May I inquire what matter requires our cooperation?" Chu Xingchen produces a token given to him by Yao Qin along the way, displaying it before Zheng Xiaofeng as he coldly states, "All matters." The audacity of his words momentarily stuns Zheng Xiaofeng, who then scrutinizes the token closely. Soon, the name of a sect springs to his mind. So, it turns out they are distinguished guests from the Tianyan sect. A smile instantly brightens Zheng Xiaofeng's face as he responds, "No problem, whatever the matter is. It can be discussed. Would you 2 care to come inside for a cup of tea? We can take our time to discuss everything." Witnessing Zheng Xiaofeng's abrupt change in demeanor, Chu Xingchen truly grasps the essence of versatility. However, since he has never been to Zhongzhou, he remains unaware of the prestige the Tianyan sect holds, which could prompt such a swift transformation in Zheng Xiaofeng's attitude. Contemplating this, Chu Xingchen discreetly glances at Yao Qin and inquires through thought, "Is your sect's reputation so high?" Yao Qin quickly replies through her thoughts, "Among the sects in Zhongzhou, ours is considered quite significant, regarded as a colossus by these individuals." This response rings true. Accepting Zheng Xiaofeng's invitation, both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin follow him into the resplendent main hall. Within the main hall, disciples stand on either side. As Zheng Xiaofeng passes one, he instructs, "Go summon the sect leader and gather any elders who can be called." The instructed disciple promptly departs to fulfill his orders. Neither Chu Xingchen nor Yao Qin misses this exchange. Zheng Xiaofeng gestures politely, "Please, esteemed ones." The main hall is equipped with seating on both sides, and Chu Xingchen casually takes a seat on the left side. Yao Qin sat in an adjacent chair beside Chu Xingchen. As soon as she settled down, 2 female disciples entered the hall, each carrying a pot of tea. They placed the pots on the tables beside the 2 and then withdrew together. Zheng Xiaofeng, seated on the right, smiled and remarked, This is the unique Qingfeng tea of our sect, nurtured by spiritual energy. It may not compare to the beverages you are accustomed to, but it should possess its own charm. Both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin remained unresponsive to Zheng Xiaofeng's promotion, displaying no interest in the tea. Zheng Xiaofeng could only manage an awkward smile in response. However, the discomfort did not linger for long. Soon, an elderly man with white hair entered, followed closely by 3 other elders, all donned in black robes. The white-haired elders' gaze swiftly fixed upon Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Are you the esteemed guest from Zhongzhou? I am the sect leader of Qingfeng." Chu Xingchen's gaze merely brushed over the elder before honing in on one of the elders behind him. Shang Wanhong, confronted with Chu Xingchen's piercing stare, felt a heavy weight settle upon him. Damn it, this lad is indeed from Zhongzhou. Could it be that he has come specifically to confront me? Chapter 60. Now it is my turn to prove myself. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Zheng Xiaofeng quickly rose to introduce the sect leader and the elders, stating, "These two are representatives from the Tianyan sect of Zhongzhou." The Qingfeng sect leader, with a smile as warm as spring, said, "Ah, so you are esteemed disciples of the Tianyan sect. May I inquire what brings you to Qingfeng?" In response to the leader's question, Chu Xingchen remained indifferent. His gaze fixated solely on Shang Wanhong. The leader's expression grew slightly awkward as he glanced at Zheng Xiaofeng, silently questioning the situation. Zheng Xiaofeng, feeling helpless, thought to himself, "What is this situation? I have been playing the part of a humble servant for so long, and yet it seems every encounter is somehow my fault. If I knew everything, would there be a need for you to be the sect leader?" Yet, despite his frustrations, Zheng Xiaofeng maintained a familiar humble smile and cautiously asked, "Do you and Elder Shangwan know each other?" "Naturally, we have met before," replied Chu Xingchen, finally allowing a hint of a smile to surface. "I wonder if Elder Shangwan still remembers me?" Shang Wanhong, after a moment of silence, responded, "Of course I remember." He paused before adding, with a hint of confusion, "But at that time, did you not claim to be part of the Zhongzhou Tiandao alliance?" With his chin propped on his hand, Chu Xingchen adopted a nonchalant and disdainful tone. "Oh? Are you implying that you doubt my words, Elder Shangwan?" "Of course not. It's just..." Shang Wanhong's sentence trailed off, leaving room for speculation. The sect leader, upon hearing this, turned his gaze back to Zheng Xiaofeng, his eyes still questioning the unfolding events. Exhausted, Zheng Xiaofeng wished to throw the token hanging from Chu Xingchen's waist in the leader's face. After all these years of playing the fool, could he really not discern the authenticity of the Zhongzhou token? He could only attempt to mediate once more, saying, "Elder Shangwan, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding?" Shang Wanhong fell silent. A misunderstanding? Not quite. Chu Xingchen maintained a nonchalant tone, remarking that it was merely a festive occasion. This time, there was no need to await the gaze of the sect leader, as Zheng Xiaofeng quickly interjected with a cheerful tone. Attempting to ease the tension, "Our esteemed guest certainly possesses a keen sense of humor. You mentioned that there is a task requiring our Qingfeng sect's cooperation?" Listening to Zheng Xiaofeng's somewhat stiff transition, Chu Xingchen calmly responded, "From Elder Shangwan's words, it is evident that he suspects me to be an impostor of the Tianyan sect. Are you not going to confirm this with me?" After a brief pause, he added leisurely, "Or perhaps, we could allow Elder Shangwan to verify it personally?" Just as Zheng Xiaofeng was about to further diffuse the situation, Elder Shang Wanhong's aged voice resonated first. "That would indeed be preferable." This statement left Zheng Xiaofeng momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Shang Wanhong. What madness had overtaken this man? Disregarding the bewildered expressions of those around him, Shang Wanhong had his reasons for such behavior. If this individual had not come, it would have been one thing, but upon arrival, Shang Wanhong found the situation somewhat peculiar. To ensure prudence on his return, he had investigated Li Xingtian's background. Records indicated that Li Xingtian initially worked in a mine and was later reassigned to the outer sect due to a shortage of herbalists. Although Shang Wanhong harbored concerns, he felt powerless, as he could not contend with this individual, and being rescued was merely a source of humiliation. At first, during the mine's attack, he had entertained suspicions regarding this person, yet upon reflection, Chu Xingchen's spiritual energy was exceptionally pure, devoid of any traces of malevolence. Furthermore, Shang Wanhong genuinely believed that Chu Xingchen was likely from Zhongzhou. However, now, individuals from Zhongzhou were known to operate in groups and were aware of the mines. If this person truly were a disciple of the Tianyan sect, why would he deceive them with fanciful tales of the so-called Dao Alliance? If he genuinely wished to rescue someone, could he not simply display a token, instead of resorting to such theatrics? There must be some ulterior motive. It was entirely possible that the assailants of the mine were led by this individual, particularly since Qingfeng's sect possessed protective formations and numerous golden core elders. If this person were indeed a charlatan masquerading as a disciple of the Tianyan sect, it would not be a significant loss to lower one's stance and offer an apology. or accept punishment. The benefits outweighed the risks. Why not proceed? Shang Wanhong swiftly prepared his course of action and stepped forward without hesitation, speaking. Since you claim to be from the Tianyan sect, I presume you possess other means of proof beyond the token? The sect leader, who originally intended to obstruct Shang Wanhong, paused upon hearing this. Shang Wanhong noticed the leader's subtle gesture and understood that he had tacitly acquiesced. A slight smile graced his aged visage. Suddenly, Yao Qin, who had remained silent, drew the sword at her side with a swift motion. A blade imbued with an infinite sharpness, seemingly capable of effortlessly cleaving the stars, surged from her hand. The tumultuous spiritual energy was perfectly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, this magnificent hall was cleaved in two by her strike. The violent waves of spiritual energy shattered every object within the room. The several golden core elders hastily erected barriers of spiritual energy to withstand the somewhat exaggerated aftermath. As the spiritual energy finally subsided, the hall lay in ruins, the terrifying sword marks having pulverized the walls, and the residual force leveled the mountain behind the hall. The boulders tumbled down with reckless abandon. The nearest to this sword intent, Shang Wanhong, was even forced back several steps. Despite the fact that he was not the intended target of this sword's energy, Yao Qin slowly sheathed her sword and placed it back beside her chair. With a mere flick of her wrist, she unleashed that strike without even rising from her seat. This was the divine ability of the Tianyan sect, the Yinshin Taiqing sword. Yao Qin cast a cold gaze towards the visibly shaken Shang Wanhong and asked, "Do you wish to verify anything further?" Upon hearing this, Shang Wanhong immediately held his breath. What further verification was needed? The divine abilities of a true disciple of the Tianyan sect were far more convincing than any token. Yet, was this person not being overly dramatic? Chu Xingchen observed Shang Wanhong's heavy expression and deliberately turned to Yao Qin, questioning her with an air of feigned confusion. "Sister, why did you hold back?" Yao Qin replied with a frosty tone. "After all, we are in another sect. One must leave some face." Zheng Xiaofeng glanced at the hall, which had nearly been reduced to ruins, thinking that there was certainly not much face left to spare. Chu Xingchen nodded lightly at her words, then stood up and casually picked up the long sword Yao Qin had placed beside her, declaring, "My sister has proven he is a member of the Tianyan sect. Now it is my turn to demonstrate for you all." As he spoke, Chu Xingchen faced Shang Wanhong, making a motion as if to draw the long sword, seemingly intent on executing a Yinshin Taiqing sword strike to cleave Shang Wanhong in two. The sect leader quickly interjected, "Wait, esteemed guest, hold on. There is no need for further verification. With such power, if you were to strike again, would there be any good place left for the Qingfeng sect?" The leader glared at Shang Wanhong, scolding, "Elder Shangwan, apologize to our esteemed guests at once." Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin's reactions remained uncertain. However, upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaofeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, he was not the one bearing the brunt of the blame. Chapter 61. Do you favor the Tianyan sect? Faced with the leader's reprimand, Shang Wanhong's face flushed with shame. It was indeed embarrassing that he had faltered when Chu Xingchen prepared to draw his sword. From the moment Yao Qin unleashed that strike, all doubts evaporated into thin air. Chu Xingchen wore a regretful expression and called out, "Hold on. I truly am not a disciple of the Tianyan sect." Upon hearing this, the leader quickly turned to Zheng Xiaofeng. Zheng Xiaofeng found it difficult to contain himself. "It was you who tacitly allowed Elder Shangwan to court disaster, and now I must deal with the aftermath?" This elder truly bore a heavy burden. Esteemed guests, let us focus on the matter at hand. Zheng Xiaofeng forced a smile, clasping his hands together. "Your identities are beyond question. Whatever we can assist with in the Qingfeng sect, we will certainly comply." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen, with a look of regret, returned the long sword to Yao Qin and slowly resumed his seat, his expression turning serious as he stated, "There are two matters to discuss. The first is the primary purpose of our visit. We have received a commission from Yuzhou City regarding a nefarious cult conducting blood sacrifices, suspected of making significant moves and having infiltrated here. I require you to conduct an investigation." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Qingfeng sect breathed a sigh of relief. Thankful that no conflict was at hand, he promptly replied, "As it pertains to matters of righteousness, we shall naturally not shirk our duty. May I inquire about the second matter?" With a glacial stare, Chu Xingchen directed his gaze at Shang Wanhong, stating, "The reputation of my Tianyan sect is not something that can be questioned by just anyone." The sect leader, refraining from an immediate response, redirected his attention to Zheng Xiaofeng. "Well then, such a perilous question must be addressed by me." Zheng Xiaofeng sighed inwardly, clasped his hands, and continued, "Elder Shangwan, he paused, finally concocting a plausible excuse. "I merely feared that someone might exploit the name of the Tianyan sect for deceitful purposes." Chu Xingchen's tone turned frosty. "Are you implying that my senior sister and I, even with our tokens, do not resemble disciples of the Tianyan sect?" but rather appear as frauds? Zheng Xiaofeng hastily retorted. Of course not, of course not. Before he could elaborate further, Chu Xingchen abruptly interrupted him. I do not care what regulations your Qingfeng sect adheres to, but we shall abide by the rules of the Tianyin sect. As long as I am conducting an investigation within the Qingfeng sect, I request that Elder Shengwan be confined for a day. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaofeng could only turn to the sect leader, for this matter was beyond his authority. Elder Shengwan had far more seniority within the Qingfeng sect. I shall comply with this, the sect leader said without hesitation, then turned his gaze to the other two elders. You shall personally escort Elder Shengwan to the confinement chamber. After the two elders bowed and accepted their orders, they led Shengwan Hong away. As Shengwan departed, Chu Xingchen's demeanor softened instantaneously, as if his ire was solely directed at Shengwan Hong. Witnessing this, the sect leader felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the issue was more personal than procedural. Thus, he inquired, may I ask how the Qingfeng sect can assist you in this endeavor? With a confident smile, Chu Xingchen seemed to harbor a clever plan. You should dispatch personnel, centering around the Qingfeng sect, to comprehensively flush out that group of malevolent cultivators. The Qingfeng sect leader pondered, is this truly a viable strategy? Such a grandiose search will surely allow those wicked cultivators to flee long before we encounter them. Moreover, this search could extend to an unmanageable radius. Nevertheless, given the recent circumstances, it appeared that those present were merely disciples seeking attention. Whether they apprehended the malevolent cultivators or not bore little consequence for the Qingfeng sect. It might be better to indulge the youth in their pursuits, lest further complications arise. After a moment of contemplation, the sect leader, wearing a smile, responded, indeed, it is fitting of a talented disciple from the Tianyin sect. This is an infallible approach. We of the Qingfeng sect shall arrange for personnel accordingly. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen beamed with delight and gestured toward Zheng Xiaofeng, stating, I find this individual's words quite agreeable. Let him assist me in this task. Zheng Xiaofeng, wishing to protest, was swiftly overridden by his sect leader. No problem at all, young Zheng. You shall accompany this esteemed guest from the Tianyin sect. With no semblance of elder authority, Zheng Xiaofeng could only nod in acquiescence. Very well, I shall return should there be further matters to discuss, Chu Xingchen remarked with satisfaction, and then glanced at the now dilapidated hall. This damage. It shall not be our responsibility to compensate for, shall it? The leader merely wished to escort the two deities away swiftly, exclaiming, there is no need for such formalities. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen promptly took his leave from the hall, stating, all right, Xiao Zheng, come with us. Yao Qin also rose without hesitation to follow suit. With a sigh, Zheng Xiaofeng hurried to join them. With Chu Xingchen leading the way, they proceeded directly towards the mountain gate. At this moment, numerous disciples cautiously observed Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin from either side of the corridor. The recent sword strike had indeed astonished the entire Qingfeng sect. Moreover, the fact that both individuals emerged unscathed indicated that they possessed not only formidable strength, but also significant backing. Zheng Xiaofeng closely trailed behind them. Chu Xingchen had his reasons for acting in this manner. It was evident that within the Qingfeng sect, there was more to the situation than just the golden core responsible for safeguarding the minds engaging in sinister practices. One individual alone could not orchestrate such grand schemes. While the elders and the leader entered, Chu Xingchen had utilized his system to scan the panels of that group. From the entries on the other elders' panels, no immediate issues were discernible. However, one individual, Shengwan Hong, stood apart. The previous black entry of haunted by inner demons had transformed into a blue entry of acquired demonic physique. This term was associated with the wicked golden core at the mines, signifying that Shengwan Hong had undoubtedly joined the ranks of the malevolent practitioners during this period. With the initial clues in hand, it was time to follow the trail further. The first step was to eliminate one of their watchful eyes, creating a haze of confusion, allowing for stealthy maneuvers. A direct assault on the mines would not suffice to lure out all the significant players. Thus, Chu Xingchen deliberately provoked Shengwan Hong, with the true intent of placing him under confinement, causing the rest of the slippery individuals to grow anxious, prompting them to cautiously peek out for potential threats. Additionally, the short-sighted Zheng Xiaofeng behind him was not only a rather ineffectual asset, but also a tool easily swayed. Chu Xingchen conveyed his thoughts to Yao Qin through a subtle transmission, to which she succinctly responded with a single word, all right. After the trio had traversed a certain distance from the entrance of Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen suddenly halted. Zheng Xiaofeng followed suit, questioning with a hint of confusion, what is the matter? Chu Xingchen turned around, exhaling as if in contemplation, and remarked, being a courteous host is not an easy task, is it? Zheng Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback by the bluntness of his words. Just as he pondered how to respond, a smile appeared on Chu Xingchen's face as he said, I have a much better path for you. With a pause, Chu Xingchen continued enticingly. Do you have an affinity for the Tianyan sect? Zheng Xiaofeng's immediate reaction was not one of elation. His first instinct was to think, who, in their right mind, would have a fondness for the Tianyan sect? Yet, upon seeing the ambiguous smile on Chu Xingchen's face, he suddenly snapped back to reality. His heart racing. If that was indeed the implication, who wouldn't he be interested? Even serving as a subordinate in the Tianyan sect would be acceptable. Stammering, Zheng Xiaofeng replied. Are you suggesting that I? Chu Xingchen confirmed. Yes, I am indeed referring to you. Zheng Xiaofeng quickly asserted. Then of course I would be interested. Upon glancing at the visibly excited Zheng Xiaofeng, Chu Xingchen prolonged his tone. The affection you speak of, is it the same kind that I envision? Faced with such an irresistible temptation, Zheng Xiaofeng responded with certainty. It is undoubtedly the kind you are contemplating. Hearing this affirmative reply, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction and subsequently retrieved a piece of blood chi spirit stone from his spatial ring, tossing it towards Zheng Xiaofeng. Instinctively, he raised his hand to catch the flying stone, lowering his gaze to examine it. A foreboding sensation crept into his heart. With a sigh of contemplation, Chu Xingchen remarked, Little Zheng, can you guess why I did not present this spirit stone in the hall? As the elder in charge of reception, Zheng Xiaofeng was quick-witted. And with a brief mental shift, he understood. However, comprehending did not equate to voicing his thoughts. He feigned ignorance, responding, Surely, you have your own plans. Ah, I see. Chu Xingchen gently nodded, drawing the blood chi spirit stone back into his spatial ring with a flicker of spiritual energy. Turning away, he continued on his path. His tone laced with dissatisfaction. Your fondness is of no consequence now. The Tianyan sect no longer favors you. Watching the two figures gradually recede, Zheng Xiaofeng felt as though he had missed an earth-shattering opportunity. Nevertheless, he could only sigh. For even now he did not know the names of the two Tianyan sect disciples. It seemed unreasonable to expect him to take such a perilous leap based on merely a couple of remarks. Well then, he would consider it a jest played upon him. Zheng Xiaofeng hastily took a few steps forward to catch up with the two. However, the recent encounter had made him realize that the seemingly carefree and handsome youth before him was likely not an inexperienced disciple of the sect. Zheng Xiaofeng quickly steeled himself, resolving to remain steadfast and unyielding in the forthcoming actions. He did not aspire to excel, at the very least. He wished to avoid being questioned by the sect leader upon his return. Yet, the ensuing developments unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated. Chu Xingchen simply strolled leisurely around the vicinity of the Qingfeng sect with his qin, and the inquiries posed to Zheng Xiaofeng were far from sensitive matters. In fact, they seemed entirely unrelated to any nefarious practices. With an air of casualness, Chu Xingchen inquired, Little Zheng, does your Qingfeng sect offer any delectable dishes? Zheng Xiaofeng promptly clasped his hands and replied, I have abstained from eating for many years, so I am afraid I do not know. Are there any scenic spots nearby? He continued, There are not many noteworthy sights around here, Zheng Xiaofeng answered. At this, Chu Xingchen turned back, visibly displeased. Little Zheng, you have narrowed the path for us. Just as Zheng Xiaofeng was about to decline further, he felt the icy gaze of the Qin player upon him. Recalling the woman's fearsome sword strike, he quickly exclaimed, There is a small stream nearby. The scenery there is quite pleasant. Allow me to lead the way. Zheng Xiaofeng hastily advanced a few steps, positioning himself ahead of the two, guiding them along the path. The small stream was not far from their current location. In no time, the three Jindan realists arrived at their destination. Before them lay a gently rippling stream, no wider than a yard and not deep enough to reach their knees. The banks were open, devoid of large trees, with a verdant meadow adorned with wildflowers of various hues. The distant view fades away, yet it remains quite pleasant. The stream's water is particularly clear, revealing small fish the size of a thumb frolicking within. Chu Xingchen, feeling satisfied, patted Zheng Xiaofeng on the shoulder before removing his shoes and dipping his feet into the stream. Ah, this can be considered a vacation, senior sister. Yao Qin stepped forward a couple of paces, opting not to soak her feet like Chu Xingchen, but instead choosing to sit beside him. Young Zheng, do you have any instructions? Chu Xingchen reclined on the grass, his tone languid as he replied, Go catch a couple of wild rabbits. Without hesitation, Zheng Xiaofeng turned and departed, setting out to hunt rabbits for Chu Xingchen. For a golden core master, capturing 2 rabbits is a trivial task. In no time, Zheng Xiaofeng returned, cleverly carrying 2 live rabbits. Whether you want them alive or dead, I can fulfill your wish now. Chu Xingchen glanced at them, nodding in satisfaction. Wild rabbits are quite charming. Let them go. At this moment, Zheng Xiaofeng understood that this was a deliberate test aimed at him. However, he remained unfazed. After all, had he not spent years cultivating his composure? In terms of mindset, who among the Qingfeng sect could rival him? Today, he would ensure that this young man from the Tianyan sect learned the true meaning of mental fortitude. Zheng Xiaofeng maintained a polite demeanor, Very well. In which direction would you like them released? Chu Xingchen casually suggested, let them go to the west, allowing this group of rabbits to hop westward. Upon receiving the instruction, Zheng Xiaofeng promptly released the two rabbits, even using spiritual energy to guide them westward. As time passed, Chu Xingchen leisurely lounged on the grass, occasionally remarking, Young Zheng, do you not find that tree somewhat bothersome? Young Zheng, do you see that blade of grass glaring at me? Oh, Young Zheng, look at that bird. How audacious it is. For an entire afternoon, Zheng Xiaofeng's ears were filled with the refrain of Young Zheng. He now understood the meaning of the saying. When the superior speaks, the subordinate runs until exhausted. As the sun began to dip, Chu Xingchen contentedly said, Young Zheng. Zheng Xiaofeng instinctively responded, Yes, what is it? It has been quite enjoyable today. Does your Qingfeng sect have accommodations for me and my senior sister to rest? Of course. Are you planning to return directly now? Zheng Xiaofeng inquired. Shall I lie down a little longer? Do not overexert yourself. Even a grandson has his limits. Zheng Xiaofeng quickly interjected, Please. You may first check what is lacking in the rooms, and I shall prepare for you. Senior sister, shall we go? Chu Xingchen turned his gaze toward Yao Qin, who had accompanied him throughout the afternoon. Yao Qin nodded in agreement. Let us go. Together, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin sauntered back to the Qingfeng sect. Zheng Xiaofeng promptly arranged for the finest guest rooms for these two esteemed individuals. Within the Qifeng sect, in a first-class guest room, Yao Qin had already settled in. In another luxurious room, Chu Xingchen surveyed the opulent decor with satisfaction. Quite splendid. As long as you are pleased, Zheng Xiaofeng exhaled in relief. Hoping there would be no further complications, Chu Xingchen casually waved him away. You may leave now. Be sure to wait for my senior sister and me at the sect's entrance early tomorrow. Zheng Xiaofeng felt the tension rise again. Must he return to face this matter once more tomorrow? Alas, the circumstances were stronger than man. Thus, Zheng Xiaofeng could only nod in resignation. Having just exited the guest room, burdened with an overwhelming sense of humiliation, he caught sight of the sect leader standing at a distance, regarding him with a familiar gaze. In the depths of those eyes, Zheng Xiaofeng discerned a silent inquiry. Is it time to confess, little Zheng? Chapter 63. Choose one from 3. Eliminate 2 incorrect answers. And selecting the wrong one would be sheer folly. In the discussion hall of the Qingfeng sect, Zheng Xiaofeng stood below, feeling utterly aggrieved as he faced the leader's questioning expression. The leader, with a look of skepticism, inquired, Are you suggesting that they simply lounged by the creek today and commanded you, doing nothing else? With utmost sincerity in his gaze and tone, Zheng Xiaofeng replied, Indeed, master. It is as you say. The leader, visibly doubtful, pressed on. Did they not mention anything regarding the malevolent cultivators or any other matters? Was it merely harassment? Zheng Xiaofeng, feeling both wronged and tragic, responded, Master, I have been with the Qingfeng sect since childhood. Surely you understand my unwavering loyalty to the sect. This declaration appeared to resonate with the leader, who nodded gently, signaling that Zheng Xiaofeng could take his leave. Relieved, Zheng Xiaofeng exhaled, having managed to navigate through the ordeal. He dared not disclose the matter of the blood spirit stone. After all, the involvement of any elder in this affair was not something he could provoke. He had nearly lost his life to ascend from Foundation establishment to Golden Core, merely to achieve the position of this insufferable elder. Moreover, it was highly likely that the elders were colluding, with even the leader being aware of the situation. As one excluded from the circle of elder authority, how could he possibly participate in such matters? Zheng Xiaofeng aspired to graduate from the role of an underling elder, yet not at the cost of his life. He resolved to feign ignorance, as it was the only means to safeguard himself. One must remain a fool to the end, he thought, promptly turning to exit. As he pushed open the door to the discussion hall, he beheld Elderly, who was engaging closely with Elder Shangwan, standing at a distance with the same scrutinizing gaze. The echo of Little Zheng seemed to resound in his ears once more. Was it not enough to be tormented by outsiders? Now he must endure the scrutiny of his own kin? Was he not regarded as human? Nevertheless, he could not provoke anyone. A forced smile graced Zheng Xiaofeng's face as he approached Elderly, adopting a humble tone. Elderly, do you have any instructions for me? Elderly's expression was stern as he coldly inquired, What were those disciples from Tianyin sect up to today? Zheng Xiaofeng, with a face full of grievance, recounted the events of the day to Elderly once more. With a look of skepticism, Elderly questioned, Are you implying that they did nothing all day apart from commanding you for their amusement? The familiar gaze and inquiry were reminiscent, yet Elderly's question was more offensive. What did he mean by commanding you for amusement? Was that not a grave affront? Zheng Xiaofeng suppressed the emotions swirling within him and spoke with a tone of familiar grievance. Elderly, indeed it is so. Elderly fell into a brief silence, observing Zheng Xiaofeng, before finally inquiring, Did they ask you anything about the evil cultivators today? No, It seems they merely came to trouble me, Zhang Xiaofeng replied earnestly, noting that they appeared to be merely fulfilling a task for the sect. Hearing this, Elderly contemplated for a moment, nodding slowly, and refrained from probing further. Instead, he gently patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder before turning to leave. Zhang Xiaofeng remained rooted in place, scanning the surroundings to see if anyone else sought him. After a considerable time, still haunted by his earlier experiences, he gradually returned to his room. Inside, he trembled as he lifted a cup of tea from the table and drained it in one gulp. Reflecting on the day's events, he concluded with frustration that none of the parties involved regarded him as a person. In an effort to vent his anger, Zhang Xiaofeng dedicated the night to rigorous training. The following morning, anxious about being late, Zhang Xiaofeng arrived early at the entrance of Qingfeng's sect, standing guard alongside the disciples tasked with monitoring the mountain gate. As time passed, the two esteemed figures he awaited were nowhere to be seen, causing the disciples on either side to become restless, sweat trickling down their backs. Could this elder be here to oversee the duties? Why are we standing here for so long together? Not until the sun had risen high did Zhang Xiaofeng finally catch sight of Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin strolling leisurely toward him. He hurriedly approached to inquire. What plans do you have for today? Chu Xingchen stretched lazily and replied, Yesterday, night fell too swiftly. I did not have my fill of enjoyment. Let us go play a bit more. Zhang Xiaofeng forced a smile, responding, As long as you are happy. Of course, as long as I am happy, Chu Xingchen remarked. Then ambled toward the stream. Upon reaching the brook, Chu Xingchen removed his boots, soaked his feet, and lay down effortlessly. Little Zhang, oh, when you drift into the depths of slumber, will this voice echo in your ears? Time passed, and the two by the riverside remained unchanged, except for a golden core cultivator engaged in peculiar activities. For instance, he hefted a large stone and placed it atop another, and uprooted a tree only to replant it beside another, justifying his actions with the notion that one tree is too lonely. Two trees together do not feel solitude. As the sun dipped low in the west, Zhang Xiaofeng, having endured yet another afternoon of toil, completed another task and gazed at the sun, pondering why it seemed to set so slowly today. Chu Xingchen observed this scene and once more utilized the system to scan Zhang Xiaofeng. Target, Zhang Xiaofeng. Cultivation level, early golden core, blue attribute. Versatile, white attribute. Adequate talent, white attribute. Composed, black attribute. Short-sighted, temporary black attribute. Anxious, upon seeing the term anxious, Chu Xingchen realized that perhaps the moment had arrived. He withdrew his feet from the stream and called out, Little Zhang. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly turned to Chu Xingchen, instinctively responding. Yes, you command. A light smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he asked, How did you fare last night? Zhang Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fixed on Chu Xingchen, for when a person is on the verge of breaking, it often becomes impossible to maintain composure. He inhaled deeply and then softly inquired. Was this intentional on your part? Surely, I have not done anything to put you in a difficult position, have I? Chu Xingchen vehemently denied, retorting, Is it truly I who has caused you distress, or is it them? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng abruptly lowered his head, rendered speechless. Chu Xingchen, unfazed, continued while donning his boots. The whirlpool cares not for the innocence of those it ensnares, since you have been drawn into it. The goal is not to drift along aimlessly, for that will inevitably lead to drowning. What you must do is to struggle fiercely for your survival, to seek a glimmer of hope. Once he had fastened his boots, he approached Zhang Xiaofeng and gently patted his shoulder, saying, At this moment, they shall not trust you. You are faced with a choice among three options. Having dismissed two erroneous ones, should you select incorrectly again, it would be sheer folly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhang Xiaofeng took a deep breath, realizing he had no choice but to employ that particular tactic. With a wry smile, he remarked, Will following you truly lead to a way out? You are disciples of the Tianyan sect, and the Qingfeng sect would naturally not dare to act against you. And what of me? Zhang Xiaofeng lifted his head, gritting his teeth. I am merely a cultivator who has ascended from the very bottom, each step fraught with excruciating difficulty. This clumsy attempt at evasion prompted Chu Xingchen to lose patience, directly interrupting, Do not blame fate for your rebirth. There are those who cannot even attain the golden core stage. Why do you not compare yourself with them? Is our rebirth not equally challenging? Do you presume that we have effortlessly reached the golden core stage? Zhang Xiaofeng noted the absence of pity in Chu Xingchen's expression, and that his counterarguments were quite reasonable, leading him to understand that his rhetoric would not sway this esteemed disciple of the Tianyan sect, who, indeed, claimed that those protected disciples of Zhongzhou were naive to the ways of the world. Their situation was no less daunting than his own. Chu Xingchen spoke earnestly, Little Zhang, you have yet to grasp that your current predicament stems from a fear of death. The desire to escape death is rather easily resolved. Zhang Xiaofeng, taken aback, looked at Chu Xingchen with suspicion. What do you mean? Chu Xingchen replied solemnly, "From this moment forth, you shall be regarded as an external janitor at the Tianyan sect." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, contemplating the role of a janitor at the Tianyan sect. Soon, he concluded, "What use is that? Isn't it merely sweeping at the gates of the Tianyan sect?" Sensing the thoughts passing through Zheng Xiaofeng's mind, Chu Xingchen elucidated. "When you encounter an elderly janitor at the gates of the Tianyan sect, who berates you as a grandchild, would you dare to retaliate?" Zheng Xiaofeng quickly reached a conclusion, admitting, "I would not dare. After all, anyone who sweeps the gates of the Tianyan sect, regardless of their cultivation level, carries the weight of that formidable sect and is not someone I would provoke." He then added, "But this place is not the gates of the Tianyan sect. Even if I were the chief janitor, it would be of no consequence." Chu Xingchen, with a knowing smile, responded, "Your perspective is too narrow. Ponder this. Are you afraid of the name of the Tianyan sect, or of the cultivators who bear that name?" Naturally, Zheng Xiaofeng's face displayed a moment of confusion. Yet he cast a dubious glance at Chu Xingchen. Words may sound pleasant now, but when conflicts arise and those elders erupt with murderous intent, who would they ultimately turn to? Your mouth is yours. You may say whatever you wish, but life is one's own. Facing Zheng Xiaofeng's skeptical gaze, Chu Xingchen sighed and said, "Little Zheng, you must understand one thing. What you possess now is not the power of choice, but rather the power of being chosen. This is your final opportunity. If you inquire further, you should contemplate how to face the sect leader." With that, Chu Xingchen unhesitatingly turned to leave with Yao Qin by his side. Yao Qin followed suit, simultaneously sending a message to Chu Xingchen. "Do you think he will take the bait? The more perfect the assurance you provide, the more suspicious he becomes. It is often the flawed yet seemingly reasonable explanations that ensnare him." Chu Xingchen replied through thought, "Moreover, he has long ceased to have any choices. Trust me, within 10 seconds, he will be begging you to sweep the floor." Yao Qin nodded, somewhat skeptical, as she mentally counted the seconds. 1, 2 before she could reach 3, an urgent voice sounded behind them. "Wait, I surrender. I surrender." Zheng Xiaofeng hurriedly approached Chu Xingchen, saying, "But you must ensure that afterwards, I can sweep the floors at Tianyan sect." Yao Qin cast a glance at Zheng Xiaofeng and replied nonchalantly, "I promise you." Zheng Xiaofeng then turned his gaze back to Chu Xingchen, realizing that this man held the reins from the very beginning. Although nominally a junior brother, it seemed this junior brother's standing within Tianyan sect was far superior. It was essential for him to speak. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle, amused by Zheng Xiaofeng's choice to ignore the one in charge and instead seek out someone who wasn't even a disciple of Tianyan sect. Nonetheless, it posed no issue. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Then, with a serious countenance, added, "But you do understand the consequences should you betray us?" Zheng Xiaofeng blurted out, "I am utterly devoted to you now." Chu Xingchen nodded with satisfaction, affirming, "Excellent. Remember, when I communicate something to you later, you will echo my words. From now on, you are a disciple of Tianyan sect. Carry yourself with confidence." Confidence? I don't know how. Fear not. You shall learn swiftly. At Qingfeng sect, within the discussion hall, as soon as Chu Xingchen entered the room, he bellowed at the Qingfeng sect disciples by the door, "Go. Summon the damned sect leader for me." The disciples of Qingfeng sect appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly turned to find the sect leader. Chu Xingchen turned his gaze to the somewhat anxious Zheng Xiaofeng beside him, soothingly stating, "Do not panic." Zheng Xiaofeng instinctively nodded. Yao Qin, observing Zheng Xiaofeng's slightly flustered expression, couldn't help but feel he was unreliable. Would he be able to handle this? If he was already so frightened before meeting the leader, what would happen when they actually encountered one another? There was no time for Zheng Xiaofeng to gather himself. Upon receiving the news, the sect leader arrived in a flurry, soaring into the discussion hall. As he stepped inside, his gaze swept across the room, landing on Chu Xingchen, whose expression was icy and filled with questioning. Yao Qin, her hand lightly resting on the hilt of her sword, emanating a chilling aura, and the visibly flustered Zheng Xiaofeng. The sect leader clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask what the urgent matter is?" With a cold snort, Chu Xingchen remarked, "Intelligence from Zhongzhou has reached us, indicating that members of your Qingfeng sect seem to be involved in matters of demonic cultivation. I have come to seek clarification from the sect leader." "Intelligence from Zhongzhou? May I have a look?" The sect leader replied with utmost seriousness. "If such matters are true, Qingfeng sect shall cleanse its ranks." However, before the sect leader could receive a response from Chu Xingchen, a somewhat uncertain voice emerged from Zheng Xiaofeng. "Is this intelligence from Zhongzhou something you can peruse?" The sect leader's gaze instantly shifted to Zheng Xiaofeng, his eyes narrowing. Zheng Xiaofeng had endured that scrutinizing gaze countless times, but at this moment, for reasons unknown, a surge of blood surged to his heart. With a thunderous shout, he exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" I said, "Is the Zhongzhou intelligence something you can view?" With those words, Zhang Xiaofeng felt a sense of exhilaration wash over him. A sense of releasing pin-up frustration. The sect leader, suppressing his anger, questioned in a lowered tone, "Xiao Zhang, have you taken the wrong elixir?" Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofeng shouted back, "I haven't taken any elixir. I am now a member of the Tianyan sect. You, old dog, should show me some respect." "You? Tianyan sect? Indeed. I am now a mere janitor at the Tianyan sect. What can you do about it?" Chapter 65, Exhilaration. This is worth dying for. Seeing Zhang Xiaofeng, whose momentum was not inferior to that of the sect leader, Yao Qin looked at Chu Xingchen in astonishment. What could have been said to him that caused him to behave as if he had suddenly consumed an elixir? Yet, Yao Qin noticed Chu Xingchen gently shaking his head in response. Yao Qin found it hard to believe. Was this truly his own declaration? Zhang Xiaofeng stepped forward, confronting the sect leader. "What are you looking at? Even if I am merely a janitor, I am still part of the Tianyan sect. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" The sect leader suppressed his inner fury and turned his gaze to Chu Xingchen, asking, "May I inquire if this matter is true?" Chu Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, it is true. Even the Tianyan sect, with such conduct, cannot be deemed proper, can it?" The sect leader retorted, "Qingfeng's sect has extended courtesy to your faction, yet you behave in such a manner. Is this truly appropriate?" Chu Xingchen casually distanced himself from the matter. It was Elder Zhang Xiaofeng who wished to come, not I who invited him. The sect leader could no longer contain himself. Reprimanding, "This is against the rules. I demand to question your Tianyan sect's elder. Have you abducted an elder from your own sect to sweep the floors? Does Qingfeng's sect deserve no respect at all? Moreover, how dare a mere newly appointed Golden Core elder speak to me in such a manner?" Previously, he had to speak in a subdued tone just to converse with him. With a cold laugh, Chu Xingchen countered, "Is it then acceptable for your members to collude with demonic cultivators?" The sect leader shot back, "Where is the evidence? You cannot tarnish my Qingfeng sect's reputation with mere words." Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen tossed a bloodstone from a spatial ring. "Oh, sect leader, have you thoroughly examined the accounts of your Qingfeng sect's mines? If you have pests at home and remain oblivious, it will be too late when the house collapses." The sect leader paused, taken aback by Chu Xingchen's unwavering gaze and the bloodstone that lay on the ground, pulsating with malevolent energy. "Do you truly believe the Tianyan sect would send someone merely to play house with you?" With a light laugh, Chu Xingchen remarked, "Do you think I am here to provoke you? Go investigate that Elder Shangwan confined in the isolation chamber. Do not claim that our Tianyan sect has not afforded you any opportunity. I am giving you a chance because I believe you are unaware of the circumstances. This Elder Zhang has been verified by us, and from this moment forth, he shall serve as the representative of the Tianyan sect, overseeing your self-examination at the Qingfeng sect. My senior sister and I have received intelligence regarding malevolent cultivators that requires our verification. We anticipate being away for approximately 3 days." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng quickly turned to his elder brother, exclaiming, "How was I not informed of this? Are you speaking the truth, or are you fabricating lies? What gives you the audacity to speak thus in my presence?" However, Chu Xingchen appeared unfazed and continued, "During these 3 days, you must not allow your divine sense to stray from Elder Zhang, even for a moment. If I return and find that this Elder Zhang has disappeared, I shall have no choice but to consider the entire Qingfeng sect as having succumbed to malevolence, making it the primary target for the upcoming crackdown in Zhongzhou." The sect leader, upon hearing this, expressed clear disbelief, stating, "Do you think such threats will intimidate me? Can the true teachings of Tianyan sect distort right and wrong?" In response, Chu Xingchen shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Naturally, it can. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to sever this Elder Zhang's head right now as proof." Zhang Xiaofeng's heart raced at the thought. The sect leader was oblivious, but did he not recognize the peril? Even if the sect leader were to decapitate him, he would likely remain unharmed. Yet, Chu Xingchen's voice echoed in his mind, "Your current demeanor is commendable, maintain it. You are not a fool. The more confidence you exude, the more cautious he will become." Zhang Xiaofeng nearly faltered, transmitting, "Are you truly going, or are you merely jesting?" The only response he received was Chu Xingchen's radiant smile. Chu Xingchen then turned to Yao Yin, saying, "Senior sister, the sect has urged us. Let us depart at once." Upon hearing this, Yao Yin stood and prepared to follow Chu Xingchen. But as she passed by the sect leader, she cast a cold, piercing glance in his direction. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofeng and the sect leader watched as the two ascended into the sky, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Once their divine senses could no longer track them, the sect leader turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiaofeng with a brooding expression. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaofeng thought, "Damn it, I have to go all in." He glared at the sect leader, scolding, "Old thief, what are you staring at? Hurry up and interrogate." The sect leader's hand clenched tightly, his gaze fierce as he focused on Zhang Xiaofeng. as if he would strike down his arrogant head at any moment. Zheng Xiaofeng understood that retreating was not an option. He stepped forward, boldly approaching the sect leader with a defiant smile. Have you suppressed me for so many years? Is it unreasonable to call you an old thief? If you have objections, then go ahead and sever my head right now. The sect leader inhaled deeply. As the leader, he could not risk the entire sect on a mere possibility, however small. He could only suppress his fury and state. Elder Zheng, let us proceed to the isolation chamber together. Seeing the sect leader's flustered demeanor, Zheng Xiaofeng felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration wash over him, dispelling the fears that had previously consumed him. With a cold laugh, he declared, "Lead the way. Aren't you capable of walking?" "I said lead the way." The sect leader clenched his fists, took another deep breath, and, with a wave of his long sleeve, turned and departed. Zheng Xiaofeng could no longer contain his exuberant laughter, which echoed throughout the secluded hall. What a delight! This was truly worth the trouble. At the outskirts of the Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin paused in unison. Sister Chu, with a casual remark, suddenly hesitated and then chuckled. "Yao Qin, you should intercept the path leading east to the mine, while I block another route." Yao Qin nodded in agreement, her tone unperturbed. "Sister, your plan is quite commendable. It is pleasing to hear." Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "This comes at an additional cost." To which Yao Qin shot a cold glare at her, before proceeding eastward. Truly devoid of humor, Chu Xingchen thought to herself as she flew south. Chu Xingchen had studied the routes beforehand. Only the east and south were densely forested and rugged, perfect for concealing their movements. This time, the disturbance would surely reveal a few pests peeking out. Compared to the more open directions, these two ambush points offered a greater chance of success. As for why Chu Xingchen was so certain that the sect leader of Qingfeng would refrain from taking action, it was due to the leader possessing a blue trait tagged cautious. In uncertain circumstances, he would not act rashly, and would at least wait 3 days to ascertain the situation. That was precisely why Chu Xingchen had set the time frame for 3 days. First, they would intercept any little pests attempting to send messages to the mine and ascertain the extent of the Qingfeng sect's decline. As for the self-examination of the sect, Chu Xingchen found it more reliable to hope that upon her return, Li Yingling hadn't caused any trouble. Chapter 66. Rest assured, he will soon wish for death. Under the night sky, Elder Li, with a grave expression, circled the mountain from the east. Those disciples of the Tianyan sect were indeed formidable. Their feigned bravado was both deceptive and insightful. It seemed they were playing the fool, yet undoubtedly possessed a wealth of intelligence. Remarkably, within just 1 day, they had managed to sway a golden core elder to their side. Furthermore, Zheng Xiaofeng appeared transformed, once cautious and prudent, now audaciously berating the sect leader. Astonishingly, the leader endured this tirade, refraining from even a rebuttal, and was unwilling to disclose specific circumstances. One could only surmise that Zheng Xiaofeng had obtained some leverage from the disciples of the Tianyan sect. Moreover, the blood essence spirit stone presented by the leader had triggered a formation based on their maze since the mine was attacked. Any outsider stepping within would activate notifications to both the Qingfeng sect and the elders at the mine. Each disciple in the mine carried a specially crafted token to prevent false alarms from being triggered by the formation. Since no abnormalities had been reported from the mine's formation, it was logical to assume that there were no issues there. However, the appearance of the blood essence spirit stone, particularly in connection with the Qingfeng sect and the defection of an elder from the Tianyan sect, suggested a troubling situation. Now, despite the risk of exposure, the mine had already reached an agreement with those malevolent cultivators and was in the final stages of their dealings. Given the circumstances, if he did nothing, it would be difficult to escape the consequences. First, one must visit the mining site to ascertain the intelligence there, and perhaps explore the possibility of accelerating or relocating. Having distanced himself from the Qingfeng sect, Elder Li employed the technique of earth escape and made his way toward the Qingfeng sect's mine. Burdened with worry, he remained oblivious to a divine sense that had detected him on the ground. However, he did sense a fierce sword aura approaching from behind. Swiftly, he emerged from the earth, summoned a long sword with a flick of his hand, and his golden core trembled and surged with spiritual power. Facing the somewhat daunting sword aura, the long sword in his hand transformed into a stream of light, charging toward the incoming attack. The two forces clashed rapidly, and an explosive wave of spiritual energy instantly uprooted the earth, reducing trees to mere splinters. Elder Li quickly scanned his surroundings with his divine sense, and soon identified a figure that did not conceal its presence. Glancing sideways, he beheld Yao Qin atop a large tree, expressionless, holding a long sword and silently observing him. Elder Li's countenance darkened. Indeed, he had fallen into a trap laid by her. Yao Qin's voice was icy. Surrender willingly to avoid suffering. Cursed be it. To avoid suffering meant facing death. Without hesitation, Elderly commanded his flying sword to strike at Yao Qin while he hastily fled westward. At this point, reaching the mine was no longer an option. His own life was paramount, and he was grateful if he could escape. After all, as a golden core cultivator, he could find a way to thrive in this realm. Yet, before Elderly could fly far, he suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he turned to see that his life's sword had shattered, glimmering faintly in the moonlight as it fell from the sky like a shooting star. Through the gaps of the broken sword, he met a pair of cold, indifferent eyes that regarded him as one would a corpse. Ah, Yao Qin, your skills are impressive, he thought. Chu Xingchen looked on in astonishment as the bound Elderly, his limbs crippled and his complexion ashen, was unceremoniously cast to the ground by Yao Qin, who manipulated him with her spiritual energy. Undoubtedly, Elderly had been thoroughly subdued by her. Yao Qin, slightly exasperated, remarked, I've captured him and conducted a brief interrogation prior. He refuses to utter a word. Do you have any confidence? A faintly ominous smile crept onto Chu Xingchen's face. My second disciple has indeed provided me with some insights on interrogation techniques. He can do that? To be precise, he is the one being punished. Yao Qin's brow furrowed in confusion as she watched Chu Xingchen retrieve spiritual herbs and a small pot from his spatial ring, seemingly preparing to concoct a potion. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. He won't die, Yao Qin assured him. Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, You need not worry. Soon he will wish for death. Uncertain of Chu Xingchen's methods, Yao Qin chose to observe the unfolding events. Chu Xingchen extracted the essence from the spiritual herbs, then mixed it with flour and honey, absorbing all the essence into the mixture. Cradling the verdant pill with his magical power, he turned to Yao Qin with a serious expression. What you witness next must remain confidential. Do not speak of it outside. Chu Xingchen would never admit that consuming the pills he crafted amounted to torture. Understood. Although Yao Qin was perplexed, she nodded in agreement. With the assurance received, Chu Xingchen, holding the elixir, approached Elderly earnestly and stated, I offer you one last opportunity to disclose the truth, so we may resolve this amicably. Elderly responded with a hint of disdain, smirking as he declared, In the end, death awaits us all. None shall escape unscathed. Faced with Elderly's obstinate demeanor, Chu Xingchen sighed, utilizing his spiritual energy to pry open the elder's mouth, forcefully inserting the elixir within. As Elderly was rendered powerless to resist, his first instinct was to block the substance with his tongue. Unfazed by Elderly's subtle defiance, Chu Xingchen wore a gentle smile and decisively sealed the elder's mouth with his spiritual force. Soon, Elderly was overwhelmed by the unparalleled bitterness of the powdery elixir, which seemed to penetrate from the tip of his tongue to the depths of his mind. The bitterness struck him profoundly, leaving him in immense discomfort. Yet his mouth remained sealed by Chu Xingchen's power. Resigned to his fate, he thought, If I must die, at least I shall be spared further torment. With a fierce determination, Elderly swallowed the elixir whole. Immediately, he noticed Chu Xingchen's smile broaden, a sign of impending realization that the powder was not as solid as it appeared. As he swallowed, much of the powder clung stubbornly to his oral cavity, intensifying the assault on his tongue. Subsequently, the effects of the elixir surged forth with alarming vigor. Yao Qin observed with a puzzled expression as Elderly's countenance shifted dramatically. Suddenly, he began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes widening in shock as he emitted a series of distressed sounds. Bound tightly, his body writhed as if possessed, and after only a few breaths, his bulging eyes darted towards Chu Xingchen, filled with an unending plea, as if to convey his willingness to confess everything. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chu Xingchen's eyes as he teased, You wish to die? Oh, did you mean to confess? Elderly's whimpers continued unabated, his head nodding frantically in agreement. Chapter 67. You are weak as well. Elderly, in a state of desperation, willingly divulged all he knew, names of instigators, member organizations, coded phrases, and even the conditions of the mining site. The once proud Elderly now pleaded, I beseech you, please, grant me the antidote. I cannot endure it any longer. Where would the antidote come from if it is not poison? Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, Though there is no antidote, I can provide you with water to rinse your mouth. Upon hearing this, Elderly's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, Then kill me. I implore you. In my life. Based on Elderly's revelations, his fate was sealed, but it was not his time to die, since he rejected the offer of a mouth rinse. Chu Xingchen casually sealed Elderly's mouth once more with his spiritual energy before turning to Yao Qin. There, he found her expression solemn, her gaze seemingly filled with murderous intent, not directed at Elderly, but rather as if lost in a reverie. Chu Xingchen extended his hand and waved it in front of Yao Qin, expressing concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, Yao Qin replied, taking a deep breath and gently closing her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xingchen spoke. The situation is now clear. That group known as the Evil Spirit Sect aims to create a Saint Mother through ancient methods. The blood spirit stones are their primary means, and with the sheer volume of blood sacrifices, they cannot conceal their actions. If we diligently trace this lead, we are bound to uncover the truth. We can now report back to Yuzhou City and clarify the situation with Zhongzhou. Suddenly, Yaoqin opened her eyes, interrupting him. Her cold voice trembled slightly. We cannot proceed like this. It has always been this way, even before cultivating immortality, and now in this path of cultivation. It remains the same. Chu Xingchen gazed at Yaoqin in silence, taken aback by her uncharacteristic display of emotion. I'm sorry. Yaoqin sensed the shift and turned away. You are right. We should return. Chu Xingchen insisted earnestly. What is truly troubling you? I merely recalled past events, Yaoqin replied, regaining her composure. Let us first return to Yuzhou City, and we can address the matters of Qingfeng's sect later. Chu Xingchen fixated on her, stating, I believe it would be wise to address your concerns first. What concerns could I possibly have? Yaoqin retorted. Then tell me the truth. What were you just thinking? Yaoqin tightened her grip on her longsword, remaining silent for a prolonged moment before gritting her teeth and responding, I was thinking of murder. I envisioned exterminating that despicable group of evil cultivators. They dare to tread the path of deviation while failing to grasp the righteous way. Are mortals truly as insignificant as ants? My master always says that there is a distinction between immortals and mortals, and that only by achieving immortality can one find the true path. I was instructed to forsake my mortal heart and forget the past. For all in this world ultimately leads toward a destined fate. But was my master born a cultivator? After speaking, Yaoqin could no longer contain her fury. Drawing her longsword, she unleashed a brilliant flash, decapitating elderly with a single strike. It seemed she had come to a realization, and with a resolute tone, she declared, This matter concerns me alone. You may return. With that, she attempted to turn away. Chu Xingchen called out, What do you mean it concerns you alone? You still owe me spirit stones. Yaoqin halted, slightly raising her chin to gaze at the moonlight. I will repay you. I am a true disciple of Tianyan's sect. They should be the ones to fear me. Sighing, Chu Xingchen approached her. You know what I am trying to convey. Yaoqin glanced at him. In this vast world, there will always be those who choose to stand by her side, supporting the path she prepares to take. Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly, stretching lazily. How fortuitous. I suppose I can count myself among them, especially since you have aided me numerous times. Yaoqin pressed her lips together, finally whispering, Thank you. What? Speak up. Chu Xingchen. There is no time to lose. We must swiftly eliminate the evil cultivators. Two beams of rainbow light surged into the Qingfeng sect's mine from different directions. One beam landed in the center of the mine's training ground. The miners, glancing up, beheld a stunningly beautiful woman radiating dazzling spiritual light, elegantly maneuvering a swifter flying sword. Meanwhile, the disciples guarding the mine merely cast a sidelong glance toward the source of the sound. A flash of light illuminated the surroundings, followed by a chilling sensation at the neck, before everything descended into darkness. A flying sword darted through the mine, mercilessly reaping the lives of the disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen crashed directly into the warehouse. As anticipated, the warehouse had been fortified with a newly arranged formation, at the center of which sat a golden core cultivator in meditation. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his spiritual sword. Although Li Yingling appeared to be idling, she had never neglected her cultivation, and her divine powers had ascended to a new level. Li Xingtian primarily focused on cultivating spiritual energy. Thus his grasp of divine powers remained rudimentary. Consequently, his senior disciple wielded the 3,000-week water sword. Chu Xingchen showed no signs of restraint. The spiritual sword transformed into a water dragon composed of spiritual energy, swiftly rising and darting towards the golden core cultivator with blinding speed. The golden core cultivator, being merely at the mid-stage of the golden core realm, had already risen to counterattack the moment Chu Xingchen landed. However, when the spiritual water dragon leapt from the spiritual sword, the cultivator felt his own aura swiftly locked in place. In an instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a divine power. Chu Xingchen acted with remarkable swiftness, unleashing a formidable move without uttering a word, equipped with tracking attributes. Regardless of the struggles the golden core cultivator attempted to mount, with a single stroke, Chu Xingchen cleaved through everything before him. The overwhelming spiritual force effortlessly shattered the ground and obliterated all obstacles, including the powerless golden core cultivator. A beam of spiritual light shot forth from the warehouse, seemingly limitless as it surged into the distance, annihilating everything in its path and reducing the surroundings to ruins. Yaoqin could not help but glance over, feeling the terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Even with her extensive experience, she was certain this was an unparalleled divine power. The warehouse could not withstand such energy and was swiftly reduced to rubble. Yaoqin observed as Chu Xingchen, wielding his spiritual sword, noticed her gaze and playfully extended 2 fingers. The index and middle fingers. What could this signify? If it were a gesture of comparison, Yaoqin certainly would not interpret it positively. Was he implying she was weak? With renewed vigor, Yaoqin's spiritual sword accelerated, and after dispatching the last Qingfeng sect disciple, it automatically returned to its sheath. Subsequently, Yaoqin extended her own delicate fingers towards Chu Xingchen, mirroring his gesture. You are weak too. Chapter 68. Who isn't a rogue cultivator? Chu Xingchen was taken aback to see Yaoqin make a similar gesture, her previously indifferent demeanor now displaying an amusing expression, given the swiftness of their actions. From their landing to the elimination of all Qingfeng sect members, only a few breaths had elapsed. The miners still laboring in the mine at night remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Chu Xingchen, channeling his spiritual energy, exclaimed, "Law enforcement of the cultivation world. You may return home now." The miners were momentarily stunned, but as one among them burst into tears of joy, realization dawned upon the group, prompting them to flee the mine in a frenzied rush. Chu Xingchen paid little heed. As he entered the warehouse, the blood essence spirit stones within were scant, indicating they had been transported once. He directed his gaze towards Yaoqin and inquired, "Are there any survivors?" "Indeed," Yaoqin replied, retracting her petite hand. "I kept 2 out of 6. Realizing she may have misjudged Chu Xingchen, Yaoqin considered this a positive gesture. Chu Xingchen nodded, and together with Yaoqin, they ventured into the mine tunnel. Upon rounding a corner, a portion of the ritualistic array, previously damaged by Lixing Tian, had been restored. 4 out of 6 cloaked figures lay vanquished. The remaining 2 were ensnared by spirit energy, pinned to the walls. I have sealed their meridians with spirit energy. They have no opportunity for self-destruction, Yaoqin remarked, her gaze icy as it swept over the 2 cloaked figures. You can interrogate them. Your methods earlier were quite effective. Chu Xingchen retorted with displeasure. I find your words rather unpalatable. That was a remedy for healing. Yaoqin nodded in agreement, adopting a more agreeable tone. Then do utilize your remedy to conduct a thorough interrogation. Chu Xingchen pondered. Yaoqin was never like this before. Has she perhaps learned from her apprentice? I must have a stern talk with Li Yingling. However, instead of hastily retrieving his cauldron, he first utilized the system to scan the 2 malevolent figures before him. Upon scanning the figure pinned to the left, several intriguing entries materialized. Target: Lu Yang, cultivation level, late foundation establishment. Blue entry: acquired demon physique. White entry: surviving by any means. Black entry: fearful of death. Temporary black entry: overwhelmed with terror. Recognizing the value of this information, Chu Xingchen understood he could save on medicinal materials. He deliberately addressed the other malevolent figure. Might I inquire about your superior? The figure, displaying a commendable resolve, sneered coldly and fixed a piercing gaze upon Chu Xingchen, remaining silent. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen unleashed a swift strike of light, severing the figure's body, blood splattering onto Lu Yang, who was rendered powerless. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen turned his attention towards Lu Yang. The latter, having just witnessed the ruthless act, felt a surge of terror coursing through him. Is this truly interrogation? This is merely an excuse for murder, he thought, bewildered by the lack of questioning before the abrupt violence. Chu Xingchen then gazed at Lu Yang, lamenting, Lu Yang, why do people fail to cherish their own lives? Lu Yang, trembling, was taken aback by the words, incredulously responding, why do I know your name? A subtle smile graced Chu Xingchen's face. Capturing you is merely a matter of intelligence verification. If you refuse to speak, I shall simply relocate and capture another batch. Lu Yang's mind became a tangled mess, numerous names flashing through his thoughts. Who is the traitor? With his spirit sword emitting a faint glow, Chu Xingchen calmly stated, Lu Yang, it is your turn. Could you kindly reveal to me who your superior is? Lu Yang, momentarily lost in thought, noticed that Chu Xingchen appeared increasingly impatient, seemingly ready to cleave him in 2 with a single stroke. He hastily exclaimed, I will speak. I will speak. Just spare my life. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen displayed a hint of regret, as if he lamented the necessity of slaying an evil cultivator. Lu Yang quickly realized that the strikingly handsome young man before him was intent on ending his life rather than seeking any intelligence. Chu Xingchen, with a tone of disappointment, urged, confess, and I shall grant you mercy. You are not deceiving me, are you? I assure you with the honor of the heavenly transformation sect. No sooner had Chu Xingchen's words left his lips than Yaoqin cast a lingering gaze in their direction. Observing her expression, Lu Yang felt a wave of relief. It seemed there was still a semblance of trust. He promptly divulged, our operations at the Wind Sword sect have fully integrated into my sect. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and inquired, your sect? Lu Yang quickly corrected himself. Evil cult. Evil cult. I am merely a lackey responsible for this area. The Wind Sword sect is tasked with consolidating resources to send to the Holy Mother. Are there any secret codes? There is a token. Very well, I shall spare you. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave, stating, Yaoqin, the next steps are yours. How can you be so untrustworthy? Do you care nothing for the reputation of the Heavenly Transformation sect? Chu Xingchen retorted as he made his way out of the mine. I am not a part of the Heavenly Transformation sect. Who cares about that? Lu Yang glared at Chu Xingchen's departing figure, a flash of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Chu Xingchen paused momentarily at the entrance, and soon Yaoqin emerged from the tunnel. With a slightly subdued tone, Yaoqin began, I have acquired the token. If the information from the Demon Suppression Division is accurate, the Wind Sword sect has a supreme leader at the nascent soul stage, along with several elders in the late golden core stage. Hearing Yaoqin's somewhat dispirited demeanor, Chu Xingchen understood that even her confidence did not guarantee the annihilation of an entire sect. Yaoqin, your mindset seems to suggest that if we eliminate all who behold us, we can achieve perfect stealth. Chu Xingchen chuckled, you must learn to shift your perspective. Yaoqin looked at him, puzzled. Are they not evil cultivators? Chu Xingchen smiled and replied, who isn't, after all? Huh, just wait and watch my performance. The Wind Sword sect is situated a fair distance from the Qingfeng sect's mine, after all. In such a desolate area, the veins of spiritual energy are fragmented. Unlike the Qingfeng sect, which nestles amidst serene waters and mountains, the location of the Wind Sword sect exudes an air of desolation. Towering, rugged peaks, marked by traces of yellow earth, cradle a modest sect built halfway up the mountainside. From an external viewpoint, it lacks the opulence of the Qingfeng sect. Approximately 20 miles from the entrance of the Wind Sword sect, Chu Xingchen reluctantly poured out the blood spirit stones from his ring. Yaoqin gazed at the heap of blood spirit stones accumulating on the ground, exclaiming in admiration, Chu Xingchen, I underestimated you. With a wistful look, Chu Xingchen earnestly cautioned Yaoqin, these are my lifeblood. Be sure to reclaim them at all costs. Chapter 69. How can we establish the evil spirit sect with you insects? Chu Xingchen emptied all the blood spirit stones from his spatial ring. The sight of 3,000 to 4,000 blood spirit stones piled together was indeed quite impressive. With a helpless sigh, Yaoqin produced the token she had obtained from the sinister cultivator. After absorbing the blood chi spirit stones into it, she found that the token could not accommodate all of them, leaving behind a small pile. Chu Xingchen quickly retrieved the remaining spirit stones. The audacity of those wicked cultivators suggested they were at a critical juncture, desperately in need of resources, to the extent that they would settle for anything. They had even sacrificed the entire village, including women and children, indicating a severe shortage of blood chi. Faced with such a substantial amount of high-quality blood chi spirit stones, they would likely rush to claim them. By following the personnel delivering them to the Holy Mother, he could potentially capture them. Chu Xingchen extended his hand and said, hand me the token. You wait here. If anyone comes, just follow them. Yaoqin hesitated slightly before suggesting, what if I go instead, and you wait outside? With your demeanor, how could you possibly pass for a wicked cultivator? Chu Xingchen replied with exasperation. They laugh menacingly, while you can't even smile. Let me handle this. Yaoqin sighed. Recognizing her lack of acting skills, she would likely be exposed immediately and thrown into a bloody conflict. Reluctantly, she handed the token to Chu Xingchen, cautioning him, stay safe. If anything happens, I will come to support you. Chu Xingchen took the token with firm assurance, saying, rest assured, just watch my performance. Yaoqin nodded lightly, watching as he swiftly flew towards the entrance of the Wind Sword sect. As Chu Xingchen made no effort to conceal his spiritual energy fluctuations, 2 foundation-building disciples at the sect's entrance quickly noticed him soaring through the air. One disciple on the left side cautiously inquired, may I ask what brings you to the Wind Sword sect, esteemed elder? Scanning the two with his system panel, Chu Xingchen noted they both possessed the innate demonic body trait, suggesting they were well aware of the situation. He snorted disdainfully, expressing his anger. I come bearing blood chi spirit stones. I hear the Holy Mother has resorted to sacrificing even women and children due to a lack of blood chi. Your plans for the evil spirit cult are utterly doomed. What do you mean, esteemed elder? What evil spirit cult? The foundation-building disciples were taken aback, hastily retreating. Just as one was about to sound the alarm, he saw a dark red aura suddenly manifest in Chu Xingchen's left hand, effortlessly stirring the blood chi within him with an overwhelming force. This caused him to halt abruptly. His disbelief turned to conviction. The striking young man before him was undoubtedly a seasoned wicked cultivator, and a particularly formidable one at that. Though he had encountered notorious figures from the evil spirit cult before, he had never met one capable of invoking their own blood chi merely by summoning a spirit aura. The foundation-building disciple quickly ceased his movements and cupped his hands respectfully, saying, Esteemed elder, please hold on. I will notify the sect leader immediately. Chu Xingchen urged. Do not waste time. Go swiftly. Hearing this, the disciple dashed into the sect. After a brief wait, a middle-aged man clad in white rapidly approached, soaring through the air. He landed before Chu Xingchen, clasped his hands in greeting, and asked, I am the sect leader of the Wind Sword sect. May I inquire who you are? If not recognized, at least the spirit stones will suffice. Chu Xingchen seemed reluctant to engage in further conversation, directly tossing the token in his hand towards the middle-aged man in white. It was baffling how one could hope to strengthen the evil spirit sect while working alongside such vermin. The leader of the Wind Sword sect reached out to catch the token. Upon probing its essence with his consciousness, he discovered it was brimming with blood energy spirit stones. He looked up at Chu Xingchen in astonishment, only to find disappointment etched in the latter's eyes. The mother is pivotal to our plan. Do not delay. I shall procure more spirit stones elsewhere, Chu Xingchen declared, fixing his gaze on the leader of the Wind Sword sect. Convey to that group of insects that once this matter is resolved, I will hold them accountable for their ineptitude. Just as the leader of the Wind Sword sect was about to respond, a surge of dark red spiritual power erupted from Chu Xingchen, transforming into a dark crimson rainbow that shot away. This prevented him from voicing his thoughts. He glanced down at the token in his hand. Regardless, the urgently needed blood energy spirit stones were undoubtedly genuine, especially considering that the aura they exuded was unmistakably of evil cultivators. Could it be that the evil spirit sect of Central Continent had managed to send aid even in such dire circumstances? The leader of the Wind Sword sect stowed the token away and turned to his disciples, instructing, Go, gather 3 elders. Accompany me in escorting these spirit stones to the mother. Yes, sect leader. A short while later, the leader of the Wind Sword sect, accompanied by 3 Golden Core elders, raced towards the place of the Mother's covenant. One of the Golden Core elders spoke with skepticism. Sect leader, no information has been relayed. Are you certain this is reliable? The leader of the Wind Sword sect replied, We have reached a critical juncture. Once the mother is born, everything will settle. As long as these blood energy spirit stones are authentic, do other matters truly hold significance? The elder who had inquired nodded slightly, conceding the point. Another Golden Core elder furrowed his brow, speaking in an odd tone. Sect leader, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. You're too timid. We haven't felt anything, the leader retorted. I've told you before, focus less on frivolities and devote your time to cultivation. It seems you have spent too much effort on matters of the heart, leaving your consciousness rather preoccupied. Noticing the irritation on the face of the mocked Golden Core elder, the leader quickly interjected, At this moment, refrain from idle chatter. Whatever issues arise, we shall address them after delivering these spirit stones and returning to the Wind Sword sect. With the leader's command, the remaining Golden Core elders fell silent. For the remainder of the journey, the quartet traveled in silence until dawn broke, leading them to a range of continuous mountains. The leader of the Wind Sword sect was the first to halt at the foot of one such mountain, swiftly extending his consciousness to scan the surroundings. After confirming that no one was within his perceptible range, he reached out to touch the mountain's face, channeling blood energy into it. A crimson glow erupted from the mountain wall, swiftly entwining around the leader's arm, seemingly validating something. Once assured, the dark red energy retreated, causing the sheer cliff before him to dissolve into blood mist. The leader of the Wind Sword sect scanned the area once more with his consciousness, confirming that it was still deserted before leading the 3 Golden Core elders into the hidden space. The blood mist surged forth from the cliff face once more, coalescing into the very rock itself. Meanwhile, behind a towering tree, Yaoqin looked on in confusion as she confronted Chu Xingchen, declaring, That is clearly an array of evil cultivator rituals, requiring sinister techniques to penetrate. They may not have emerged from here, and if we delay, could it be too late? Such trifling methods of evil cultivators. Watch me. You're not going to attack? Then why nod your head? Before the cliff, Yaoqin regarded Chu Xingchen with uncertainty as he reached out to touch the mountain. Soon, the blood energy that had only just appeared surged forth again from the precipice, beginning to coil around Chu Xingchen's arm. Witnessing this scene, Yaoqin could not help but voice her concern. Are you certain this is safe? Chu Xingchen did not respond verbally. Instead, he allowed the blood energy to latch onto him, and in no time at all, the frenzied aura entwined itself within his body. Without hesitation, he summoned his internal spiritual power, employing the techniques of Lixing Tian to seize it forcefully. The once tumultuous blood energy was instantly subdued upon meeting his spiritual force, becoming malleable under his will. With unwavering resolve, Chu Xingchen entangled the blood energy with his own power, effortlessly tearing it asunder. In the midst of Yaoqin's astonished gaze, the walls suddenly crumbled, dissipating into blood mist. Is this evil cult truly so poorly organized? Done. Let's proceed, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, leading the way inside. Yao Qin followed closely behind. The cave exhibited distinct signs of excavation, appearing rather crude and hastily constructed. A narrow path wide enough for three to traverse lay ahead, devoid of any illumination. However, for a golden core master, this presented little challenge. Upon entering, they were immediately met with a suffocating stench of blood. Yao Qin's expression grew grave as she stepped forward, asserting, "I will take the lead. The secret arts of the Tianyan sect are unparalleled in the Central Plains." Chu Xingchen had no objections to this. As they delved deeper into the cave, the oppressive odor intensified, almost materializing around them. Yao Qin felt an unsettling heaviness, akin to trudging through a quagmire, which impeded her movement. Stealing a glance at Chu Xingchen, she noticed his demeanor was relaxed, appearing far more at ease than she felt, which brought her a measure of relief. With caution, they approached, and after a few dozen steps, voices reached their ears. "You worthless lot. Can't accomplish anything on your own. Do you need the assistance of the holy sect of the Central Plains? Do you not realize that the most likely candidate for the sacred embryo seed has perished because of that shoddy blood energy? Dead, dead, dead." A shrill female voice seethed with rage. "Now all that's left is a sickly wretch, and you come asking for spirit stones. Where were you all this time?" Upon hearing this, they cautiously crept forward. The voices emanated from around a corner, and Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin exchanged a glance before cautiously peering around the bend. Before them lay an expansive chamber, adorned with intricate ritual patterns on the ground, with 6 dark crimson cauldrons placed at each cardinal point. The dark red blood energy bubbling ominously upwards. A deep crimson aura surged from the massive cauldron, ascending towards the very center of the ritual platform, transforming into a sphere of sanguine energy that seemed to envelop something within. Beneath this blood sphere sat a middle-aged woman clad in a dark red robe. Her back turned to Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin, positioned at the heart of the ritual. Meanwhile, the head of the Wind Sword sect and his associates, tasked with transporting the blood spirit stones, were in the process of pouring the stones into the 6 cauldrons. The sect leader hesitated slightly, and for the sake of future considerations, he began to justify. It was the Clear Wind sect that caused the mishap. Before he could finish, the woman in red bellowed, "Mishap! Mishap! Everything is a mishap. Why are you not dead from these mishaps?" Stifled by her harsh words, the Wind Sword sect leader fell silent. The situation, which was already nearing its conclusion, could have been more manageable had the Clear Wind sect's mind not encountered unexpected troubles. That batch of spirit stones was likely sufficient to support the metamorphosis of the holy fetus this time, and the deceased holy fetus was indeed of the highest quality, surpassing the current one. It was no wonder the Holy Mother was so enraged. They could only hope for a favorable outcome. They allowed the woman in red to vent her fury, silently arranging all the blood spirit stones in place. This scene caused Chu Xingchen's heart to ache, as numerous spirit stones transformed into blood mist and dispersed into the air. Under the barrage of insults, the Wind Sword sect leader mustered the courage to speak. "Holy Mother, everything is in order. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." The woman in red interrupted vehemently, "Get lost. You worthless lot. Just get out of my sight." Upon hearing this, the sect leader ceased his words, bowed respectfully, and departed in another direction. Yao Qin's speculation proved correct. The exit and entrance were not in the same location. As several members of the Wind Sword sect and those at the Golden Core stage exited, the vast cavern was left with only the woman in red, who continued to rage alone. After observing everything, Yao Qin turned her gaze toward Chu Xingchen, her eyes locking onto his. Initially shaking her head, she then nodded gently. Chu Xingchen understood her intention. He was well aware of Yao Qin's thoughts. Her look conveyed that this was merely an infant soul realm evil cultivator and that he need not intervene. She would handle it herself. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his spirit sword, knowing that in combat, a group fight was preferable to a duel. However, the moment he summoned the sword, Yao Qin's expression changed dramatically. Seeing this, Yao Qin swiftly drew her long sword and said gravely, "What I meant was to withdraw." At the moment Chu Xingchen summoned his spirit sword, the woman in red's consciousness locked onto him with alarming speed. A wave of dark crimson energy surged forth, and with his spirit sword imbued with water dragon energy, Chu Xingchen cleaved through the incoming blood aura. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Why are you not fighting? What was the point of your nodding?" "I wasn't nodding to encourage you to attack. I was signaling you to turn back." Yao Qin's long sword radiated a sharp, luminous energy as she unleashed the heavenly transformation Taiji sword relentlessly toward the woman in red. A divine ability? The woman narrowed her eyes, and a thick wall of blood energy suddenly materialized before her. The heavenly transformation Taiji sword possessed immense power, and the blood wall she conjured barely withstood the blow before being cleaved apart, causing the blood energy to scatter wildly. The woman in red furrowed her brow. and a blood lotus materialized behind her, blooming with an endless crimson hue. The surging force of blood energy erupted from the lotus, violently colliding with the incoming Tianyin Taiqing sword. The clash of blood energy and spiritual force unleashed tremendous fluctuations of energy, threatening to obliterate the cave. The woman in red widened her eyes, urging the blood lotus to blossom even more, determined to prevent the excess energy from devastating her surroundings. Seeing this, Chu Xingchen did not hesitate. He flickered forward, his spiritual sword, Water Dragon, soaring upwards as he launched a frenzied assault towards the woman in red. She glanced at him, and the bells at her waist flew out autonomously, unleashing a torrent of blood energy. The dark red mist began to coalesce, and as she raised her hand, the blood energy rapidly condensed, enveloping the approaching water dragon. With a light step, the ground beneath her erupted with a dark red glow, and blood energy surged forth from the array inscribed on the floor. 6 large cauldrons each emitted blood energy, flowing towards the crimson lotus behind her, making the already striking flower even more prominent. With a cold sneer, the woman in red proclaimed, 2 mere golden core cultivators dare to stir trouble in my domain. Chapter 71. Can blood energy be false? Yao Qing's expression grew grave as the frantic blood energy swirled around her, wrapping her in its chaotic embrace. This blood energy seemed to possess an additional effect, stirring the emotions of others. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming impulse to disregard everything and behead the woman in red. She attempted to erect a shield of spiritual energy, only to find that the blood energy eroded her defenses at an alarming rate. The opponent was at the nascent soul stage, and she and Chu Xingchen's combined spiritual power likely paled in comparison to the woman in red. Furthermore, with the thick blood energy surrounding them, they needed to end this swiftly. Yao Qing lightly tossed her sword, forming hand seals with both hands. After a brief shimmer of spiritual light, her sword seemed to transcend time and space, flashing directly before the woman in red. The woman smiled lightly as the blood energy around her suddenly coalesced, transforming into a viscous liquid that swiftly enveloped the approaching flying sword, eroding its sharp intent entirely. With a disdainful smile, she remarked, "Just right. My son is in need of a fine blood meal. You will serve him well. Chu Xingchen, you retreat first. I will cover you." Yao Qing bit her silver teeth, asserting her dominance over the blood energy that surrounded her. This was her territory. There was no time for hesitation. She would provide the shield. "Oh." The woman in red expressed surprise, saying, "My son delights in those who are emotional and loyal. You are precisely to his taste." Yao Qing let out a cold shout as her spiritual energy erupted suddenly. The flying sword, entangled in blood energy, burst forth with an overwhelming radiance. It swiftly freed itself from the clutches of the blood, and Yao Qing dashed forward, seizing the incoming sword without hesitation, launching an assault towards the woman in red. The sword in her hand shone brilliantly, and a menacing aura rapidly ascended. The woman in red's expression darkened instantly. This girl was clearly intent on risking it all. She hastily commanded the floating bells beside her to charge at Yao Qing. With icy determination in her eyes, Yao Qing faced the bells, still radiating horrific blood energy, unafraid, and decisively swung her sword. Boom! A colossal wave of spiritual power surged, engulfing the surroundings. Behind the woman in red, the blood lotus emitted a swift and brilliant radiance, drawing spiritual energy into its depths. Yet, this came at a cost, as one of the petals of the blood lotus withered rapidly. Although the woman in red was engaged in combat with Yao Qing, a significant portion of her attention was directed toward Chu Xingchen. Yao Qing, despite her commendable abilities and solid cultivation at the mid-stage of the golden core, paled in comparison to Chu Xingchen, whose aura was seamless and devoid of flaws, exuding an overwhelming density of spiritual energy that bordered on the nascent soul level. However, her divine abilities did not match the caliber of the woman in red. Yet, the latter perceived Chu Xingchen as a greater threat. What astonished the woman in red was that at this moment, Chu Xingchen made no move, standing still as if lost in thought. What could this mean? His aura was but a faint ripple, lacking the readiness to unleash power. Seizing the opportunity, the woman in red swiftly departed from the center of the ritual platform, charging toward Yao Qing. She reached for the bell that was clashing with Yao Qing's weapon and gave it a gentle shake. The sound reverberated. A bizarre sonic wave infused with blood essence abruptly propelled Yao Qing away. With a resounding crash, Yao Qing collided with the mountainside, the tremendous force creating a sizable crater. Struggling against the pressure, Yao Qing lifted her gaze only to discover that Chu Xingchen remained motionless. The woman in red, now pressing forward, unleashed a brilliant crimson light from the bell. "Chu Xingchen," Yao Qing cried out, reaching for a talisman at her waist and hurling it in his direction. Ignoring her pain, she strained to raise her sword, desperately extracting every ounce of spiritual energy from within her. Yaoqin shouted fiercely, "Run!" Her sword's oppressive aura surged once more, blood trickling from her lips. Yet her gaze remained resolute as she swung her blade with renewed vigor, in stark contrast to their previous near-equal clash. The menacing blood essence seemed to yield at this moment. With a powerful strike, it was the woman in red who found herself retreating. Yaoqin stared at her in disbelief, only to see the same incredulity reflected in the eyes of the woman in red. They both turned their gaze toward Chu Xingchen, witnessing the talisman entwined in blood essence. Suspended in midair, untouched by him, Chu Xingchen glanced at the teleportation talisman, contemplating, "Run? This is our domain now." With a subtle tilt of his head and a gentle raise of his hand, the blood essence in the arena surged wildly towards him. Moments ago, they had been locked in a struggle against the very essence. The woman in red hastily rang the bell, only to find the surrounding blood essence completely unyielding to her control, even beginning to erode her own being. As she rang the bell once more blood essence flowed forth, yet it became evident to her that she could not command it. With a look of horror, the woman in red turned to Chu Xingchen, demanding, "Who are you? How do you understand the methods of our holy sect's blood essence?" Chu Xingchen chuckled softly, offering no answer. And with a slight lift of his hand, the blood essence in the arena surged violently toward the woman in red. Beside her, Yaoqin stood in a daze, observing the thick, sanguine energy swirling around Chu Xingchen, rendering him akin to a malevolent practitioner. This blood aura obediently followed his command, launching a frenzied assault towards the woman in red. In that moment, Yaoqin found herself unable to discern who the true villain was. However, it was not only Yaoqin and the red-clad woman who were bewildered. The members of the Wind Sword sect, who had just re-entered the scene, were equally stunned. The earlier clash had not gone unnoticed. Having not ventured too far, they heard the violent commotion emanating from the cave. After a brief hesitation, they decided to return, driven by a sense of precaution. Upon their return, they witnessed the Holy Mother under relentless assault from the surrounding blood energy. Even the blood lotus behind her dimming in hue. The one orchestrating this chaos was none other than the nefarious disciples from the Central Plains Evil Spirit sect, leaving only one figure, a remarkably graceful maiden, who bore no semblance of a villain. Yet, she remained inactive while the two evil practitioners engaged in fierce combat. The woman in red suddenly directed her gaze toward the leader of the Wind Sword sect, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and eliminate these two." Just as the sect leader was poised to draw his sword, Chu Xingchen's fierce gaze met his, and he retorted, "What nonsense! You foolish curs! Can't you see this Holy Mother is a fraud? Hurry and slay this impostor." His words caused the sect leader to halt abruptly. The red-clad woman, wielding her bell to fend off the tumultuous blood energy, cursed, "You incompetent fools! From the very beginning, I was in this plan with you." As the sect leader and the elders behind him prepared once more to draw their swords, Chu Xingchen, in a calm, yet chilling tone, stated, "The words may be false. But can this blood energy be a mere ruse? Who exactly is controlling it? Is the Holy Mother truly inferior to the other evil practitioners?" The leader of the Wind Sword sect paused again, realizing the validity of his words. Chapter 72. This group is bound to make mistakes. The woman in red cast a furious glance at the imbeciles around her, tossing her bell into the air, which began to ring on its own, instantly dispersing the incoming blood energy. She then propelled herself towards the central blood sphere suspended in the ritual array, her blood lotus phantom unfurling behind her to envelop it. Witnessing this, the leader of the Wind Sword sect grasped the gravity of the situation. This was the ultimate ceremony of the holy sect, and the Holy Mother must indeed be genuine. Swiftly drawing his sword to assist, several Golden Core elders followed suit, unleashing a flurry of flying swords that split into dozens of blades, hurtling towards Chu Xingchen. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen commanded the blood energy within the chamber to swiftly envelop Yaoqin, except the blood energy. Upon hearing this, Yaoqin did not waver. She immediately dispelled her spiritual shield, allowing the sanguine aura to cling to her body. She soon felt the energy coursing through her veins, capable of being directed with precision, providing a relentless surge of chaotic power that alleviated the pressure on her spiritual energy. Yet, the cold expression on Yaoqin's face, coupled with the blood energy entwining her, rendered her far more sinister than Chu Xingchen. After consuming an urgent healing pill, Yaoqin surged forward, her long sword once again coalescing with spiritual power. As the surrounding blood energy quickly adhered to her, with a fierce cry, she lunged towards the 4 Golden Core members of the Wind Sword sect, who were eager to render assistance. With the enhancement of blood energy, the Tianyin Taiqing sword was swung forth once more. The originally pure and shimmering aura now became imbued with boundless bloodlust, and as the sword was unleashed, it carried an overwhelming stench of slaughter. If the basic version of the Tianyan Taiching sword possessed a chilling sharpness, then this upgraded version exuded an audacious ferocity, as if declaring, "I shall crush everything in my path." The violent energy dispersed carelessly around, causing the rocky walls to crack swiftly. In the face of such formidable might, the 4 members of the Wind Sword sect dared not be negligent. Their blood energy erupted with fervor, and their swords redirected towards Yaoqin. Chu Xingchen cast a glance and noticed that Yaoqin could hold on for a little longer, prompting him to charge towards the blood energy sphere without hesitation. Regardless of the intentions of the woman in red, as long as things did not go her way, it would be a bloodbath. If she could not outmatch me in blood energy, then this sphere shall belong to me. The spiritual sword in Chu Xingchen's hand suddenly emanated a sanguine aura. Although Li Yingling's mastery of the technique surpassed that of Li Xingtian, upon deciphering the blood energy, he realized that Li Xingtian's technique, albeit somewhat unrefined, seemed to possess a natural restraining quality against this blood energy. In any case, whatever is useful over there, I shall employ it. With dark red, turbulent spiritual power enveloping his sword, Chu Xingchen felt his golden core surge with explosive vigor. He bellowed, channeling his spiritual energy into the sword. Regardless of what this entity truly was, he would seize it first. However, this endeavor was not without its challenges, as the blood lotus continued to resist the influx of his spiritual energy. Nevertheless, bolstered by the suppression of his technique and the pinnacle strength of his flawless golden core, Chu Xingchen was still able to advance his spiritual energy. Bring it on. The techniques of Li Xingtian operated frantically, swiftly stripping the woman in red of her control. As long as he persevered a little longer, this sphere would belong entirely to Chu Xingchen. Faced with the current predicament, the woman in red felt utterly helpless. Continuing to contest with this young man would surely lead to her own downfall. In resignation, she unleashed a brilliant burst of light from the blood lotus, refraining from using blood energy for fear of being further usurped by Chu Xingchen. A formidable practitioner of evil was forced into a position where she could not wield her dark arts. The power of her nascent soul erupted suddenly, causing a petal to fall from the blood lotus, hurtling directly towards Chu Xingchen. Being a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, the woman in red was not to be underestimated, and upon witnessing this, Chu Xingchen did not dare to withstand the force of the attack, promptly retreating. After successfully repelling Chu Xingchen with this maneuver, the woman in red could no longer maintain her state and quickly plummeted from the air. As the blood lotus withdrew, Chu Xingchen looked up to see the blood-wreathed sphere dissipating, revealing a ragged little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, surrounded by a swirling aura of blood. The dark red energy had enveloped her entire being, transforming her into an entity seemingly composed of blood, or rather, she was in the process of becoming one. As Chu Xingchen's consciousness swept over her, he discerned her frail form. Her bones and muscles had nearly turned to sanguine liquid. This sacred embryo was likely a child who had met certain conditions, being ritualistically refined and reborn through blood energy, reconstructing her very essence to emerge anew into the world. The child's heartbeat has grown exceedingly faint. It seems this ritual is nearing its conclusion. However, there is no time to dwell on such matters. Chu Xingchen first raised his hand, directing the surrounding blood energy towards Yaoyin to alleviate her pressure. The woman in red inhaled deeply, her voice laced with fury as she demanded, "Which nefarious sect do you belong to?" The spirit sword in Chu Xingchen's grasp pulsed with a dark crimson energy, its might escalating rapidly. In a fleeting moment, he compressed the remaining blood energy around him, appearing before the woman in red. With immense power, he swung his sword down towards her. "The advantage is mine. Only a fool would grant you time to delay." With a furious cry, the woman in red hastily thrust a nearby bell to counter his attack. At that moment, she found herself utterly unable to continue protecting the surrounding ritual instruments from harm. As their forces collided, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy swept through the area. The sheer force was so great that even Yaoyin and her companions on the opposite side were caught in the aftermath, desperately channeling their own energies to withstand the onslaught. The woman in red, her eyes wide with shock, turned to gaze at the sacred embryo still suspended in midair, only to discover that the blood energy from the 6 cauldrons remained under the control of the ritual, maintaining its function and keeping the incredibly fragile sacred embryo unharmed. Just as relief washed over her, she noticed Chu Xingchen raising his right hand, a terrifying blood energy gathering with ferocity, poised to strike the vulnerable sacred embryo. Yet this was merely a feint. The blood energy he was manipulating was not aimed at the sacred embryo. Just as the woman in red contemplated interrupting his actions, she suddenly felt a chilling presence behind her, accompanied by the furious warning of the Wind Sword sect's leader, "Be careful." Instinctively, she raised her hand in defense. But soon the cold energy pierced through her spiritual shield, striking directly at her body. Clang! A long sword swiftly penetrated her chest. She glanced sideways to see Yaoying, her hands forming seals, her gaze icy and fixated upon her. Behind Yaoying, a wall of blood energy shielded her from the attacks of the 4 inept members of the Wind Sword Sect. Indeed, this group could only cause trouble. As this thought flashed through her mind, the long sword flickered again, piercing her body once more. With a furious shout, Chu Xingchen summoned the entirety of his internal golden elixir's power. Seizing the moment of her weakness, he aimed to take her life. This sword cleaved through the bell that had been raised in defense, and Chu Xingchen followed up with a surge of spiritual sword energy, cleaving the woman in red entirely in two. Boom! The explosive and chaotic sword energy, after utterly shattering her body, continued to exert its terrifying aftermath, obliterating everything in its path and opening a new passage within the cavern. As Yaoying reclaimed her spirit sword, the wall of blood energy dissipated. The 4 members of the Wind Sword Sect, eager to engage further, were met with the grim sight of the once sacred figure reduced to a puddle of mud scattered about. Chu Xingchen, holding his spirit sword, and Yaoying, both gazing coldly at the 4 members of the Wind Sword Sect, showed no hesitation. The mother figure was dead. Their plans had failed. Even if they managed to win a bloody battle, it would be meaningless. Moreover, it was uncertain whether they could even secure victory. The 4 members of the Wind Sword Sect exchanged not a single word, their movements synchronized as they turned and fled without hesitation. Chapter 73. Cultivable Attributes. The 4 golden elixir practitioners of the Wind Sword Sect turned to retreat without a moment's pause. These 2 possessed the ability to transcend boundaries and slay those in the nascent soul stage, a feat they could not hope to contend with. Moreover, particularly regarding the strikingly handsome young man, his mastery of dark arts is exceedingly profound, enabling him to seize control of the life essence from the Holy Mother. This cannot be deemed cowardice. It is merely a strategy to conserve strength. In light of the Wind Sword Sect's retreat, both Yaoqin and Chu Xingchen had no intention of pursuing, for crossing borders to strike down a nascent soul would entail considerable consumption. With the advantage of life essence in their home territory, victory would be effortless, but venturing out without this support would yield a win, albeit at the risk of attracting reinforcements from the Wind Sword Sect, which could prove detrimental. Yaoqin lifted her gaze towards the young girl still suspended in midair. Is this the plan of the evil spirit sect? It seems likely. After Chu Xingchen responded, he sheathed his spiritual sword and, with a spirit of experimentation, used the system to scan the young girl before him. To his astonishment, the system indeed revealed the girl's profile. Target: cultivation level, none. Orange attributes may be generating. Attribute: black attribute, life essence reversal, black attribute, critical injury. Attribute generation in progress. Completion will meet the conditions for apprenticeship. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow. Why were there so many question marks in this scan? Yaoqin's expression turned to one of regret, realizing that this child was likely captured by the dark cultivators. However, given the circumstances, she summoned spiritual light from her sword, intending to liberate the unfortunate child. After all, during her mental scan, she found the child's bones nearly dissolved, and her heartbeat was exceedingly faint. Such a condition could not sustain life for long. Rather than prolonging her suffering, it would be better to grant her release. Wait. Chu Xingchen inhaled deeply, stopping Yaoqin. Yaoqin's gaze was perplexed, yet she halted her actions. Chu Xingchen's eyes swept over the ritual instruments and the 6 colossal cauldrons filled with spirit stones. The immortal seed, and these might not perfectly purify the tainted life essence. Chu Xingchen swiftly reached a decision. Spirit stones could ultimately be replenished, but the immortal seedlings were not easily encountered. Half an hour later, 2 streaks of rainbow light soared from the cave, heading straight towards Yuzhou City. Within the courtyard of the Sihiyuan, where Chu Xingchen resided in Yuzhou City, one streak of light descended rapidly. Li Yingling, who was pondering over her magical techniques in the courtyard, turned her head. She beheld her master cradling a child wrapped in a blanket. Li Yingling, puzzled, cautiously inquired, "Master, who is this child?" Hearing the commotion, Li Xingtian also opened the door, and upon hearing his senior sister's words, he too looked at the child in their master's arms. Chu Xingchen sighed as he looked at Li Yingling, saying, "Come here and take your future junior sister." Future junior sister? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling hurried forward, extending her hands to receive the little girl from Chu Xingchen's embrace. The child appeared exceedingly pale, her breath barely perceptible, yet her features were exquisitely delicate, undoubtedly a beauty in the making. However, a dark red energy occasionally flickered across her skin's surface. Li Yingling, filled with concern, asked, "Master, this child seems..." "Do not worry. Her condition is manageable for now, as long as you do not agitate her." Chu Xingchen promptly rummaged through his spatial ring for the few remaining healing herbs, declaring, "I shall concoct a remedy for her." Upon witnessing this, Li Yingling hesitated and ventured, "Master, are you certain you do not want to reconsider?" Standing silently at the entrance, Li Xingtian sensed something amiss. He promptly stepped forward, scrutinizing the child in his senior sister's arms, before gently placing his finger against the little girl's forehead. After discerning the situation, he spoke, "Master, allow me to take over." Chu Xingchen paused in his motions of retrieving medicinal herbs. Casting a puzzled glance at his second disciple, "You can heal?" "Not quite. However, I happen to have a remedy for her condition." Li Xingtian was confident that the little girl before him was suffering from a disruption of her vital energy and physical form, an issue that his cultivated orthodox methods could potentially address. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen halted his actions as well, knowing his second disciple's temperament. He understood that such certainty was not expressed lightly. "Then give it a try." Li Xingtian nodded gently, taking the child from his senior sister's arms and walking directly to his own room, where he placed her on the bed. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling followed him inside. Li Xingtian took a deep breath, and a crimson aura of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from him, enveloping the little girl before swiftly penetrating her body. Soon, a series of cracking sounds echoed from her small frame, a cacophony that caused Li Yingling's brow to furrow in concern. After approximately 15 minutes, Li Xingtian gradually retracted his spiritual energy, inhaling deeply before turning to his master. "She is stabilized now. Master, shall we awaken her?" After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen replied, "If you can, then please do." Li Xingtian extended his hand, lightly touching the little girl's forehead, and a faint surge of spiritual energy quickly surged within her. The girl, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes wide and began to breathe heavily. Instinctively, she flipped over, her gaze filled with terror as she surveyed her surroundings. A series of unclear, somewhat hoarse sounds escaped her lips. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly and scanned the little girl again with his system. Target: cultivation, none, orange entry, bewildering celestial maiden entry. Entry: temporary black entry, weak, meets disciple requirements. The two critical entries had indeed vanished, suggesting that her life was no longer in peril. However, what did the question mark for the target signify? Chu Xingchen pondered briefly before speaking. "This little sister of yours is named Chun Baiqing." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling nodded and immediately pulled her second junior brother behind her. It was clear that Li Xingtian's fierce appearance had startled their little sister. "Chun Baiqing, I am your senior sister. Do not be afraid. You are home now." Li Yingling cautiously extended her hand, attempting to gently stroke the little girl who was leaning against the edge of the bed. Chu Xingchen scanned the girl once more, and this time, the target was no longer a question mark, but had transformed into target, Chun Baiqing. So it was as such. This led him to deduce that the two question mark entries likely indicated her potential for cultivation. Chun Baiqing gazed at Li Yingling, whose expression was gentle and sincere. If the cold, indifferent man had instilled a sense of dread in her, then this sister emanated an aura of boundless warmth. This sensation appears to be an instinctive response from the body, and deep within, there is an unconscious reliance on this intuition. The little girl slowly extends her hand, gently reaching out to touch Li Yingling's hand, her tone soft and filled with curiosity. "Master sister?" Li Yingling's smile blossoms even more radiantly in response. Observing this situation, Chu Xingchen hurriedly interjects, having invested nearly all his spirit stones into Chun Baiqing. The mere recollection of it now causes him immense heartache. Seizing the moment, he decides to have her acknowledge him as her master first. Chu Xingchen gazes at Chun Baiqing with sincere and fervent eyes. "I am your master. Call me master." Upon hearing this, Chun Baiqing turns her head to look at Chu Xingchen, suddenly realizing that he seems to be concerned for her. Is he perhaps someone who genuinely cares for her? She extends her other hand towards Chu Xingchen, her tone equally gentle. "Master?" "Disciple successfully recruited," as the prompt resonates. Chu Xingchen is moved to reach out and grasp Chun Baiqing's other hand. In this way, it is indeed a considerable gain. Only Li Xingtian, standing behind the two, feels a sense of exclusion at the sudden addition of a junior sister. Chapter 74, the only one who extended a hand. Third disciple, Chun Baiqing, bestowed technique. Purple Charm Celestial Spirit Sutra. Task 2 completed. True Martial Hall. Rewards have been deposited into the system backpack. Series of tasks completed. Cultivation level increased by 1 tier. Golden Core perfected. Elevated to Yuan Ing stage. New series task 1. Construct the True Martial Hall. Reward. Enlightenment Chamber. Series task 2. Recruit 4 disciples. Reward. Martial Arts Performance Hall. After reviewing the system notifications, Chu Xingchen felt an influx of pure spiritual energy surging within the Golden Core, and upon introspection, he observed the Golden Core beginning to shake vigorously. Subsequently, the Golden Core rapidly transformed into a stream of light, shedding particles of spiritual essence that coalesced into a pristine lotus pedestal. A somewhat chibi version of Chu Xingchen sits serenely on the lotus platform, eyes closed, displaying no reaction. The spiritual energy that once circulated within his golden core, now fully converging into the Yuaning. Even though Chu Xingchen has already transcended to the Yuaning stage, his two disciples remain completely unaware of this shift. The Yuaning stage signifies the inward evolution of life, creating a division between the internal and external realms. At this moment, although Chun Baiqing's hands are held, her eyes remain filled with bewilderment as she gazes around, seemingly yet to fully regain her senses. Chu Xingchen gently inquires, "Do you still remember who you are?" Upon hearing her master's words, Li Yingling turns in disbelief. "Master? What does that mean? Did you perhaps abduct this child from somewhere?" Chun Baiqing, coming back to her senses, looks at Chu Xingchen with a puzzled expression. "I remember, my name is Chun Baiqing." "Is that truly your name?" Chun Baiqing inquires further. "Did you not say that, master?" Chu Xingchen is momentarily rendered speechless. Although he is uncertain about what exactly transpired, Chun Baiqing tilts her head slightly, addressing Chu Xingchen. "But I do recall that you saved me. You mentioned that a few spirit stones cannot equate to a life. You even exclaimed that it was incredibly expensive." Li Yingling, initially moved by the sentiment, finds the last remark rather diminishing of the emotional impact. Chu Xingchen, astonished, responds, "Did you not faint? Did you hear that as well?" "I distinctly heard that segment, and then I truly fainted," Chun Baiqing recounted, her petite frame slightly retreating. Releasing the small hand of Chun Baiqing, Chu Xingchen inquired, "What else do you remember?" Chun Baiqing lowered her head, pondering briefly. "I recall being sold," she stated, her voice faltering. Before continuing in a hushed tone, "Mother said that only by selling me could everyone survive." She then lifted her little face and asked, "So now, am I sold to you again? You may regret your purchase. I am actually quite inexpensive." In response to Chun Baiqing's words, the three disciples fell into a contemplative silence. Chu Xingchen earnestly asked, "Do you understand what your master means?" Upon hearing this, Chun Baiqing furrowed her brow in thought, then disappointingly shook her head. Gently, Chu Xingchen reached out and affectionately ruffled Chun Baiqing's hair, explaining, "It means you have found a new home, and from now on, you will live with us." "Live together?" Chun Baiqing gazed up at Chu Xingchen's warm smile, her thoughts momentarily stifled, before she fell silent again, allowing her head to be gently stroked. Ever since her awakening, Chun Baiqing found herself inexplicably capable of instantly sensing the emotions of those around her. Moreover, this instinctive ability was met with an unwavering trust from within. Before her stood three individuals, and she had just experienced a clear perception of their emotions. Upon opening her eyes, she recognized her senior brother, whose demeanor felt somewhat detached and unfeeling. It was not malicious, but he certainly harbored no extra fondness for her. His fierce gaze startled her. As for the senior sister, she sensed a gentle sympathy directed toward her. Regarding her master, she had felt a flicker of emotion earlier, yet now there was none to be found. Chun Baiqing struggled to comprehend the true meaning of master, associating it only with her father, whose memory had faded considerably. Just like her original name, upon waking, her recollections were in disarray, as if much had been lost. Only the most profound memories remained hazily intact. She was uncertain of where she had been sold this time. But at the very least, this place appeared to be a kind household. They would no longer force her to consume the painful medicine, nor silence her cries of discomfort. Chun Baiqing still remembered the threats from those individuals. "If you cry again, we will send you back, and your entire family will starve." Those words struck her like a numbing potion, rendering her voiceless in sorrow. She recalled her mother's tearful, helpless gaze, and she did not wish for them to perish from hunger. The term master was unfamiliar to Chun Baiqing, yet she understood what a servant was. The one who purchased her was the master. Initially confused, she now realized that her master was equivalent to the Lord. As Chu Xingchen lifted his hand from her head, Chun Baiqing cautiously looked up and asked, "Master, what am I to do here?" Hearing this, Chu Xingchen raised his eyes and gently explained, "I am not your master. I am your teacher. For now, you can eat, sleep, and play with your senior sister." Chun Baiqing was taken aback by his words, unsure of their meaning. When she saw Chu Xingchen walking towards the door, smiling as he said, "To celebrate the arrival of a new disciple today, I shall personally cook." The thought of the master cooking? Chun Baiqing recalled her mother's admonition to remember to behave well when visiting the master's residence, lest she be sent back. She hurriedly wriggled free from Li Yingling's grasp, jumped out of bed barefoot, and with a quivering voice said, "Master, I'll help. I often cook at home." Chu Xingchen turned back in surprise, noticing Chun Baiqing looking at him with a pleading expression, her small hands clutching his tattered clothing tightly. In a faint and uncertain tone, she added, I can stir-fry and cook rice. Yingling, please go buy some clothes and shoes for your junior sister." Xingchen, you get some candies and preserved fruits. Chu Xingchen instructed his two disciples before extending his hand towards Chun Baiqing, saying, "Shall we cook together?" It is natural for an adult to feel lost in an unfamiliar environment, let alone a young girl. Rather than leaving her anxious and waiting, it would be better to engage with her and help her become accustomed to her surroundings. Chun Baiqing looked into the sincere expression on Chu Xingchen's face. Although she could not fully comprehend his thoughts at that moment, she instinctively reached out her hand, grasping the only hand that was extended to her. Chapter 75. A reunion after 90,000 miles. In truth, Chun Baiqing had no experience in cooking at all. Upon entering the kitchen, she felt like Lu Lao stepping into the Grandview garden, standing there dazed and unsure. The kitchen here was entirely different from her own. The only familiar sight was the large iron pot on the stove. Chu Xingchen immediately perceived her awkwardness, picked up a small stool, and led her to sit beside the fire. After igniting the flames, he pointed to the fire and said, "Just let it burn steadily." Hearing this, Chun Baiqing sighed in relief, nodding vigorously as she picked up a small piece of wood, her gaze earnestly fixed on the flames. The firewood had been there in the kitchen, as Chu Xingchen typically used fire control techniques to cook, manipulating pots and pans with his spiritual power. By assigning her manageable tasks, he allowed her to feel needed, thereby fostering a sense of security within her. The dishes to be prepared were not many. Chu Xingchen simply made a few dishes and steamed some rice. While cooking, Li Xingtian, who had gone to buy the candies, returned first, entering the kitchen with a large bag. After placing the bag on the table and opening it, he took out a small packet, carrying the preserved fruits to Chun Baiqing, and offered them to her, saying, "Junior sister, have some." Chun Baiqing looked up in slight surprise, sensing that this senior brother genuinely seemed to care for her. She cautiously glanced at Chu Xingchen, who discreetly winked at her. "Thank you, senior brother." Chun Baiqing extended her hand to accept the preserved fruit from Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian nodded gently and then turned to his master, asking, "Master, do you need any assistance?" "No. Your senior sister has declared that she shall never eat food prepared by you in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian hesitated, wanting to explain but ultimately sighed and left the kitchen, a realm of gossip and strife. After Li Xingtian departed, Chun Baiqing glanced down at the preserved fruit nestled in her arms. Despite being well wrapped in oiled paper, a faint aroma seemed to waft gently into the air. Although she had never tasted preserved fruit herself, she had observed others savor it. Villagers would indulge in bites before her, proclaiming its sweetness and delightful flavor, an experience she believed would elude her forever. That night, Chun Baiqing dreamt of consuming an abundance of preserved fruit, and indeed, it was sweet. Although she still could not discern the flavor of sweetness, yet, the dream lingered in her memory, vivid even to this day. "Go on, you're about to drool," came the teasing voice of Chu Xingchen. Chun Baiqing lifted her gaze to find Chu Xingchen wearing the same playful smile, winking at her. It seemed she began to grasp her master's intentions. Without further hesitation, she carefully unwrapped the thick oiled paper, revealing a bag of preserved fruit that lay quietly in her small hands. Selecting the smallest piece, she gingerly placed it in her mouth. "Master, it truly is delightful," she exclaimed. Chu Xingchen, who was busy cooking, glanced over and noticed a smile finally gracing Chun Baiqing's small face. Before long, Li Yingling returned with an enthusiastic bundle, taking Chun Baiqing to change her clothes. As Chun Baiqing departed, Chu Xingchen unleashed his spiritual energy and swiftly carried several dishes to the stone table and chairs in the courtyard. Although there was a table in the kitchen, the trio preferred to dine outside when the occasion arose. Li Yingling soon emerged from the room, leading Chun Baiqing, whose already radiant features were accentuated by her attire. "Master, what do you think? Isn't this outfit beautiful?" she asked proudly. Chu Xingchen did not respond directly, but shifted his gaze toward the entrance. A figure soon flashed over the courtyard wall, and Yao Qin's eyes quickly locked onto Chun Baiqing. "Indeed, it is quite lovely," Yao Qin remarked with a gentle nod. "Your timing is impeccable." Chu Xingchen turned to Yao Qin and inquired, "Have all the arrangements been made?" Yao Qin nodded lightly, settling naturally onto the stone chair. "For the most part, yes. However, I must still visit Qingfeng's sect tomorrow to finalize matters, and it seems the Fengjian sect might have been alerted. Shall I accompany you?" "No. You have already rendered me a significant service. Bamboo Yuding can handle the remaining tasks." Yao Qin then looked at Chun Baiqing, asking, "Are you planning to take her as your disciple?" Chu Xingchen nodded in affirmation. "Yes, she is now my third disciple. If you are the one to accept her, I shall feel more at ease." Upon concluding her statement, Yao Qin cast her gaze longingly towards the dishes laid upon the stone table. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xingchen decisively instructed Li Xingtian, who was standing nearby. "Xingtian, please fetch a pair of chopsticks for your master Yao Qin." With Li Xingtian retrieving the additional utensils, the evening meal formally commenced. However, Chun Baiqing appeared somewhat uncomfortable, focusing solely on her bowl of plain rice. Had it not been for Li Yingling fervently serving her side dishes, she might have consumed only rice that night. Yao Qin, too, refrained from uttering many words, seemingly present merely to partake in the meal. Li Yingling, on the other hand, took it upon herself to enliven the atmosphere. Master. This outing with Master Yao Qin must have been quite remarkable, yes? Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen replied, naturally. Your master Yao Qin holds immense admiration for my performance. Yao Qin paused her chopsticks and gently retorted, if you have not misinterpreted my final intention, then so be it. Yao Qin, speak quickly. Have you been led astray by Yingling? Master, you are slandering me. Chen Baiqing observed her elder sister, spiritedly engaging in banter with their master, while her brother silently picked at his food, his demeanor serene. The typically icy Yao Qin displayed a subtle smile as she watched the playful exchange. Chen Baiqing felt that her understanding of the term master had deepened somewhat. The joyous night feast eventually came to a close. After finishing her meal, Yao Qin took her leave. Chen Baiqing would be sharing a bed with Li Yingling that night. Just as Li Xingtian intended to return to his room for further cultivation, he received a reminder from his master. Your mastery of the divine arts is rather lacking. Make sure to practice more in the future. Li Xingtian, somewhat puzzled, nevertheless acquiesced. The following morning, a knock echoed at the gate of the courtyard. Upon awakening, Li Yingling noticed that Chen Baiqing had already eagerly leaped from her bed and dashed barefoot to the door. Wait, put on your shoes first. After obediently slipping on her footwear, Chen Baiqing hurried to open the door. Li Yingling sighed in resignation and followed closely behind. At the door stood a young woman veiled in white, her eyes filled with curiosity as she surveyed the two. She then softly inquired, excuse me, is this the residence of Senior Chu Xingchen? Yao Qin entrusted us to deliver something personally to him. Li Yingling nodded in response. Master Yao Qin? Yes. I am the eldest disciple of Chu Xingchen. You may hand the items to me. Apologies, but Yao Qin insisted on delivering it herself. Please wait a moment. I will fetch my master. Just as Li Yingling turned to knock, she was met by the sight of her master emerging while stifling a yawn. Chu Xingchen stretched and approached the veiled woman. I am he. What has Yao Qin sent me? A storage ring and a letter. The woman handed over the items. And after completing her task, she took her leave. Chu Xingchen nodded lightly, glancing at the storage ring before choosing to open the envelope first. Inside were merely two brief lines. We shall meet again after 90,000 miles. Signed, Xiaoling Yu. Chu Xingchen carefully refolded the letter and extended his consciousness into the storage ring. It was filled to the brim with spirit stones, numbering at least 1,000. Chapter 76. The excessive genius Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen meticulously examined the blueprints of the true martial hall. It became apparent that the materials were not supplied by the system, and he felt no remorse at all, to say nothing of other aspects. Even the pillars of the sect's grand hall required sandalwood as the main beam. Each piece would cost no less than several hundred spirit stones, which was far beyond his means to construct. However, although the hall required considerable effort to complete, the system's spirit gathering array was more than sufficient. Yao Qin generously contributed, and after careful calculation, Chu Xingchen found that he had received over 1,300 spirit stones. After constructing the spirit gathering array, there would still be a substantial surplus, while it might not be feasible to build the entire true martial hall. Establishing 2 side rooms for temporary accommodation was certainly achievable. The construction of the sect had long been overdue. After all, during this period, although Li Xingtian had rapidly advanced in cultivation thanks to the blood qi spirit stones, Li Yingling's progress had remained stagnant. His eldest disciple's talent was being squandered. While it was time to prioritize this matter, the progress was not as swift as desired, especially since most prominent feng shui sites were already claimed. Even though Chu Xingchen had reached the Yuaning realm, it would be an exaggeration to say he would not fight over land. However, it was not worth tarnishing his reputation for a mere plot of land. In the future, his sect would inevitably venture into the central province. So it was only prudent to avoid becoming notorious before making such a move. Thus, the search for undeveloped feng shui sites had become a pressing concern. This task was to be undertaken by Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian, while Li Yingling would remain at home to oversee Chen Baiqing and teach him the cultivation method provided by the system. Coming from a humble background and being quite young, Chen Baiqing was entirely illiterate, a pure novice in the realm of letters. For him, the cultivation method was little more than a pillow for his head when asleep. This situation left Chu Xingchen with a slight headache. His eldest disciple was a prodigy in cultivation, having traversed the path relying on innate talent. Li Xingtian depended on experiences from his previous life, while the current Chen Baiqing could only rely on his elder sister. After all, it was quite possible that their master would not be dependable in teaching a child, and Chu Xingchen had little confidence in his own teaching abilities. Nevertheless, Li Yingling had willingly volunteered, which was a source of mutual contentment. As the sun began to descend, Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian returned home side by side. Today, as was expected, they had returned empty-handed. The area, abundant in spiritual energy yet devoid of people, was characterized by desolation and rugged terrain, making it difficult to undertake significant projects, not to mention the considerable expenditure of spirit stones it would entail. However, this did not dampen their spirits, for it was only the beginning. Confidently, Chu Xingchen declared, "Next time, you should explore the eastern region. I have studied feng shui, and there must be a spiritual vein there. Master, yesterday you stated that the east is a desolate place. How infuriating. Xingtian, have you learned to contradict me from Mingling? You never used to argue with me." Li Xingtian cast a glance at his master, wanting to retort that he had learned it from him, but he ultimately swallowed those words. After all, his master could be quite petty at times, and it was unnecessary to create discord over a mere quip. At that moment, the two arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard. Li Yingling's slightly impatient voice echoed, "No, didn't I teach you this character a quarter of an hour ago? Haven't you remembered it for quite some time?" Immediately following was Chun Baiqing's somewhat choked voice. "I'm sorry, senior sister." Don't cry, senior sister isn't angry with you." This exchange caused Chu Xingchen, who was about to push the door open, to pause. It hadn't been like this yesterday. He turned his gaze toward his second disciple. Chu Xingchen proposed, "Shall we first go out for a meal, and then discuss this?" Li Xingtian readily nodded in agreement. As they spoke, they prepared to turn away. However, before they could take 2 steps, the door behind them was suddenly flung open. Li Yingling, with a resentful look, turned to her master and complained, "Master, junior brother, where are you two planning to go?" The master suddenly felt that today might be a suitable day to establish a sect. Before Chu Xingchen could finish his excuse, Li Yingling reached out and tugged at his arm, pulling him back inside. "No more excuses, it's Master's turn to teach." Chu Xingchen, feeling helpless, casually wrapped an arm around Li Xingtian's shoulder and entered the courtyard, directing his gaze ahead. There, he saw Chun Baiqing sitting on a stone chair, gently wiping her tears with her small hands. Her serious expression focused on the literacy primer before her. Her demeanor appeared quite earnest. Could it be that she was truly dull-witted? Chu Xingchen doubted that Chun Baiqing was genuinely slow. Shaking off Li Yingling's hand, he scoffed, "Let me show you the caliber of my teaching." With that, he pulled Li Xingtian along toward Chun Baiqing. Li Xingtian cast a helpless glance at his master, wondering what benefit there was in dragging him along for the demonstration. The two approached Chun Baiqing directly. She was quietly stammering, reciting the content of the primer. Chu Xingchen reached out and gently ruffled her little head, saying, "Come now, dear disciple, tell master what you don't understand. I will teach you." Chun Baiqing timidly glanced at Chu Xingchen, cautiously extending her little finger to point at a character. As Chu Xingchen looked at the character she indicated, he was about to respond when he suddenly realized something was amiss. He picked up the book in front of Chun Baiqing and flipped it to the cover. The treatise on the Great Tao. Chu Xingchen's expression turned perplexed as he looked at Li Yingling. "Why is it this book? Where's the primer? She recited it all yesterday. She spent the entire day reviewing this one instead." Li Yingling sighed. "I memorized the treatise on the Great Tao after reading it twice. Yet she hasn't even recognized all the characters after all this time." Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian exchanged glances, suddenly realizing who was truly at fault. "You taught her very well. Please refrain from teaching in the future." Chu Xingchen placed the treatise on the stone table again, declaring, "From now on, Li Xingtian, you shall teach me." Li Xingtian looked at his master in astonishment. "What else is there to do?" Chu Xingchen lamented, "You only need to focus on cultivating. But I must also consider the development of the sect." "Master, no need to say more, I will teach." Li Xingtian capitulated decisively, knowing he could never win an argument against his master. Besides, teaching the little junior sister was within his responsibilities, though he had never taught anyone before and thus lacked confidence. Li Xingtian picked up the treatise on the table and glanced at the tearful Chun Baiqing, offering a gentle smile as he said, "You have done remarkably well. Now, let me guide you." Chun Baiqing cautiously observed his second senior brother, noting the somewhat grimace-like expression on his face. Yet beneath that fierce exterior, she could still perceive his goodwill towards her. Chapter 77. Preparing for a journey to Qingfeng's sect master. "Trust me, we must head this way." In a secluded mountain forest, Li Yingling, with a resolute expression, tugged at Chu Xingchen's sleeve, insisting on her intuition. Although the sect had few members, tasks still needed to be assigned. Li Xingtian took responsibility for Chun Baiqing's education. Li Yingling, driven by a desire to contribute to the sect, volunteered once again to embark on a quest to locate the sect's address. Believing that having more people would surely provide support, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. This expedition would venture into uncharted territory. After reaching the nascent soul stage, Chu Xingchen not only doubled his speed, but also significantly expanded his spiritual awareness. As he scanned the direction indicated by Li Yingling, he sensed that the spiritual energy seemed particularly scarce. It did not appear to be a place of favorable geomantic fortune. With a sigh, he decided to trust Li Yingling's intuition and soared into the air, heading straight for the direction she pointed out. Confident in his eldest disciple's fortuitous nature, Li Yingling kept her gaze fixed on the surroundings, faithfully following her instincts while making slight adjustments to their path. After approximately a quarter of an hour, at Li Yingling's request, Chu Xingchen halted in an open area. To their sides lay a spacious expanse, adorned with a modest waterfall cascading into a clear lake. Chu Xingchen quickly surveyed the scene. Indeed, the scenery was pleasant, yet the spiritual energy was rather lacking. Li Yingling, possessing exceptional talent and keen sensitivity to spiritual energy, scrutinized the area with a puzzled expression. Then, with certainty in her tone, she declared, "Master, this is undoubtedly the place." In response, Chu Xingchen unhesitatingly unleashed his spiritual awareness, scanning every inch of the land before him with intensity. Soon, he identified a location where the spiritual energy was notably anomalous, situated at the center of the small lake, where the energy was significantly weaker than in other areas. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen activated his protective shield and dove into the water, swiftly reaching the center of the lake. There, he discovered a dark red stone firmly anchored in place by iron chains. This stone seemed to be obstructing the flow of spiritual energy. With a slight manipulation of his spiritual power, he lifted the dark red boulder. Immediately, a pure stream of spiritual energy began to flow gently from the spot where the stone had been. Could this be an underground spiritual vein? Chu Xingchen quickly replaced the boulder, realizing that this location had likely been discovered long ago. However, those who found it might not have been able to establish a sect at the time. Thus, they had likely employed methods to block this underground spiritual vein and conceal it for future use. How insidious! As a form of punishment, Chu Xingchen has confiscated this piece of land. He hurriedly decided to purchase some materials to begin construction, aiming to secure the location without delay. After repositioning the stone, Chu Xingchen swiftly emerged from the water. Li Yingling anxiously inquired, "Master, how did it go?" "You are credited with the primary achievement." Chu Xingchen raised his hand and soared towards Yuzhou City with Li Yingling. In the air, Li Yingling's proud voice echoed, "Master, I told you. My luck is exceptional." Half a day later, Chu Xingchen, accompanied by his 3 disciples and a plethora of materials, rushed to the auspicious site. Prior to this, he had visited the Demon Suppression Bureau to officially designate this land as part of his sect's territory, submitting a brief report. He now possessed the legal rights to this land. Zhao Wanqing, indebted to Chu Xingchen, expedited the process, and he soon obtained the official documentation. In the vicinity of Yuzhou City, Chu Xingchen had established quite a network. He had also devised a plan for this land, intending to first construct a gathering array. Hovering in the sky, Chu Xingchen diligently embedded the array foundations according to the blueprint. Lixing Tian and Li Yingling were occupied with the timber, preparing to erect wooden structures to assert their claim. The gathering array was somewhat intricate, and after meticulously arranging it, Chu Xingchen turned to observe his disciples. To his dismay, he found that they had constructed a crooked, makeshift house, resembling a child's play with building blocks. The unprocessed timber was haphazardly inserted, resulting in an aesthetically displeasing structure. Though the construction was meant to be rudimentary, a semblance of respect for their foundational status should have been maintained. This incident underscored for Chu Xingchen that professional tasks should be left to those with expertise. Relying solely on his disciples for construction was evidently insufficient. As for who to enlist for professional assistance, the answer soon came to mind. His youngest disciple, Chen Baiqing, being both young and lacking in cultivation, was encouraged to play or read nearby. At that moment, Chen Baiqing sat quietly on a stone by the lake, engrossed in her book, exuding a level of obedience that was almost endearing. Beside her lay a bag of candied fruit, which she nibbled on while reading. Time passed, and quite a bit of the candied fruit remained. Chu Xingchen called out with a smile, "Baiqing, it's getting dark. Time to head home." "All right, master." Chen Baiqing promptly set her book aside, carefully repackaged her candied fruit, and tucked it away before picking up her book once more. With a gentle smile, she ran toward Chu Xingchen, resembling a cat seeking affection. Unable to resist, Chu Xingchen reached out to ruffle her hair. The following morning, within the courtyard, Chen Baiqing had risen early, diligently reading at the stone table. The creaking of the door signaled someone entering, and she turned to her surprise, discovering that the earliest riser today was none other than her master. She quickly rose to her feet, bowed slightly towards Chu Xingchen, and softly greeted, "Master, good morning." This morning salutation was something Chen Baiqing had learned from her senior sister and senior brother, who occasionally exchanged such pleasantries when meeting in the morning. However, it was her master who employed it most frequently. In the past, when Chu Xingchen had overheard adults greeting one another, most would say morning peace. Nevertheless, since this was the common practice, she naturally followed suit. Chu Xingchen strode over, ruffled Chu Xingchen's little head affectionately, and said, "Good morning. But there's no need to be so formal. You're up early to study, I see." Chu Xingchen lifted her small chin and replied, "It's not that early. I'm rather slow, so I need to spend more time." Hearing this, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but feel speechless. In truth, Chu Xingchen was not slow at all. She was more than capable. Yet, when compared to the genius Li Yingling, she did seem to fall a bit short. After a moment of hesitation, wary of displeasing Chu Xingchen, she cautiously inquired, "Master, are you up this early to go out?" Chu Xingchen affectionately tousled her hair and responded gently, "Yes, I am preparing to visit Qingfeng's sect." Chapter 78. No wonder Tianyin sect is a central state sect. Truly shameless. Qingfeng sect. The sect leader gazed gravely at the decree issued under the authority of the central state. The involvement of Qingfeng sect in the matter of heretical cultivators was a confirmed reality, as there was already ample evidence. The next steps in handling this issue were crucial. A separation must inevitably occur. However, if they were to follow the decree from the central state, it implicated not only the likes of Shang Wanhong, but also Elder Li and others in the affairs of the evil spirit sect. This would mean that nearly half of Qingfeng sect's elders would face dire consequences, a loss that would be unbearable for the sect. On the brighter side, it was rumored that Fengjian sect was in disarray, its remnants scattered, and its ancestral grounds had already been sealed off by the central state. Though it was said to be a blockade by the central state, it was essentially an order for other sects to cooperate, with disciples from Tianyin sect commanding this operation. True representatives from the central state would likely take several days to arrive. Remarkably, 2 disciples from Tianyin sect had thoroughly investigated the matter. All disciples of Fengjian sect who had not yet escaped were presumably awaiting interrogation. A group poised to have their lips pried open to reveal whether any other sects were involved. If they could extract information regarding the participation of rival sects from these individuals, it would be akin to striking gold. After all, if the opposing sects suffered losses while they incurred none, it would equate to a profitable venture. Word had it that Fengjian sect acted as a resource hub, possessing knowledge of the involvement of other sections. At this moment, which nearby sect was not enveloped in a tempestuous atmosphere. The lack of a thorough investigation into Qingfeng sect was likely due to the central state's desire to keep matters from escalating too dramatically, allowing everyone to navigate through this ordeal. Some issues, when left unaddressed, do not bear the weight of a feather, but should they be brought to light, even a mountain could crumble. The situation with the heretical cultivators was no different. Sighing, the sect leader tucked the decree into his sleeve. Despite the challenges, one must persevere. He rose and stepped outside, casting a glance at the hall that was currently under renovation. Qingfeng sect had truly fallen upon hard times. Yet, for the sect leader, not all news was bleak. At the very least, that wretched scoundrel, Zheng Xiaofeng, has indeed been taken away by the Tianyin sect. During those few days, that young rascal uttered not a single coherent word. He cursed without regard for the occasion. The prestige he had painstakingly built over the years was nearly obliterated in mere days. His behavior was exceedingly arrogant, and truth be told, had the Tianyin sect not sent their disciples within 2 days, the sect leader would have certainly taken it upon himself to behead that young man. Fortune favored the lad, as the disciples of the Tianyin sect proved to be men of their word. With Zheng Xiaofeng gone, the sect leader found himself considerably more at ease. He inquired of the foreman responsible for the repairs, how many more days until the Grand Hall is restored to its former glory? The foreman, recalling the initial devastation of the Qingfeng sect's Grand Hall, was at a loss. He was uncertain how the immortals perceived such matters, but in their eyes, it was merely a process of reconstruction. Cautiously, he replied, even with expedited efforts, it will take more than 5 months. 5 months. The sect leader's expression darkened with anger. Increase the workforce and the funds, and expedite the repairs. The foreman longed to explain that merely increasing manpower would not resolve the issue, but faced with the sect leader, he could only obediently nod in agreement. Indeed, upon reflection, the architecture of your Qingfeng sect possesses a unique charm, even beauty, a familiar male voice interjected. The sect leader turned sharply to see a former male disciple of the Tianyin sect surveying the surroundings with a satisfied demeanor. At that moment, the sole thought coursing through the sect leader's mind was one of utter misfortune. Although he understood that the incident could not be attributed to the disciples guarding the mountain gate, after all, Chu Xingchen had made quite the impression during those few days. He still felt an overwhelming urge to punish today's disciples. How could they have allowed this person to enter? Most troubling was that it was Chu Xingchen who had issued the harsh words upon leaving. The Qingfeng sect leader already found himself at a disadvantage in front of him. Now, with the Qingfeng sect facing significant troubles, This visitor's arrival could hardly herald good news. Yet, regardless of his disdain, he had to extend a welcome. Reluctantly, the sect leader clasped his hands in greeting. May I inquire as to your purpose here? Ah. Chu Xingchen extended his hand, his solid yuan ing aura swiftly revealing itself. Do not address me as fellow cultivator. Call me senior. The Qingfeng sect leader thought to himself. Indeed, this young man is even more odious than Zheng Xiaofeng. This realization confirmed to the leader that he must first find a clever young disciple to assume the role of the reception elder. Dealing with someone like this, one cannot help but feel like a subordinate. Taking a deep breath, the Qingfeng sect leader continued. I must ask, senior, what brings you back to the Qingfeng sect? Has an elder Zheng already been taken away? Chu Xingchen's gaze fell upon the hall under construction, and he nodded in satisfaction before questioning. What? Is it too burdensome for you to assist with matters for the Tianyan sect? Of course not, came the reply. Then that suffices. Chu Xingchen swiftly interrupted the sect leader. I have a favor to ask. Help me with a construction project. You will advance the funds, and you shall also provide the labor. The atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Even the foreman cast an awkward glance at Chu Xingchen, who seemed on the verge of uttering the words to freeload. Receiving no satisfactory response, Chu Xingchen directed a discontented gaze toward the leader of the Qingfeng sect, inquiring, What? Is the Qingfeng sect no longer able to be of assistance? After a moment of contemplation, the leader of the Qingfeng sect replied, If the Tianyan sect requires assistance, we shall undoubtedly lend our support. However, as the one in charge, one must account for expenses. The reconstruction of this grand hall will entail substantial costs, and the damage to several houses on the mountain also demands repair. Should there be a significant vacancy among the elders, considerable spirit stones will be needed to cultivate foundation-building disciples. With so many matters at hand, where is there not a need for expenditure? This young man is far too cunning. If I were to blindly agree, and he were to ensnare me in a significant financial trap, the Qingfeng sect would find itself in a precarious situation. If that is the case, then our conversation must be reframed. Chu Xingchen expressed his dissatisfaction, a hint of his nascent soul pressure bearing down on the sect leader as he coldly stated. Your Qingfeng sect has collaborated with evil cultivators to capture individuals and mine for bloodstone. The leader of the Qingfeng sect hurriedly interjected, Wait, everything can be negotiated. Can you assist us, but only after the repairs to our grand hall are completed? Ah, sect leader, let us first discuss matters pertaining to your Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen replied. The sect leader, suppressing his inner fury, gritted his teeth and interrupted. First, we must address the Tianyan sect. Chu Xingchen corrected him. What do you mean by the Tianyan sect? This matter has nothing to do with them. It is a personal request. The leader of the Qingfeng sect gazed at Chu Xingchen in silence, pondering how the sects of Central Continent could be more shameless than his own group of provincial folk. It was no wonder that they garnered such renown in Central Continent, while the Qingfeng sect remained relegated to a remote region. To seek assistance without wishing to incur a debt of gratitude was indeed shameless. However, one must bow their head when under another's roof. Thus, it could be considered a transaction of sorts. Retaining some elders within the Qingfeng sect would not amount to a loss. The leader of the Qingfeng sect forced a smile upon his aged visage, stating, Very well, this matter shall be handled for the esteemed elder. Chapter 79. The newly appointed reception elder of the Qingfeng sect. The Qingfeng sect was indeed a prominent sect, and they were genuinely trustworthy. The words spoken in the morning were fulfilled by afternoon. At the new location of the sect, Li Yingling gazed perplexedly at the numerous individuals felling trees and clearing pathways in preparation for transporting materials. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Li Yingling inquired of her master, Master, are you truly so wealthy? Were you merely pretending to be poor before? With a sigh, Chu Xingchen responded, If intelligence could be converted into wealth, I would likely rival nations in riches. Li Yingling offered no rebuttal, but silently covered the ears of Chun Baiqing beside her. When her master uttered this statement, it signified yet another unfortunate soul in this world. The little junior sister was both obedient and diligent, albeit a bit slow in her studies. It was imperative that she not be led astray by her own master. Meanwhile, Li Xingtian queried, Master, what shall we be doing here? Chu Xingchen retrieved the blueprints for the Zhenwu Grand Hall from his system space and handed them to Li Xingtian, instructing, Everything should be constructed according to these blueprints. Begin by erecting 2 modest houses, but do remember to procure some high-quality materials as well. Additionally, ensure that they summon more workers, so that we may construct as much as possible before they align the quantity of materials. Li Xingtian received the architectural blueprint, his gaze scrutinizing it for a moment, and he felt that the design was remarkably ingenious and imbued with charm. However, the cost was exorbitant. What kind of materials are these? I remember mixing the expensive with the affordable. For now, we only need to invest a little, constructing a few residential buildings first. If anyone inquires about the high expenses. Chu Xingchen paused and said, just maintain that expression and tell them to consult me if they have any issues. Li Xingtian was taken aback by the remark. This expression? Master, is that not a personal attack? Before his master could respond, Li Yingling inquired, Master, what about my junior sister and me? You shall remain here temporarily as a supervisor, ensuring quality control, Chu Xingchen casually arranged. He then reached out to take Chun Baiqing's small hand, saying, I will take you, my little junior sister, to broaden your horizons and bolster your courage. Li Yingling looked on with suspicion but felt reassured that her master would not overstep boundaries, nodding gently in acceptance of his arrangement. Chun Baiqing raised her little head, gazing at her master who held her hand, not questioning where they were headed, but firmly gripping his hand. In the side hall of Qingfeng's sect, the sect leader sat in a high position. His expression grave as he looked down at a slightly younger inner disciple standing below. The sect leader? Me. The inner disciple's expression was one of astonishment. Yet excitement was evident on his face. He was merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. His talent was not among the elite within the sect, and the resources allocated to him had barely sufficed in the past. Today, however, everything might change dramatically. The sect leader had suddenly summoned him and entrusted him with the significant role of reception elder. It is well known that even the lowest-ranking reception elder in Qingfeng's sect possesses golden core cultivation and is entitled to offerings from the elders. This was truly a meteoric rise. The sect leader nodded in satisfaction but then recalled something, his expression turning serious as he admonished, Indeed. But do not emulate Zheng Xiaofeng, that traitor. One must have clarity about the path ahead. The inner disciple understood the situation regarding Zheng Xiaofeng. After all, it was widely known that he preferred to be a mere janitor at Tian sect rather than serving as an elder in Qingfeng's sect. A source of great embarrassment for the sect. Such disgraceful matters become fodder for gossip. Not only within Qingfeng's sect, but even other sects laughed scornfully at this. Especially the incident where Zheng Xiaofeng had vehemently berated the sect leader before his departure had long become a source of amusement for other sections. Naturally, this newly appointed reception elder, chosen by the sect leader, was astute. He quickly cupped his hands and responded earnestly. Having cultivated in Qingfeng's sect since childhood and reaching this level is due to the sect's nurturing, I would never act like Zheng Xiaofeng. I am deeply grateful for the sect leader's recognition and the heavy responsibility bestowed upon me. I will undoubtedly devote myself to the sect. The sect leader, with a peculiar expression, remarked, I am pleased with your attitude, but refrain from using devote myself to the sect in the future. It makes me uncomfortable. Having said this, the sect leader swiftly turned and departed without awaiting a response. In the side hall, only the newly appointed reception elder, trembling with excitement, remained. He nervously donned the pristine elder's robe that lay beside him, his face barely concealing his joy. However, this elation was short-lived. Outside, the disciples of the mountain gate, freshly chastised, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the inner disciple adorned in the elder's attire, one of them exclaimed, Elder, that disciple from the Tianyan sect has returned, accompanied by a young girl. With a confident wave of his long sleeves, the reception elder replied, No worries, I shall go to greet them. There is no need for formalities. I am somewhat familiar with the Qingfeng sect, so I shall approach them myself. Holding Chun Baiqing's hand, Chu Xingchen stepped into the side hall with an air of tranquility, his gaze swiftly locking onto the reception elder. The system panel quickly scanned the target. Name, Jiang Jiming. Cultivation level, mid-foundation establishment. Blue trait, skilled in social graces. White trait, art of flattery. Black trait, arrogance. Upon reviewing the traits, Chu Xingchen's expression softened instantly. The purpose of bringing Chun Baiqing to witness the world was secondary. The primary goal was to devise a strategy to bamboozle the Qingfeng sect. At the very least, he needed to establish more resources before they discovered any discrepancies with the consumables. If he allowed the Qingfeng sect to conduct a simple audit, the Jingwu Hall might only be able to erect a mere plaque. As long as he could build more now, it would be a profit, alleviating future worries regarding spirit stones. Had he been facing the Qingfeng sect's leader continuously, Chu Xingchen would have doubted how long he could maintain the ruse. However, with this young lad, the possibilities for manipulation expanded significantly. With a gentle demeanor, Chu Xingchen clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Dear friend, achieving the esteemed position of elder at such a young age in the Qingfeng sect speaks volumes of your bright future. Jiang Jiming was momentarily taken aback by the compliment, promptly returning the gesture with humility. Senior, you flatter me. In your presence, my prospects seem trivial. I am merely riding on your coattails. Although Jiang Jiming spoke modestly, his heart was brimming with excitement. He had heard of the events from that morning, where even the sect leader referred to this disciple of the Tianyan sect as senior in a notably unfriendly tone. Yet, at this moment, this esteemed individual addressed him as friend. Despite his outward calm, Jiang Zhiming's internal emotions soared. Who said that this disciple of the Tianyan sect was unapproachable? He seemed quite amiable. In the side hall, Jiang Zhiming, embodying the trait of social grace, wore a radiant smile, his demeanor akin to that of a kindred spirit. Brother Jiang, it is truly a pleasure to meet you, Chu Xingchen expressed earnestly. In conversing with you, I feel that with your talents, it is indeed a pity to see you in the Qingfeng sect. Jiang Zhiming gently waved his hand, his expression earnest. To receive the cultivation of the sect leader and attain the position of elder is already a significant privilege. As for further aspirations, I dare not entertain them. Indeed, Brother Jiang, such noble principles. Chu Xingchen admired. It is regrettable that I meet you so late. Jiang Zhiming's face radiated joy, yet he humbly waved his hand. The varying degrees of flattery one receives bring forth different senses of accomplishment. On the street, a beggar, on the brink of starvation, extols your talents, proclaiming that you are destined to become a great figure in the future. Naturally, you would harbor doubts, suspecting that he merely seeks to gain a few coins from you. However, when a business magnate, with sincere conviction, tells the impoverished you that he wishes he had met you sooner and believes you will carve out a significant path for yourself, you cannot help but feel that his words ring true. The emotional value imparted by different individuals varies greatly. In Jiang Zhiming's eyes, Chu Xingchen, the true disciple of the Tianyan sect, holds a stature akin to that of the aforementioned business tycoon. Chen Baiqing, seated beside Chu Xingchen, listened to their mutual flattery. Scrutinizing his master with newfound understanding, he nodded in realization. It became clear that eloquent speech can indeed expedite the forging of relationships. Chu Xingchen gently nodded and then spoke earnestly. Since Brother Jiang treats me with courtesy, I shall be forthright in my dealings. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiming's expression turned serious. Please, Brother Chu, speak candidly. I have come primarily to oversee the construction matters of the Qingfeng sect, as this undertaking. Chu Xingchen's words trailed off, and he cast Jiang Zhiming a knowing glance, affording him an opportunity for interpretation. Jiang Zhiming, understanding the unspoken implications, sighed and stated plainly, I am the newly appointed elder in charge of receptions. This matter is beyond my authority. All I can do for Brother Chu is to offer a few introductions. Ah, Brother Jiang, Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, I would never place you in a difficult position. A few introductions will suffice to help me navigate the pathways. I will not flounder aimlessly. As for the remaining matters, I shall handle them myself. Why would I burden you with the role of the villain? As Chu Xingchen spoke, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, and he continued, somewhat indignantly, Brother Jiang, why do you question my intentions? Is our relationship truly so tenuous? What do you take me for? Faced with Chu Xingchen's barrage of words, Jiang Zhiming stared, taken aback by the disappointment reflected in Chu Xingchen's eyes. Did I not merely express a plain truth in a calm tone? How did this escalate? After a moment of silence, Jiang Zhiming hastily clasped his hands in explanation. I meant no offense. Please rest assured. Is that so? Indeed, it is true. Chu Xingchen's expression softened as he nodded gently. Then I must apologize for misjudging you, Brother Jiang. When a person refuses you, it places immense pressure upon them. When they accept, a small token of appreciation should be offered. With a few such interactions, they will naturally gravitate towards acceptance in future choices. After all, human nature leans towards ease and comfort. A simple psychological suggestion had already taken root in Jiang Zhiming's mind. Chen Baiqing observed his master with a furrowed brow, then glanced at the relieved Jiang Zhiming. Understanding dawned upon him as he nodded in acknowledgement. This was the lesson his master intended to convey. Afterward, Jiang Zhiming introduced Chu Xingchen to Elder Wang, who was responsible for the sect's financial management. In the congenial atmosphere orchestrated by Jiang Zhiming, the three engaged in a lively conversation. Elder Wang assured them he would keep a close eye on quality issues. Chu Xingchen offered no further comments, exchanging only a few pleasantries before the meeting concluded, which brought a significant sense of relief to Jiang Zhiming. Afterward, Jiang Zhiming briefly showed Chu Xingchen around before parting ways with laughter. In front of the gate of Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen clasped his hands and said, Meeting Brother Jiang today is the greatest reward of my visit to Qingfeng sect. Jiang Zhiming expressed his heartfelt sentiments. To have met Brother Chu is my utmost honor. However, the thought of bidding farewell to you fills my heart with unease. Chu Xingchen, touched, nodded and replied, There is no need for such sorrow. I shall return tomorrow. Chu Xingchen looked on with confusion. Is Brother Jiang not welcoming? Jiang Zhiming hurriedly shook his head. Of course not. Tomorrow, I shall be ready to receive Brother Chu. Hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, clasped his hands once more, and turned to leave with Chen Baiqing. As he watched Chu Xingchen's swift departure, Jiang Zhiming let out a deep sigh. Though Chu Xingchen was reasonable and his words like a gentle spring breeze, such moments were rare. After all, no one is without flaws. At least nothing went awry today, which should secure his position as the welcoming elder. Just as Jiang Jiming turned around, he caught sight of the sect leader standing not far away, gazing intently at him, as if those eyes could speak. Xiao Jiang, isn't it time for you to explain? Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen hurried back with Chen Baiqing, inquiring, Baiqing, what have you learned today? Chen Baiqing pondered for a moment before firmly stating, one must maintain a facade in the presence of others. Chu Xingchen, taken aback, asked, how did you discern that? Chen Baiqing raised his little head and, after some hesitation, replied honestly, Master scolded Elder Jiang as a fool for being easily deceived shortly after stepping out. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xingchen continued, forget that statement for now. What else did you learn? That one need not feel guilty about taking advantage of the foolish? Chu Xingchen was momentarily speechless, but upon seeing Chen Baiqing's innocent gaze, he could not bring himself to reprimand him. You have learned well. But these are not the lessons I wish to impart. Chen Baiqing nodded earnestly and asked, then what does Master intend to teach me today? I shall teach you to think twice before acting, to be wary of those who present one face to you while harboring another behind your back. One must never lower one's guard. Upon hearing this, Chen Baiqing nodded in understanding and then innocently remarked, then Master, you are the negative example that my senior sister spoke of, right? Today, you taught me nothing, and I learned nothing. Forget all that transpired today. Chu Xingchen, resolute, decided to abandon the matter and headed straight to the new sect's location. Li Yingling examined the blueprint before her, unable to conceal her worries. Junior brother. Master wouldn't lead junior sister astray, would he? Li Xingtian meticulously measured the land and replied, Master certainly would not. Even he has his principles. As the two conversed, a delighted female voice interrupted, Sister Yingling? Li Yingling turned in confusion to see Ning Qianqian among the workers, clad in simple garments and wielding an axe, joyfully waving at her. Standing beside her was her father, equally excited as he looked at the two. Chapter 81. Master, they are good people. The new sect is still in the preparatory phase, yet to officially commence its operations. Currently, the only structure resembling a house is the matchbox dwelling crafted by Li Yingling and Li Xingtian. Within the ranks of the Chu Xingchen sect, no one is foolish enough to take on more than they can bear at this stage. For now, it is best to reside in the Sihiyuan of Yuzhou City. At the entrance of the Sihiyuan, Chu Xingchen gently advised Chen Baiqing, when you enter, remember. Chen Baiqing, her small face serious, cast a reassuring glance at her master. Master, you can rest assured, I understand. That is good to hear, replied Chu Xingchen, nodding with satisfaction before pushing open the door. Inside, her eldest disciple sat on a stone chair, facing two guests who appeared tense. Upon hearing the door creak open, all three turned their attention to the entrance. A smile spread across Li Yingling's face. Master has returned. Look who has come. Ning Qianqian, seated on the stone chair, could not conceal her nervousness as she looked at Chu Xingchen, making an effort to display a smile. Qianqian and her father have fortuitously joined our sect's construction efforts. Li Yingling remarked with a tone of admiration. They wish to express their gratitude to you, Master. Ning Kuan rose and bowed deeply to Chu Xingchen, exclaiming, Thank you for saving our lives. Chen Baiqing, hiding behind Chu Xingchen, scrutinized Ning Kuan's emotions with careful observation. Once she confirmed there were no issues, she felt reassured. If the person before her had sinister intentions, she would need to alert her master. After several days of confirmation, Chen Baiqing was convinced of her innate ability to discern the general emotions of those around her. Among all those she had encountered, only her master remained imperceptible to her. Yet, she could understand the gaze her master directed towards her. Seeing this scene, Ning Qianqian promptly knelt as well. Chu Xingchen utilized her spiritual energy to lift them gently, saying, There is no need for such formality, it is merely fate. Ning Kuan, with a serious expression, replied, Kindness is indeed kindness. Chu Xingchen scanned Ning Kuan with her system's attributes and was pleased to discover the term, loyal and righteous, associated with him, along with a rare blue attribute, ingenious. Chu Xingchen nodded lightly, signaling for them to sit down for the time being. Ning Qianqian tugged at her father's sleeve, and they both rose to take their seats together. With the master's return, Li Yingling naturally stood up. The gratitude was owed to the master, not her. Since the master was back, it was only right that she made room. Li Yingling extended her arms with a beaming smile. Come, little Baiqing, come here for a hug. Upon hearing her sister's call, Chen Baiqing bounded into her sister's embrace. Li Yingling joyfully lifted Chen Baiqing and asked, Did Master teach you anything strange today? Chen Baiqing, with utmost seriousness, replied, Master taught me to always be wary of others. Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that her master indeed held firm principles. Excellent. Today, your sister will take you out to buy some candy. Thank you, sister, Chen Baiqing beamed, then turned to give her master a reassuring glance. All right, from today onward, my little cotton-padded jacket has transitioned from Li Xingtian to Chen Baiqing. Chu Xingchen settled into a stone chair, directing his gaze toward Ning Qianqian and inquired, do you have any other matters to discuss with me? Ning Qianqian promptly shook her head and explained, no. We simply haven't had the chance to express our gratitude to you, esteemed immortal. Subsequently, Ning Qianqian elucidated the sequence of events. Ning Kuan intends to open a blacksmith shop, but is somewhat short on initial capital. He also possesses some carpentry skills. So he brought Ning Qianqian along to earn the necessary funds. While on the job, they fortuitously encountered Li Yingling and Li Xingtian. Their previous parting had been hasty, leaving little room for gratitude. Now, as they prepared to construct a dwelling, it appeared they were planning for a more permanent stay. Thus, they made a special trip to express their thanks. They intended to lodge at an inn for the night and report back the following day. Ning Kuan specifically assured that he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to this project and would also supervise diligently for Chu Xingchen. In gratitude, Chu Xingchen insisted on treating them to a meal. Although Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuan instinctively tried to decline, they were compelled by Chu Xingchen's insistence to stay. After all, it was a fortuitous encounter, yet Chu Xingchen refrained from cooking. Instead, he dispatched Li Xingtian to procure some dishes from a nearby tavern. Li Yingling, the little glutton, had taken the liberty of requesting a few of her favorite dishes before leading Chen Baiqing out to buy some candy. The three disciples ventured out together while Chu Xingchen remained to entertain the two, engaging them in casual conversation. Ning Qianqian fared better, having interacted with Chu Xingchen previously, allowing her to converse with relative ease. Ning Kuan, however, appeared rather awkward, nervously rubbing his hands against his trousers and silently listening to Ning Qianqian's dialogue. He only responded with tension when Chu Xingchen specifically addressed him. Fortunately, it was not long before Li Yingling and Chen Baiqing returned with the sweets. Upon their return, Chen Baiqing held 2 sugar paintings, offering one to Ning Qianqian. Although Ning Qianqian appeared somewhat mature, it was merely a guise of responsibility born from hardship. At around 15 or 16 years old, she had endured famine and scarcity. For her, sweets were a rare delicacy. Thus, when presented with the sugar painting by Chen Baiqing, she hesitated to accept it. Chen Baiqing, sensing Ning Qianqian's reluctance, warmly insisted, Sister, this is specially for you. If you don't take it, Sister Yingling will. Ning Qianqian, momentarily taken aback, quickly reached out to accept the sugar painting. After handing over the sugar painting, Chen Baiqing remained quiet. These individuals were merely strangers to her. She walked directly up to Chu Xingchen, extending the sugar painting and asking, Master, would you like to have a taste? Chu Xingchen affectionately tousled Chen Baiqing's hair and replied, You should enjoy it yourself. Chen Baiqing then withdrew the painting and took a gentle bite. Shortly thereafter, Li Xingtian returned with the purchased dishes. Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuan did not indulge much, merely taking a few bites to satiate their hunger before bowing in farewell. This meal, for them, carried a significant weight of pressure. Chu Xingchen did not attempt to retain them. His gaze followed the retreating figures of Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuan. Ning Qianqian clutched her uneaten sugar painting tightly, trailing behind her father. Chen Baiqing likewise observed the duo's departure, slowly articulating, Master, they are good people. Chapter 82. She is presumably unaware that she has already reached the Yuanying stage, isn't she? In the following days, Chu Xingchen frequently visited Qingfeng's sect. He would often rush towards Elder Wang's direction accompanied by Jiang Zhiming, sometimes bringing along Chen Baiqing, and at other times, Li Yingling. Only Li Xingtian showed little interest in joining, preferring to oversee the new sect's location. Notably, Chu Xingchen's visits became increasingly diligent. As the approval process for the expensive materials for the main hall had commenced, Elder Wang, faced with the occasional influx of valuable construction materials, contemplated rejecting them until the circumstances could be clarified. Yet, standing before him was Chu Xingchen, whose penetrating gaze bore down upon him, alongside Jiang Zhiming, who was attempting to persuade him. Particularly resonant was Jiang Zhiming's remark, the money belongs to the sect, but the connections are personal. Elder Wang stared blankly at Jiang Zhiming. Incredulous, are you truly from Tianyin sect? Utilizing Qingfeng sect's funds for Tianyin sect's affairs, and yet you claim the connections are yours? He reflected on the arrogance of the central continent's prodigies, while he, merely a foundation-building cultivator, lacked the backing of an elder. Did he genuinely believe he could forge a friendship? He did not even consider his own standing. In the past, foundation-building disciples would go out of their way to avoid him, yet now he dared to engage with them. Once their business concluded and they returned to the central continent, would he be able to accompany them? Was there something amiss in his reasoning? However, he found himself unable to voice a rebuttal in front of Chu Xingchen, while Jiang Zhiming continued his ill-conceived persuasion. With a heavy heart, Elder Wang begrudgingly approved the materials. Good heavens, the sect leader must have lost his mind. How could he appoint an elder like this, one who feasts on the very hand that feeds him? After painfully finalizing the materials, Elder Wang coolly stated, I have pressing matters to attend to. You two may proceed as you wish. He then rose to seek out the sect leader to report the situation. Quickly rid us of this traitor. Chu Xingchen, satisfied with the approved materials list, clasped his hands in gratitude towards Jiang Jiming, saying, Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your righteous words. Otherwise, Elder Wang clearly intended to vex me. Jiang Jiming swiftly returned the gesture, replying, Brother Chu, there is no need for such formalities. Our bond as brothers resides in the heart. After all, the sect leader had previously instructed that Chu Xingchen should refrain from seeking unnecessary trouble. Even if he had accomplished a significant task, a mere handful of spirit stones surely would not be a source of great stinginess for the sect leader. However, there is always a distinction between what is expected and what is guaranteed. After receiving a satisfactory outcome, Chu Xingchen lavished Jiang Jiming with a few praises for his loyalty before taking his leave. Just as he exited with the onlooker Li Yingling, the sect leader summoned Jiang Jiming for questioning. In the side hall of Qingfeng's sect, the sect leader held the materials list with a face as grave as water, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Jiming. What is the meaning of this list? Jiang Jiming slightly raised his head to meet the sect leader's expression and instantly realized that the situation was far from favorable. It seemed the leader's earlier remarks were to be disregarded entirely. He hastily feigned ignorance, deflecting the inquiry. This order bears the signature of Elder Wang. Should you not direct your questions to him? Were you not subtly persuading him to sign? The sect leader retorted, by heaven's witness. If Elder Wang did not wish to sign, could I possibly force his hand? I ask you, did you or did you not advise him to affix his signature? Jiang Jiming, his countenance tinged with grievance, whispered, I could hardly advise Elder Wang against signing in front of the disciples from Tianyin sect, could I? It was you who entrusted me with the task of fostering a good relationship with them to prevent trouble, and I had to utter some kind words in their presence. The sect leader, contemplating this reasoning, gazed intently at Jiang Jiming for a moment before ultimately permitting him to withdraw. For recent observations indicated that Jiang Jiming had indeed cultivated a favorable rapport with the disciples of Tianyin sect. Finding someone adept at maintaining amicable relations with those provocative disciples was no easy feat. Merely listening to them could provoke one's golden Dan into instability. Nevertheless, as Jiang Jiming was departing, the sect leader admonished, let today's matter rest, but in the future, you must refrain from interjecting on such occasions. Jiang Jiming hastily clasped his hands in promise and exited the side hall. Upon emerging, a cold sweat trickled down his back, the exhilaration of having ascended to the rank of elder dissipating in an instant. This elder seemed to embody a sense of subordination akin to that of a grandson. Everyone appeared senior, and all seemed capable of trampling over him. With a sigh, Jiang Jiming resigned himself to this path, even if it were shrouded in darkness. He could only press on. Material approvals were processed in batches, with the next set of materials being sanctioned only when the previous batch neared exhaustion. During this interim, visits from Chu Xingchen became scarce, his appearances limited to brief encounters, often accompanied by a bottle of wine to share a few sips with Jiang Jiming. During these moments, Chu Xingchen would regale him with tales of exclusion and the trials of being a disciple, sentiments that resonated deeply with Jiang Jiming, who gazed at him with increasing sincerity. Their shared experiences and the mellifluous nature of their conversations, particularly during discussions of grander themes, exuded a gentlemanly charm that was utterly compelling. Especially poignant was Chu Xingchen's earnest declaration. It is unfortunate we met so late. Life is but a fleeting moment, and I dedicate it wholly to you, Brother Jiang. Such words were truly hard to refuse. However, as the materials approached readiness, Chu Xingchen would visit more frequently, fearing the miss of the upcoming material approval. This time, he unexpectedly found himself face-to-face with Elder Wang, who scrutinized the daunting ledger before him. Is this column gilded or merely tiled? How dare this account demand my approval? He muttered under his breath. With such expenses, will we still require repairs for the Qingfeng sect's Grand Hall? And judging by these material specifications, this is surely not a one-time expenditure. Should we proceed according to these standards, the Qingfeng sect could never sustain it. Elder Wang, his expression fraught with difficulty, sighed. My dear brother, this material is truly beyond the Qingfeng sect's means. Even just this column is not something we can afford. Chu Xingchen, upon hearing this, remained silent, his gaze fixed solemnly upon Elder Wang. Truly, it was an insurmountable challenge. Elder Wang, casting a glance towards Jiang Jiming, remarked, this task is unlike the previous one. I absolutely cannot accept it. Aren't you on good terms with him? Quickly persuade him. Jiang Jiming, with his head bowed, remained silent. How infuriating. He had reported on me to the sect leader, and now he expects my assistance. Chu, take care of him. Elder Wang shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhiming, who was betraying his own. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely declined. This task is simply unfeasible. At this, Chu Xingchen's gaze sharpened, fixating on Elder Wang. The pressure emanating from his higher nascent soul realm gradually intensified. Yet, Elder Wang gritted his teeth, steadfastly refusing to relent. Fine, let us keep a record of this. Chu Xingchen suddenly relented, retracting his pressure. Aside from Brother Jiang, none of you from the Qingfeng sect are sensible. Keep a record? So you truly hadn't intended to repay us? Elder Wang was hesitant to take charge of the matter. This issue must be reported to the sect leader. What is there to report? Did the sect leader not instruct you to review the materials? The amount is too substantial, Chu Xingchen retorted coldly. What do you think your Qingfeng sect is? Do you believe I would default on such a trivial sum? While you may lack dignity, we must still uphold ours. At any time, you can send someone to our sect to request the spirit stones. Just as Elder Wang was about to respond, he noticed Jiang Zhiming's ambiguous gaze. Was this tacit approval from the sect leader? Fine then, if anything goes awry, we will say it was Jiang Zhiming's doing. Elder Wang, suppressing his heartache, ultimately recorded the transaction. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. On a peak of the new sect, Zheng Xiaofeng stood behind a woman in white, his gaze downcast. Xie Yu looked towards the bustling construction site, a hint of a satisfied smile gracing her face. She softly uttered, "We shall meet again after a long journey." Having spoken, she turned without hesitation, instructing, "Ensure their tails are well hidden." Drawing her long sword from her waist, it transformed into a flying sword as Xie Yu soared away. This time, it was Xie Yu from the Central Plains who paid her respects. At the construction site of the sect, after Xie Yu departed, Chu Xingchen's gaze leisurely wandered towards the peak where she had just been. She must be unaware that she has already entered the nascent soul stage, right? Chapter 83. A small venture outside the temple. The construction of the sect was proceeding smoothly. Initially overseen by Li Xingtian, it later became apparent that Ning Kuan was a more suitable manager due to his expertise. Given Ning Kuan's loyalty and integrity, Chu Xingchen later appointed him as the foreman for the construction of the Zhenwu Hall. Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian would only occasionally inspect the quality and progress. Moreover, it was unrealistic to expect the Qingfeng sect to finance the entire construction of the hall. The primary goal was to complete the basic structure, with further enhancements to be considered later. After all, Chu Xingchen had already reached the nascent soul stage, establishing himself as a pillar in the Central Plains. Chen Baiqing, with exceptional talent, had not only mastered the written word, but had also begun preparing to cultivate his heart method, stepping into the realm of cultivation. The entire sect was invested in Chen Baiqing's initiation into qi refinement, opting to jointly instruct and observe him. With the remaining spirit stones provided by Xie Yu, they would be sufficient to initially set up a formation, enabling Chen Baiqing to refine and solidify his foundation. Although the living quarters in the sect have been completed, the noise there is unbearable. Thus, Chen Baiqing, being a novice in cultivation, chose to practice in the courtyard, specifically in the training room converted from the storage area. The three of them, master and disciples, fixed their gaze intently upon Chen Baiqing, who sat cross-legged on the bed. As the spiritual energy wafted from the spirit stone, it was gradually absorbed into her body. When a wave of spiritual energy resonated from Chen Baiqing, all three let out a sigh of relief. Given that Li Yingling's teaching methods were tailored exclusively for prodigies like herself, she merely observed this time without participating in the instruction. Chu Xingchen had some experience, having dabbled in cultivation, though not extensively. The primary reliance was on Li Xingtian, whose wealth of experience, albeit lacking in teaching, allowed him to grasp the essentials. Chu Xingchen excitedly patted his second disciple's shoulder, exclaiming, "Xingtian, you are quite impressive. Indeed, more reliable than your senior sister." Witnessing Chen Baiqing successfully refine her qi, Li Xingtian nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he had not disappointed expectations. Li Yingling encouraged her junior disciple with an affectionate pat on his broad shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done." Li Xingtian quickly praised in return, "It's also thanks to the solid foundation laid by sister." Reflecting on what he had learned from his master in this life, it would most likely be the art of smoothness, for it was indeed challenging to remain unaffected by the influences of his sister and master. After Chen Baiqing broke through to the first layer of qi refinement, the fluctuations of spiritual energy gradually subsided, and before long, she opened her eyes, delicately sensing the faint currents of spiritual power within her. Extending her small hand, a wisp of pale purple spiritual energy slowly manifested in her palm. With a hint of joy in her voice, she asked, "Master, is this spiritual power?" The three of them, at the very least, possessed mid-foundation stage cultivation. making it otherwise quite difficult to perceive the purple spiritual energy in Chun Baiqing's hand, as it was exceedingly faint. Li Yingling stepped forward with delight, affectionately ruffling Chun Baiqing's hair, and praised, "Little Baiqing is indeed a genius in cultivation. Splendid." Upon hearing this, Chun Baiqing glanced at her master and then, as if recalling something, smiled and said, "Sister is the true genius. I still have a long way to go." Such sweet words, Li Yingling exclaimed with joy, playfully pinching Chun Baiqing's cheek before adding, "Today, your sister will take you out to buy some delicious treats." Chun Baiqing nodded vigorously, affirming that her master's teachings were indeed correct. Chu Xingchen watched the scene before him in astonishment, wondering if she had just successfully applied what she had learned. And even towards her own sister? Not rushing to speak, he allowed Li Yingling to take Chun Baiqing's hand as they prepared to head out. As Li Xingtian planned to return to his cultivation when he noticed everything going smoothly, he was suddenly called back by his master. "Xingtian, come along." He turned to see his master's serious expression, a stark contrast to her usual casual demeanor. Li Xingtian responded earnestly, "All right, master." Li Yingling, holding Chun Baiqing's hand, cast a puzzled look at her peculiar master and junior disciple. On the streets of Yuzhou City, Li Yingling led Chun Baiqing to stand before a sugar painting stall, where the artist was skillfully crafting a sugar dragon. Chun Baiqing, a child with a penchant for sweet delicacies, particularly relished candied fruits and sugar paintings. At this moment, her gaze was intently fixed upon the sugar artist as he crafted his sugary creations. The sugar master patiently awaited the cooling and solidification of the sugar, before presenting a magnificent sugar dragon to Chun Baiqing. "Here you go," he said. "Thank you," Baiqing replied politely as she accepted the sugar dragon. Before she could savor the treat, Chu Xingchen interjected, "Let the master have a bite." Without hesitation, Chun Baiqing extended the sugar painting towards Chu Xingchen. Receiving the vividly crafted confection, he devoured it in mere moments, leaving only the stick behind, which he returned to Chun Baiqing. Chu Xingchen then looked at her, who was now holding the glistening wooden stick, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Li Yingling and Li Xingtian gazed at their master in speechless astonishment, but neither uttered a word. Chu Xingchen lowered his gaze to Chun Baiqing and asked, "Tell me, are you happy?" Baiqing glanced at her senior brother and sister. Noting their mutual silence, she cautiously inquired, "Master, did I do something wrong? You said to have just one bite, yet he ate all of your sugar painting. Are you angry?" "I am not angry." "Why not?" "Because you are my master, and your senior sister is not your senior sister. You will grow, you will mature, and you will learn both good and bad knowledge." Chu Xingchen spoke earnestly, "But you must understand what knowledge to impart to whom. You also need to recognize who will stand by you unconditionally, and understand that when the hearts of the sect disperse, they cannot be gathered again. Your senior brother and sister trust me, not because of my cultivation, but because they realize I truly regard them as family, and they see me as family in return. Baiqing, I know you are a good child, but you are still young and may sometimes struggle to discern right from wrong. You must reflect more deeply." Upon concluding his words, Chu Xingchen reached out to gently ruffle Chun Baiqing's small head and then addressed the sugar artist, "Please make another one." At this, Chun Baiqing bowed her head slightly, wishing to say something but finding her words lodged in her throat. Feeling a pang of emotion, she cautiously grasped the edges of Li Yingling's and Chu Xingchen's garments. "Senior sister," Li Yingling gently took hold of Chun Baiqing's small hand, feeling the warmth of the grasp. Baiqing looked up at Li Yingling, who still wore a smile filled with sincerity. Just as Baiqing was about to speak, the slightly astonished voice of Li Xingtian interrupted the moment. "Wait, master, isn't that the little monk from Chanlin Temple?" The four of them turned their gazes towards a small novice monk, carrying a yellow bundle and wielding a wooden staff, approaching from a distance along the street. Yet, this direction seemed to lead out of the city. Why did it appear as though Yuan Kong was attempting to leave the temple? Could it be that something had gone awry at Chanlin Temple again? Curiosity piqued, Li Yingling suggested, "Shall we inquire?" Chapter 84. Are the Buddhist scriptures deceptive? My senior brother is dying. Yuan Kong sat sorrowfully on a chair, licking the sugar painting with a mournful expression. Chu Xingchen gazed at this scene, slightly at a loss for words. Truly, as expected from a high monk of Chanlin Temple, his words and actions were in stark contrast. This truly is a lineage that endures. Li Yingling, with a hint of sorrow upon her face, gently consoled, "May you find peace in your grief." Yuan Kong took a deep breath, expressing earnestly, "My senior brother has treated me with utmost kindness. I cannot bear to witness his demise." Chu Xingchen scrutinized Yuan Kong's determination to leave home and remarked peculiarly, "So, your departure is to avoid witnessing the abbot's death? What nonsense." Yuan Kong bit into a sugar painting defiantly and exclaimed, "I intend to venture out to save my senior brother." "Oh," Chu Xingchen nodded slightly, acknowledging Yuan Kong's declaration. However, As Yuan Kong surveyed the faces of the four surrounding him, he realized none appeared to believe him. Li Yingling was the first to sigh and said, "Master, that monk is indeed a good person. We should offer a stick of incense in his honor. My senior brother will not perish. I shall surely rescue him." Yuan Kong asserted fervently, "It is rare to see you with such resolve, Yingling. Wait, you must listen to me." Yuan Kong stood up, his expression earnest. "I will bring my senior brother back." Chu Xingchen's consciousness swept over him, recognizing that Yuan Kong was cultivating the power of will, yet had yet to establish a foundation. Even if he did, mastering the arts and adapting would take time. Moreover, as a sheltered youth, how could he possibly save the abbot? "You should spend more time with the abbot." Chu Xingchen gently placed a hand on Yuan Kong's shoulder. "The outside world is fraught with peril. Someone like you would hardly suffice as a meal for the fierce beasts." Li Yingling nodded in agreement, "Indeed. Especially since the matters concerning the evil cultivators have not yet settled, and those from Zhongzhou are still pursuing. The outside remains dangerous. I am unafraid," Yuan Kong declared resolutely. "My senior brother would brave fire and water for me. I can do the same." "Such ambition," Chu Xingchen affirmed, calling out to the sugar painter across the street. "3 more sugar paintings, so Master Yuan Kong can have them on his journey." "Thank you, benefactor." Yuan Kong clasped his hands together in gratitude. Li Xingtian felt somewhat bemused. Just moments ago, he had been earnestly instructing his junior sister, and now his demeanor had shifted entirely. Given the current circumstances, it would clearly be better to bring Yuan Kong back to the Chanlin Temple. However, he understood that every individual must make their own choices. And this was Yuan Kong's decision for the abbot. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xingtian inquired, though it may be a bit presumptuous, "May I ask how you plan to save the abbot?" Yuan Kong glanced at the four of them, pondering briefly before responding, "The relic of Jialan Buddha. I discovered it while perusing scriptures. It is said that at the site where Bodhisattva Jialan fell, a heart lotus emerged, capable of connecting with the Buddha's heart and extending life." Li Xingtian could not help but shake his head gently upon hearing this. The bodhisattvas of the Buddhist realm are entities of great power, already at the level of formidable beings. If it were not recorded, perhaps remnants might still exist. However, if it is documented in texts, it likely has long been excavated, leaving nothing behind. One cannot expect monks to possess a higher moral standard, after all. Yuan Kong looked up at Li Xingtian's expression, understanding that he was skeptical. The journey ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. And although Yuan Kong had rarely ventured beyond the temple gates, he was not naive. The relic of Jialan Buddha is protected by Buddha seals, which can only be opened by those who are true children of the Buddha, not by anyone else. Yuan Kong earnestly explained, in the past, disciples of the Buddha would journey to the central plains to cultivate the great vehicle teachings. I am the only one who remains in Yuzhou City as a disciple. The relics of the Kalachakra Buddha likely still reside here. I suspect this is why the Chanlin Temple would document this location in their texts. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze towards Yuan Kong, comprehending the latter's deliberate explanation. Was he suggesting a partnership? "I am aware of your formidable cultivation. Your ability to perceive illusions is rendered ineffective against me," Yuan Kong remarked, fixing his eyes on Chu Xingchen. "All I desire is the heart lotus. The rest may belong to you." Chu Xingchen chuckled. The relics of the Kalachakra Buddha largely consist of treasures from the Buddhist realm. As a disciple of the Buddha, are you truly willing to part with them? Yuan Kong pressed his palms together, speaking with unwavering conviction. "Wealth can sway the heart of many, yet it does not sway mine." Intrigued, Chu Xingchen inquired, "Are you not concerned that I might be a villain?" Yuan Kong remained silent, merely glancing at Chun Baiqing, who had yet to utter a word. Ultimately, Chu Xingchen acquiesced. Faced with the tomb of a god transformation cultivator, his resolve wavered. After all, embarking on this venture held little risk. Should they indeed find treasures, it would be a significant gain. "Let us excavate. Dig fervently." If one could not dare to disturb the grave of a god transformation cultivator, what was the point of pursuing immortality? Given Chun Baiqing's youth, it was prudent to leave Li Xingtian to watch over him, for Li Xingtian's cultivation bore a hint of sinister undertones. It was uncertain whether any peculiar occurrences might transpire within the Buddhist relics. Moreover, Li Xingtian's experience would ensure a swift escape from any dangers encountered. Li Yingling had also joined this expedition, ostensibly to broaden her horizons. Every endeavor requires experience. After all, Yuan Kong's will was capable of refining qi. And an additional cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, such as Li Yingling, would not impede their progress. Yuan Kong expressed great confidence, stating, "The Kalachakra Buddha's relics may present risks on the journey, yet the interior should be exceedingly safe." The text contained detailed accounts of the secret realm following the fall of the Bodhisattva Kalachakra, described as akin to a celestial Buddhist paradise, serene and tranquil. When Chu Xingchen questioned why Yuan Kong did not bring along any monks from the Chanlin temple, Yuan Kong sighed deeply. There are few monks of foundation establishment in the temple, and each has a close relationship with the abbot. If I were to confide in them, I fear I would be reprimanded by my senior brothers. Li Yingling looked on with confusion. Are you not concerned that the abbot might worry about your clandestine departure? Yuan Kong responded confidently. I left a note for the abbot, stating that I am off to perform good deeds and cultivate my will. He will surely not suspect otherwise. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling exchanged glances, a hint of exasperation evident. Very well, let us proceed swiftly and return promptly. Without delay, Chu Xingchen soared towards the direction Yuan Kong had indicated. Half a day later, Yuan Kong stood dumbfounded before a vast river, repeatedly comparing it to the detailed map he had sketched. With a faint sigh, Chu Xingchen glanced at the map in Yuan Kong's hand. If the map accurately depicted the landscape, and if Yuan Kong was indeed competent, then before them should rise a majestic mountain, not an immensely broad river. In disbelief, Yuan Kong exclaimed, "Do the sutras deceive us?" Chu Xingchen scanned the vicinity with his spiritual sense before replying, "The sutras do not deceive. It is your eyes and common sense that have faltered." Chapter 85, Slaughter. Ceasefire. Before the rushing river, Li Yingling swiftly grasped her master's intention and spoke. As the saying goes, the vast sea turns into mulberry fields. I once read in the compendium of miscellaneous writings that the waters of the past, which receded from the rivers and seas, transformed into towering peaks. So, why cannot today's rivers and seas fill these mountains anew? Yuan Kong, upon hearing this, nodded in sudden realization. Then, at this moment, are these peaks submerged in the water? With a protective barrier of spiritual energy, Chu Xingchen enveloped the other two within, stating, "This is merely a hypothesis. Let us venture forth and see. Perhaps that scripture is nothing but a fabrication designed to deceive naive individuals like you. Others might perceive it as a tale, while you, Yuan Kong, foolishly regard it as treasure." Yuan Kong found herself lacking the confidence to retort. Li Yingling had already reached the foundation establishment stage, rendering the river's currents trivial for her, but Yuan Kong was not so fortunate. Since the barrier was already formed, including one more person would not pose a problem. It could serve as an additional safeguard. Chu Xingchen, accompanied by the two, plunged into the turbulent river. The swift currents carried a considerable amount of silt, and upon entering the water, they were enveloped in a misty darkness. The faint glow emitted by their spiritual energy only allowed Yuan Kong to discern the flowing sands and stones surrounding them. However, she was unable to observe anything in detail. Chu Xingchen's consciousness once again scanned the mountain, comparing it to the hand-drawn map by Yuan Kong, yet found no semblance between the two. Could it truly be merely a whimsical tale crafted to amuse? Li Yingling observed her master's expression and inquired, "Master, is something amiss?" Chu Xingchen slightly shook his head and turned his gaze towards Yuan Kong, asking, "Does that scripture contain any crucial hints?" Hints. Yuan Kong was momentarily taken aback by the question, then pondered before replying. It only mentions that Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva is for the salvation of all beings, transforming oneself into an inner landscape, isolating love and hate, and dispelling enmity. Setting aside the authenticity of this story for the moment, the keyword isolation intrigued Chu Xingchen. After a brief contemplation, he nodded in realization. At present, this was the only course of action left to pursue. Vast spiritual energy surged forth from Chu Xingchen, and ethereal hands appeared behind him. One hand waved gently, swiftly parting the muddy waters, while the other, with fingers slightly spread, released a torrent of spiritual energy, expanding into a colossal reflective surface that covered the expansive river, mirroring everything beneath. Chu Xingchen gazed upward at the luminous screen above. The mountains and rivers were reflected therein. At this moment, Li Yingling and Yuan Kong also comprehended the situation and looked towards the spiritual light screen together. Isolation delineates the internal from the external. It also creates an inversion of perspectives. Chu Xingchen quickly focused on a small hillside revealed in the reflection. That was their destination. Retrieving his spiritual energy, the ethereal hands dissipated. Chu Xingchen led the two towards the hillside. Having quickly absorbed knowledge of the cultivation world, Li Yingling understood that such a technique was at least characteristic of a nascent soul cultivator. She promptly inquired, "Master, is this a technique of the nascent soul stage?" "What's wrong? Do you underestimate your master?" Chu Xingchen replied with a calm demeanor. "There are many more mysterious aspects to me." "Impossible. My master is capable of overwhelming the top cultivators of the Xuanwu kingdom," Li Yingling retorted, her earlier expression contrasting sharply with her current excitement. "Your initial expression did not convey such confidence," she chuckled. "At that time, I was still unversed in the ways of cultivation," she added. Amidst the laughter and conversation, Chu Xingchen arrived at the small hillside by the river's bottom. Once more, He surveyed the area with his divine sense and, with a slight lift of his hand, shattered the hillside, revealing a massive statue of Guanyin. The statue, though somewhat obscured by time, displayed a pair of eyes shrouded by a yellow cloth, inscribed with black runes that occasionally flickered with a glimmer of light. Chu Xingchen encompassed the statue within his spiritual barrier and turned to Yuan Kong, saying, "It is now your turn, Bodhisattva." As the moment for Yuan Kong's performance arrived, he stepped forward with a confident demeanor, unhesitatingly reaching for the yellow cloth. In an instant, a surge of dark energy propelled him backward, colliding forcefully against the edge of the spiritual barrier. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling remained silent, their gazes calm and unwavering as they observed the self-assured Bodhisattva. There was neither disappointment nor regret in their eyes, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along. The dark energy had struck Yuan Kong like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily numb as he clutched his chest, only to meet the tranquil gazes of the two, which seemed to convey, "We were already aware of your inadequacies. This is no surprise to us. It was merely a mistake. I was careless." Yuan Kong hastily declared as he rose to his feet, "I shall examine the inscription on the cloth now." Chu Xingchen replied in a neutral tone, "Then do try again." Yuan Kong promptly returned to the statue, scrutinizing the inscription on the cloth with utmost seriousness. He softly recited the runes, Om Amitba. After several recitations, he felt an unsettling dissonance, realizing that this was not the content of any Buddhist scripture. Rather, it bore resemblance to the techniques imparted by his senior brother. He formed hand gestures, channeling his inner willpower, and shouted, Om Shavava. Under Yuan Kong's control, the willpower surged into the yellow cloth. Suddenly, a more potent wave of dark energy surged forth, prompting Chu Xingchen to swiftly shield Yuan Kong's form. Although Yuan Kong was not struck directly by the dark energy, the residual force caused him to tumble backward. Li Yingling sighed, "Master, perhaps it is best for you to take over." As Yuan Kong regained his footing, he looked towards Chu Xingchen, who was preparing to act. "Do you wish to try again? Allow me to step back first." Yuan Kong, clutching his chest, hurriedly scurried to the edge before signaling Chu Xingchen to proceed. Chu Xingchen gazed at Yuan Kong, who displayed such shamelessness. Despite the disarray of the current situation, Chu Xingchen felt a sense of optimism for his future, recognizing the influence of the esteemed monks from the Zen Forest Temple. Now, it was his turn to take action. While the living may exhibit caution in the face of divine transformation, what significance do the deceased hold? Chu Xingchen's gaze intensified as two small spectral hands re-emerged behind him, reaching unhesitatingly for the yellow cloth. At the moment the hands grasped the cloth, the runes erupted with a fierce dark energy, surging violently towards the spectral hands. "Oh, quite impressive," Chu Xingchen remarked, his brow furrowing. The spectral figure behind the hands continued to manifest, revealing a chibi version of Chu Xingchen seated upon a white lotus, his expression calm and devoid of emotion, as he prepared to tear the yellow cloth away. The black runes on the yellow cloth leapt forth, advancing towards the spectral figure. However, it is regrettable that as the ethereal shadow grasped the cloth strip, the meditative figure of Chu Xingchen abruptly rose, extending a small foot to stamp upon the approaching inscription. With a sudden exertion, he forcefully tore down the yellow cloth. At that moment, the true visage of Guanyin was revealed. Her gaze was fierce, filled with boundless wrath that seemed capable of devouring everything. The decree of life and death. The cessation of conflict. As Guanyin unveiled her eyes, a thunderous rebuke echoed from her statue. With the utterance of her voice, the surrounding scenery began to shift dramatically. Chu Xingchen sensed this transformation, yet his expression remained composed. This, perhaps, was the inner landscape that Yuan Kong had spoken of, where all the treasures mentioned by him were to be found. Chapter 86. Within and beyond the scene, is this how your Buddhist sect interprets tranquility and harmony? Li Yingling could not help but scoff at the sight before her. A dark crimson, overcast sky loomed above, and the ground was stained with remnants of unquenched blood, presenting a desolate tableau with a pervasive stench of carnage wafting through the air. Several trees bore the pale heads of the deceased, and faint cries echoed from a distant village. Yuan Kong cast a puzzled glance at Li Yingling, then took a deep breath, exhaling heavily as he expressed his bewilderment. "How splendid this is, with the mountains and waters so picturesque." As he spoke, he pointed towards a withered tree adorned with severed heads, exclaiming, "Look at how joyfully those children swing." Li Yingling responded. Chu Xingchen placed a reassuring hand on Li Yingling's shoulder. "Do not rush. The world seen through his eyes differs from ours. This likely explains why only a son of Buddha can comprehend it. Otherwise, a mere seal would not necessitate a Buddha's son." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong also grasped the implication and inquired of Chu Xingchen, "Is the scene you perceive different from mine?" Chu Xingchen nodded gently, replying, "It is indeed somewhat different. But since it is said that only a son of Buddha can comprehend, You should give it a try first. Upon receiving this response, Yuan Kong's face instantly radiated confidence, asserting that he would surely be of assistance. He stepped towards the tree bearing the heads. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling followed closely behind. Yuan Kong halted beneath the tree, clasped his hands together, and bowed, inquiring, "Esteemed benefactors, may I ask what this place is called?" The severed heads, upon hearing this, suddenly cast sidelong glances at the bowing Yuan Kong. "Call your mother. Call your mother." The heads collectively shouted in anger. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. Yuan Kong, however, nodded gratefully. "Thank you, kind benefactors. May good fortune accompany you throughout your life." The heads roared in unison. "Good for your mother. Good for your mother. Pray tell, how many souls reside here? Kill your entire family. Kill your entire family. Oh, then I would like to inquire about certain matters. Who would be suitable to approach? Hang your head. Hang your head." Chu Xingchen listened in silence to the exchange, observing Yuan Kong bow once more in gratitude, his expression one of satisfaction. Yuan Kong turned to explain. "This place is known as Peach Blossom Village, where there is an inn. The innkeeper is well informed. We can seek answers there. I have told you all. This is a realm of human paradise, tranquil and harmonious." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, patting Yuan Kong's shoulder. "We shall rely heavily on you this time. Rest assured, leave it to me." Yuan Kong confidently nodded and began to stride towards Peach Blossom Village. Peach Blossom Village lies not far away. Yuan Kong took the lead, stepping into the village. A few desolate, dilapidated yellow earth houses stood in silence, each adorned with white lanterns and white mourning banners. The walls of each house had collapsed, exposing the stark, white bones within the courtyards. Faint cries of mourning echoed from inside the earthen dwellings. Li Yingling instinctively reached for the sword at her waist, her gaze vigilant as she surveyed her surroundings. Yuan Kong, however, wore a satisfied expression, leisurely surveying the scene. Chu Xingchen ambled along, casting a casual glance around. "Look, that ahead is the tavern." Yuan Kong pointed to a rundown building straight ahead. Li Yingling raised her eyes, only to see that within the dilapidated structure, coffins were lined up, making it resemble a funeral parlor more than an inn. Surrounding one coffin were unburned incense sticks and a few small stools. "Is this coffin being used as a table?" Yuan Kong quickened his pace and hurried into the tavern, his eyes locking onto the corpse of a middle-aged man, hanging upside down, rotting and clad in a funeral garment. He bowed and inquired, "Might I ask the proprietor, is there a Buddhist temple nearby?" A muddled voice emanated from the headless corpse. "Chop off your head for a drink." "None." "What about a statue of Buddha or Guanyin?" "Lie in the coffin, lie in the coffin." Yuan Kong's expression twisted. Then he sighed softly. "I am a monk. I cannot consume meat. Could I trouble the shopkeeper for some vegetarian fare?" "Dig out your heart. Dig out your heart." "Thank you, thank you. But the shopkeeper must clarify things for me later." Yuan Kong smiled, quickly bowing once more, then gestured for Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling to take a seat at the side. He chose a nearby coffin, sitting on the stool, his hand naturally resting atop the coffin. With a silent sigh, Chu Xingchen took a seat opposite Yuan Kong, while Li Yingling settled beside her master. Yuan Kong vigorously wiped the coffin in front of him with his sleeve, commenting, "I rarely see such a long rectangular table. It's quite lengthy." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is rather peculiar." Yuan Kong glanced back at the upside-down proprietor, then leaned forward and whispered, "This shopkeeper is truly unscrupulous, refusing to provide information without a meal. Do you have ample funds?" Chu Xingchen's expression was inscrutable as he replied, "I should have enough money. But I fear he may not want money." Yuan Kong, confused, asked, "Not want money? Then what does he desire?" Li Yingling, gazing at the now clean coffin that Yuan Kong had wiped, speculated, "Your heart and liver, perhaps, along with your little head?" Yuan Kong laughed, shaking his head. "Ha ha. Although the shopkeeper is a bit unscrupulous, this establishment does not seem entirely corrupt. The proprietor, while somewhat greedy, appears rather benign." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling glanced up again at the proprietor, whose head was grotesquely swollen, tongue protruding, and eyes nearly falling from their sockets. To her, it was hard to discern any semblance of kindness in his visage. Behind the upside-down proprietor, a curtain resembling that of a funeral parlor was lifted. A waiter, whose body was decayed and bones visible, limped forward, cradling a bowl filled with writhing, plump worms, mixed with dark red clots of blood. He placed the bowl before the three atop the coffin. With a ghastly and grating voice, the waiter announced, "Eat, and you shall die. Eat, and you shall die." As he spoke, he drew forth a blood-stained, decaying long sword from behind, aiming it menacingly at Yuan Kong's head, poised to strike. Li Yingling raised her gaze to her master, observing his unflinching demeanor, and thus composed herself. Yuan Kong gazed down at the dish before him, expressing his grievance. "I cannot consume meat. Yet that does not imply I can tolerate such spiciness. The innkeeper raised his long sword high, declaring fiercely, "Refuse to eat, and you shall perish. Refuse to eat, and you shall perish." "You said it wasn't spicy," Yuan Kong remarked, glancing up, seizing an incense stick from the censer beside the coffin to use as chopsticks. Capturing a wriggling fatworm, drawing a deep breath, he resolutely prepared to ingest the worm. Chu Xingchen extended his hand, halting Yuan Kong's motion, his gaze drifting languidly towards the innkeeper wielding the sword. With a cold chuckle, he spoke in a flat tone, "Eat your mother." Chapter 87. The coexistence of good and evil. Upon his words, a profound silence enveloped the entire inn, creating an atmosphere of eerie tension. Li Yingling's eyes sharpened, her hand already resting on her sword, poised to engage at her master's command. Having cultivated her skills for so long, she was eager to demonstrate her prowess to her master. The decaying innkeeper stiffly turned his head towards Chu Xingchen, pointing the sword at him as he angrily shouted, "You shall die first. You shall die first." Yuan Kong gazed in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Why would one resort to cursing a limping innkeeper? What was their perspective on this situation? Chu Xingchen turned to Yuan Kong, inquiring, "What did that creature just say? What did he say about you, esteemed sir? And what is that he holds?" "A long teapot, indeed," Yuan Kong replied. "Now, tell him to set it down." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong clasped his hands together and said, "My apologies, kind sir. Could you please place the teapot down for now?" This request seemed to strike a nerve with the innkeeper, who swung the rusted longsword down towards Chu Xingchen, bellowing, "Die!" As the innkeeper lunged, Chu Xingchen raised his gaze, causing the incense from the censer to suddenly soar and strike, nailing the innkeeper's limbs to the coffin. The longsword fell from the innkeeper's grasp with a resounding clatter. Chu Xingchen turned to the astonished Yuan Kong and instructed, "From now on, you shall serve as a translator. Whatever he says, you shall translate." Yuan Kong nodded eagerly and then looked at the innkeeper, who was making muffled sounds of distress, promptly translating, "It hurts, esteemed sir, I was wrong." Chu Xingchen hesitated for a moment, then chose to restrain his response. As the commotion escalated, the other coffins began to tremble slightly, while the inverted proprietor shouted in anger, "Soak them all in wine. Soak them all in wine." Yuan Kong shot a glance at the speaking proprietor, his expression conflicted, before stating, "He says you should release him. Translate everything," he commanded. "What the hell do you want? Are you trying to cause a disturbance?" Upon finishing, Yuan Kong quickly clasped his hands together, defending himself. "Translating does not count as breaking the rules. Translating does not count as breaking the rules." No sooner had Yuan Kong uttered these words than hurried footsteps echoed from behind the curtain where the innkeeper stood. A group of similarly attired shopkeepers emerged from behind the curtain, each afflicted with varying degrees of decay, brandishing an assortment of weapons, and glaring furiously at Chu Xingchen and his companions. The proprietor bellowed, "Males shall be soaked in liquor, females roasted by fire, and the young served as sashimi." Yuan Kong swiftly translated, "What prowess is there in bullying the disabled? Do you not intend to grant these individuals a sliver of mercy?" Upon hearing the translation, Chu Xingchen lifted his gaze slightly, a surge of spiritual energy enveloping him as he instantly immobilized the grotesquely decayed shopkeepers. The previously trembling coffin fell silent in an instant. Chu Xingchen cast a glance at the shopkeeper pinned to the coffin. His head had already decayed and warped, revealing a mass of congealed brain matter. Even now, he emitted meaningless wails of despair. Reaching for an incense stick from a nearby incense burner, Chu Xingchen unhesitatingly pierced it through the shopkeeper's head. The incense penetrated his skull and continued through the coffin. A wail echoed from within, only to be followed by an eerie silence. Despite the incense traversing the shopkeeper's brain, he continued to emit pitiful sounds. Yuan Kong instantly comprehended the situation, his eyes widening in horror as he surveyed the scene. The enraged proprietor, the disabled shopkeepers wielding brooms and kitchen utensils, all glaring at him with fury, the disproportionately large table, the shopkeeper pinned to it, his brain matter pooling on the ground as he continued to howl. At this moment, one shopkeeper was pinned to the long table, and Yuan Kong suddenly realized that, in Chu Xingchen's eyes, this table was likely a coffin. After all, such a table that fits so closely to a human body was rather unusual. Chu Xingchen gently tapped Yuan Kong's head, reassuring him, "Do not panic. What is, is." Yuan Kong cast a sideways glance at the bowl of half chili peppers and half cabbage, swallowing hard as he inquired, "Then what does this dish represent in your eyes?" Li Yingling also rose to respond, "It is undoubtedly something you would not wish to consume." Yuan Kong glanced once more at the shopkeeper whose brain matter was strewn across the table, asking, "So, what you see is real?" After all, Yuan Kong could not fathom a world where someone's brain matter flowed freely across a table while they writhed in agony. If he was mistaken, then it must be that what Chu Xingchen perceived was indeed reality. Chu Xingchen summoned his spiritual sword, calmly elucidating, "It is not merely a matter of truth and falsehood. In your eyes, there is goodness, while in ours, there exists malevolence. Good and evil stand in opposition, yet intertwine. We must amalgamate our disparate worlds to arrive at judgment. Your goodness provides us with information, while my malevolence serves to shield you from dangers you cannot perceive." Yuan Kong nodded in understanding, instantly grasping his role to serve as the translator, leaving the grim tasks to Chu Xingchen. Observing Yuan Kong's quick comprehension, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, turning his attention to the shopkeeper still lying in the coffin, spewing curses. With his spiritual sword poised at the shopkeeper's neck, Chu Xingchen demanded, "Confess, what manner of establishment is this? I will kill you. I will kill you. The proprietor of this establishment possesses a kind heart, and all the employees are essentially unfortunate souls with disabilities. One can approach him for any matters." Li Yingling found it remarkable that such a brief phrase could be expanded into an entire paragraph by Yuan Kong. Chu Xingchen, maintaining a stoic demeanor, continued to inquire, "Who holds authority in this village? I'll slaughter your entire family. I'll slaughter your entire family." The innkeeper shouted incomprehensibly in anger. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen severed the innkeeper's right hand, which had just brandished a knife. He could tolerate insults directed at the little monk, but when it came to disparaging remarks about himself, his patience wore thin. Yuan Kong hastily translated, "Ah, it hurts." Unable to contain his frustration, Chu Xingchen tapped Yuan Kong on the head and admonished, "Do not translate interjections. Use your brain. Just convey the essential information." Oh, he said. "The village chief has authority here." Yuan Kong promptly rubbed his head. Having translated everything previously, he now had to pick and choose his words. It was truly challenging to please. Chu Xingchen asked once more, "Where is the village chief's residence?" "I'll cook you alive. I'll cook you alive." Chu Xingchen drew his sword again and severed the innkeeper's left hand. Yuan Kong watched the scene with a grim expression. To him, it was merely a common cripple pleading for mercy, yet Chu Xingchen coldly dismembered him. Had the cripple not spilled his brains across the ground, Yuan Kong might have attempted to intervene. Nevertheless, he decided against it. The largest house to the east of the village is the village chief's home. Chapter 88. Starting with this village chief, as Yuan Kong stepped out of the tavern, he dared not look back, despite the cacophony behind him. After all, the ground was littered with dismembered limbs, heads, and blood. No one remained to answer questions. The hell described in Buddhist scriptures could hardly compare to this scene. At that moment, Yuan Kong felt a tumult within his stomach. Indeed, the world outside the temple was fraught with peril, and he had been naive. Moreover, he had actually watched Chu Xingchen, with a carefree smile, dismember a group of people merely to ascertain a piece of information. However, Chu Xingchen was not the most ruthless. That ethereal maiden was far more merciless in her actions. Yuan Kong felt as though he had strayed down a dark path, seemingly led astray by two malevolent cultivators. Observing Yuan Kong's distressed expression, Chu Xingchen gently patted his shoulder and said, "Smile. Haven't we acquired crucial information?" Yuan Kong turned back, forcing a rather unattractive smile towards Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen grimaced and replied, "Your smile is even more ghastly than that of my second disciple. Perhaps you should refrain from smiling." Li Yingling couldn't help but chuckle at this. His consciousness swiftly scanned the entire village. Yet Chu Xingchen found no trace of the village chief's residence among the businesses and numerous innkeepers. The village appeared in a state of utter ruin. Devoid of any notable houses, everything lay in disarray. It seemed that Yuan Kong would have to guide them through this path. What appeared as collapsed mud houses to Chu Xingchen appeared to be brand new structures in Yuan Kong's eyes. In a modest village, with a distinct direction, Yuan Kong swiftly led Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling to the front of a dilapidated ruin. Li Yingling cast her gaze upon a heap of debris, where an elderly man in a burial garment sat atop a battered red coffin, his white hair cascading down as he bowed his head to the ground. The three of them stood still, collectively observing the village chief. Chu Xingchen's system of entries could not be activated on these individuals, as they seemed to exist beyond the realm of the living. "Are you the village chief?" Chu Xingchen inquired, scrutinizing the elder. "Do you hold authority here?" The old man's murky eyes lifted to meet the trio's, quickly focusing on Yuan Kong. His voice was thick and hoarse, as if he had not spoken in ages. "Buddha's child?" Yuan Kong translated. "He refers to you as Buddha's child." The village chief let out a bitter smile, then cast his gaze downward. "You have come too late. Everything is gone. You should leave." As Yuan Kong prepared to translate, he was interrupted by Chu Xingchen's inquiry. "What do you mean by too late?" "As you can see, goodness is but an illusion, while evil abounds," the chief remarked with a self-deprecating laugh. "The bodhisattva lost. Human nature is inherently wicked." Observing Chu Xingchen's fluid communication, Yuan Kong realized that this village chief was unlike the other villagers. So, Does that mean everything here has been taken? Chu Xingchen asked. Aren't you here to save this world? The village chief looked up in surprise at Yuan Kong. This Buddhist child, are you not here to guide us? Yuan Kong felt his face flush with embarrassment. His expression conflicted, yet he spoke the truth. I am here to find the Buddha's heart. The village chief nodded in understanding, then unfastened his burial garment, revealing his chest. A dark heart pulsed within, emanating a radiant glow that penetrated his skin. This is the Buddha's heart of the Bodhisattva. Feel free to take it. Yuan Kong stared dumbfounded at the heart, realizing it hardly resembled anything that could bestow longevity. If this were given to the abbot, he might perish even sooner. Noticing that Yuan Kong had achieved his objective, Chu Xingchen then posed his own question. Where can we find the Bodhisattva's treasures or artifacts? The village chief straightforwardly gestured towards the shadowy mountain nearby. Mount Wanzhong, accessible to the Buddhist child. However, if you wish to obtain the treasures, you must first ascend Mount Wanzhong. The moment the Buddha's heart is taken, this realm shall collapse. The village chief's accommodating demeanor caught Chu Xingchen off guard. Yet the sincerity in the elder's expression seemed genuine. Ultimately, even if it were a ruse, they could always retreat with nothing but their own safety. Resolute, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze toward Yuan Kong. Wait, Yuan Kong interjected hastily. Is this Buddha's heart originally this color? The village chief's murky gaze sharpened, his attention scrutinizing Yuan Kong with an expression that conveyed pity. It was evident that he looked down upon Yuan Kong's question, unfazed by the disdain. Yuan Kong recognized the opportunity before him and pressed on. How can it be restored? The village chief sighed and spoke. When the world they perceive aligns with the world you see, it will be restored. Yuan Kong gazed at Chu Xingchen, his voice trembling with uncertainty as he asked, what does the world look like through your eyes now? Li Yingling surveyed the surroundings and replied, it is a wasteland, strewn with bones, and a few lifeless corpses wander aimlessly through the streets. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong felt darkness envelop him. Ruins can be rebuilt, bones can be buried. But surely these wandering corpses cannot be resurrected? No wonder the village chief bore such an expression. Given the circumstances, it seemed he had long since abandoned hope. Perhaps he had grown weary of it all, ready to embrace annihilation. With a sense of helplessness, Yuan Kong turned his hopeful gaze towards Chu Xingchen, pinning his hopes on this esteemed figure to possess some means of salvation. Facing Yuan Kong's pitiful look, Chu Xingchen sighed helplessly and turned to the village chief, asking, is this realm a product of the mind? The village chief regarded him with surprise. It seemed that this handsome young man possessed greater insight than the monk. He nodded gently and said, the inner landscape is born from the heart, thus it is indeed idealistic. However, how can you influence the inner landscape from the outer landscape? Chu Xingchen inquired in a calm tone. I only ask you, village chief, if the heart of the Buddha were to change, would you still cherish it? The village chief smiled faintly and nodded slowly. Very well, it could be said that this little monk, Yuan Kong, had employed him. Chu Xingchen chose to lay his cards on the table, stating, Yuan Kong, no one can guarantee success in this matter. I can only attempt it. Should it fail? Yuan Kong quickly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and said, I shall bear all consequences. I must venture to the towering mountains. Satisfied with the response, Chu Xingchen nodded gently and turned to the village chief, saying, no more looking around. Given the chaos of this world, you bear at least 80% of the responsibility. We are in need of a translator, and you shall be the one. The village chief, recognizing the validity of this assertion, thought that the world was already in such disarray. How much worse could it possibly get? Moreover, this handsome young man seemed quite confident, likely possessing some abilities. With matters having reached this point, what harm could come from trusting him for a while? After all, it couldn't possibly get worse. The village chief nodded in agreement, saying, very well. Inside the tavern, which had recently been turned upside down, Chu Xingchen stood atop a rotting skull, seated on a coffin pierced by a spiritual sword. His gaze was fierce as he looked at the tavern owner, who was attempting to piece together corpses. From this moment on, I am in charge here. You will eat and relieve yourselves under my command. If I do not permit it, you shall not release even a single sound. The village chief stared at Chu Xingchen, slightly dazed. Chu Xingchen turned to him and said, what are you looking at? It starts with you, village chief. Gather everyone. All of you, assemble at the tavern. Li Yingling crushed a bone beneath her foot, her gaze icy as she confronted the decaying corpse before her. I will feast on your brain. The corpses turned their attention toward her, reaching out as if to pounce. Just as Yuan Kong was about to translate, a sharp beam of sword light cleaved the corpse in half. Li Yingling stepped forward, positioning her sword beside the corpse's head, the sharp spiritual energy slicing through it, as if it were a delicate cut of meat. This was neither a negotiation nor a notification. It was a command. Li Yingling let out a cold snort, her gaze sweeping over the remaining corpses. If they had not managed to crawl away in the next quarter of an hour, they could not blame her for meticulously turning them into minced meat. As she observed the once advancing corpses, they halted their movements, trembling as they twisted their bodies, seemingly preparing to flee. Yuan Kong stood in stunned silence, gazing at the icy countenance of Li Yingling. It seemed her intimidating presence required no translation. A fierce sword aura swept through again, shattering a nearby corpse into fragments. Li Yingling's cold voice pierced the air. You are heading the wrong way. Should you dare to remain, and I catch you, feel free to test your fate. You may run, but where can you escape to? With that, she severed the head of a corpse below her with a single stroke of her sword and turned to depart for her next target. A multitude of corpses remained motionless, uncertain of their next move. After a prolonged silence, the group of corpses exchanged glances and silently began to walk in unison toward a single direction. Subsequently, Yuan Kong trailed closely behind Li Yingling. Although he claimed to be there for translation, not a single word had passed his lips. Perhaps, Li Yingling simply did not require a translator. Kicking down doors, issuing threats, and dispatching foes, her actions grew increasingly proficient with each repetition. After a thorough exploration of a modest village, during which she had dispatched a quarter of its inhabitants, Li Yingling finally completed her circuit. She positioned herself behind the last group of corpses, urging them onward to the tavern. Do not inquire why the corpses obeyed so readily. It was simply because this woman truly had the capacity to reduce them to mere pulp. Yuan Kong followed in her wake, not daring to utter a word. His elder brother had indeed spoken true. The woman from the mountain was a tiger. As the final batch of corpses was escorted in, Yuan Kong gazed in horror at the scene before the tavern. A large iron pot had been set up, flames blazing beneath it, filled with seething hot oil. Above the pot, a wooden frame held the tavern owner, suspended upside down from the ceiling. The splattering hot oil occasionally struck his face, eliciting frantic cries of despair. A throng of corpses lay prostrate on the ground, silent and trembling, listening intently to the owner's lamentations. It was evident that these ancient corpses had encountered some sinister methods. The village chief sat in a corner of the tavern, head bowed and body hunched, mute and withdrawn. Clearly, it was not only Li Yingling who required no translation. Chu Xingchen had little need for it either. Witnessing this spectacle, Yuan Kong felt grateful he had accompanied Li Yingling. In his eyes, this scene resembled a day bathed in brilliant sunlight, a tavern owner suspended above a pot of boiling oil, howling in agony, while a group of ordinary mortals trembled on the ground. Chu Xingchen stood before the large pot, a ladle in hand, gently stirring the scalding oil, a serene smile gracing his face. From such a perspective, Yuan Kong could only regard Chu Xingchen as a tyrant reveling in his power. No wonder his elder brother had advised that one must first discern the essence before judging actions. Li Yingling approached Chu Xingchen, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect, and said, Master, we have nearly gathered everyone. We can deal with the remaining ones later. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze fixed upon the horde of corpses kneeling in the vacant space before him. Village Chief, present the draft of the ultimate management regulations for Teotihuacan that I have prepared. The village chief, seated within the shop, promptly seized the Xian paper resting upon a nearby coffin and hastened to Chu Xingchen's side. Chu Xingchen gently gestured, recited. The village chief, looking at the Xian paper, took a deep breath and began to read aloud. Management regulations. First, all forms of fighting and brawling are strictly prohibited. Any acts of aggression, theft, insults, or any behavior deemed to possess negative value are forbidden. Second, effective immediately, we shall resume full production. All collapsed or tilted structures must be rebuilt and all pollution eradicated. Laziness and dereliction of duty will not be tolerated. Third, compliance with all orders from the supreme leader is mandatory. Questioning any command from the leader is forbidden, as is the dissemination of any malicious slander against the leader. Fourth, obedience is paramount. Any act of disobedience will be regarded as the gravest of crimes. Upon completing the recitation, the village chief stepped back behind Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen lightly applauded. You have lived too carelessly, forgetting the essence of humanity, but fear not. I am here to teach you anew. He paused, directing his gaze at the innkeeper. I still wish to regard you as human, provided you desire to be so. As for those who do not expect me to treat you as one. As his words concluded, the innkeeper, who was hanging upside down, was unceremoniously cast into the cauldron of oil. Instantly, smoke billowed forth, and he struggled desperately within the boiling vat. Yet, a mystical force had already ensnared him within the iron pot, rendering his anguished cries and frantic movements futile. Chu Xingchen maintained a serene demeanor. Pointing at the innkeeper within the cauldron, this individual has lost all sense of morality, forcibly breaking the limbs of villagers and compelling them to toil for his benefit. It is said that many of you have suffered under his oppression. Today marks a turning point. Oppression must be overturned. If you yearn for peace, tranquility, and happiness, then I shall be your staunchest ally. Conversely, if you seek malevolence, slaughter, and wickedness, then I shall become your most terrifying nightmare. It is time for Teotihuacan to embrace a more virtuous atmosphere. Have you not grown weary of wallowing in filth? We shall start anew, until you inhabit a world that satisfies you. With each pronouncement, the innkeeper's struggles within the cauldron diminished. By the time his words concluded, the once clear oil had turned a deep crimson hue. Chu Xingchen pointed at the cauldron, his gaze unwavering. Now, reveal to me your choice. After a brief moment, one of the corpses suddenly roared, Kill you, rip out your heart and liver. Li Yingling instinctively reached for his sword, only to be restrained by Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong interjected, What they say is inconsequential. Chu Xingchen interrupted, Now, all who wish to be regarded as human, gather at the village entrance. First, clear away the nearby dilapidated houses. We shall commence anew. For those who do not wish to be human, you may leap into this pot and keep company with its contents. The village chief looked at Chu Xingchen, rendered speechless. If you put it that way, who in the world does not wish to be human? Chapter 90. The theory of fruits. At the entrance of Taohua village, a group of sluggish zombies laboriously cleared mounds of yellow earth. Chu Xingchen sat leisurely on a chair before a large iron pot filled with hot oil, overseeing the work with a sense of calm. By now, bones floated in the oil, suggesting that some unfortunate souls had unwittingly entered for a bath. These zombies appeared to lack intelligence, yet in truth, they were not devoid of it. Their crude language was incomprehensible to Chu Xingchen, but Yuan Kong and the village chief served as the bridge for communication. Although he could not grasp their precise intentions, any disobedience or failure to follow orders would result in them being unceremoniously tossed into the pot. Language may deceive, but actions reveal the truth. It was evident that these zombies still felt pain, for the effect of the oil was unmistakably profound. Instantly, the group of zombies cowered, and their twisted limbs began to engage in rudimentary tasks. Li Yingling initially showed interest in supervising, but soon lost her enthusiasm. The zombies moved at a sluggish pace. Their work efficiency left much to be desired, causing her discomfort. After observing for a while, she decisively abandoned her supervisory role and began to wander with Yuan Kong, seeking out those idle zombies who were not participating in labor. Chu Xingchen was unconcerned with efficiency. As long as they toiled, that sufficed. With each task completed, he would bestow rewards, breaks, and encouragement. Although uncertain if they could consume food, he nonetheless presented them with rations, watching as they gnawed with fervor. Some zombies, having consumed the food, expelled it back out through gaping holes in their abdomens, a sight that seemed rather wasteful, given their current state. Chu Xingchen opted for an 18-hour workday. The village chief, in a moment of existential questioning, asked, Do you truly regard them as humans? To which Chu Xingchen responded bluntly, Do you think they qualify as humans in their present condition? The village chief was rendered speechless by this retort. Naturally, there were attempts at rebellion, but all were swiftly quelled by the iron pot. It appeared that the zombie structure was somewhat metaphysical. Even if they were immersed in the pot, they would automatically reassemble once it cooled. Most zombies that endured the torment of the pot emerged obedient, though a few nostalgically longed for the experience of the hot oil. Chu Xingchen was not averse to inviting them back for another bath in the oil. In a matter of time, the zombies understood that Chu Xingchen was an entity not to be trifled with. Conflicts inevitably arose among the zombies during their work, but Chu Xingchen maintained a strict policy. Those who instigated trouble would find themselves in the pot, upholding fairness without bias. Meanwhile, Li Yingling managed to gather several stragglers for reform. As everything progressed methodically, the dilapidated earthen structure at the village entrance was rebuilt, albeit with a low quality that barely made it habitable. Some bones were collected and buried together in a large pit to the south. With continued labor and enforced discipline by Chu Xingchen, the transformation progressed steadily. The group of zombies gradually became accustomed to their circumstances, unable to resist. They resigned themselves to enjoyment. As one makeshift earthen building after another was reconstructed, those exhibiting the best behavior were prioritized by Chu Xingchen to reside in these simple structures, while the least compliant were relegated to sleeping in muddy heaps. The policy was clear-cut, rewarding merit while punishing failure. Given the sluggishness of the zombies, Chu Xingchen found little time to waste. Most of the time, he employed subtle methods to assist in the construction, resulting in a commendable progress. Within approximately 3 days, the first phase of housing renovations was completed, and remarkably, 3 zombies had shed their prior state of incessant cursing. They began to engage in rudimentary communication using simple, albeit somewhat confused vocabulary. The village chief, witnessing this transformation, was utterly astonished. This world indeed operated on subjective principles. As the zombies gradually regained their faculties, The river nearby transformed from a dark crimson hue to a light red. Chu Xingchen promptly appointed these 3 zombies as team leaders, empowering them to oversee other tasks. Moving beyond mere construction to organizing the river and preparing to cultivate a vegetable garden. Chu Xingchen's firm management yielded impressive results. After another 2 days, most of the zombies had regained a semblance of normalcy. With their work efficiency improved, he reduced their working hours and replaced the large oil pot with a hefty iron rod. The murky dark red sky began to reclaim some brightness, and small fish began to leap in the river. As they overcame the initial hardships and began to progress, the pace of improvement surpassed Chu Xingchen's expectations. He no longer needed to enforce work upon them. The semi-human zombies began to work autonomously. The village gradually transformed, shedding its former appearance. On the 7th day of supervision, a significant portion of this group had nearly reverted to normalcy. Yuan Kong and the village chief were not without merit. In the early stages of transformation, the zombies still required Yuan Kong to facilitate communication, especially when clarifying the details behind mistakes and punishments. However, as the villagers evolved, Yuan Kong gradually receded from the role of translator. By now, Chu Xingchen stood before the construction site, stretching lazily. The village chief, observing the flourishing peach blossom village, could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, "What is the secret to your success? You seem to exhibit little concern for them." Chu Xingchen turned his gaze to the village chief and chuckled softly. "Does it truly matter whether I care? Perfection is unattainable in humanity. It is merely a matter of subjective belief. Without constraints, one cultivates the soil of malevolence. You must instill fear in the wicked to deter their wrongdoing, and embolden the virtuous to act rightly. That is the true path. I do not know how you managed before, but you must understand that humans are prone to blind conformity. Often, the choices of the majority are not necessarily correct. You must discern what is right and persevere in it, while also being able to halt your course upon realizing a mistake. No one is infallible, yet one must not continuously fear being wrong." The village chief remained silent for a prolonged moment, before posing his next question. "If that is the case, does it mean that the thoughts of the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva are erroneous? Is it truly impossible for sentient beings to willingly choose virtue?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen responded, "There are no erroneous thoughts, only misaligned timings. If you lack the fertile soil to nurture this fruit, you should not blame the fruit itself." Upon hearing this, the village chief lowered his gaze, then chuckled softly. "You are indeed correct." He lifted his garment, revealing a heart that, once shrouded in darkness, now glimmered faintly with a white light. Such is the truth, unassailable by anyone. Chapter 91. The illusory majestic mountain, a towering peak that seemingly pierces the heavens, appeared both dreamlike and real, akin to a mirage, exuding an air of uncertainty. Yuan Kong gazed gloomily at the illusory form of the mountain before him. As events began to unfold, Chu Xingchen relinquished authority to the village chief. After all, this matter was merely a side quest for him. With a solidified set of rules in place, there was little need for his further involvement, for his true objective lay in the treasures hidden within Majestic Mountain. Li Yingling reached out to touch the illusion, only to find her hand passing through empty space. Turning her gaze to Yuan Kong, she earnestly inquired, "Is this Buddha child of yours genuine? Nothing seems to work." Yuan Kong, upon hearing this, felt his spirits dampen, questioning whether his senior brother had deceived him. He was, after all, no true Buddha child. Majestic Mountain was not far in distance, yet it was not a tangible entity. Instead, it was merely a vast illusion. Chu Xingchen attempted to fly into the mountain, but could only encounter a realm of phantoms. The Buddha child, whom they had hoped would resolve their dilemma, found the mountain as elusive as a fleeting dream. Having long accepted that Yuan Kong was ineffectual, Li Yingling turned to her master, saying, "Master, I suspect the village chief is hiding something. How could he be so oblivious when the essence of the Buddha lies within him?" Chu Xingchen refrained from commenting, choosing instead to gently pat Yuan Kong's shoulder. "Yuan Kong, is there not yet some ability of yours that remains untapped? Surely, one cannot be entirely without merit." I. Yuan Kong opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately found no words to express. His demeanor grew increasingly despondent, as he began to feel like a complete failure. At that moment, he truly felt devoid of any means. A soft laugh escaped Chu Xingchen's lips as he offered reassurance. "Do not fret, at least you are diligent when it comes to meals, and that is commendable." This statement was not without substance, for Yuan Kong had yet to establish his foundation and could not practice fasting. Had it not been for the ample space in Chu Xingchen's spatial ring, which he preferred to fill rather than leave empty, he had stocked it with various delicacies and snacks that Chun Baiqing enjoyed. Given that Chun Baiqing's talent remained unclear, the singular orange attribute did not seem to confer any enhancement to his cultivation, and his progress would undoubtedly lag behind Li Yingling and Li Xingtian. Consequently, he would spend a longer time in the qi refining stage, prompting Chu Xingchen to prepare an abundance of food as a precaution. Yuan Kong had likely never tasted such delectable treats as candied fruits and sugar paintings. Each meal, he was the swiftest to arrive, consuming the most, and often sneaking a couple of morsels into his pockets. Thus, he found it difficult to counter Chu Xingchen's remarks. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong silently raised his gaze. "Thank you," he said, albeit feeling not quite comforted. Before embarking on this journey, Chu Xingchen had already posed all his inquiries to the village chief. Capitalizing on the chief's profound curiosity regarding Chu Xingchen's management style, he cleverly tantalized him with answers that would elicit further revelations. The effect was remarkable. The village chief often found himself anxiously beseeching Chu Xingchen for clarity, consequently disclosing a wealth of previously unmentioned information. Yet, when it came to the towering Mount Wanzhong, the chief could only reiterate the existence of treasures within its confines, accessible solely to the Buddha's son. In Chu Xingchen's perception, this mountain appeared as a realm of nothingness, albeit not entirely devoid of substance, as there were fleeting moments of faint awareness. The interplay of illusion and reality sparked intrigue. If the village chief spoke the truth, how could the Buddha's son ascend this seemingly empty peak? Chu Xingchen once more extended his hand, gently brushing against the ethereal form of Mount Wanzhong, as if sweeping through a void. Turning his gaze to the languid Yuan Kong beside him, he inquired again, "Is there anything you have overlooked in that scripture detailing this place?" Yuan Kong, straining his mind once more, could only shake his head, indicating that there was indeed nothing more to reveal. Li Yingling, her gaze serene as she contemplated Mount Wanzhong, then glanced at Yuan Kong. A spark of inspiration flickered within her, and she suddenly spoke up. "Master, I have a suggestion." Yuan Kong's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily reached out to interrupt. Throughout their brief time together, Yuan Kong had come to fully respect Li Yingling, recognizing her as a woman of formidable resolve. The very expression on her face suggested that her idea would not bode well. However, powerless as he was, Yuan Kong had no authority to intervene. Chu Xingchen turned his attention to Li Yingling, awaiting her elaboration. "Mount Wanzhong is formless, yet we are corporeal. Perhaps therein lies the crux. If we could transform Yuan Kong into an incorporeal being, might we not ascend Mount Wanzhong?" At this, Yuan Kong felt a chill run down his spine. To transition from form to formlessness, wasn't that akin to the soul departing the body? For one as nascent in cultivation as he, the only means of achieving such a state would be through death. Yuan Kong cast a pitiful glance at Chu Xingchen, hoping to awaken his compassion. Yet, Chu Xingchen remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on Yuan Kong as he pondered the feasibility of the plan. It must be said that Li Yingling's proposition did indeed spark a flicker of insight in Chu Xingchen. The village chief had initially acknowledged the idealistic nature of this realm. Thus, it followed that Mount Wanzhong, being part of this world, would share that characteristic. Chu Xingchen reached out to pat Yuan Kong's small head. In the past, Yuan Kong had loathed anyone touching his head, even forbidding his senior brother from doing so. Yet, in this moment of helplessness, he found no strength to protest. Yuan Kong allowed the large hand to ruffle his hair as he heard Chu Xingchen's voice resonate nearby. "Yuan Kong, are you tired?" "Just woke up. Not tired at all." "Then that's fine. I shall assist you." As Yuan Kong, puzzled, tilted his small head to gaze at Chu Xingchen, eager to understand the situation, he suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the hand resting on his head. Without warning, he promptly lost consciousness. Yet, in his hazy state, he faintly heard Chu Xingchen's voice, wavering between presence and absence. "The towering Mount Wanzhong is an illusion, and dreams themselves are also mere fabrications. Yet, one seeks the authentic Mount Wanzhong within the realm of dreams. This notion embodies the principle that the negative multiplied by the negative yields a positive result." In a fleeting moment, Yuan Kong's mind was consumed by a singular thought. What does it mean for the negative to yield a positive? Amidst a profound stupor, a faint yet palpable surge of spiritual energy roused him from his slumber. Yuan Kong abruptly opened his eyes, and the sight before him remained that of the lofty Mount Wanzhong. He hastily rose, eager to inquire about the meaning behind Chu Xingchen's words, only to be struck by the realization that he was utterly alone. The hazy peach blossom village, which had been vaguely visible before his slumber, had now vanished without a trace. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Kong grasped the situation with clarity. He extended his hand towards Mount Wanzhong, yearning to experience the tangible sensation of touching its peak, yet once again found himself grasping at nothingness. Darkness momentarily clouded his vision, despite his efforts. He remained unable to make contact. Nevertheless, it was evident that some progress had been made. Yuan Kong promptly settled his mind, sitting cross-legged upon the ground, his gaze serenely fixed upon the majestic mountain. After a considerable time, he lightly tapped his own forehead, realizing that he had been overly attached to his perceptions. Chapter 92. What lies upon Mount Wanzhong? At the foot of Mount Wanzhong, Yuan Kong tore a strip from his sleeve to blindfold himself. From the moment he became aware, Yuan Kong recognized that his eyes were distinct from those of others. This unique vision had bestowed upon him immense advantages in his interactions with people and circumstances alike. Whenever Yuan Kong observed with intent, a flicker of understanding would illuminate his mind. He learned to trust Chu Xingchen's account of the Gelon Buddha, for he had discerned the truth behind Chun Baiqing, witnessing the trust reflected in the latter's gaze towards Chu Xingchen. To inspire such faith in a child required a genuine exchange of sincerity. Yet, it was precisely this extraordinary vision that began to cause him to lose certain things. Mount Wanzhong was a prime example. The myriad wonders of the world cannot be fully comprehended through mere sight. Yuan Kong was intelligent, yet his youth and lack of experience initially clouded his judgment. Upon reflection, he recognized that he had placed undue faith in his vision. If reality is shaped by the mind, then it is the heart that must be trusted rather than the eyes. With the blindfold securely tied, Yuan Kong recited a passage from the sutras, restoring his mindset to one of tranquility. Gradually, he rose, somewhat unsteadily, and reached out towards the intangible Mount Wanzhong. Chu Xingchen's gaze was fixed upon the mountain, where he observed a young acolyte, blindfolded, slowly scaling the precipices of Mount Wanzhong. Witnessing this, he turned his attention back to the grassy ground, where Yuan Kong lay unconscious. At that moment, a delicate thread of spiritual energy connected the two. Indeed, Li Yingling had also noticed Yuan Kong's ascent. She beheld his diminutive figure navigating the rugged cliffs, blindfolded and climbing cautiously. With a hint of concern, she asked, "Master, could this be dangerous for him?" Chu Xingchen smiled gently. "Since Yuan Kong is exerting such effort, it is only fitting that I offer him my assistance." Li Yingling looked at her master with curiosity. As the winds rose and clouds danced, Chu Xingchen unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, propelling the unconscious Yuan Kong into the sky. The boy was not foolish, but his experiences were still limited. The towering mountain stood resolute. Yet how foolish it seemed to remain there, climbing aimlessly. With a heart full of aspirations, the mountain appeared insurmountable. When the heart is near, the mountain is near. Since this foolish monk lacked enlightenment, I shall lend him a hand. As he struggled to ascend the seemingly endless height, a sudden gust of wind surged from below. No matter how vigorously he grasped the cliff with both hands, he could only succumb to the fierce wind that swept him upward. Observing this, I saw the monk's limbs flailing wildly as he soared toward the peak. Though Li Yingling could not hear his cries, she noted the terror etched upon his face as his lips moved incessantly. Compared to his earlier pace of climbing, this ascent was indeed swift. Yet, after leaping a third of the way up, Chu Xingchen ceased to propel him further, instead forming a platform of spiritual energy upon which he cast him upward. In that moment, Li Yingling comprehended her master's intent. As the monk's true self plummeted from the spiritual platform, he collided fiercely with the mountain. Yet, with his fall, the mountain began to transform. As he tore away the fabric obscuring his vision, the mountain appeared to shrink significantly. In an instant, he reached the summit. Li Yingling nodded slowly, realizing that mere book knowledge could not confront all challenges. Sometimes, witnessing an event firsthand provided a more profound understanding. At that moment, her master imparted a vivid lesson. Atop the peak, the monk, astonished, hastily removed the cloth covering his eyes, surveying the surroundings, only to discover he had indeed reached the summit. Phew! Surely, the Buddha must be watching over me, this humble disciple. Though he felt a surge of fear, the tranquility of his situation was a blessing. Rising from the ground, he gazed toward the Bodhisattva standing at the mountain's edge. The statue faced him, its back to the precipice, with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Guanyin statue shattered by Chu Xingchen in the riverbed. The deity's hands were outstretched in front of its chest, as if cradling something, yet they were empty. After scanning the peak for any other objects, he approached the Bodhisattva. Stepping with reverence, the monk solemnly joined his palms in prayer, bowing before the statue, and with sincere tone, he proclaimed, "Great being, I, the humble monk Yuan Kong, come to seek your treasures." Li Yingling could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Yuan Kong's shadow, unable to hear his words. However, Chu Xingchen, utilizing the power of the Yuanying, could hear him, though it was better not to. "You seek the fortune of the deceased?" he mused. "And that of our own Buddhist sect? The Buddha would surely frown upon such audacity." Fortunately, Yuan Kong merely offered a gesture of respect before his gaze returned to the Bodhisattva statue. The statue was quite substantial, towering several meters high. It was the only notable feature atop the peak, likely concealing treasures of significance within its form. With a peculiar expression, Yuan Kong reached out to touch the statue, discovering it to be composed of ordinary stone. He then proceeded to examine the bodhisattva from various angles. Though there was little to gain, Yuan Kong remained unhurried. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he gazed thoughtfully at the statue of the bodhisattva. Chu Xingchen merely cast a fleeting glance. Had it been merely an artistic conception, he might have pondered further. Yet the current circumstances indicated this was likely a contingency left by the bodhisattva. It seemed the Buddhist teachings also adhered to the principle of not allowing the beneficial waters to flow into the fields of outsiders. This likely required some knowledge of Buddhist methods and scriptures. At this moment, one could only hope that Yuan Kong, being a child of Buddha, possessed some insight. Li Yingling, too, discerned the situation clearly, silently observing Yuan Kong in contemplation. As time gently flowed by, Yuan Kong's countenance brightened as he rose to his feet. Bowing once more to the bodhisattva, he then approached the statue, stepping lightly onto the palm of the guanin's hand. With a graceful flick of his robes, he settled into a meditative pose within the hands of the bodhisattva, his left hand pointing heavenward and the right hand toward the earth. Closing his eyes, a Buddhist scripture materialized within his mind, and he began to recite it softly. As Yuan Kong chanted the scripture, a pure white energy emanated from the statue of Guanyin. First, a pristine robe of white, akin to moonlight, enveloped him gently. Then, a relic flew forth from the center of the bodhisattva's brow, hovering above Yuan Kong's head. As a soft golden energy flowed downwards, illuminating him. As the recitation neared its conclusion, the towering Wanzhong mountain transformed at its base into a gentle green light, surging towards Yuan Kong. In a mere moment, the entire mountain became a stream of green luminescence, slowly coalescing into form. It materialized as a jade branch of verdant willow, crystal clear and shimmering, floating before Yuan Kong. Although Wanzhong mountain had vanished, the bodhisattva's statue remained steadfast in the air. Sensing something, Yuan Kong gradually extended his hand, grasping the jade branch. In an instant, the bodhisattva's statue transformed into a stream of light and dissipated. Chapter 93. Master, long time no see in Taohua village. The village chief gazed in astonishment at the trio's return. There stood Chu Xingchen, draped in a pristine white robe, tossing a relic in his left hand while playfully twirling the jade branch in his right. Li Yingling suppressed a smile, observing his master's peculiar attire, while Yuan Kong trailed behind them, his expression one of vexation. At this moment, the village chief felt somewhat dazed. Had he truly misidentified the child of Buddha? Yet, as the three returned, he sighed, dismissing his thoughts, and rose to greet them. The village chief clasped his hands in respect, exclaiming, "Congratulations." Chu Xingchen nodded lightly, offering no further words, merely tapping Yuan Kong's head with the jade branch before leisurely departing with Li Yingling. With this, the matters at hand were deemed complete. Only Yuan Kong remained to retrieve the Buddha's heart from the village chief's chest. Whether Yuan Kong chose to do so was his own affair, as was the decision of whether to save the abbot. Thus, Chu Xingchen had fulfilled his obligations to the fullest. Yuan Kong understood Chu Xingchen's hint. He halted, sighing as he turned his gaze towards the village chief. At this moment, the burial garments adorning the chief transformed into ordinary coarse linen. Yuan Kong pressed his palms together, his expression caught between words unspoken. This realm rested upon the village chief's heart of Buddha. To remove it would spell the collapse of this world. From the very beginning, Yuan Kong was aware of the situation, yet at this moment, he found himself hesitating. He could not perceive the malice within the eyes of Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling. All he saw were the pitiable common folk, forced by Chu Xingchen to labor for 9 arduous hours each day, callously cast into the boiling oil regardless of their pleas. The golden, crispy results of their torment were lost on him, as he could not witness the gradual improvement of the once mindless beings. Instead, he felt as though he had only committed wrongdoings. Thus, he harbored no definitive sense of Chu Xingchen's achievements. He recognized that things were moving in a positive direction, yet he remained oblivious to the specifics of this improvement or its merits. Lacking this tangible connection, he naturally could not feel a sense of entitlement. Do not fret. The village chief chuckled. This realm is but an illusion. Nothing is permanently existent. I have come to understand many truths and bear no regrets. Furthermore, I observe that the disciple seeks the Buddha's heart in hopes of saving others, correct? Yuan Kong nodded in quiet affirmation. The village chief, with a carefree demeanor, proclaimed, "Then what is there to hesitate about? Let the false save the true." With these words, Yuan Kong raised his head to gaze at the village chief, placing his hands together in a slight bow. The ethereal blossoms of Peach Blossom Village soared from the earth, the horizon, the trees, and all around. The villagers, who were tirelessly constructing earthen homes, paused in their efforts. Most had transformed back into human form, no longer the mindless husks they once were. The fervor in their eyes faded alongside the dissolution of Peach Blossom Village. They cast sorrowful glances at the homes they had painstakingly built, only to see them gradually vanish once more. They understood that this time, they would never rebuild. The once pure waters of the river slowly morphed into shimmering light. The trees, which had previously hung their heads, had removed them and truly replaced them with swings, with some villagers genuinely swinging back and forth. But what did it matter? Everything in this world seemed to be thus, and always had been. Just as no one had inquired whether they wished to come here. No one cared whether they truly wished to depart now. From beginning to end, the power of choice had never rested in their hands. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to accepting their fates. The villagers silently accepted everything, until this world became utterly devoid of substance, leaving only themselves behind. Until they too were destined to dissolve into the light. Yet in the end, they appeared to genuinely smile for themselves. Their laughter was faint, audible only to themselves. Even Yuan Kong, closest to them, could not hear it. In Yuzhou City, Chu Xingchen had already placed all the items into his spatial ring. Li Yingling followed closely behind his master, slowly processing the gains from this venture. He could not deny that this experience had truly opened his eyes. Li Yingling felt as though he had genuinely stepped into the realm of cultivation. The vivid and bizarre occurrences he personally witnessed were far more tangible than any tales could convey. Be it the duality of good and evil in Peach Blossom Village or the towering shadows of the mountains, it all evoked an extraordinarily wondrous sensation. Moreover, during this endeavor, Chu Xingchen's position in Li Yingling's heart swiftly adjusted. His master transformed into a remarkably reliable figure in times of crisis. Li Yingling resolved resolutely, upon his return, he would dedicate himself to diligent cultivation. The next time such an event occurs, I shall surely display my prowess. I will undoubtedly surpass my master. Yuan Kong's demeanor remained despondent, his palm tightly clutching a small stone of a grayish-white hue. Glancing at Yuan Kong's expression, Chu Xingchen inquired, "Are you still thinking about Taohua Village? Do you believe you are responsible for their plight?" With his head bowed, Yuan Kong replied, "I merely have yet to comprehend it fully." "Very well, Master Yuan Kong. You return to your Zen Lin temple to rescue your senior brother, while I shall return to my Sihiyuan to teach my disciple. We shall meet again when fate allows." Chu Xingchen shrugged nonchalantly. After all, they had already arrived in Yuzhou City, which was not far from Zen Lin temple, so it was acceptable for Yuan Kong to return alone. At a fork in the road, Yuan Kong ventured toward Zen Lin temple alone. His journey thus far had been relatively smooth. However, he wondered how much time had elapsed in the outside world during his absence. He had heard that in certain mystical realms, the passage of time could differ significantly. Yet, this time should not present any major issues. After all, the master selling sugar paintings to the left appeared unchanged. Moreover, one could hardly consider a Huashan to be a formidable being, could they? Chu Xingchen withdrew some money to buy a sugar painting for Chun Baiqing as a token gift upon his return. Accompanied by his eldest disciple, he approached the Siyuan once more and opened the door. The first sight that greeted him was Chun Baiqing seated on a stone chair, engrossed in a book, with a small packet of preserved fruits habitually placed on her right side. Upon hearing the door creak open, she lifted her gaze. The calmness in her eyes instantly transformed into joy as she rushed to embrace her master. "Master, it has been so long," Chun Baiqing exclaimed, encircling her arms around his waist. "Long? How long have I been away?" Chun Baiqing tilted her small head upward, declaring, "Master has been gone for a full 13 days. Li Xingtian emerged from the side room, relieved to see that his master had returned unscathed. A subtle smile graced his face, reminiscent of the tranquility experienced during 3 years of cultivation that felt like the blink of an eye. Yet, at that moment, he clasped his hands together and greeted, "It is good to see you again, master." Chu Xingchen placed the sugar painting into Chun Baiqing's mouth, gently ruffled her hair, and approached his second disciple, who had always instilled a sense of reassurance in him. "How fares the construction of our sect?" he inquired with a smile. Li Xingtian hesitated momentarily before finally responding. Chu Xingchen slightly tilted his head, casting a curious glance at his rebellious disciple. Chapter 94. Floating weeds taking root within the confines of the Sihiyuan. In Chu Xingchen's chamber, the second General Assembly of the sect was officially convened. The sect leader, who simultaneously held the title of Soul Master, occupied the central position at the square table. The eldest disciple sat to the left, the second to the right, and the third opposite them. Chu Xingchen, incredulous, asked, "Are you saying that Qingfeng's sect was beset by Tianyan's sect?" Indeed, upon arrival, the members of Tianyan's sect began to scrutinize Qingfeng's sect as if holding a reckoning. Li Xingtian sighed, shaking his head. "Moreover, the master of Qingfeng's sect even sent someone to inquire about your whereabouts, master, questioning why you were absent at such a critical moment. Do the members of Tianyan's sect truly disregard their reputation to such an extent? Do they really believe that simply forfeiting the owed spirit stones is an acceptable solution?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen fell silent, deep in thought. According to Li Xingtian, the Tianyin sect executed their operations with remarkable swiftness, dismantling the Qingfeng sect within 3 days, leaving only its main gate intact. All elders involved in the nefarious schemes were apprehended on the spot, their cultivation levels forcibly nullified, including even the Yuanying elder of the Qingfeng sect, who was taken to the central state for interrogation by the Tianyin sect. This abrupt action naturally led to a cessation of the procurement of supplies. With materials in short supply and the collapse of the Qingfeng sect's subcontracted tasks, most workers dispersed. Only a small group remained, laboring slowly under Ning Kuan's leadership with the scant materials available. Given the circumstances, one could hardly blame Li Xingtian. It could be considered an unforeseen disaster. Yet, it was of little consequence, as there had never been a genuine intention to complete the sect's construction. After all, it was essentially a free venture. Out of curiosity, Chu Xingchen inquired further. Who commanded this operation? Li Xingtian, appearing perplexed, replied, "It is said to be a golden core cultivator named Zheng Xiaofeng." This incident piqued Li Xingtian's interest, as the sudden nature of the event prompted him to seek information. The operation, organized by the Tianyin sect, was led by 2 Yuanying cultivators, accompanied by a group of golden core disciples from the central state for training. Yet, the command fell to an obscure little golden core cultivator. Rumors circulated that Zheng Xiaofeng was originally an elder of the Qingfeng sect, poached by the Tianyin sect to take on a menial role of sweeping the sect's entrance, acting as a traitor. To this, Li Xingtian merely scoffed, dismissing the notion that a mere traitor could dictate how the Tianyin sect conducted its affairs. One must adhere to basic logic when spinning tales. Such rumors were hardly worth sharing among masters. A look of realization crossed Chu Xingchen's face. It seemed that Zheng had personally sought confrontation, explaining the severity of his actions. It appeared that Xie Lingyu had initially only sought to delay, perhaps never intending to spare the Qingfeng sect from ruin. This revelation was not entirely unexpected. Leaning against the table, Chu Xingchen's gaze naturally drifted to the opposite side, where Chun Baiqing sat. At that moment, Chun Baiqing held a half-eaten sugar painting, her eyes sincerely fixed upon him, her brow slightly furrowed, as if contemplating ways to assist him. Chu Xingchen then turned to Li Xingtian, inquiring, "Has our sect's housing been completed?" "Yes, the 5 housing units for the sect have been arranged." "Excellent. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. At least our sect now possesses a framework." Chu Xingchen rose, exclaiming, "This time, my master has garnered considerable rewards. Since the sect can accommodate residents, we may officially relocate. The sect will ultimately be established, and it shall thrive splendidly." Li Yingling enthusiastically stood and applauded, expressing contentment at the prospect of no longer returning to the dilapidated temple. Furthermore, the spirit-gathering formations had already been set up at the sect, and only within its confines could she cultivate more effectively. Li Xingtian also beamed with delight, joining in the applause, each relocation marking a step toward improvement. He watched as the sect flourished, an indescribable feeling blossoming within him. Chu Xingchen laughed heartily. "My disciples, it is time to move once more." Chun Baiqing glanced at his senior sister and second senior brother, who remained unaffected by the sudden bad news. They continued to smile joyfully at their master, as if their presence alone provided a solid foundation. Inspired by the atmosphere, Chun Baiqing raised her small hand, holding a sugar painting, and beamed, "We're moving." Hearing her words, Chu Xingchen's smile broadened. This was something her senior sister had said before. The sect's grand hall was still less than halfway through its progress. However, the infrastructure was reasonably completed, the bluestone path was nearly laid, and there were small bridges crossing the pond, connecting both sides. Several elegantly decorated rooms were also finished, exceeding Chu Xingchen's expectations. Although it could not compare to the spaciousness of Qingfeng sect, nor did it possess their ostentation, this place belonged to Chu Xingchen. It was the only spot in this world where he could truly feel at home. In this realm, Chu Xingchen was no longer a rootless wanderer. Perhaps to the eyes of other sects, this place still appeared dilapidated and somewhat shabby. Yet, for Chu Xingchen, it was exceedingly splendid. From the direction of the grand hall, faint sounds of hammering echoed. Without much thought, he surmised that Ning Kuan was still at work on the construction. Chu Xingchen instructed his 3 beloved disciples, "You may go choose your preferred rooms and settle in your belongings." Li Yingling reached out to gently ruffle Chun Baiqing's hair and asked, "Do you want to share a room with your senior sister?" Baiqing also desired her own space. She took her senior sister's hand, saying, "I can stay with you for now." Li Xingtian remained silent, patiently awaiting the opportunity to select a room. Chu Xingchen paid no mind to how his disciples chose their rooms and proceeded directly towards the grand hall. The hall was intentionally elevated, featuring a staircase of several steps. With each step, Chu Xingchen ascended, finally reaching the top. Upon surveying the interior, He noted that the roof was already completed, though some beams were made of the most ordinary wood. The hall was largely empty, filled only with scattered materials. At that moment, 6 individuals were inside, working on the doors and windows with basic supplies. After all, the hall would likely take some time to complete. It was prudent to cover it for now to avoid damage from rain and wind, which could ruin the quality wood. Ning Kuan and Ning Qianqian were busily laboring within the hall. "You've worked hard," Chu Xingchen called out to them from the center of the hall. Ning Qianqian turned in surprise, recognizing the long-unseen Chu Xingchen, and waved enthusiastically, "Master." Ning Kuan also turned to see Chu Xingchen and hurriedly climbed down from the scaffolding to approach him. He cast an awkward glance at the ordinary wooden beams, sheepishly explaining, "I heard your eldest disciple mention that there is a significant shortage of materials, making it impossible to finish. I thought at least we could put a roof over it for now." With a smile, Chu Xingchen patted Ning Kuan's shoulder and interrupted, "No need to explain. You are doing excellently." Hearing this, Ning Kuan let out a sigh of relief. Chu Xingchen raised his gaze to the grand hall, noting the many details that had required considerable effort. "I have a task I would like to assign to you." Ning Kuan looked at him in surprise. "You are now appointed as the chief engineer of our sect, responsible for the construction of the true martial hall. If materials are insufficient, take a break. Resume your work when they are available. I observe that the guest rooms nearby appear to be nearing completion, and you may reside there with Ning Qianqian for the time being." Chu Xingchen has also contemplated this, for the hall must eventually be completed. Rather than seeking others to undertake the task later, it is prudent to retain a reliable and sincere individual now. I have also heard from Li Xingtian that, following the downfall of the Qingfeng sect, only Ning Kuan's small team remains. Recently, they have received a meager salary from Li Xingtian, while Ning Kuan and Ning Qianqian have taken nothing. Reflecting on their loyalty and dedication, Chu Xingchen resolved to keep them, as supporting an individual is hardly a burden. Chapter 95. The junior sister accompanies you back to the sect. 1 month later, Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuan have settled into the guest rooms. With the materials exhausted, the hall has achieved a semblance of completion, providing shelter from the elements. Within the pond, fish thrive, and when Ning Qianqian finds leisure, she often chooses to fish as a pastime. Ning Kuan, on the other hand, meticulously plans future constructions, daily contemplating the undeveloped lands of the sect. From time to time, he reports his findings to Chu Xingchen during his free moments. The spirit gathering array has also been officially activated following the departure of the others. One must admit that while the system is somewhat frugal, what it provides is indeed commendable. Once activated, the concentration of spiritual energy surged several levels. Sensitive to spiritual fluctuations, Li Yingling would occasionally take a deep breath in the first few days, wearing a look of profound satisfaction, reminiscent of the cravings of a smoker. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in Chu Xingchen. Li Yingling has resumed her cultivation after a period of stagnation. As a talented cultivator, her progress is remarkably encouraging, eliciting astonished reactions from Li Xingtian. Chun Baiqing, though still young, is well-behaved and requires little oversight, often perusing books by the pond when she tires of cultivation. Exuding an air of tranquility, the enchanting allure of the bewitching heavenly demon is scarcely evident in her demeanor. However, today marks a significant event. Li Xingtian is preparing to break through to the late foundation establishment stage and advance into the golden core realm. This progress in cultivation is indeed astonishing. No wonder the system has recognized him as a promising talent. This is, after all, expected. The blood chi spirit stone aligns perfectly with Li Xingtian's practice. And given his relentless efforts in cultivation during this period, it is hardly surprising. With ample prior experience in cultivation from his past life, aiming for the golden core realm is quite reasonable. Chu Xingchen earnestly stated, "Master, allow me to refine a pill for you to aid your endeavor." Li Xingtian replied sincerely, "Master, I have experience in this matter. I shall manage it well." With a sigh, Chu Xingchen understood that his elixirs were not particularly favored by his disciple. It is true that his second disciple possesses experience in breaking through to the golden core. So if he has an excuse, so be it. The spiritual herbs may be reserved for when Li Yingling seeks to make her breakthrough. The journey to the golden core is not accomplished in a day. It requires time, generally around a week, according to common knowledge. After gently patting Li Xingtian to express encouragement, Chu Xingchen turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. At the entrance, Li Xingtian's senior sister and junior sister cast concerned glances his way. Chu Xingchen, with a tone of exasperation, remarked, "It's merely a breakthrough, even in failure. One does not meet their demise. Surely, your expressions do not warrant such concern? It is bound to succeed on the first attempt." Li Yingling quietly inquired, "Master, did you feed the junior brother any elixirs? He mentioned that the spiritual herbs have risen in price, and that such treasures should be reserved for you during your breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's brows furrowed in indignation. How dare you, junior brother, plotting against your senior sister's life. All my previous worries have been for naught. Chu Xingchen's tone turned stern. Your current expression is rather presumptuous. Li Yingling quickly interjected. How could that be? As a senior sister, I am simply touched by your words. Chun Baiqing looked on in confusion at the two, pondering what her senior sister feared. Is it about the elixirs master concocted? But the texts say those are not of poor quality, are they? Yet, Chun Baiqing, not lacking in intelligence, opted for silence in the face of such peculiar circumstances. Her face adorned with a harmless, charming smile. Chu Xingchen chose not to pursue Li Yingling's audacious comments, his gaze shifting toward the mountain gate. Although the sect's stone door currently bore only 2 supports, lacking a hint of grandeur, it remained a formidable entrance. Soon, Zhao Wanqing approached, clad in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division. Spotting Chu Xingchen from a distance, she first clasped her fists and bowed respectfully. As she neared, Zhao Wanqing once again clasped her fists and inquired, How have you been, esteemed elder? Chu Xingchen replied candidly, If you have come to find me. It seems things are not well. Zhao Wanqing displayed a hint of embarrassment, but quickly continued, I am not here to trouble you. Rather, I bring good news. Oh, good news. Now you have piqued my interest, he responded, in appreciation of your contributions regarding the malevolent cultivators in Yuzhou City. The sects of Zhongzhou and the sovereign have specially invited you to a banquet. Chu Xingchen, lacking enthusiasm, declined, stating, A banquet? I have no desire to attend. To journey so far for a meal is a waste of time. I'd rather focus on how to accumulate some spirit stones or contemplate the sale of my magical artifacts. Zhao Wanqing promptly urged, This is a commendation ceremony. You are not establishing a sect here, and it would grant you certain privileges and subsidies. Noting Li Yingling's somewhat helpless demeanor, Chu Xingchen reiterated his refusal. No need to say more. I shall not go. Zhao Wanqing sighed and retrieved an envelope from her bosom, handing it to Chu Xingchen. Should you reconsider, you may find me at the Demon Suppression Division. Chu Xingchen accepted the envelope without opening it, merely tucking it into his robe. He turned to Li Yingling, reassuring her, Do not worry. As your master, no one can harm you. Should he attend the banquet, it would inevitably lead him to the capital of Xuanwu Kingdom, the very place Li Yingling had painstakingly escaped from, a home she had once thought she had forgotten. Yet, Zhao Wanqing's words unwittingly evoked memories of the home that had ensnared her throughout her childhood, and the deeply buried fear that had haunted her for over a decade surged forth once more. At this moment, although she had already embarked on the path of immortality and cultivated her divine powers, the image of her mother's pale and frail face lingered in her thoughts. She recalled the timid self who hid behind the wall, unable to bid farewell to her mother. At that time, she felt as if she were dreaming. She believed that upon awakening, her mother would once again tenderly stroke her little head and call her Yuan Yuan, asking if she was hungry and whether anyone had bullied her. Suddenly, a warm hand brushed against her head, reminiscent of her mother's touch from her childhood. Li Yingling came back to her senses and instinctively looked up at the owner of the hand. It was not her mother from memory, but her concerned master. Unconsciously, Li Yingling spoke. Master, as the words left her lips, she realized she was already choking back tears. Chu Xingchen remained silent, gently ruffling Li Yingling's hair and reassuring her. The master has said that I am here. No one can harm you. If you do not wish to go, then we shall not go. If you wish to return for vengeance, then today, your master will accompany you in your quest for retribution. Remember, your home is here now, and your master and everyone here are your family. Just as Li Yingling was about to respond, she felt a small hand grasping hers. She looked down to see Chun Baiqing, who, with a serious expression, declared, Junior sister will accompany you in your quest for vengeance. Chapter 96. Speak the harshest words, do the most ruthless deeds, and utter the foulest curses. Li Xingtian's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from him. He inhaled deeply. Everything was proceeding smoothly without any unexpected disturbances. The golden core had successfully formed, and as he examined it internally, he let out a heavy sigh. This was not due to the quality of the golden core being inferior. Rather, it surpassed that of his previous life significantly. However, this golden core was not golden but a dark red, emitting a hint of unease. Master, am I truly not cultivating an evil technique? He pondered. Never mind. I will trust my master once more. Everything should improve once I attain the nascent soul stage. Li Xingtian stood up to stretch his limbs. Having not restrained the fluctuation of his spiritual energy during his breakthrough, his master should have sensed it. Why had she not come to check on him? He pushed open the door and stepped outside, quickly spotting Li Yingling sitting alone on a stone bench by the water's edge. The once lively sister, who could light up any room, now appeared utterly despondent. The infectious smile of yesteryear had been replaced by a frown. Li Xingtian scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. He found no sign of his master or junior sister. What had happened? Why was only his sister left looking so troubled? He hurried over, asking, "Sister, what has happened?" Li Yingling turned her gaze towards Li Xingchen, forcing a somewhat strained smile. "It's nothing. Did you achieve your golden core?" "Yes," Li Xingchen replied as he sat across from his sister, observing her waning spirit. He inquired further, "Your expression suggests otherwise. It doesn't appear that nothing is amiss." "I simply haven't slept well," she replied. Li Xingchen thought to himself. He had also recently broken through to the golden core stage. And given his sister's cultivation level, even if she had not slept, she should not be in such a state. Her excuse was flimsy at best. Since she was unwilling to share, he resolved to ask their master instead. Li Xingtian inquired in a different direction, "Sister, where have master and junior sister gone?" "They left to buy some supplies. They should return shortly." Li Yingling turned her head, gazing at the rippling surface of the pool, and calmly responded, "Junior brother, could you allow your sister a moment of peace?" At her words, Li Xingtian fell silent, and faced with his sister's current state, he could only rise reluctantly. However, he did not have to wait long. Chu Xingchen returned to the sect with Chun Baiqing, at the stone pedestal before the mountain gate. Li Xingtian hurriedly approached them. Before he could speak, Chu Xingchen tossed him a long sword, exclaiming, "You awaken at the perfect moment." As he caught it, Li Xingtian instantly recognized it as an exceptional long sword, far superior to the rusty iron sword his sister had previously given him. While it might not be a treasure, it was undoubtedly a unique item within their sect. "Is this a gift from master for the golden elixir?" he mused. Though it may not be costly, it is rare to see such thoughtfulness from master. Just as Li Xingtian raised his gaze in gratitude, he noticed the serious expressions on his master and junior sister's faces, prompting him to question, "Master, has something happened?" "Indeed. We are preparing to set out to avenge your sister." "Avenge my sister?" Li Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shifting to his sister seated upon the stone chair. Chu Xingchen gently patted his second disciple's shoulder, saying, "It pertains to your sister as former home." Li Xingtian suddenly grasped the situation. "Is her home being targeted by thieves?" "No, this time we are the thieves." "Ah." Chu Xingchen lightly tapped Chun Baiqing's head, signaling her to clarify for her senior brother. He then rose and approached Li Yingling, who remained seated on the stone chair. Chu Xingchen placed the finest long sword upon the stone table and declared, "This sword is chosen for you by master. It is of the highest quality." Li Yingling lifted her gaze to see it, then lowered her head, responding, "Master, I am yet to make up my mind." Her feelings towards home were profoundly complex. Her attachment to her family was intricately tied to her mother, who was but a lowly maid in the household, a consequence of a drunken indiscretion by the then head of the Li family. Yet, this explanation was merely her mother's narrative. The head of the family had deemed it a misfortune. Though it was a singular event, it resulted in Li Yingling's existence. But until the family head confirmed it, none would take the matter seriously. The ascent her mother had hoped for never materialized, and her status as a maid remained unchanged. It was simply that no one commanded her to work anymore. From birth to adulthood, no one in the Li household recognized Li Yingling's identity, and even her name was bestowed by her mother. "May the heavens bestow their grace, and with sincerity, may it be received." This was the phrase most often recited by the ancestral matriarch of the Li family while offering incense, at a time when Li Yingling's mother served as her maid. During these rituals, many words escaped her mother's comprehension. Yet this phrase was spoken with utmost clarity and reverence. Li Yingling's mother had not been educated, yet she aspired to provide the best for her child. The ancestral matriarch was the most esteemed individual her mother had encountered, and this phrase was both her most frequently uttered and devoutly spoken. Thus, the name Yingling came into being, shared with her only during her mother's final days. However, Li Yingling understood that her mother merely believed that this way. Her name would, in a certain sense, be attributed to her great-grandmother. Perhaps in her illiterate mother's eyes, being acknowledged by the Li family was the ultimate outcome. Li Yingling's impressions of the Li residence were confined to its towering walls and her mother, who was always subservient. Her mother loved her dearly, and during her presence, life was filled with joy. She would steal books for her and hide little candies as surprises. The Li residence may have been a dismal place, yet it once housed a wonderful mother. Some memories are like this. When you do not recall them, they are nothing, but when they resurface, they become a merciless blade, shattering you to pieces, especially when you find yourself capable of confronting the past. Li Yingling lowered her head slightly, feeling a dampness on her cheeks. Chu Xingchen gazed at his beloved disciple, who, despite his insistence not to visit the capital, remained perpetually melancholic. This was a heartache that Li Yingling had concealed well. Yet a knot is still a knot. When a master possesses the ability, it is only natural to untie it for his disciple. In a gentle tone, Chu Xingchen said, "Do not weep. I shall take charge for you. Consider this a chance to see your mother once more. Grasping the long sword on the stone table, Li Yingling replied with a heavy nasal tone, all right. She wished to provide her mother with an explanation. Even if the Li family did not acknowledge her, she could still lead a fulfilling life. She had also encountered a master who treated her with the same kindness as her mother. Perhaps this was another twist of fate, akin to the moment she met her master in her darkest hour. Master, are we nearing our destination? Shen Baiqing, seated in the luxurious beast carriage specially rented by her master for the occasion, poked her head out to gaze at the towering city walls. It was a sight she had never witnessed before. Chu Xingchen turned his attention to Li Xingtian, who was meditating beside him. Damn it, Xingtian, do you understand? This spirit stone has been spent like flowing water. The results must be exceptional. Li Xingtian opened his eyes and nodded slightly. Speak the harshest words. Undertake the most formidable tasks, and curse with the foulest language. Chapter 97. Life is like morning dew. This grand banquet was essentially a reception hosted by the Xuanwu Kingdom for sects from the central continent. Some disciples from various sects relished the bustle and the prestige, for after all, when one makes a journey, it is inevitable to showcase a bit of discernment. Should any significant events arise in the future, they would be more inclined to respond. Generally, this affair should have had little to do with Chu Xingchen. Most likely, Xie Yu, upon establishing her sect, had conveniently opened a backdoor for herself. After all, with the Tianyin sect leading the charge in familiarity, her own sect would gain recognition within the Xuanwu Kingdom, making it easier to address any future matters. The invitation was crafted from opulent Xian gold, embossed with the image of the mighty tortoise, the guardian beast revered by the Xuanwu Kingdom, along with the national seal. Merely observing the invitation exuded an air of distinction. Naturally, to reflect this prestige, the invited guests were not required to endure the misery of queuing to enter the city. Moreover, the invitation had a unique application method. As Li Xingtian stepped out of the carriage, he grasped the invitation, infusing it with spiritual energy. The invitation suddenly burst forth with spiritual radiance, transforming into a stream of light that soared towards the heavens. The guards stationed at the city gate reacted with remarkable swiftness, promptly clearing a path and skillfully unfurling a red carpet. Two figures swiftly descended from within the city, one male and one female, dressed in light crimson official robes of the Xuanwu Kingdom, appearing to be of middle age. They raced to the carriage, hastily cupping their hands in greeting. The male official spoke first. We have awaited your esteemed arrival. Might you be? He suddenly halted. For each invitation bore a unique luminescence to distinguish the invited guests. After all, those summoned were of considerable stature, and misidentifying someone could prove disastrous. The male official was no exception. While he had meticulously memorized the distributed invitations, this particular one bore no sect name, merely stating Zhongmin of Yuzhou City. A quick thought crossed his mind, and he quickly continued, You must be the esteemed guest from Yuzhou City, am I correct? Li Xingtian's gaze swept over the two, his tone unfriendly as he remarked, How long do you intend to keep us performing like monkeys here? The male official promptly realized his error. Extending a hand to grasp the reins of the exotic beast, guiding the carriage for Chu Xingchen, exclaiming, My apologies for the oversight, esteemed guest, please. The female official naturally followed in his wake. Li Xingtian observed the male official. Both individuals had already attained the Golden Core realm, indicating that the Xuanwu Kingdom was committed to such behavior. He remained silent, allowing the official to lead the carriage deeper into the inner city. During your stay in the capital, I, Wenqing, along with my companion Xiaoling, shall attend to your needs. Wenqing spoke humbly. Any request you may have, you are welcome to convey to us. We will endeavor to fulfill them to the best of our abilities. Is that so? Came the voice of Chu Xingchen from within the carriage. Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian composed himself, quickly turning to face the interior of the carriage, adopting a posture of utmost reverence. Wenqing discreetly observed the scene. Li Xingtian exuded a weighty, composed aura, clearly possessing golden core cultivation, and had just spoken with considerable arrogance. Yet, a mere utterance from within the carriage rendered him so respectful. Recalling the invitation's additional note indicating a special invitation from the Tianyin sect, Wenqing's tone grew even more deferential, bordering on sycophantic. Indeed, it is so. Where shall we arrange your accommodations? At the Tianming Pavilion, the most opulent establishment to the left of the royal city. A grand courtyard has already been prepared for your esteemed party, Wenqing replied. A disdainful chuckle from Chu Xingchen echoed. What a ridiculous name, Tianming Pavilion. Upon hearing this, both Wenqing and Xiaoling fell silent, not daring to respond further. After all, the establishment was already occupied. Should such remarks be carelessly relayed, they would find themselves in grave trouble with this gentleman, and equally so with others. Fortunately, Chu Xingchen did not press the matter further, but instead shifted his tone. Attending the banquet is merely incidental. I have come today solely to show my disciple around. Let us proceed to the Lihofu. The Lihofu? When Qing was taken aback, the capital was vast, teeming with royal palaces and nobility, rendering a mere marquis's residence somewhat insignificant. His mind was precious real estate, and he had no interest in retaining such trivial information. Li Xingtian interjected, the Lihofu on Guy Street. Upon hearing the words, Wen Qing's expression transformed into one of realization, and she hurriedly directed the carriage towards Guy Street. In matters as trivial as this, whatever the esteemed guest dictated was to be considered final. Even if they were to demolish the Ho residence upon arrival, Wen Qing would merely applaud the act with enthusiasm. Inside the carriage, Li Yingling sensed a change in direction, yet she lacked the courage to lift the curtain and gaze upon the familiar streets outside. Nevertheless, the sounds she recognized still reached her ears. She glanced up at her master, who was also looking at her. For reasons unknown, her inner turmoil dissipated significantly. The vehicle came to a halt, and when Qing's voice resonated, esteemed guest, we have arrived. Chu Xingchen softly encouraged, go on, everyone is behind you. Chen Baiqing gently patted her senior sister's hand in a show of support. Yes, sister, you can do it. Taking a deep breath, Li Yingling rose and lifted the curtain. The sight of the familiar vermilion gate greeted her, flanked by guards whose expressions mirrored shock. The female official Chioling stepped forward, reprimanding the two dazed sentinels. Hurry and announce, Miss Li has returned to the residence. The guards stared in astonishment at the once-escaped bride, now transformed into the so-called Miss Li. However, upon noticing the imposing beast and the evidently high-ranking officials from the Xuanwu kingdom, they quickly turned and entered through a side door to relay the message. Chu Xingchen's voice rang out once more, announcing is too formal. Li Xingtian, having spent considerable time with his master, understood his approach and, without hesitation, raised his hand to unleash a tremendous surge of spiritual power, shattering the closed vermilion gate into splinters. Wen Qing and Chioling stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Is he truly here to bring down the house? Li Xingtian clasped his hands in respect. Sister, let us proceed. Li Yingling nodded gently and gracefully dismounted from the carriage. It was her first time crossing the threshold of the Li Ho residence. Li Xingtian followed closely behind her. Chu Xingchen took Chen Baiqing's small hand. Remember to cheer for your sister later. Baiqing nodded eagerly. Chu Xingchen smiled with satisfaction and led her down from the carriage, walking together towards the entrance. Wen Qing and Chioling exchanged astonished glances at the remarkably youthful Chu Xingchen before hastily following suit. Before they could utter a few kind words or inquire about the situation, a booming voice echoed from ahead. You filthy wretch dare to bring people here to cause trouble. What use are you two worthless guards if you cannot even keep watch at the door? At that moment, Wen Qing and Chioling, feeling a surge of trepidation, dared not linger behind Chu Xingchen, clasping their hands in respect as they swiftly advanced. The scene that unfolded before them left them utterly astonished. Li Xingtian unleashed the full force of his golden core pressure, causing the group of servants to collapse to the ground. Before Li Xingtian stood a middle-aged man, trembling as he covered his mouth with shaking hands, blood seeping through his fingers. A severed tongue lay, grimy and discarded, on the ground. Steady your head. When my sister seeks your life, it is best if it remains attached. Consider this tongue a mere rehearsal, Li Xingtian declared, his gaze sweeping fiercely across the assembly. And for those who wish to keep their tongues, now is the time to speak. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Li Yingling cast a glance at the steward of the Li residence, who had once boasted arrogantly before her, incessantly berating her mother with vile words and demeaning her very existence. At this moment, he resembled a beaten dog, too afraid even to utter a whimper. The steward, trembling, dared to raise his eyes to meet the calm and unyielding visage of Li Yingling. As a trusted confidant of the family head, he was acutely aware that the primary concern regarding this illegitimate daughter lay with him. Although the family head feigned indifference, having ceased all contact with both Li Yingling and her mother, his silence spoke volumes. While no one had heard the family head utter the words ill-fated, that sentiment had nonetheless echoed throughout the estate. As the steward, he had to grasp the family head's attitude towards this illegitimate child thoroughly. After numerous attempts at subtle probing, he had come to understand the family head's perspective. Regardless of her circumstances, the illegitimate daughter could not be allowed to perish within the confines of the estate without cause. After all, while the topic of her existence was taboo and public, it was an open secret behind closed doors. The family head valued his reputation. Bearing the stigma of being heartless and ungrateful would ultimately tarnish his name. Previously, the steward had only expressed his disdain through insults. But one particular action had irrevocably alienated Li Yingling. He had been instrumental in arranging the foolish union between the Li family and the house of Minister Wang. The Li family's influence had waned significantly, They were barely scraping by, reduced to a mere shadow of their former glory in the capital. In times of weakness, the only recourse was to seek alliances, leading him to target Minister Wang, whose dim-witted son was well known in the city. Li Yingling's mother, while of humble origins, was indeed the daughter of the family head, and her beauty was undeniable. Minister Wang had seen her portrait and expressed his approval. After all, the Li family was at least a suitable match in terms of status, and matters of lineage could easily be smoothed over with the right words. The arrangement progressed smoothly, as it served the needs of both parties, but at a critical juncture, this young lady from the Li household was abducted. Subsequently, chaos ensued, and the steward, once the principal architect of the arrangement, found himself the target of widespread ire. Thus, when he laid eyes on Li Yingling once more, the pent-up rage of the past weeks surged forth uncontrollably. He failed to grasp the blatant signals from the two guards stationed by the entrance. At that moment, the searing pain from his severed tongue jolted him back to reality. The oppressive aura emanating from the golden core felt like a mountain, constricting his breath. Enduring the agony, the steward averted his gaze, his eyes filled with contempt as they fell to the ground. This wretched child should have known she was destined for greatness. Why would the Li family seek an alliance with Minister Wang now? Li Yingling regarded the steward, and had she seen this old dog in such a pitiful state before, she would have surely laughed heartily from beneath her covers, reveling in his well-deserved punishment. Yet at this moment, her indifferent gaze swept over the trembling steward before her. Li Yingling raised her hand slightly, and in an instant, the oppressive aura of her disciple's golden cord dissipated. Li Xingchen, ever mindful of the principles instilled by his master, ensured that he afforded his senior sister the respect she was due. The literary youth and Xiao Ling exchanged glances. Yet no words were spoken. They merely strode directly past the two figures. As the saying goes, esteemed guests are indeed esteemed guests. The commotion was not insignificant. Before long, a middle-aged gentleman, adorned in splendid attire and accompanied by a few guards, emerged from the hall. Li Yingling's gaze swiftly fixed upon this man. She had never laid eyes on her father, yet at this moment, she instantly recognized him, her father, whom she had never met. In her childhood, countless vengeful thoughts had flitted through her mind during the night. She envisioned ways to torment this heartless man, to retaliate against those who had humiliated her and her mother, and to stir chaos within the marquisate until her father was compelled to acknowledge his wrongs and promise to treat her mother with care. Naive and absurd, indeed. Yet at this very moment, all those thoughts were eclipsed by a singular inquiry. With a frigid gaze, she directed her ire towards the man she despised most. Where is my mother buried? Lord Li's eyes swept over the crowd behind Li Yingling, particularly landing on the two red-robed emissaries from the Xuanwu kingdom. His eyes instantly reddened, and his voice trembled. Yingling, are you well? Suddenly, a sharp wave of sword energy shattered a nearby chamber to smithereens. A dragon coiled upon her sword, and Li Yingling's voice emerged hoarse and frigid. Where is my mother buried? Chu Xingchen approached, gently guiding Chun Baiqing, and quietly positioned himself beside Li Yingling. Lord Li swiftly recognized the dashing young man as the one who had taken his daughter away, yet at this moment, he was resplendently attired, and the two emissaries humbly bowed their heads before him. Lord Li understood that he was compelled to answer this question, yet he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Before Li Yingling could press further, Xiao Ling interjected. Lord Li, it is time to clarify everything. No more concealments. Xiao Ling's words were laden with implication. Ultimately, Lord Li disclosed the truth at the West City Cemetery. Li Yingling let out a light laugh, as expected, yet it was a revelation difficult to bear. She had refrained from inquiring previously, knowing that no one would provide her with an answer. Li Xingchen, standing aside, spoke with unrestrained intensity, his murderous intent palpable. Shall we kill them all, senior sister? Wen Qing and Xiao Ling exchanged glances, contemplating whether they should intervene at this juncture. Li Yingling remained silent, her gaze shifting to Chu Xingchen, managing a strained smile as she said, Master, I. Chu Xingchen gently replied, Go ahead, I shall handle this. Li Yingling nodded gratefully before swiftly turning to depart. Wen Qing and Xiao Ling observed Li Xingchen with icy stares, gripping a large blade tightly, poised to strike at the slightest provocation. Chu Xingchen continued, Xingchen, go with your senior sister. Li Xingchen nodded lightly, sheathing his long knife before following in the direction of his sister. Wen Qing and Xiao Ling exchanged a knowing glance, and soon after, Xiao Ling turned to follow, keeping pace with Li Xingchen and Li Yingling. These two were also formidable figures, deserving of utmost vigilance. Chu Xingchen cast a glance at the visibly anxious Lord Li, offering reassurance. Fear not. As long as Yingling has not come to terms with her thoughts, you should live well. Familiar with Li Yingling's divine abilities, Chu Xingchen could distinctly sense that her esteemed disciple had recently harbored a desire to unleash a formidable strike upon the man before them. Yet, it seemed she had yet to fathom the appropriate course of action. While the act of killing may be straightforward, some matters cannot simply be resolved through death. Li Yingling's indecision was her own dilemma. However, Chu Xingchen's thoughts were markedly more straightforward. If one were to settle scores, it must be done thoroughly. Those who had wronged Li Yingling and her mother, Lord Li, must ascertain their identities and ensure that when my disciple returns to seek me, none are left unaccounted for. Additionally, I have heard that Minister Wang has personally issued a warrant. Thus, he should be summoned as well. With a light chuckle, Chu Xingchen's gaze turned cold as she declared, "Inform them that Li Yingling and I are here to surrender." Chapter 99. Dispersal like the wind. Swept away at the Li Manor, a multitude lay prostrate on the ground, including servants and elegantly dressed noblewomen. The atmosphere was profoundly quiet, punctuated only by their hurried breaths. Chu Xingchen's eyes swept across the scene before she sighed softly. It appeared that most of the household was present. Li Yingling had once confided in her that her circumstances were merely subpar. Minister Wang had already dispatched someone to summon aid. However, the commotion here seemed to have inadvertently raised alarms. Nonetheless, whether he came or not was inconsequential. Would Chu Xingchen refrain from confronting him simply because Minister Wang did not appear? One may evade the monk, but the temple remains. Chu Xingchen understood her disciple well. The likelihood of her embarking on a killing spree was rather low. Li Yingling's willingness to come was primarily motivated by the desire to honor her late mother and resolve the lingering concerns that tethered her here. As for these individuals, they were likely mere backdrop to the unfolding drama. Regardless of how Li Yingling chose to act, Chu Xingchen would stand firmly in support of her beloved disciple. Seated upon her chair, Chu Xingchen's gaze lightly traversed the individuals below. Chun Baiqing, with a frosty demeanor, occupied a chair behind her. During their journey, she had silently absorbed the conversation between her senior sister and their master. Although she had remained silent throughout, it did not imply a lack of thoughts. Were it her own predicament, Chun Baiqing might have chosen not to speak. However, if it were her senior sister being bullied, she could not tolerate it. Her senior sister had always been kind and had treated her well. Such mistreatment was unacceptable. With a piercing gaze, Chun Baiqing fixed her eyes upon the steward who lay prostrate before them. Master was correct. It was imperative to protect all members of their sect. Time, akin to a dull blade, slowly sliced through the frayed nerves of this assembly, stretching the moment of impending justice infinitely. More difficult to bear was the transformation of those once seen as lowly into esteemed disciples of a grand sect in such a brief span. Although in the past, they had refrained from overtly bullying her, they had not shied away from mocking words. Yet now, even those who had only offered derisive remarks knelt before them, humbled. Wen Qing maintained her composure, quietly standing behind them without uttering a word, allowing time to flow unimpeded until Li Yingling and Li Xingtian returned once more. Li Yingling's eyes were tinged with red, her gaze not resting on those kneeling before her, but directed straight at her master. Unable to contain herself any longer, she cried out, "Master!" Tears streamed down her face as she sank into her master's embrace. Li Xingtian's expression was equally grim, and Chu Xingchen understood that he seemed genuinely angry now. Gently, he patted his eldest disciple's shoulder and asked, "What troubles you? Speak to your master. I shall advocate for you." I can't find it," she stammered, feeling the fabric of her master's robe dampen with her tears. He softly reassured her, "Do not worry, I will accompany you in the search." Li Yingling, however, remained silent, merely shaking her head in sorrow. Qiu Ling entered the room, her gaze sweeping over the grim situation at the Ho residence. After exchanging glances with Wen Qing, she subtly shook her head, indicating that matters were dire. Yet, Li Yingling's response surpassed everyone's expectations. With a pleading tone, she implored, "Master, let us leave. I do not wish to remain here." In that moment, her mind was consumed by agonizing memories. She felt utterly lost, unable to resort to violence against those who had merely insulted her. Her words hung in the air, unanswered by her master. Chun Baiqing grasped her elder sister's garment, her small lips pouting, her eyes unwittingly reddening as she sensed her sister's distress. Chu Xingchen softly remarked, "It is the master's fault. I should not have brought you here." Li Yingling remained silent, shaking her head once more. "Very well, we shall depart. Your future accomplishments will make this blind fool realize what he has lost. As long as he lives, he will regret it." After a gentle nod, Li Yingling released her grip and turned to face Lord Li, her gaze lingering on him for a long moment before she finally spoke. "Go and fill that mass grave with orchids. My mother once spoke in her dreams, expressing her fondness for the orchids he gifted her. Yet, no one has ever given her orchids." The following morning, Li Yingling rose early, stealthily slipping out from the Tianming pavilion prepared by the Xuanwu kingdom. On the hillside to the left of the mass grave, she gazed contemplatively at the Li household planting orchid seeds, with Wenqing standing by to supervise. Uncertain of her actions, she ultimately did not take a life. Her master had spent considerable resources to orchestrate this occasion, assuring her beforehand that he would support her no matter the outcome. Before arriving, she had contemplated extensively and identified several loathsome targets, intending to confront them thoroughly. However, upon witnessing them trembling on the ground, her heart felt neither joy nor satisfaction from revenge. An overwhelming sense of contradiction filled her being. Her mother had never harbored hatred toward the Ho family or anyone else. She had only felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Li Yingling could not bring herself to act in her mother's name with a clear conscience. She did not wish for her mother to feel sorrow. Perhaps in the end, all she could say was that it was best to let go, severing ties with the Ho family once and for all. A thought surfaced in her mind. Mother, am I truly so useless? What was she thinking? The voice of her master resonated behind Li Yingling. Turning around, she discovered not only her master, but also her junior brother and little junior sister. Chun Baiqing, with her short legs, rushed into her senior sister's embrace, saying, "Sister, do not be sad. Baiqing will take you to buy some sweets." Li Yingling gently stroked Chun Baiqing's little head and replied softly, "All right." Li Xingtian, somewhat awkwardly, managed to utter, "Sister, do not grieve too much." Li Yingling responded with a bright smile directed at her junior brother. A gentle breeze wafted by. "Master, it is truly wonderful to meet you." Li Yingling inhaled deeply. "It is equally delightful to encounter you," replied Chu Xingchen sincerely, looking at his eldest disciple. Chun Baiqing chimed in loudly. "Baiqing feels extremely fortunate to meet both master and my senior sister and brother." Li Xingtian remained silent, yet a smile graced his face. Chu Xingchen found that his second disciple's smile was now considerably more pleasing. Li Yingling did not linger for long, and soon proposed to leave the mountain hollow. In the bustling market of the capital, Li Yingling held Chun Baiqing's hand in front of a candied fruit shop, purchasing the city's unique delicacies. At that moment, Li Yingling seemed to revert to her former self, smiling as she treated her junior sister to sweets. Li Xingtian observed this scene quietly before glancing at his master beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke, "Master, let us go out for a meal together sometime." Chu Xingchen looked at Li Xingtian in disbelief. Li Yingling and Chun Baiqing also raised their eyes in surprise. Chu Xingchen found it strange. What had gotten into this child today? Why was he so proactively suggesting a meal? Chapter 100. In truth, I am the best for you in the world. In the capital of Xuanwu Kingdom, at the Tianming Pavilion, the base of the Tianyan sect, Zheng Xiaofeng gazed solemnly at the intelligence presented to him. As his eyes swept over the information, he felt a headache coming on. Li Yingling, the illegitimate daughter of the Li Marquis household, treated poorly? Originally intended to marry the second fool of the Wang family, only to be whisked away by Chu Xingchen? What on earth was happening? Why could she not simply showcase her identity and cultivation? Moreover, Chu Xingchen had come this time without engaging in any disturbances, instead seeking trouble with the Li Marquis household. Yet, it seemed the plot was diverging. There was no grand uproar, nor had anyone been killed. Was that all? Zheng Xiaofeng furrowed his brow in thought. This was not characteristic of Chu Xingchen. Xiaoling Yu had instructed him upon returning to the Central Plains to ensure that Chu Xingchen's journey to the capital went smoothly, particularly to prevent him from causing any chaos. Zheng Xiaofeng reflected on his impressions of Chu Xingchen. He could not deny the profound psychological impact this individual had left on him. After all, that phrase "little Zheng" haunted him even in dreams. This person was certainly not to be trifled with, and he likely harbored intentions of revenge for his disciple. If one were to deduce the nature of the demonic cultivators involved, this matter was undoubtedly complex, and there would likely be subsequent developments. Zheng Xiaofeng felt that if he allowed Chu Xingchen to stir trouble, it could escalate into a significant incident. Sighing softly, he tucked the intelligence into his sleeve. Xiaoling Yu's directives must be fulfilled at all costs, necessitating the mitigation of all associated risks. In this recent assignment from the Tianyan sect, aside from the nascent soul practitioners, the Golden Core disciples, under the auspices of Xiaoling Yu's name, are generally quite willing to assist. While he cannot command them outright, he can at least count on their respect. To prepare for any eventuality, this task has been entrusted to Zheng Xiaofeng. However, it is not yet the time to trouble those Golden Core disciples. The Tianyan sect also has 2 Golden Core representatives dispatched from the Xuanwu Kingdom. Zheng Xiaofeng made his way to the most secluded chamber, where the 2 Golden Core practitioners would remain if unoccupied, neither prying nor observing excessively. Upon opening the door, the 2 seated Golden Core practitioners swiftly opened their eyes, directing their gaze towards the janitor from the Tianyan sect. Zheng Xiaofeng offered a slight bow and said, "I have a few matters that I would kindly ask you 2 Golden Core practitioners to attend to." The Destiny Pavilion can be considered a collective term for a certain region, to prevent discord among various sects in the central continent. The Xuanwu Kingdom has strategically distanced each sect's residents to avert potential conflicts. Li Yingling, guiding her junior sister, leisurely pushed open the grand door. Although her junior brother had suggested they dine together, he later claimed it was not yet time, insisting on waiting for a more opportune moment. Ever since her junior brother attained the golden core, his demeanor has become somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, Li Yingling chose not to ponder deeply. Accepting her odd junior brother as he is, the Xuanwu Kingdom's reception officer, Wen Qing, was still overseeing the work. Chen Baiqing glanced at her senior sister, noting that her disposition had markedly improved and she was no longer so melancholic. Qiu Ling followed closely behind Chu Xingchen, a faint smile of exasperation on her face as she remarked, "Senior, if you are uncertain about the procedures, it would have been wiser to undertake the task of monitoring the graves yourself." Chu Xingchen replied with a lackluster tone, "The banquet is simply about entering and having a meal. Do you expect my second disciple to perform a dance?" Li Xingtian was momentarily taken aback. If a dance were to occur, surely it would be the senior sister who would take the stage. That naturally should not be the case. Qiu Ling chuckled awkwardly. However, there will be numerous activities. Understanding the process would certainly facilitate things. "Do not worry, I will manage quite adeptly," Chu Xingchen assured. "Your adeptness may not align with my own," Qiu Ling quipped as she followed him inside, intending to voice her thoughts once more. However, Chu Xingchen interrupted, stating, "How about this? You write the key points on paper. When I have a moment, I will review them. If I forget something at the banquet, I can refer to it. What do you think?" This suggestion held merit. Qiu Ling visibly relaxed, nodded in agreement, and with a bow, she headed to her temporary chamber to draft the most crucial reminders. In truth, these reminders primarily aim to ensure that the sects from the central continent do not commit any egregious faux pas during the banquet, particularly in maintaining a measure of respect towards other sections. This would spare the hosts from the awkwardness of mediating disputes, a tacitly accepted protocol. However, having observed Chu Xingchen's conduct on the first day, Qiu Ling deemed it prudent to take additional precautions. In the event of an incident, she would have an excuse to deflect responsibility. With Qiu Ling's departure, the courtyard settled into a notable tranquility. Li Yingling appeared to be in a significantly improved mood. Yet her true thoughts remained elusive to Chu Xingchen. However, the more one tries to advise her, the more it might disrupt her own reflections. For now, it suffices to stand by her side when she seeks support. Contemplating this, Chu Xingchen cast his gaze toward Li Xingtian. "Have you made your decision?" Li Xingtian looked at his master in surprise, yet he knew that his master could indeed perceive his innermost thoughts, and thus he nodded gently. "What about the timing? Are you certain?" Chu Xingchen inquired once more. Li Xingtian replied, "Let us wait until this banquet concludes." Chu Xingchen nodded lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, he had initially promised Li Xingtian that each disciple's path in life need not be intertwined with their masteress. They each possessed their own realms to explore. This was true for Li Xingtian, as well as for Li Yingling. Even the youngest, Chen Baiqing, would embark on a journey uniquely his own. Li Xingtian gazed at his master, realizing that as a golden core cultivator, he had officially stepped onto the path of immortality, and he could no longer remain sheltered under his master's wings. In truth, he had long prepared for this moment. He intended to bid farewell to his master upon reaching the golden core stage. There were indeed matters that he needed to attend to for himself. However, upon opening his eyes, he found himself preoccupied with his senior sister's affairs, and out of both sentiment and reason, he felt compelled to assist her in this endeavor. Although the thought of leaving stirred a twinge of reluctance within him, he reminded himself that it was not a final departure. In his previous life, he had been a solitary cultivator, but in this life, he had encountered his master and found a place to call home, even if it was somewhat distant from the central continent. Yet, when weariness beckoned, he would return from afar, ready to help his master complete the great haul that resided in his heart. Chu Xingchen then asked, "Do you intend to inform them at the last moment?" Li Xingtian nodded slightly, aware that his senior sister's heart was likely troubled at present. Although she might not care whether he departed, he still wished to avoid influencing her negatively. "You know I'm not wealthy, so there is not much I can offer you," Chu Xingchen remarked, tossing Li Xingtian a spatial ring. "Do not think it insufficient." Li Xingtian caught the ring, his consciousness gradually probing inside to reveal a collection of spirit stones quietly nestled within. "Master, you still need to look after my senior sisters. They are my disciples. But you are too," Chu Xingchen said, draping an arm over Li Xingtian's shoulder. "In truth, my heart has always favored you a bit more." At this, Li Xingtian was rendered momentarily speechless. Chu Xingchen winked and communicated through sound transmission. "In reality, you and I are the best pair in the world."